Chapter 37-33. It had to be said that Wuxia Xianxia gave Duan Lingtian a very good first impression. For better or worse, this person was the current patriarch of the Wuxia family. And, the Wuxia family was a divine emperor-level family. Their background and strength were no weaker than the Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 Demon sect. For Wuxia Xianxia to treat him like this was extremely rare. Of course, he also knew that a large part of the reason why Wuxia Xianxia was so polite to him was because he had told Wuxia Xianxia that he could enter the Tianlong clan through the Wuxia family and become a member of the Wuxia family. Just like how the Hidden Fog sect was divided into many factions, the Tianlong clan was also divided into many factions. People from various divine emperor-level influences that were vassal to the Tianlong clan had formed factions with people from their original influences. And the reason they did this was not only to better survive in the Tianlong clan, but also to strive for greater benefits. Where there were people, there would be struggles. And when there was a conflict of interest, the stronger side would often obtain the greatest benefits. Duan Lingtian joining the Tianlong clan's Wuxia family faction was a good thing for the Wuxia family's faction in the Tianjin clan and the Wuxia family. This was because the value that Duan Lingtian displayed in the Wuxia family far surpassed the value that he displayed in the Hidden Fog sect. If he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, then as long as he defeated Long Shao in broad daylight with his lower god king Cultivation, he would become the most important target of the Hidden Fog sect. In this sort of situation, unless one of the several strongest highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect wanted to deal with him, no one would be able to touch him. But he had formed a considerable grudge with Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng. It could be said that he was on the opposite side of two of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 grand elders. If he returned to the Hidden Fog sect and wanted to live, there was only one path he could take. Just as Wu Feng suggested, he would become a disciple of one of the other 2 grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. That way, he would be protected. But now, in the Wuxia family, he saw another path to take. He wouldn't betray the Hidden Fog sect. But, if the Hidden Fog sect couldn't tolerate him, then he could just leave. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Wuxia family could provide him with protection. Otherwise, if he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he would either die or become a secret disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Cloud or Elder Wu and obtain their protection. Patriarch Wuxia, I've long heard of your great name. Duan Lingtian replied politely after he sat down. Duan Lingtian. Wuxia Xianxia, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, smiled. I like to get straight to the point. He has already passed on what you and Yun said to me. Then, as long as you can show strength that surpasses the core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Thunder, our Wuxia family will send a Grand Elder to accompany you back to the Hidden Fog sect to protect you. How about it? Wuxia Xianxia smiled and asked. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already guessed this. He needed to show his value in order for the Wuxia family to agree to his request. Father. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian answered and entered the main hall, a figure had already walked slowly into the main hall from outside. It was a young man with a tall and sturdy figure. He wore green clothes, had a robust appearance, sword-like eyebrows, and a sharp gaze. Third brother. When this youth walked in, Wuxia Yun, who was sitting beside Duan Lingtian, had already brightened. At the same time, he greeted this person. Fourth brother. At this time, the youth also saw Wuxia Yun. He faintly smiled at him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also learned who this person was. He was the 3rd son of the Wuxia family's current head, Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Jun was also one of Wuxia Xianxia's sons. He was the one with the highest talent and perception. Before he was 10,000 years old, he was already a middle god king. Moreover, he was stronger than most of the Wuxia family's inner elders. He was also the number 1 core disciple of the Wuxia family. Among the core disciples of the Wuxia family, there were also upper god kings. But, they weren't his match. Most importantly, when Wuxia Jun was still a lower god king, he had once fought with a lower god king of the Hidden Fog sect, Shengguan Xiongfeng. After 100 moves, he defeated his opponent. Moreover, Linghu Jun was 2,000 years younger than Shangguan Xiongfeng. Now, many people said that if Linghu Jun wanted to defeat Shangguan Xiongfeng, he wouldn't need 100 moves. Duan Lingtian, this is my useless third son, Linghu Jun. At this time, Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled as he introduced Linghu Jun. Hearing Linghu Renjie's words, Duan Lingtian's lips twitched. He shook his head and said, "Family head Linghu, I've already heard of the third young master's reputation. Of the current generation of core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect, no one dares to say they can defeat him. In fact, of the current generation of core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect, there might not be anyone who can fight him to a draw. Shangguan Xiongfeng could be ranked in the top 3 of the current generation of core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect." According to what Duan Lingtian knew, even the number 1 ranked person could only suppress Shangguan Xiongfeng. It wasn't enough to defeat him. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjie's eyes narrowed. His lips curved up in a smile. After all, no matter how outstanding Linghu Jun was, he was still his son. As a father, he felt proud. "Duan Lingtian, you understand my third son quite well." Linghu Renjie smiled and said, "Didn't you say you have the strength to defeat Long Shao? If you can last 30 moves against my third son, that is enough to prove you have the strength to defeat Long Shao. How about it?" Linghu Renjie asked. "Sure." Duan Lingtian nodded. He also wanted to experience the methods of this famous Linghu family's third young master. "Enter my small world in my body." As Linghu Renjie spoke, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian and Linghu Jun. Even Linghu Yun followed him into Linghu Renjie's small world. Linghu Renjie planned to have Duan Lingtian and his third son fight in his small world. As a divine emperor powerhouse, Linghu Renjie's small world was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. Now, Duan Lingtian, Linghu Jun, and Linghu Yun were standing high in the air above a desert. However, Linghu Yun was quickly pulled far away by an unintentional force. All he could do was watch Duan Lingtian and Linghu Jun from afar. At this time, Linghu Jun's figure had already flashed far away, facing off against Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your great name. You are the first divine spirit realm core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. Many people say that you are the second Shui Haichuan of the Hidden Fog sect." Linghu Jun looked at Duan Lingtian, his expression solemn as he spoke. "The second Shui Haichuan?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I only want to be myself. I don't want to be someone else's shadow." "You are confident enough." A rare smile appeared on Linghu Jun's solemn face. "I heard from my father that you have already broken through to the lower God King realm. Moreover, you are confident you can defeat the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple, Long Shao. That Long Shao, although I haven't fought him before, I am confident I can defeat him within 10 moves. If you want to defeat him, you must have the strength to withstand at least 30 moves from me." As his voice fell, Linghu Jun's eyes shined with a strong confidence in his own strength. "Then, please enlighten me." Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. Linghu Jun's eyes narrowed as he heard this. Strong winds began to wreak havoc around his body. Bursts of blue astral winds twined around him, making him seem as if he were caught in a fierce and vast hurricane. And with the slightest movement of his body, waves of wind blades appeared, as if they could cut through all things. It was clear that Linghu Jun excelled in the wind laws. Even though Duan Lingtian had already become a lower god king and his strength was incomparable to the past, he still felt waves of pressure from Linghu Jun's body. This Linghu Jun, even if he hasn't comprehended the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the wind laws, he must have grasped the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the wind laws. Moreover, the strength of his bloodline shouldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Shangguan Xiongfeng. Although Duan Lingtian hadn't fought Shangguan Xiongfeng before, he still had a certain understanding of Shangguan Xiongfeng's strength. For Linghu Jun to be able to defeat Shangguan Xiongfeng despite being 2,000 years younger than him, one could only imagine his talent, comprehension, and strength. Of course, despite feeling the pressure, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Around Duan Lingtian, waves of spatial storms raged as if they could shatter the void. Sharp spatial blades could be vaguely seen in the surroundings, swaying in the void. It seemed as if they could cut the void at any time. Wang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of a saber ringing, 9 spatial rifts appeared in the void. The dimensional slash shot out from behind the spatial rifts, revealing a sharp aura that caused people to shudder in fear. Father, do you think Duan Lingtian can withstand 30 moves from third brother? Linghu Yun asked in a low voice. Although his father, Linghu Renjia, was not by his side, this was his father, Linghu Renjia's little world. Therefore, even if he spoke in a low voice, his father, Linghu Renjia, could still hear him clearly. If he's not boasting, then it should be fine. Linghu Renjia sent a voice transmission to Linghu Yun. Moreover, although this is the first time we've met, based on the confidence he's showing, I can't help but believe his words. He shouldn't be boasting. As soon as Linghu Renjia finished speaking, Linghu Jun had already made his move. As someone who specialized in the law of wind, Linghu Jun was best at speed and offense. He was not good at defense. As soon as he made his move, he attacked like a storm toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the face of the overwhelming wind blades and the threads that seemed capable of cutting through anything, Duan Lingtian took his time to mobilize the energy of the law of space to form a layer of defense around him. As soon as his defense shattered, his figure swayed and disappeared from where he was standing. Chapter 37-34. Linghu Jun was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian teleporting away. He continued to fly up and occupied the high ground. Over there. After locking onto Duan Lingtian's location, Linghu Jun once again chased after Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. His storm-like attacks took a turn and swept out again. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity many times. Every time he used the teleportation profundity, the distance between him and Linghu Jun continued to shrink. It was apparent it did not take long before Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity could no longer catch up with Linghu Jun's speed. Duan Lingtian's divine power was only that of a lower divine king after all. His cultivation base was 1 level lower than Linghu Jun's. Even if the law of space that he displayed did not belong to the law of wind that Linghu Jun had comprehended, he was still at a disadvantage. 30 moves? Duan Lingtian secretly smiled when he thought about the test that Linghu Renjia had set for him. If he displayed the space sword principle and control Dao that he had just mastered, Linghu Jun might not be a match for him even if he used his bloodline power. However, Duan Lingtian knew that he still needed to keep a low profile. It would be fine if he could fight Linghu Jun to a draw. However, based on the strength that he had displayed so far, it would undoubtedly be difficult for him to fight Linghu Jun to a draw. Therefore, Duan Lingtian displayed the law of space again, fusing the 8 profound meanings of the law of space with the 3 profound meanings in various forms. The fusion of the 3 profound meanings of the law of space manifested his divine power. Coupled with the integration of the fledgling form of the sword principle, his power was a whole level stronger than before. Boom! Rumble! At that moment, Duan Lingtian no longer teleported to dodge. Instead, he faced Linghu Jun's attacks head-on. Compared to Linghu Jun's attacks, his current attacks were not weak either. Therefore, after a series of attacks, more than 10 moves had passed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Linghu Jun were evenly matched. So strong. In the distance, Linghu Yun looked at everything in front of him with shock in his eyes. If third brother doesn't use his bloodline power, I'm afraid he'll only be able to fight to a draw with him at most. As if responding to Linghu Yun, Linghu Renjia's voice sounded out in Linghu Yun's ears. The strength he has displayed so far is likely no weaker than the hidden fog sect's Elder Thunder's disciple, Long Shao, who is using his full strength and also using his bloodline. However, if that's all he's capable of, your third brother will be able to take him down in 10 moves if he activates his bloodline power. From Linghu Renjia's tone, it was clear that he was very confident in his third son, Linghu Jun. It said that he came to the realms of gods from a Devata realm. He's not a native of the realms of gods. Therefore, he doesn't have any bloodline power to rely on. Linghu Yun sighed. I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than 30 moves. Just as Linghu Renjia had calmed down and were no longer conversing with each other, whoosh. In the field, Linghu Jun's figure flashed, and he had already retreated far away. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jun's eyes were filled with respect when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. You're definitely the strongest primitive god king I've ever seen. You're able to fight me to a draw even with your cultivation base as a primitive god king. In fact, even in the Heavenly Dragon sect, the number of people who can fight with me to such an extent as a lower god king can be counted on one hand. Unfortunately, as someone who came to the realms of gods from a Devata realm, you don't have any bloodline power to rely on. Now, I'll show you the power of my bloodline. As soon as Linghu Jun finished speaking, a layer of purple lightning appeared on the green energy around his body. It was as though the law of thunder was attached to his body. It was almost impossible for something like this to happen. However, it did happen. Generally speaking, different laws could not be used at the same time, whether it was in the mundane realms, the Devata realms, or the realms of gods. Even the strongest powerhouses in heaven and earth could only use one law when they attacked. They could not use two laws at the same time. It was as though this was the law of heaven and earth that no one could break. No, he didn't use the law of lightning. It's the power of his bloodline. It's the power of lightning that fused into his law of wind. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. He was certain the green wind around Linghu Jun was surrounded by the lightning force transformed from his bloodline energy. However, when Linghu Jun attacked again, Duan Ling Tian witnessed how terrifying his bloodline power was. When Duan Ling Tian's bloodline energy merged with the law of wind, it gave birth to lightning. Although the force of wind and thunder was not comparable to the fusion of the four profundities from the law of wind, it was not inferior to Duan Ling Tian's profundity. Linghu Jun's bloodline power had raised his law of wind to a whole new level. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian was able to fight Linghu Jun, who had a higher cultivation base than him, to a draw with his advantage of the law of wind and the rudimentary sword Dao. However, now that Linghu Jun had unleashed his bloodline power, his law of wind was no weaker than the law of space. Although he had the rudimentary sword Dao, it was still difficult for him to overcome the gap in their cultivation bases. The difference between a primitive god king and a medium god king was too great. It's time to show my trump cards. What should I show? Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn when Linghu Jun attacked again with his bloodline power. He still had many trump cards. However, at the very least, he could not use his divine weapon. After all, his opponent did not use any divine weapon. If his opponent did use a divine weapon, he would have to use a high-grade divine weapon to suppress his opponent. Moreover, even if he took out an ordinary high-grade divine artifact and the other party didn't have one, Linghu Renjia, the Linghu family patriarch, might lend his own high-grade divine artifact to Linghu Jun. With the Linghu family's wealth, they could afford to take out a few ordinary high-grade divine weapons. As for the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he could not use it. If it was exposed, the head of the Linghu family would be the first to kill him and take the Seven Orifices exquisite sword away. The Pine Willow Divine Tree? Duan Lingtian thought of the divine image projection that he had mastered in the past. His eyes flashed, but he did not activate the divine image projection of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. If he wanted the divine image projection of the Pine Willow Divine Tree to help him, he would have to open his little world and let the divine tree of life help him. However, if he opened his little world, the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, might discover the secrets in his body. The 5 high-level 5 divine element spirits were still recovering their vitality in the small world inside his body. Basic mastery of the sword Dao, embryonic form of the Dao of control, and the fusion of the 4 profundities from the law of space. Which one should I show? Currently, Duan Ling Tian was only left with these 3 options. Finally, under the pressure of Linghu Jun's attack, he raised his hand and formed a sharp sword ray with his spatial energy. He chose to use the sword Dao that he had just mastered. It should be noted that this was the first time he had shown his sword Dao in front of others since he came to the mystic Gang land in the realm of gods. In the past, he had only shown the embryonic form of the sword Dao. However, there was no need to hide it now. The sword ray flashed. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian swung his sword, and thousands of sword rays shot out in all directions. They almost filled Linghu Renjie's little world. It was as though his sword energy could travel 30,000 miles, and his sword ray could freeze 19 provinces. After Duan Lingtian swung his sword, not only did Linghu Jun lose his advantage, but he even fell into a disadvantageous position. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword ray flashed, and a strand of Linghu Jun's hair was sliced off. A faint sword scar appeared on his handsome face. A trickle of blood seeped out, but it did not flow down. The depth of the wound was just right. I've lost. Linghu Jun sighed. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He thought he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in 10 moves after activating his bloodline power. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to defeat him in just 2 moves. Duan Lingtian's first sword had crushed his attack. The second sword had cut off his hair and left a faint sword scar on his face. If Duan Lingtian had wanted to kill him, the second sword would have killed him. Sword Dao. You've mastered the sword Dao. Just as Linghu Jun finished speaking and Linghu Yun was stunned, Linghu Renjie's voice suddenly sounded from all directions. It reverberated in his small world, and his tone was filled with shock and astonishment. Mastering the sword Dao and the embryonic form of the sword Dao were 2 completely different concepts. The latter was just a seed. The former was the manifestation of a germinated seed, and its power was incomparable. If Duan Lingtian had to rely on the advantage of the law of space and the embryonic form of the sword Dao to catch up with the difference in divine power between a lower and lower celestial king and a middle celestial king, then, Duan Lingtian could surpass the difference between a lower celestial king and a middle celestial king with the sword Dao alone. The sword Dao was the weapon Dao of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. It was extremely mysterious. Even in the realms of gods, not everyone could master it. Some god emperors and even ultimate gods did not master any of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. However, Duan Lingtian, a lower celestial king who was not even 3,000 years old, had mastered the sword Dao. The embryonic form of the sword Dao could be attributed to luck. However, the sword Dao was completely dependent on talent and comprehension. Sword Dao? Linghu Jun had already guessed it earlier. Now that he heard his father's words, he confirmed it immediately. After confirming it, the shock in his eyes became even more intense. As for Linghu Yun, he was even more shocked. Duan Lingtian, other than the 3 of us. Is there anyone else who knows that you've mastered the sword Dao? Linghu Renjie's human figure solidified in his little world. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked urgently. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've only recently mastered the sword Dao. This is the first time I've shown it. Linghu Renjie's eyes lit up when he heard this. Good. Very good. Chapter 37-35. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie restrained the joy on his face. He looked at Duan Lingtian once more and said with a solemn expression, from today onwards, unless necessary, try not to use your sword Dao, otherwise, I fear that someone will kill you out of jealousy and kill you in the cradle. Throughout the entire Tonglang province, I have never heard of anyone who has grasped any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. At most, there are some people who have grasped a seed of one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Of course, there is no lack of people who have grasped it but have hidden it away. But, there are very few people who have grasped it. Linghu Renjie's words could be considered as protecting Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he was stunned as he heard Linghu Renjie's words. He naturally knew that a trump card like the sword Dao couldn't be easily exposed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only revealed the elementary form of the sword Dao in the hidden fog sect. However, he was still surprised that Linghu Renjie told him to hide it. This was because Linghu Renjie was protecting him. It had to be said that at this moment, Duan Lingtian was moved. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian. His originally solemn face revealed a smile. When you return to the Hidden Fog sect, let me know. I will have my Linghu family's high elders Hang and Huan accompany you to the Hidden Fog sect. With them here, even if the Hidden Fog sect's high elders Feng, Lei, Yun, Wu, they won't be able to stop you. As Linghu Renjie spoke, his face was filled with confidence. Hang and Huan. Two of the Linghu family's three high elders were also the strongest pillars of the Linghu family. These two high elders were twin brothers. One was called Linghu Hang and the other was called Linghu Huan. At first glance, their names were the same. Of the two of them, neither one of them was weaker than any of the Hidden Fog sect's four highest elders. If the two of them joined forces, then even if the three people from the Hidden Fog sect joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. If the two of them joined forces, then as long as they wanted to escape, not even the Hidden Fog sect's wind, thunder, cloud, mist sect's four great elders would be able to stop them. When Duan Lingtian heard Linghu Yun's voice, he became familiar with the Linghu family's elders Hang and Huan. Thank you, Patriarch Linghu. Duan Lingtian bowed and thanked Linghu Renjie. At the same time, he solemnly said, this time, if the Hidden Fog sect cannot tolerate me, then I will return to the Linghu family with Elder Hang and Elder Hang. At that time, as long as the Linghu family doesn't betray me, then I, Duan Lingtian, will not betray the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart that the reason Linghu Renjie took such good care of him was entirely because of his potential. Linghu Renjie knew that the Linghu family couldn't tolerate him. But, if he was recommended by the Linghu family to enter the Tianlong clan and become a member of the Linghu family faction, then this would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the Linghu family. As the current patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie was a smart person. He had his own considerations. With your words, my efforts have not been in vain. Linghu Renjie smiled. Fourth young master, is there any news from Elder Xian? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. He looked at Linghu Yun and asked. Duan Lingtian's question naturally attracted the attention of Linghu Renjie and Linghu Jun. Both of them looked at Linghu Yun in unison. Duan Lingtian's question startled Linghu Yun. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Duan Lingtian, when you were fighting with my third brother, I received a message from Grandpa Xian. Although they were in another person's little world, as long as the other person did not close off the little world, messages could still enter and leave freely. The only way to do so was to separate the lesser world from the rest of the world and transform it into a realm of gods. Under such circumstances, messages from the outside would not be able to enter, and messages from the inside would not be able to leave. Then, shall we go over now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Linghu Yun's words. At the same time, there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. I'm afraid, there's no need to go over. Linghu Yun smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa Xian's message is bad news. Duan Lingtian was startled. Just now, Grandpa Xian sent a message saying that he found Elder Qingzai. At the same time, he learned from Elder Qingzai that my aunt left with cousin Chuyin 2 days ago. I just sent a message to my aunt, but I didn't get a reply. She might not be in the profound Handle land anymore. As for cousin Chuyin's soul bead, I don't have it here. Linghu Yun said. When they heard Linghu Yun's words, Linghu Renjie and Linghu Jun looked at Duan Lingtian with strange gazes. At this moment, they even suspected that Duan Lingtian's willingness to join their Linghu family had something to do with their niece and cousin. They had also heard about how Duan Lingtian chased after Linghu Chuyin's beast carriage in Monarch Descent City. At the same time, they sighed at Linghu Chuyin's charm. Even Duan Lingtian, the first divine spirit realm core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years, was infatuated with her. Duan Lingtian, I advise you to give up on this idea. Linghu Jun sighed and said, and once threatened that she wouldn't let cousin Chuyin marry. Even if someone asked my father to be a matchmaker, it was useless. Even if the elders stepped forward, it was useless. She was determined. That's right. Linghu Renjie also nodded and said, Duan Lingtian, our Linghu family has many beauties. Although they aren't as good as my niece, there are still a few who aren't much worse. I ask myself, my seventh daughter isn't much worse than my niece in terms of looks. If you are interested, I can betroth her to you. Of course, you can meet first. When Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was no longer as if he was looking at a genius. Instead, it was as if he was looking at his Linghu family son-in-law. Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, Linghu Yun had already started to explain for Duan Lingtian. Father, third brother, you've misunderstood Duan Lingtian. Following that, he repeated everything that Duan Lingtian had said to him. When the two of them heard this, they realized that they had misunderstood. Linghu family head, can you contact your sister? Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Renjie, his eyes filled with anticipation. He thought that if Linghu Renjie could contact his sister, he could definitely ask him to bring Linghu Chuyin back. Let me see. When Linghu Renjie heard this, he immediately contacted his second sister through her soul pearl. However, after a while, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. It should be as Yun guessed. My second sister should have brought my niece out of the Xiangang land. Linghu Renjie shook his head and said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he naturally could not help but feel disappointed. However, at the same time, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Linghu Renjie and asked, Linghu family head, can you confirm whether Linghu Chuyin is your second sister's biological daughter? In his opinion, even if Linghu Yun, the fourth young master of the Linghu family, did not know this, it did not mean that the Linghu family head did not know this. No matter what, Linghu Chuyin was brought back by his second sister personally. When Linghu Renjie heard this, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. To be honest, I'm not too sure about this either. My second sister has been very wild since she was young. She couldn't stay at home. Later on, she even left the Xiangang land and went to the world of divine remains for tens of thousands of years. She only returned recently. When she returned, she brought back my niece. I asked her if that was her biological daughter, but she did not answer me directly. Every time I asked, she would be distracted. I felt that it was inconvenient for her to say, so after asking a few times, I did not ask again. Linghu Renjie said. Then, have you been in contact with Linghu Chuyin? Can you confirm if she has amnesia? Duan Lingtian asked again. He had asked Linghu Renjie this question before, but Duan Lingtian still wanted to confirm it with him. Originally, I did not have this thought. However, Yun told me about you just now, saying that my niece might be your wife, so I carefully recalled the details of my interactions with my niece. Linghu Renjie thought for a moment and said, speaking of which, it's strange. Not only does my niece not look like her mother, but she is also not as lively as her mother when she was young. She does not like to talk much, and she is quiet and gentle. Sometimes, she even feels that her reaction is half a beat slower. At that time, I thought that she was thinking about something, but now that I think about it, perhaps her head has really suffered some kind of blow that caused her reaction to be slow. And amnesia usually means that the head has suffered some kind of blow. Linghu Renjie said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his breathing suddenly became hurried. Then, he said to Linghu Renjie anxiously, Family head Linghu, after hearing what you said, I feel that Linghu Chuyin might be my long-lost wife. Please contact your sister whether you have anything to do. I want to see Linghu Chuyin and personally confirm her identity. If she is really my wife, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely repay you generously. Duan Lingtian said with a serious face. The urgency in his tone could be clearly felt by anyone who heard what he said now. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to help you. Linghu Renjie nodded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a bitter smile. Duan Lingtian, it seems that I am not fated to receive that favor from you. However, there is no favor. I wonder if it is convenient for you to record the follow-up of that long story, East Royal Emperor, in a memory jade slip for me? As Ling Huiyun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. No problem. Duan Lingtian agreed. To him, this was merely a matter of lifting his hand. With his current processing speed, it would not take long for him to record the entire East Royal Emperor in a memory jade slip and give it to Ling Huiyun. Thank you. Ling Huiyun repeatedly expressed his thanks. I will give you the jade slip in 2 days. After Duan Lingtian spoke to Ling Huiyun, he looked at Ling Xianxia. Ling Hu family head, I am preparing to leave in 3 days and return to the Hidden Fog sect. I hope you can ask Elder Hang and Elder Huan to prepare. Duan Lingtian had already made his decision. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, if the Hidden Fog sect did not accept him, he would switch to the Ling Hu family. Even if he had to bear the curses of the Hidden Fog sect members who did not know, he would not hesitate. The Ling Hu family gave him enough respect and importance. Moreover, there was something he urgently wanted to confirm in the Ling Hu family. If he was in the Ling Hu family, then once Ling Hu Chuyin returned, he would be able to contact her immediately and confirm whether or not she was his wife. Now, all the clues pointed to this. Ling Hu Chuyin was very likely his wife, Ker. But, as long as he did not thoroughly confirm, he would not be 100% sure. Chapter 37-36. For 2 days, Duan Lingtian said that he would stay behind to record all the content of the story of the East Royal Emperor in the memory jade slip and hand it over to Ling Huiyun. In fact, he was waiting more for good news from Ling Xianxia. He hoped that Ling Hu Chuyin could return to the Ling Hu family again. However, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the memory jade slip was handed over to Duan Lingtian knew that he was still obsessed with it after all. Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be anxious. When Ling Huiyun received the memory jade slip from Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up. He also saw the absent-minded look on Duan Lingtian's face. In the Ling Hu family, he was known for his intelligence. It wasn't difficult for him to guess what Duan Lingtian was thinking. You have to think about it this way. Although you can't come into contact with cousin Chuyin yet. Taking 10,000 steps back, if she's really your wife, it means that she's safe now, Ling Huiyun comforted him. She's by my aunt's side. With my aunt's many years of experience and my aunt's strength, it's almost impossible for her to encounter any danger. At this point, Ling Huiyun paused for a moment. When he spoke again, there was a burning heat in his eyes. I just learned about it from Grandpa Xian yesterday. It turns out that when my aunt came back this time, she fought with Grand Elders Hang and Huan. When the 2 Grand Elders joined forces, even the 4 Grand Elders of the Hidden Fog sect would find it difficult to defeat them. However, they were defeated by my aunt. It seems that my aunt has made great progress in those years after she left. Now, she can be regarded as the strongest person in our Ling Hu family, Ling Huiyun said. Ling Huiyun said. When Ling Huiyun's comforting words fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, it made Duan Lingtian's mood much better. Yes. If Ling Hu Chuyin was really Ker, it also meant that Ker was safe now. He didn't need to think too much about whether Ker was safe in the world of divine remains. In addition, when Ling Huiyun mentioned the strength of his aunt, the former second miss of the Ling Hu family, Duan Lingtian immediately felt more at ease. Thank you for your comfort, 4th young master. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Duan Lingtian, I'll wait for you to come to our Ling Hu family. I still want to hear you tell stories other than the Great Eastern Imperial Emperor. After some time, I'll probably finish reading this story through the memory jade slip you gave me. When Ling Huiyun saw that Duan Lingtian had come back to his senses, he knew that his words of comfort had worked. He let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile. All right. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. Then, he bade farewell to Ling Huiyun and returned to his room. These 2 days, he temporarily stayed in Ling Huiyun's residence. The next day. Duan Lingtian and Elder Hang Huan are already waiting for you outside the mansion. When Ling Huiyun's voice came from outside the room, Duan Lingtian knew that it was time for him to leave and return to the Hidden Fog sect. When he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he wasn't confident. But now, he had an idea. When he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he could have followed Wu Feng's suggestion and become a disciple of one of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Yun or Elder Wu, becoming their in-name disciple. However, even if Elder Yun and Elder Wu could protect him, Elder Feng and Elder Lei would at most not do anything to him on the surface. They would do something to him behind his back. At that time, even if Elder Yun and Elder Wu suspected them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they found evidence, they wouldn't really risk their lives for him against Elder Feng and Elder Lei. No matter what, they were still people of the same sect. Duan Lingtian was important to the Hidden Fog sect, but once he died, he would have no value. Elder Yun and Elder Wu absolutely wouldn't make things difficult for Elder Feng and Elder Lei, who were also pillars of the Hidden Fog sect, for a dead person. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for him, others would stop them. In the end, this matter would be left unsettled. The world was just that cruel. It was because he thought of this that he didn't immediately return to the Hidden Fog sect after breaking through to the lower God King realm. Because he hesitated. Of course, if there was no other way, he would still choose to return to the Hidden Fog sect and take the risk. But now, it seemed that he didn't need to take the risk. You are Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian was personally led out of the Linghu family's mansion by the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. When Linghu Renjia called for him, Linghu Renjia was already waiting outside the door. Now, in the skies above the Linghu family mansion, the one greeting Duan Lingtian was a fat old man. The old man wore a bright red robe that set off his round body. No matter how one looked at it, it was a festive sight. The old man stared at him. Because there was too much fat on his face, only two thin slits could be seen. Yes, Senior. Duan Lingtian quickly responded. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the other old man beside the fat old man. This old man was about the same height as the fat old man, but he was incomparably thin, as if he were just skin and bones. However, one could vaguely see that the thin old man and the fat old man's facial features, as well as some details of their facial features, were exactly the same. From this, one could see that they were similar. However, it would be extremely difficult to tell that they were twins based on this alone. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Linghu Renjia, the patriarch of the Linghu family, had already introduced the two old men to Duan Lingtian. First, the fat old man said, "This is Elder Huan." Then, the thin old man said, "This is Elder Hang, who is also Elder Huan's twin brother." Following Linghu Renjia's introduction, the thin old man also nodded at Duan Lingtian. Compared to the fat old man's kind words, the thin old man was clearly more reserved. "Granduncles, this is..." Just as Linghu Renjia was about to introduce Duan Lingtian, Elder Huan had already raised a fat hand and stopped Linghu Renjia. "Young hero, you don't have to introduce him. You've already introduced him to us 3 days ago. Go ahead and go back. With us here, we will absolutely not let anyone harm a single hair on Duan Lingtian." Compared to the extremely thin Elder Hang who was reserved in speech and manner, the fat Elder Huan appeared to be much more cheerful and talkative. "Then, I'll have to trouble the two granduncles." In terms of seniority, regardless of whether it was Linghu Renjia or Linghu Huan, they were several generations older than him. Therefore, he would usually address the two of them as granduncles. The two of them were also the pillars of the Linghu family. Their status was lofty, even higher than Linghu Renjia, the patriarch of the Linghu family. "Let's go." Under Linghu Renjia's gaze, Linghu Huan once again waved his fat hand. Immediately, a huge spaceship appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Before Duan Lingtian could react, Linghu Huan's fat body had already flashed to Duan Lingtian's side. He placed his fat hand on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and brought him into the spaceship in the blink of an eye. "Little guy, why are you in a daze? It's time to go." As for Linghu Hang, he moved his thin body in a timely manner. His movements were like the wind as he entered the spaceship in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Then, by the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the spaceship had already flown out. Although there were images of array formations all around, they were all gray and hazy. It was impossible to see clearly. The speed was so fast that it surpassed the range of Duan Lingtian's naked eye. Elder Huan, this is a divine emperor-level spaceship. Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at the fat old man who had just walked away. He was the Linghu family's Elder Huan and asked curiously. How is it? Can't you see the situation outside clearly? Linghu Huan grinned. His originally small eyes were instantly squeezed out by the fat on his face. Right now, this spaceship is hurrying at the speed of a middle god king. It will take at most half a day to send you back to the Hidden Fog sect. Half a day? Duan Lingtian was startled. It had to be known that the distance from the Linghu family to the Hidden Fog sect was far greater than the distance from the Hidden Fog sect to the divine abode and divine vault left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu. Although it wasn't twice as far, it was close. A middle god king's speed was actually this fast. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought about how many divine stones the spaceship consumed to maintain this speed. He couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. In just half a day, this spaceship had consumed at least several thousand taels of divine stones. Half a day, several thousand divine stones. Even if Duan Lingtian had several 100,000 divine stones in his hands, he was still frightened by such a large expenditure. Even if all the divine stones in his hands were added together, it would only be enough for this divine emperor-level spaceship to maintain this speed for several dozen days. It would be hard to even fly for 100 days. While he was shocked, Duan Lingtian also began to size up everything in front of him. The divine emperor-level spaceship wasn't much more luxurious than the god king-level spaceship that the myriad demon sect disciple Duan Lingtian had taken out before. It was clear that the grade of a spaceship didn't care about how luxurious the interior was. What mattered was speed. In the simple cabin, there were only some fixed tables and chairs. Unless the spaceship was damaged, these tables and chairs wouldn't move in the slightest. Now, the unsmiling elder Linghu Heng was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the spaceship. His eyes were closed, and it was unknown whether he was closing his eyes to rest or cultivating. As for Linghu Heng, he was sizing up the scenery outside with interest. Of course, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he couldn't clearly see the scenery outside. This was because the naked eye couldn't keep up. Elder Huan. After a while, Duan Lingtian thought of a problem. When I return to the Hidden Fog sect, how do you and Elder Huan plan to follow me in? Linghu Heng heard this and said matter-of-factly, wouldn't it be fine to hide in your small world? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard this. But, on the surface, he said as if nothing had happened, that's one way, but, if I don't have time to let the two of you out and perish, wouldn't the two of you have come here in vain? Brat, your reaction speed can't be that slow, right? Linghu Heng was a bit speechless. If you aren't confident in yourself, the two of us can go in by ourselves. And what Duan Lingtian was waiting for was these words from Linghu Heng. There were too many secrets in his small world. He naturally couldn't allow Linghu Heng and Linghu Heng to enter. Chapter 37-37. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the little world in his body was his absolute secret. Whether it was the god of life tree or the 5 divine elements, once the secrets were exposed, all that awaited him was a tragic death. Besides the strongest powerhouses, there was likely no one who could resist such a temptation. Perhaps even the strongest powerhouses might be tempted, although the strongest powerhouses couldn't use these things, that didn't mean their loved ones couldn't use them. At the very least, Duan Lingtian put himself in their shoes and thought, if he was the strongest powerhouse and had the chance to obtain these things, even if he couldn't use them, he would definitely give them to his wife, children, and parents. Hearing Linghu Huan say that they could enter by themselves, Duan Lingtian relaxed. Then, for the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian walked to the side and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. We're here. As Linghu Huan's voice sounded out, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. He looked out of the flying ship and discovered that they had arrived in the skies above the Hidden Fog sect. At this time, Ling Huheng also opened his eyes and stood up. A pair of originally turbid eyes, in an instant, shot out 2 rays of light. Little fellow. Ling Huan looked at Duan Lingtian. His originally frivolous and fat face now appeared solemn. We will follow behind you and enter the Hidden Fog sect. If no one opens the path for the Hidden Fog sect's great protective array, we will be discovered if we rashly enter. With you leading the way, we can conceal ourselves and follow. In this case, unless there is a divine sovereign nearby, it will be impossible to discover our whereabouts. Duan Lingtian nodded at Ling Huan's words. In truth, he had been wondering how Old Hang and Old Man Hang would enter the Hidden Fog sect. After all, the Hidden Fog sect had an array formation that had been passed down for many years. Even with Old Man Hang and Old Man Hang's strength, they would likely be discovered if they rashly entered. Now, after hearing Ling Huan's words, he suddenly realized that he had to open the path in front. As for how Ling Huan and the other man followed him in, it wasn't difficult for him to guess. They must have followed him in like a shadow when he used his identity token to open the way. After Ling Huan put away the spaceship, Duan Lingtian discovered that regardless of whether it was Ling Huan or Ling Huheng, their bodies had become illusory in an instant. It was as if they had turned into ripples in the void. Water laws? In that instant, Duan Lingtian also saw that the 2 of them were using the water principles to hide their bodies. Fortunately, he was close to them. If he was any further away, it would be difficult for him to see them. Go. Ling Huan's voice sounded. Don't look back, lest someone finds out. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he headed towards the Hidden Fog sect station. With the core disciple status token, he passed through the layers of array formations outside the Hidden Fog sect station without encountering any hindrance. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian directly returned to his residence in the core disciple training area. From beginning to end, he had no intention of hiding anything. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is back? And Duan Lingtian's return attracted the attention of many people. This was because many people hadn't heard any news about Duan Lingtian recently. Many people said that he wasn't in the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, many people knew that core disciple Long Xiao was looking for Duan Lingtian. After all, Long Xiao had been looking for Duan Lingtian in King's Descent City with great fanfare. This was no longer a secret in the Hidden Fog sect. As for why Long Xiao was looking for Duan Lingtian, few people knew. But, with Long Xiao's attitude at the time, it couldn't have been anything good. I think that Long Xiao will soon come knocking on my door. After Duan Lingtian returned to his residence, his lips curved up in a sneer. Before returning, he had received a message from Wu Feng saying that Long Xiao had stayed in King's Descent City for a period of time after learning that he had gone there. Moreover, Long Xiao had been looking for him with great fanfare. It was just as Duan Lingtian had thought. He had just returned when Long Xiao, who had received the news, came knocking on his door to look for him. Duan Lingtian. Long Xiao hadn't arrived yet, but his angry voice was like a thunderclap that resounded through the core disciple training area. It was deafening. Instantly, numerous figures soared up into the sky. They were precisely core disciples like Duan Lingtian. This voice, is it senior apprentice brother Long Xiao? It's Long Xiao. I heard that Long Xiao was looking for Duan Lingtian in King's Descent City with great fanfare. Now that he's here, does that mean that Duan Lingtian has returned? I just asked someone. Duan Lingtian seems to have returned. When the group of core disciples came out, Long Xiao's figure had already appeared. Long Xiao's face was gloomy and his eyes were fierce. He stared at one of the core disciples' quarters and his divine power was fluctuating as if it could explode at any time. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and looked at Long Xiao from afar. He smiled faintly and said, "Senior apprentice brother Long Xiao, are you looking for me?" Currently, Duan Lingtian seemed as though nothing had happened, and he had a carefree expression. Duan Lingtian, after hiding outside for so long, you're finally willing to come back? Long Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. He frowned slightly and extended his divine consciousness to envelop Duan Lingtian. I was wondering why you suddenly came back. So you've become a low-level divine king and have become more capable. After probing Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, Long Shao sneered. As Long Shao spoke, the crowd burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian, he broke through? He isn't even 3,000 years old yet, right? To be more precise, he isn't even 2,800 years old yet. Heavens! He hasn't even reached 2,000 years of age, and yet he has comprehended the space laws to such a degree. He even has the strength to become a core disciple of our hidden fog sect with a divine spirit cultivation. Now that he has broken through to the lower God King realm, even an ordinary middle God King might not be his match. You also said that he is an ordinary medium-level divine king. Someone like senior apprentice brother Long Shao who can defeat ordinary high-level divine kings isn't a match for him. As the core disciples were discussing, Duan Lingtian looked at Long Shao in confusion. Senior apprentice brother Long Shao, what do you mean? Duan Lingtian, what are you playing at? Long Shao smirked. Don't tell me you've forgotten what you promised me a few months ago. What? Duan Lingtian curiously asked, a confused look on his face. It looks like you really didn't take my words to heart. Long Zhao's complexion darkened. His eyes flashed with an intimidating cold light and his tone was as cold as ice. Senior apprentice brother Long Shao, I really don't know what I promised you. How about you repeat yourself? Duan Lingtian asked politely with a smile on his face. Good, very good. Long Shao was so angry that he laughed. It looks like after Duan Lingtian broke through to the lower divine king realm, you are so confident in yourself that you don't even place me in your eyes. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Long Shao, his expression carefree. He was waiting for Long Shao to attack. Once Long Shao attacked, he would have enough reason to defend himself. At that time, even if he killed Long Shao, he would still be killing in self-defense. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog sect, he was innocent. However, what Duan Lingtian didn't expect was that before Long Shao attacked, a figure rapidly approached from afar. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to him. It's senior apprentice brother Shangguan Xiongfeng. Senior apprentice brother Shangguan Xiongfeng is here. The person who came was Shangguan Xiongfeng. As soon as he appeared, the eyes of the surrounding core disciples lit up with excitement. Shangguan Xiongfeng was one of the top 3 core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was only a middle divine king, his true strength was stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Even if Shangguan Xiongfeng's identity as Elder Feng's disciple was ignored, he was still the target of many core disciples. Many core disciples idolized him and revered him greatly. Long Shao, you aren't afraid of him, are you? You actually called me over. Shangguan Xiongfeng smiled at the core disciples and then walked to Long Zhao's side. He sent a message to Long Shao. This Duan Lingtian has broken through to the lower divine king realm. Long Shao said in a deep voice, although I don't think he is my match, since he dares to come back so brazenly, he must have a certain amount of confidence in himself. So, I asked you to help me out just in case. For Long Shao to become the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's elder Lei and have his current achievements, he naturally wasn't a reckless person. In his opinion, asking Shangguan Xiongfeng to help him out was just a favor. If he were to fail miserably, that would truly be a loss of face. You are quite careful. Shangguan Xiongfeng looked deeply at Long Shao and then turned to Duan Lingtian. He lightly said, Junior apprentice brother Duan, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Shangguan Xiongfeng, did you come here to return the 2 revival good fortune pills that you stole from me in the past? Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng, his tone incomparably indifferent. What do you mean I stole your revival good fortune pills? Shangguan Xiongfeng smiled. Junior apprentice brother Duan, didn't I use a medium-grade divine artifact to exchange for those 2 revival good fortune pills? How come you are saying that I stole your revival good fortune pills? You dare to do it but you don't dare to admit it. As Elder Feng's disciple, aren't you afraid of losing face for him? Seeing Shangguan Xiongfeng's face, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. he sneered. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the smile on Shangguan Xiongfeng's face instantly froze. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to slander me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Duan Lingtian smiled. Slander? How about we swear a heart demon blood oath in front of everyone and see just who is slandering who? I can swear a heart demon blood oath to guarantee that everything I say is true. I'm just afraid you won't dare. Duan Lingtian's words caused Shangguan Xiongfeng's complexion to change. Chapter 37-38. As for the surrounding core disciples who didn't believe Duan Lingtian's words, when they heard that Duan Lingtian dared to make a heart demon blood oath, their hearts began to waver. Now, when they saw Shangguan Xiongfeng's complexion change, they immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. However, as they thought of how Duan Lingtian would confront Shangguan Xiongfeng, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian, did he not want to live anymore? Although Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were extremely high, and he was rarely seen in their hidden fog sect, it was a fact that he didn't have any background. As for Shangguan Xiongfeng, he was the disciple of Elder Feng, one of the 4 highest elders of the hidden fog sect. He was also Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. Today, even if Shangguan Xiongfeng killed Duan Lingtian in a rage, it was impossible for him to pay for Duan Lingtian's life with his own. At most, he would be casually punished. His status allowed him to ignore the sect's rules. How about it? Do you dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng, his lips curling in a mocking smile. Long Shao, who was standing beside Shangguan Xiongfeng, was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. This Duan Lingtian, did he think they didn't dare to kill him? Not only did he provoke him, but he also provoked Shangguan Xiongfeng. Long Shao, I want his life. Shangguan Xiongfeng was so angry that his body trembled. In the end, he couldn't bear it any longer. After greeting Long Shao, his figure flashed and he flew towards Duan Lingtian. Long Shao was speechless. I called you here just to watch the situation, why are you doing it yourself? However, when he thought of his purpose in coming here today, which was to kill Duan Lingtian to vent his anger, he felt relieved. As long as this Duan Lingtian who had played him like a monkey died here today, it was fine. Whether he died at his hands or Shangguan Xiongfeng's hands, it was all the same. I can give you his life, but you will owe me a favor. Long Shao shouted as he looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng's back. Sure. Upon hearing Long Zhao's words, Shangguan Xiongfeng, who had arrived near Duan Lingtian, replied coldly. As for the surrounding core disciples, at this moment, they only felt a chill in their hearts. These 2 people completely disregarded the rules of the hidden fog sect. If they wanted to kill someone, they would kill them. If they were in Duan Lingtian's position today, they would have died without a doubt. Moreover, after they died, the sect would not stand up for them. This was because both Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng had a master who could protect them. At this moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of pity. Deep in their hearts, they felt a sense of sympathy for him. What a pity for such a genius. Because of Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng, the hidden fog sect will lose a genius that is no worse than Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago. The group of core disciples sighed in their hearts. In the distance, the inner sect elder, Zhang Jin, who had once led the way for Duan Lingtian and brought him here, had arrived a long time ago. He had been quietly watching everything that was happening before his eyes. Although he was the inner sect elder in charge of the core disciples' cultivation area, he should have stepped forward to stop the battle between 2 core disciples. But when he saw that one side was Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng, he didn't dare to interfere. If he didn't care, he would at most be punished. He wouldn't die. But once he interfered, he might suffer revenge in the future and die without a burial ground. Thus, even though he pitied Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare to interfere. He could only sigh in his heart. Duan Lingtian, why did you come back? Even if you broke through to become a lower god king, it is impossible for you to be a match for either one of them. And now, both of them want to kill you. Zhang Jin felt powerless. At the same time, messages were being sent out by the core disciples to those they were familiar with, informing them of what had happened. Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Shangguan Xiongfeng had already attacked. Duan Lingtian was in imminent danger. The news spread very quickly. As an inner sect elder, Tang Chun also received the news very quickly. Horror dawned on his face immediately. How did Duan Lingtian offend Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? The last time Long Shao looked for him, was it to kill him? Tang Chun felt his scalp tingle. Heavens! Duan Lingtian's status isn't so simple. If he dies in the Hidden Fog sect, then... Tang Chun didn't dare to think any further. In the past, before he went to Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy and brought Duan Lingtian to the Hidden Fog sect, he had gone to a restaurant owned by a God King level family clan, the Zhong family. He had seen with his own eyes how the Zhong family feared Duan Lingtian as if he were a god. At that time, he had guessed that behind Duan Lingtian, there was at least a god emperor level influence. And after that, he had asked the Zhong family's old ancestor many times. This was the Hidden Fog sect's old ancestor who had warned him not to move against the Zhong family. But, the old ancestor wasn't willing to tell him. It was only recently that the old ancestor couldn't stand his pestering that he finally told him everything he knew. Duan Lingtian had once been together with a young girl. They were close to each other, as if they were brother and sister. And that young girl had a god emperor powerhouse protecting her. Moreover, this god emperor didn't seem to be an ordinary lower god emperor. He was suspected to be an outstanding lower god emperor, or even a middle god emperor. It had to be known that in their Hidden Fog sect, only the 4 highest elders of the wind, thunder, cloud, and fog sect could be considered outstanding lower god emperors. As for the remaining god emperors, they were all ordinary lower god emperors. For an existence like the wind, thunder, cloud, and fog sect's 4 highest elders to protect her, the young girl's status could be imagined. She was at least someone from a peak god emperor level influence, or even someone from a god emperor level influence. As for Duan Lingtian, he had a close relationship with that young girl. Crazy, this is crazy, Tang Chun's heart trembled. If Duan Lingtian really died at the hands of Long Shao or Shangguan Xiongfeng in the Hidden Fog sect, it could be imagined what would happen to the Hidden Fog sect once that young girl was enraged, granduncle. As Tang Chun's heart was shaking and his mind was blank, unable to recover for a long time, Tang Wuyan's message arrived. Hurry and go to the core disciples' cultivation area. Save Duan Lingtian. Tang Wuyan's message was filled with anxiety, and there was even a trace of sobbing in his voice. Tang Chun regained his composure. He hurriedly responded with a yes, and then rushed to the core disciples' cultivation area. He had to stop Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng. Otherwise, the Hidden Fog sect would welcome an unprecedented calamity. At that time, unless the Tianlong clan was willing to protect the Hidden Fog sect, it would be difficult for the Hidden Fog sect to escape annihilation. Vice Sect Master Murong. As he was rushing to the core disciples' cultivation area, Tang Chun didn't forget to send a message to Murong Suifeng, the Vice Sect Master of the Hidden Fog sect as well as the Dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He told him what had happened in the Hidden Fog sect. Then, he revealed some shocking news. Vice Sect Master Murong, you also participated in Skywind City's Zhou family's auction in the past. There was a young girl with a mysterious identity who had a god emperor powerhouse protecting her. You should remember this, right? At that time, the youth who bid for the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pill in the box was Duan Lingtian. This matter has been confirmed by the Zhong family. Before the young girl's god emperor powerhouse made a move, someone from the Zhong family entered the box and saw Duan Lingtian. Vice Sect Master Murong, I don't have the Sect Master's soul bead. Quickly send a message to the Sect Master and tell him to stop Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng from killing Duan Lingtian. Tang Chun felt that by the time he arrived at the core disciples' cultivation area, it would be too late. So, on the way, he sent a message to Murong Suifeng, telling him to tell the Hidden Fog Sect Master to stop Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng from killing Duan Lingtian. He believed that as long as Vice Sect Master Murong told the Hidden Fog Sect Master about the pros and cons, the Sect Master would definitely tell Elder Feng and Elder Lei to stop the disciples. At the same time, Murong Suifeng, who was in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, was completely stunned when he received Tang Chun's message. What? Duan Ling Tian is the young man who went missing after the young lady left the Zhou clan's auction with the Divine Emperor by her side? Murong Suifeng was stunned for a moment. When he thought of what Tang Chun said, his expression changed. He immediately sent a message to the Hidden Fog Sect Master. As for the Hidden Fog Sect Master, after receiving Murong Suifeng's message, his expression also changed. Are you sure Duan Ling Tian is that person? The Hidden Fog Sect Master had entered the Hidden Fog Sect with Murong Suifeng when he was young. So, the two of them had a good relationship and often chatted in private. Because of this, when Murong Suifeng mentioned the Zhou family's auction house to him, he also knew about the young girl who had a God Emperor powerhouse protecting her. He also knew about the young man who had a close relationship with the young girl who had suddenly disappeared. Now, after learning that the young man was Duan Ling Tian and that Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were preparing to kill Duan Ling Tian, his heart trembled. This matter can be confirmed by Skywind City's God King level Zhong family. Sect Master, the most important thing now is to stop Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng. If we stop them, Duan Ling Tian won't die. If you want to confirm it, it won't be too late to confirm it later. Do you want to gamble? Murong Suifeng's messages came one after another, completely awakening the Hidden Fog Sect Master. He didn't hesitate and immediately sent a message to the Hidden Fog Sect's Grand Elder Feng and Grand Elder Lei. He wanted them to stop their sect's disciples, Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, from killing Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, it seems his background isn't ordinary. He once acted intimately with a young girl who had a God Emperor powerhouse protecting her. They seem to be siblings. That God Emperor powerhouse isn't an ordinary low-level God Emperor. He seems to be an outstanding low-level God Emperor. After Grand Elder Feng and Grand Elder Lei learned of this matter, they were naturally shocked. In particular, Grand Elder Lei was suddenly enlightened. No wonder that Duan Ling Tian rejected me and wasn't willing to enter my sect. It seems his background isn't ordinary. We must stop Shao, immediately. We must stop Xiongfeng. When the two Grand Elders of the Hidden Fog Sect hurriedly regained their senses and wanted to take out the soul pearls of their sect's disciples, Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng. However, they discovered that the soul pearls of their sect's disciples, Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng, had completely shattered, turning into fragments that lay quietly in their storage rings. Chapter 37-39. At the core disciples' cultivation area. When Shengguan Xiongfeng attacked Duan Ling Tian, the core disciples present, as well as the inner sect elder Zhang Jin, all thought that Duan Ling Tian would die. Even though Duan Ling Tian had displayed astonishing strength in the past and had already stepped into the lesser God King realm, Shengguan Xiongfeng's inner sect elder was much stronger than most inner sect elders. But, Shengguan Xiongfeng was a core disciple whose strength surpassed most inner sect elders. His talent and perception could be ranked in the top echelons of the Hidden Fog Sect. In terms of laws, Shengguan Xiongfeng wasn't any weaker than Duan Ling Tian. In terms of cultivation, Shengguan Xiongfeng was superior. In terms of divine artifacts, the two of them could only take out mediocre divine artifacts at most. As for bloodline power, Duan Ling Tian came from a Devata realm and wasn't a native of a realm of gods. Naturally, he didn't have it. However, Shengguan Xiongfeng had it. Of course, Duan Ling Tian had accidentally comprehended the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Although it couldn't be considered a true Sword Dao, its might couldn't be underestimated. However, the embryonic form of Sword Dao wasn't enough for Duan Ling Tian to overcome the gap in cultivation and bloodline power between him and Shengguan Xiongfeng. At most, the embryonic form of Sword Dao was equal to bloodline power. How could he make up for the gap in cultivation? Duan Ling Tian is dead for sure. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. Shengguan Xiongfeng flew out like an eagle and attacked Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he attacked, he took out a mediocre divine artifact and attacked without holding back at all. The surrounding core disciples felt pity in their hearts. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. At the same time, they felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. The disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 highest elders usually knew their place and behaved themselves. Once they attacked a Hidden Fog sect disciple, it would be a nightmare for them. "How dare you make fun of me, Long Shao? You deserve to die." Long Shao stood in the distance with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a sneer on his face. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. "Duan Lingtian, it's good to have a backbone. But, if you don't have the ability and still play with your backbone, then that's stupid behavior. If there is an afterlife, learn to keep a low profile." Long Shao sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, his tone full of ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Duan Lingtian make a move. He actually also brazenly attacked Shengguan Xiongfeng. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The mocking smile on Long Zhao's face grew wider. And now, the others basically had the same thoughts. "Duan Lingtian, if you can survive under my hands today, I will return those 2 fate pills to you." Shengguan Xiongfeng faced Duan Lingtian and said in a cold tone. His words carried a hint of mockery, as if he had already defeated Duan Lingtian. "I'm afraid even if you want to return them, you won't be alive to do so." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they heard Duan Lingtian's reply to Shengguan Xiongfeng. Then, they were shocked to see, as Duan Lingtian's divine power soared, the law of space ultimacy was further revealed. The combination of the 3 ultimacies showed that he had surpassed Shengguan Xiongfeng in terms of comprehension of the law. Then, a divine sword that caused the crowd to tremble appeared in his hand. Together with the embryonic form of sword principle, it completely suppressed Shengguan Xiongfeng's attack in a crushing manner. It should be known that, now, except for the power of the bloodline, Shengguan Xiongfeng did not hold back at all. How is this possible? Shengguan Xiongfeng's calm expression changed drastically. At the same time, his whole body was surrounded by a bloody light. The power of the bloodline that he did not intend to use burst out in an instant. However, even so, he was still at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian had not made a move yet, but once he made a move, he was completely desperate. Shengguan Xiongfeng did not expect that Duan Lingtian had not used the law of space before. What was more unexpected was that Duan Lingtian had a high-grade divine weapon. Now, the divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a high-grade divine sword. Together with the embryonic form of sword principle and his law of space, it completely suppressed his attack. "Run!" At this moment, Shengguan Xiongfeng realized that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. So, he decisively wanted to break away from his attack and escape. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, his reaction was a little too slow. Whoosh! The sword radiance condensed by the spatial storm swept out through the high-grade divine sword. Once it was launched, it was like a meteor in the dark, eye-catching, and difficult to blink. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword radiance shattered Shengguan Xiongfeng's attack. Then, it was Shengguan Xiongfeng himself. When the sword radiance landed on his body, it instantly wreaked havoc. Ah! The moment before his body was blown into a bloody mist by the spatial storm, Shengguan Xiongfeng's miserable and pained cry reverberated through the surroundings. Everyone who heard it felt their scalps tingle and their hairs stand on end. "If you want to return it, you have to wait for me to accept it." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood in the air that was filled with blood mist as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At this time, Duan Lingtian stood there, proud and aloof, like a sword god. This, I'm not dreaming, am I? Senior apprentice brother Shengguan Xiongfeng died? Shengguan Xiongfeng was one of the top 3 core disciples of our Hidden Fog sect. Even the strongest core disciple didn't dare to say he could kill him. Yet, he died at Duan Lingtian's hands? Doesn't that mean, with the strength that Duan Lingtian has displayed, he can be ranked as the strongest core disciple of our Hidden Fog sect? He is also the strongest core disciple of our hidden fog sect. Don't think too much about it. Do you think that Elder Feng will let him go after he killed Shangguan Xiongfeng? Shangguan Xiongfeng was Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. Moreover, some people say that Shangguan Xiongfeng might be Elder Feng's grandson, the son of Elder Feng's illegitimate child. The surrounding crowd of spectating core disciples were dumbstruck by the scene before them for a short moment before returning to their senses, and the gazes they shot at Duan Ling Tian were filled with astonishment and disbelief. This Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Jin was also stunned. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, even if he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Although he was stronger than most of the inner sect elders, he was at most on par with Long Shao. Compared to Shangguan Xiongfeng, he was slightly inferior. No, impossible, impossible. Long Shao stood in the distance. His originally mocking smile had completely frozen and was replaced with shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Long Shao, you wanted to kill me just now. While Long Shao was still in a daze, Duan Ling Tian's gaze had already landed on him. The killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes caused Long Shao to shiver. He immediately regained his composure and turned around, wanting to leave. His strength was inferior to Shangguan Xiongfeng's. Shangguan Xiongfeng had been killed by Duan Ling Tian in a single move, so what could he do? Run. This was the only thought left in Long Zhao's mind. He only wanted to escape back to his master's place of cultivation. Then, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be able to kill him. At the same time, he turned around and took out his master's soul bead. He was prepared to send a message to his master to save him. No. However, Duan Ling Tian's figure had teleported to block his path, and the sword light that was swinging towards him made it impossible for him to send a message. Long Shao didn't plan to fight with Duan Ling Tian. Coupled with the fear in his heart, even if he hastily blocked Duan Ling Tian's attack, it would be futile. Boom! When the spatial storm raged again, Long Zhao's body exploded into a bloody mist, following in Shangguan Xiongfeng's footsteps. When this scene appeared, the group of core disciples who had just regained their composure fell into a daze again. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, several figures rushed to the scene. They were the first group of hidden fog sect elders and disciples who had received news of what had happened here. However, all they saw was the bloody mist floating down and Duan Ling Tian's figure standing with his hands behind his back. Now, the high-grade divine sword had been stored in Duan Ling Tian's storage ring. What's going on? Didn't they say that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian? Where are they? Ding Yiming, I received your message and came over. You aren't lying to me, right? The group of people who had just arrived were all dumbfounded. They looked left and right, but they didn't see Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Zhao's figures. They all felt like they had been deceived. Duan Ling Tian? Tang Chun also arrived. When he saw that Duan Ling Tian was safe and sound, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed that his message had been effective. After a while, more and more people arrived. At this time, the group of core disciples who were originally present regained their senses. Faced with the doubts of the people they had called over, they first looked at the purple figure standing not far away in horror before they said in a hushed voice, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were just killed by Duan Ling Tian. Initially, I thought Duan Ling Tian would be killed by Shangguan Xiongfeng, but I didn't expect him to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng instead. Long Shao tried to escape, but Duan Ling Tian chased after him and killed him with just one strike. I'm afraid today's matter will be difficult to resolve. Elder Feng and Elder Lei will definitely not let this matter rest. That's right. Although Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian first, and Duan Ling Tian was only defending himself, everyone knows that things are not that simple. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Duan Ling Tian for not having any background. As the group of core disciples who were originally present spoke, the group of people who had just arrived was stunned again. Duan Ling Tian killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. When Tang Chun heard the words of the core disciples, he was also stunned. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, it was as if he was looking at a complete stranger. Didn't that mean that Duan Lingtian's current strength could only be stronger than his? Killing Shangguan Xiongfeng in a single move, even he couldn't do that. Xiongfeng. As the group of people that had just arrived were frightened, two angry old roars spread through the entire Hidden Fog sect station like a thunderclap. Chapter 3740. As the two angry roars spread out, the entire Hidden Fog sect station was in an uproar. Besides those who were in seclusion and had set up soundproof array formations, everyone else, no matter what they were doing, could clearly hear the two angry roars. Xiongfeng? Could it be Shangguan Xiongfeng? While most people in the Hidden Fog sect were still in a daze, there were already many figures that flew towards the core disciples' training area. These people were either high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect or disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Even the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, was among them. What's going on? Listening to Elder Feng and Elder Thunder's angry roars, did something happen to Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? Originally, when Wu Fengyin received the news that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was very happy. He thought that Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly die and that he would be able to save some effort. This was because he also planned to kill Duan Lingtian. It wasn't just because Duan Lingtian had killed his eldest disciple, Tu Feng, but also because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would grow in the future and kill him in order to eliminate him by the roots. Now, he could still take the initiative. But in the future, he could only be passive. Now that Duan Lingtian was dead, he might be killed in the future. Of these two choices, he undoubtedly chose the former. However, he still hadn't found a suitable opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. When Long Shao went to King's Descent City to look for Duan Lingtian, he had also paid attention to it. He had even personally rushed over, thinking that if Duan Lingtian appeared, he would personally kill him. However, Long Shao had returned without success and he had also returned without success. Until today, he thought it was good news. He had been waiting for news of Duan Lingtian's death to arrive. However, what he didn't expect was that what he had been waiting for were two of the four grand elders with the highest status and strongest strength in the Hidden Fog sect. The roars of the two men not only contained anger, but also a trace of desolation of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Therefore, he guessed that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were most likely finished. What's going on? Even if that Duan Lingtian has already become a lower divine king, it's impossible for him to have the ability to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Could it be that someone helped him? But, in the Hidden Fog sect, who would dare to help him kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? At this time, Wu Fengyin, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, was filled with confusion. But, he was overjoyed. Once something happens to Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, it doesn't matter whether they were killed by Duan Lingtian or not. As long as they died because of Duan Lingtian won't be able to survive. Looks like I don't need to waste any effort to kill him. Wu Fengyin didn't care if Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were still alive. He only cared about Duan Lingtian's life and death. No one wished to have such an enemy with such astonishing potential. From the moment his eldest disciple, Tu Feng, was killed by Duan Lingtian, he and Duan Lingtian were destined to walk on opposite sides. At the core disciples' cultivation area, more and more people gathered from all over. In particular, after the two angry old roars spread throughout the Hidden Fog sect station, the entire Hidden Fog sect was in an uproar. Those who were originally able to sit still could no longer sit still. They all rushed over. Duan Lingtian? Tang Wuyan also arrived. She wanted to go over and look for Duan Lingtian, but she was blocked by Tang Chun. Girl, don't go over. Granduncle? Tang Wuyan looked at Tang Chun, puzzled. Did you hear that voice just now? That was Elder Feng and Elder Lei's voices. Duan Lingtian killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. With his own hands. Tang Chun said in a low voice. What? Tang Wuyan was rushing over. Although the two voices were very sudden, she was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety so she didn't think too much about it. Now, after hearing her granduncle's words, she was completely stunned. Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao were both dead. Moreover, they were killed by Duan Lingtian with his own hands. Duan Lingtian actually had such strength? Junior brother Duan, at some unknown time, Wu Feng also arrived. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a complicated expression. At the same time, he couldn't help but send a sound transmission. You shouldn't be so impulsive. Even if you came back, you shouldn't have made such a big fuss. Moreover, after you came back, what you should have done was to defeat either Long Xiao or Shengguan Xiongfeng and then become Elder Yun's or Elder Wu's disciple. You were too impulsive. Now that you've killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, Elder Feng and Elder Lei will never let you go. How will you deal with this? Although I want to help you, there is nothing I can do. Wu Feng sighed. Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Wu Feng's concern. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Feng from afar. After greeting him with a sound transmission, he swept his eyes around. Now, more and more people were arriving. Among them, there were some familiar faces. It's the sect master. Suddenly, there was a cry of alarm. Following that, everyone's eyes turned towards the person who spoke. They saw a figure slowly walking through the air in the distance. It was as if every inch of land was the same as the sky. In just a few steps, this figure appeared not too far away from Duan Lingtian, standing high in the air. Sect Master. Sect Master. At the same time, the group of people present bowed respectfully to the person who had just arrived. This newcomer was the Hidden Fog Sect Master, Qian Yin. Of course, his original name wasn't Qian Yin. It was just that every sect master of the Hidden Fog sect didn't need to change their surname, but they had to change their name to Yin. This was the Hidden Fog sect's tradition, and it was also a rule that the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect couldn't violate. Perhaps this was just a joke that the founding ancestor of the Hidden Fog sect made on a whim, but no one dared to violate this rule. Qian Yin was a tall and handsome middle-aged man. He was dressed like a scholar and he looked extraordinarily refined. The moment Duan Lingtian saw Qian Yin, the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, he immediately thought of the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. The feeling Qian Yin gave him was very similar to Murong Suifeng. Even his temperament was similar. But, what was different from Murong Suifeng was that Qian Yin had a sharpness to him. Perhaps this was because he was the Hidden Fog sect master. You are Duan Lingtian? Qian Yin looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes calm. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. Greetings, sect master. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Qian Yin and nodded. This could be considered a greeting. You killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao? Qian Yin asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Why? Qian Yin asked. They wanted to kill me. Am I not allowed to fight back? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Hearing this, Qian Yin's originally calm expression finally changed a little. He immediately turned his head around and shouted in a deep voice, except for the core disciples and inner sect elders, everyone else is to leave the core disciple cultivation area. The inner sect elders included the core elders, grand elders, and even protectors. Thus, Qian Yin didn't go into too much detail. As soon as Qian Yin finished speaking, even though the inner sect deacons, inner sect disciples, outer sect elders, outer sect deacons, and outer sect disciples who had rushed over to join in the fun were extremely unwilling, they still obediently retreated from the core disciple cultivation area. Even Tang Wuyan retreated unwillingly under Tang Chun's warning gaze. For a time, the number of people present decreased by a lot. Only a group of core disciples and inner sect elders remained. Sect leader, you asked them to leave. It seems like you don't intend to follow the sect rules and directly convict me of a crime. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian watched the scene unfold with a calm expression. He didn't even stop those people from leaving. However, after those people left, he couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you saw this coming. Why did you still do that? It's impossible that you don't know that Shengguan Xiongfeng is Elder Feng's disciple, and Long Shao is Elder Lei's disciple. Qian Yin said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, at the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Deep down, he was still afraid of Duan Lingtian's identity. This was especially so when Duan Lingtian displayed his heaven-defying strength and Duan Lingtian actually had a prominent divine weapon in his possession. It had to be known that even a divine emperor-level force would only have a few prominent divine weapons without an artifact soul. For example, in their hidden fog sect, only he, the 4 Grand Elders, and a few others had prominent divine weapons. I'll say the same thing. Duan Lingtian looked at Qian Yin calmly. They wanted to kill me, so I was purely defending myself. However, who would have thought that they would be so weak? They couldn't even take a single strike from me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of mockery could be seen on the corners of his mouth. Who? Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, 2 figures appeared silently before everyone's eyes, one after the other. One of them was a thin old man in blue clothes. His face was thin and withered, but his eyes were sharper than an ordinary person's. His entire body exuded a sharp aura, as if he could tear apart space with the slightest movement of his robes. The other person was a tall old man in purple robes. His purple robes were embroidered with countless bolts of lightning. His hair was snow white, but his appearance was no different from a middle-aged man's. His eyes seemed to flash with lightning as they locked onto Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Elder Wind. Greetings, Elder Thunder. As the 2 old men appeared one after another, everyone present, with the exception of Sect Master Qian Yin, bowed respectfully to them. Through the greetings of the crowd, it wasn't hard to confirm the identities of these 2 people. They were 2 of the Hidden Fog Sect's 4 Grand Elders, Elder Wind and Elder Thunder. At the same time, they were also the masters of Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Elder Thunder had once sent a disciple to Duan Lingtian, intending to take him in as a disciple. But he was rejected by Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. In the crowd, the Hidden Fog Sect's 2nd Elder, Wu Fengyin, looked at the purple-clothed youth in front of him. His eyes and face were filled with schadenfreude. Chapter 37:41. The Hidden Fog Sect's 4 highest elders represented wind, thunder, cloud, and mist. They represented the Hidden Fog Sect's strongest martial strength. Normally, if there wasn't anything important, they would rarely appear. Even for some of the inner sect elders and core disciples present, this was the first time they had seen the 2 highest elders appear at the same time. They should be worried about Duan Lingtian's background, so they should be lenient towards Duan Lingtian, right? Tang Chun looked at Elder Wind and Elder Thunder and felt his scalp tingle. These 2 weren't existences that ordinary highest elders of the Hidden Fog Sect could compare with. They didn't need to worry about killing a person in the Hidden Fog Sect. Of course, if that person had some great background, killing them would threaten them and even the Hidden Fog Sect, then they would definitely have some concerns. You are Duan Lingtian? The thin old man in blue clothes was Elder Wind. His sharp eyes emitted a calm light as they fell on Duan Lingtian. Why did you kill my sect's disciple, Shengguan Xiongfeng? Almost as soon as Elder Wind's voice fell, a powerful aura swept towards Duan Lingtian. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt a strong pressure press down on him. But he clenched his teeth and withstood it. Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Wind without fear. He lightly said, I didn't know Shengguan Xiongfeng. He blocked my path for no reason and stole my 2 revival good fortune pills. But today, when I spoke of this matter, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill me. I was just defending myself. I didn't think he would be so useless. I killed him with a single sword strike. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, Tang Chun's complexion changed. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would dare to speak like this in front of Elder Wind. And in that instant, everyone present could clearly feel a cold wind blow through the area. It was like the temperature of the entire core disciple area had dropped by a great deal. Elder Wind's blue clothes fluttered. He coldly said, "What evidence do you have that my sex disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng, stole your revival good fortune pills for no reason? Does a heart demon blood oath count?" Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Elder Feng as the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Heart demon blood oath. When Duan Lingtian said that, everyone present couldn't help but glance at Elder Feng cautiously. After all, Duan Lingtian had even brought out the heart demon blood oath. This meant that he was confident in everything he said and wasn't afraid of the heart demon blood oath. In an instant, the cold wind at the scene became stronger and colder. Elder Feng's green robes were already fluttering in the wind. His eyes had also gradually turned sharp. "Then why did you kill my disciple, Long Shao? I heard that he didn't attack you at all. It was you who attacked him and even killed him." When Elder Feng suddenly quietened down, Elder Lei opened his mouth. His voice was like a clap of thunder. Sound waves rolled out, condensed, and pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. His body also involuntarily trembled. However, Duan Lingtian was still able to withstand it. If it were an ordinary lower god king, they might not have been able to withstand it. But he wasn't an ordinary lower god king. His physical fitness wasn't bad to begin with. In addition, he had fused with the seven orifices exquisite sword and cultivated the pine willow god tree's divine image. The strength of the god tree of life had also tempered his body to a certain extent. Thus, let alone a lower god king, even an ordinary god sovereign might not be able to compare with him. Long Shao. Duan Lingtian's gaze shifted to Elder Lei. He faintly smiled. Elder Lei might not know, but several months ago, Long Shao came to find me. He told me to kneel and walk 10 miles to your cultivation ground to beg you to become his disciple. There was no lack of threats in his words. I pretended to agree and left the Hidden Fog sect. When he learned that I had appeared in King Descent City, he went to King Descent City to search for my whereabouts. He stayed in King Descent City for a long time, waiting for me to show up. Today, as soon as I returned, he came looking for me, saying he wanted to kill me. Since he wants to kill me, do I have to leave him alive and give him a chance to kill me? Speaking of this, Duan Lingtian deeply looked at Elder Lei. I can take responsibility for everything I say. I can make a heart demon blood oath. As for whether it is true or false, I'm sure Elder Lei already knows. Duan Lingtian calmly said. As for Duan Lingtian's calmness, as it fell into Elder Feng and Elder Lei's eyes, it seemed a bit unfathomable. This was because unless Duan Lingtian had some great background, they couldn't figure out where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. Trying to reason with them? That would depend on whether the other party had enough cards in their hands. If Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary Hidden Fog sect disciple without any background, then no matter how high his talent or perception was, they would have already killed him. They wouldn't have bothered with him at all. The reason they hadn't done anything yet was because they feared that Duan Lingtian had some great background behind him. Duan Lingtian. After Elder Feng and Elder Lei exchanged sound transmissions with the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Qian Yin stepped forward. He faintly glanced at Duan Lingtian. You killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and he tried to kill you. This is pardonable. But, although Long Shao said he wanted to kill you, he didn't do anything. Perhaps that was just a joke. As for you, because of his words, you took the initiative to kill him. This is already a violation of the Hidden Fog sect's rules. So, after discussing this with Elder Feng and Elder Lei, we decided to imprison you. You will be imprisoned in Elder Feng's small world. Do you accept this punishment of mine? Qian Yin, Elder Feng, and Elder Lei exchanged sound transmissions. Although the two of them wished they could kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible, they still had to consider the overall situation. Thus, they decided to imprison Duan Lingtian and not kill Duan Lingtian. Like this, if Duan Lingtian had some great background, they would naturally send a message to inform his elders to come save him. And if no one came to save Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be too late to kill him after some time had passed and take revenge for Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. This, the onlooking core disciples and inner sect elders were all stunned. They had never expected this to be the result. Duan Lingtian had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, but he was only imprisoned. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian would be directly executed. How is this possible? The Hidden Fog Sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, had a look of disbelief. He subconsciously wanted to interrupt, but as he thought about how he didn't have the qualifications to interrupt in front of these three and question their decision, he immediately shut his mouth. Duan Lingtian was also stunned. He originally thought that since he had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, elders Feng and Lei would definitely kill him. At that time, the Linghu family's elders Hang and Huan would rescue him. He would then leave the Hidden Fog sect and join the Linghu family. But he never imagined that elders Feng and Lei wouldn't kill him. Moreover, they only decided to imprison him. What was going on? Duan Lingtian couldn't figure it out. Now, he carefully observed elders Feng and Lei's eyes. It wasn't hard to discover that their eyes contained an icy killing intent aimed at him. Since they wanted to kill him, why didn't they make a move? Were they worried about something? Could it be that they had discovered that elders Hang and Huan were hiding in the shadows? Were elders Hang and Huan's concealment skills so poor? Duan Lingtian. As Duan Lingtian heard Xian Yin's words, he was startled. Before he could respond, a sound transmission entered his ears from behind Xian Yin. It was Tang Chun's sound transmission. The sect master and grand elders Feng and Lei have made this decision because they want to give you a chance to inform your elders. If your elders can make them lower their heads, they will definitely let you go. If they don't fear the background behind you, then you will be mercilessly killed by them. So, hurry up and inform your elders. These were Tang Chun's exact words. Elders? What elders? Duan Lingtian was startled. Elder Tang Chun, what do you mean? He didn't respond for a moment. Tang Chun was infuriated when he heard this. Duan Lingtian, it's already come to this. Don't hold back anymore. I've already obtained news from the Zhong family. Your background isn't ordinary. In the past, at Skywind City's Zhou family auction, the young girl who acted intimately with you had a divine emperor powerhouse protecting her. According to what Vice Sect Master Murong said, that divine emperor powerhouse's strength is likely no weaker than any of our hidden fog sects Feng, Lei, Yun, and Wu great elders. Previously, when I found out that Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill you, I immediately looked for Vice Sect Leader Murong and asked him to send a message to the sect leader to inform Elder Feng and Elder Lei to stop them from killing you. But I never imagined that not only were you not killed by them, but you even managed to kill them, moreover, in such a short period of time. As Tang Chun spoke, he was speechless. He had been worried that Duan Lingtian would be killed, but now it seemed that he shouldn't have been worried about Duan Lingtian, but Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. So that's how it is. After Tang Chun's sound transmission, Duan Lingtian was finally enlightened. So the reason Elder Feng, Elder Lei, and even the Hidden Fog Sect Master Qian Yin hadn't executed him was because of the young girl he had met in Skywind City who called him Big Brother, Duan Xiaoyu. It was the same as the Zhong family. The three high-level figures of the Hidden Fog Sect all feared Duan Xiaoyu's background. If they knew that I only met Duan Xiaoyu by chance and didn't know what her background was, perhaps they wouldn't hesitate to kill me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, this is the sect's punishment for you. Are you satisfied? Seeing Duan Lingtian ignore him for a long time, the Hidden Fog Sect Master Qian Yin's complexion turned ugly. He even reminded him, this is the sect's bottom line. Duan Lingtian looked at Qian Yin once more. His eyes were indifferent as he calmly said, Sect Master, from today onwards, I am no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect, so, I, Duan Lingtian, refuse the punishment your Hidden Fog Sect has decided to give me. Imprisoned in Elder Feng's small world? What a joke. He naturally wouldn't agree to such a thing. He didn't have a background that Qian Yin, Elder Feng, and Elder Lei would fear. Once he was imprisoned, even the Linghu family's Hanghuan elders wouldn't be able to rescue him. Chapter 3742. He refused. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the entire audience fell deathly silent. The surrounding core disciples and inner sect elders only thought that Duan Lingtian didn't know what was good for him. But at the same time, they wondered why the sect master didn't execute Duan Lingtian. It was fine if the sect master didn't execute Duan Lingtian, but why didn't Elder Feng and Elder Lei express their stance? Who could tell them what was going on? Duan Lingtian. Tang Chun's complexion changed. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would directly refuse the light punishment that their hidden fog sect master had given him. Moreover, he even threatened to no longer be a disciple of the hidden fog sect from this day forth. Wasn't this the same as publicly leaving the hidden fog sect? Just as the hidden fog sect's second elder Wu Fengyin and the other hidden fog sect disciples thought that the hidden fog sect master would be enraged by Duan Lingtian's words, they saw Qian Yin calmly look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, whether or not you want to leave the hidden fog sect is your freedom. But, even if you aren't a disciple of our hidden fog sect today, it is impossible for our hidden fog sect to do nothing after killing one of our disciples. Imprisoning you is only a small punishment. Whether it is now or when you enter Elder Feng's small world, we will allow you to communicate with the outside world. You can ask your elders to come and resolve this matter. If we are satisfied, we can let you go. The current Qian Yin only thought that Duan Lingtian didn't understand his good intentions. The reason he did this was because he didn't want to offend the influence behind Duan Lingtian. The second reason was because he wanted to take the hidden fog sect's face into consideration. But, it was impossible for him to let Duan Lingtian go like this. Moreover, Elder Feng and Elder Lei wouldn't be willing. Elder Feng and Elder Lei could be considered to have compromised now. And, the reason they compromised was because they feared the influence behind Duan Lingtian. If the power behind Duan Lingtian was strong enough to scare them, they would let Duan Lingtian leave unharmed. If the influence behind Duan Lingtian couldn't threaten their hidden fog sect, but they still feared him, then they would ask for compensation. If the strength behind Duan Lingtian was something their hidden fog sect didn't need to fear, they would kill Duan Lingtian without hesitation. And now, as the hidden fog sect's sect master Qian Yin spoke out, the surrounding people were suddenly enlightened. This Duan Lingtian, it seems his background isn't small. As I said, even if sect leader was willing to let this Duan Lingtian off, Elder Feng and Elder Lei would definitely not let this matter go. However, they have indeed let this Duan Lingtian off for the time being. Just now, I couldn't figure out the reason even after racking my brains. Now that sect leader has spoken, I finally understand. They are afraid of Duan Lingtian's background. Isn't this Duan Lingtian from a Devata realm? What kind of background does he have in the Mystic Handle Land? Don't forget, it's not just the Mystic Handle Land. Even in the various divine realms, there are many forces formed by people from Devata realms. There are even God Emperor and godly venerable level forces. To be able to make sect leader afraid and make Elder Feng and Elder Lei temporarily let go of the grudge of killing their disciple, it seems like Duan Lingtian's background isn't simple. Now, the surrounding hidden fog sect's core disciples and inner sect elders were enlightened. They finally understood why Elder Feng and Elder Lei and the sect leader hadn't executed Duan Lingtian. As for the hidden fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin's expression changed again and again. Now, he understood as well. However, it was also because of this that his heart turned cold. This Duan Lingtian actually had a background that made the hidden fog sect's three elders fear. One had to know that the three elders of the hidden fog sect could represent the entire hidden fog sect. In other words, Duan Lingtian's background was enough to make the entire hidden fog sect fear him. And his disciple, Tu Feng, had become a life and death enemy with such a person. Now, Wu Fengyin's heart was in a panic. What to do? What to do? If this Duan Lingtian left the hidden fog sect alive and wanted to deal with him in the future, wouldn't he die without a doubt? Or should he leave the hidden fog sect, leave the Tungleng province, change his name, and find a place to stay? Thinking of this, Wu Fengyin made a decision in his heart. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of being enemies with Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to hide and avoid Duan Lingtian looking for him to settle accounts. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Wu Fengyin was thinking. In fact, the current him had already thrown Wu Fengyin, the honorable master of the inner sect disciple Tu Feng, to the back of his mind. There is no need. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at the hidden fog sect master Qian Yin. He lightly said, "Sect master Qian Yin, you are well aware of the ins and outs of this matter. Today, if I were killed by them, what would happen to them if I didn't have a background?" As Duan Lingtian spoke, the corners of his lips curled up in a mocking smile. "I'm afraid that only if I have a background that the hidden fog sect and Elder Feng and Elder Lei fear will your hidden fog sect be willing to hand them over and pay with their lives for me? If I were only an ordinary hidden fog sect disciple, even if they violated the hidden fog sect's rules and killed me, the hidden fog sect wouldn't execute them, right?" Duan Lingtian's mocking smile deepened. The toughness of his attitude and the confidence he had was shocking. As for Duan Lingtian's words, many of the inner sect elders bitterly smiled. This was because they knew that Duan Lingtian was speaking the truth. Even if most of them were killed by Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, the sect wouldn't make them pay with their lives. After all, the two of them had a good honorable master. Imprisoning you is our hidden fog sect's bottom line. Qian Yin's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. This was also what Qian Yin had discussed with Elder Feng and Elder Lei. It was impossible for them to allow Duan Lingtian to leave unscathed. After all, up until now, they had only heard rumors that Duan Lingtian had a great background. They hadn't confirmed it yet. If Duan Lingtian didn't have a great background, then wouldn't it be a great loss for them to let Duan Lingtian go? Thus, they all wanted to imprison Duan Lingtian first. If Duan Lingtian really did have some sort of background, then they could find someone to save him. If he didn't have any background, then it wouldn't be too late to execute him. "Sect Master, why are you speaking so much nonsense with him?" Elder Lei opened his mouth, his voice filled with impatience. "Just let Elder Feng capture him and send him into the small world in his body. If he resists and isn't willing to enter Elder Feng's small world, then Elder Feng can seal his cultivation and imprison him in Elder Feng's cultivation area. Let's leave this matter to his elders," said Lin Yun. As Elder Lei's voice fell, Elder Feng's robes suddenly fluttered. Then, a terrifying cold wind swept out from his body, howling towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Elder Feng lifted his hand. He casually waved his hand, planning to bind Duan Lingtian and bring him in front of him. Facing Elder Feng's attack, Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't see anything. When this scene fell into the eyes of everyone, they naturally thought that he had been scared silly. This can already be considered the best ending. There's no need to worry about that girl Wu Yan. Seeing this, Tang Chun let out a sigh of relief. This was because he felt that as long as Duan Lingtian called over the elders behind him, he would be able to regain his freedom. For a short period of time, even if Duan Lingtian was imprisoned, their hidden fog sect master and the two highest elders, Elder Feng and Elder Lei, wouldn't dare to rashly move against him. Bang! With the sudden sound of a storm, Elder Feng's attack was interrupted before Duan Lingtian could even touch Duan Lingtian. "Who is it?" Elder Feng's complexion changed. As for Elder Lei, he had already shouted out. As for the hidden fog sect master, Qian Yin, he looked around with a dignified expression. "Huh, the hidden fog sect has fallen to the point where several old fellows are bullying a junior?" With a burst of laughter, a figure as fat as a ball stepped down from the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Linghu Huan. Seeing the fat old man in front of them, Elder Feng and Elder Lei's complexions changed. They subconsciously looked into the sky. This was because according to their understanding of this fat old man, it was impossible for him to appear by himself. As for the hidden fog sect master, Qian Yin, everyone from the hidden fog sect followed Elder Feng and Elder Lei's gazes and looked into the sky. At the same time, they also saw the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky. Compared to the fat old man who appeared a moment ago, this old man was incomparably thin. He stood there, his aura restrained. If they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, they wouldn't have noticed when he had appeared. Who? The thin old man's figure flickered and he arrived beside the fat old man, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Linghu Heng. Elder Feng's and Elder Lei's eyes turned vigilant. Why are you here? You trespassed into our hidden fog sect. Are you trying to incite conflict between our hidden fog sect and your Linghu family? Linghu Heng. Just now, Elder Lei seemed to call that fat old man Linghu Huan. Could he be the Linghu family's Heng and Huan elders? The Linghu family's Heng and Huan elders? Those are the two strongest people in the Linghu family. They are twins, and once they join forces, it is said that even the four grand elders of our hidden fog sect, Feng, Lei, Yun, and Wu, would find it difficult to defeat them. Why would they be here? Moreover, for them to appear at this time, could they be here for Duan Lingtian? Could it be that Duan Lingtian's background is the Linghu family? That's impossible. If Duan Lingtian is a member of the Linghu family, then why would he enter our hidden fog sect? Isn't it because he has nothing better to do? After learning the identities of the two old men who appeared, the core disciples and inner sect elders couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Linghu Heng and Linghu Huan, these two people were even more famous than the hidden fog sect's grand elders Feng, Lei, Yun, and Wu. Chi. The fat old man Linghu Huan looked at Elder Feng and Elder Lei and sneered with disdain. If we weren't here, I'm afraid our Linghu family would have been imprisoned by your hidden fog sect today. Chapter 3743. We are members of the Linghu family. Want, free, to, see, the, whole, edition, please, Baidu, search, product equals book equals network. Following Linghu Huan's words, the gazes of all the people present, as if they had discussed beforehand, all gathered on the purple figure behind Linghu Huan and Linghu Heng. This Duan Lingtian, is he really a member of the Linghu family? Are you joking? If he is a member of the Linghu family, why would he come to our hidden fog sect? That's right, even if the Linghu family wanted to place a spy in our hidden fog sect, it's impossible for them to send such a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian, right? Isn't that the same as sending a lamb to the tiger's den? Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were obvious to all. In fact, everyone present from the hidden fog sect knew that with the talent and perception Duan Lingtian displayed, not only could he compare with their hidden fog sect's Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, but he could even be said to be superior to Shui Haichuan. As for the disheartened hidden fog sect's second elder Wu Fengyin, his originally dim eyes brightened once more. If Duan Lingtian was a member of the Linghu family, then there was no need for him to leave the hidden fog sect and hide. The Linghu family was only a divine emperor-level influence on the same level as the hidden fog sect. It wasn't enough for him to leave his home. This Duan Lingtian is a member of your Linghu family? Elder Feng and Elder Lei's expressions changed at the same time. Elder Lei asked in a deep voice. His voice was like muffled thunder, making those who heard it feel oppressed. Just by listening to his voice, one could hear Elder Thunder's current mood. That's right. Linghu Huan lightly said, so, we will take him away now. I presume you don't have any objections? Almost at the instant Linghu Huan's words left his mouth, frightening divine power swept out from Elder Feng and Elder Lei's bodies. It fused with the law of wind and the law of lightning. The power of wind and lightning was fully displayed, and they were ready to attack at any time. You are all smart people. Seeing Elder Wind and Elder Thunder like this, Linghu Huan's complexion didn't change, but his tone became much colder. You should know that even if your hidden fog sect's Cloud Mist and Cloud Mist were here, it would still be impossible for them to stop us two brothers. Moreover, do you believe that even if Cloud Mist and Cloud Mist were here, we would still be able to protect Duan Lingtian and kill some of your hidden fog sect people? As Linghu Huan spoke, he tilted his head and swept his eyes over the crowd of hidden fog sect disciples and elders. As they saw this, their complexions changed and they hurriedly drew back, putting some distance between them. Even Elder Feng's and Elder Lei's faces changed slightly. Linghu Huan. The hidden fog sect master Qian Yin had an ugly expression as he said, "Does your Linghu family want to start a war with my hidden fog sect?" He naturally knew that the fat old man in front of him wasn't boasting. If he joined forces with Ling Hu Heng, they could easily take away Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, as long as they wanted to, they could even kill many of the Hidden Fog sect people present as they left. Not to mention that their Hidden Fog sect only had 3 Divine Emperor powerhouses present. Even if the 2 Cloud Mist sect Grand Elders were present, they would at most be able to protect a few Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples. They wouldn't be able to protect everyone, and they wouldn't be able to keep each other here. Start a war? Ling Hu Huan smiled. Good, then when the time comes, our Ling Hu family can consider cooperating with the 10,000 Demons sect and wrestle with your Hidden Fog sect. Once Ling Hu Huan said this, Qian Yin's complexion changed. But he didn't continue to speak ruthlessly. Little fellow, let's go. In front of the Hidden Fog sect people, Ling Hu Huan took out the Divine Emperor level flying ship they came on. Then, he and Ling Hu Heng entered together with Duan Ling Tian. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared before the Hidden Fog sect people. From beginning to end, whether it was the Hidden Fog sect Master Qian Yin, Elder Wind, or Elder Thunder, none of them dared to act rashly. This was because they knew that although the Ling Hu family's Ling Hu Huan seemed like a good-natured fatty, the truth was that he was a madman with a smile on his face. Once they attacked, he really would dare to attack the other disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Among the core disciples present, there was no lack of other disciples. One of their disciples had already died, so they didn't want to lose another. Thus, they could only plan for the long term. Sect Master, can the sect protecting array formation stop them? Elder Thunder looked at Qian Yin and asked in a low voice. Listening to his tone, it wasn't hard to tell that he was suppressing his anger. There's no other way. Qian Yin shook his head. Our Hidden Fog sect isn't good at laying down arrays to begin with. While this sect protecting array formation can easily discover them, it's impossible to stop them. Moreover, their Divine Emperor level flying ship has already flown away from our Hidden Fog sect station. Qian Yin's tone was filled with helplessness. Damn it. Elder Thunder's complexion paled and became extremely ugly. That damn fatty, he is too arrogant. Elder Wind, Elder Thunder, let's talk somewhere else. Qian Yin took a deep breath. Even he, the Hidden Fog sect master, felt an enormous humiliation just now. His heart was filled with anger. But, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. After all, the other party wasn't an ordinary person. I've already told Elder Cloud and Elder Wu not to come here. I told them to wait for us at my cultivation area. Just now, when the Ling Hu family's Heng and Huan elders appeared, Qian Yin, the Hidden Fog sect master, had immediately contacted the other 2 highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect who were equally famous as Elder Wind and Elder Thunder, Elder Cloud and Elder Wu. Originally, Elder Cloud and Elder Wu had come here. But now, the 2 old fellows of the Ling Hu family had already left with Duan Ling Tian. It was too late for them to come here. Thus, he had them make a temporary detour to his cultivation area. However, after Elder Wind and Elder Thunder left, Qian Yin, the Hidden Fog sect master, solemnly swept his eyes over everyone present. Regarding today's matters, what should be said and what shouldn't be said, you should all be clear in your hearts. If I find out who is spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Although the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples and inner sect elders all nodded in agreement, Qian Yin knew that his words weren't enough to stop them from speaking. What he said was merely a formality. The Hidden Fog sect's 4 highest elders had the highest status and were also the strongest. Elder Cloud was a middle-aged man. He was slightly fat and his entire body was covered in jewels. His clothes were made of silk and satin, making him look like a nouveau riche from the mortal world. As for Elder Wu, he had an otherworldly appearance. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His hair was as white as snow, and his eyebrows and beard were white. But, his face was that of a young man. You 2 fellows came too slowly. That person has already run away. Seeing the 2 of them, Elder Thunder grumbled in a low voice. Even if the 2 of us arrived, would we have been able to stop those 2 old fellows from the Ling Hu family? Elder Cloud shook his head. But, why would those two old fellows from the Linghu family suddenly come to our hidden fog sect and even take away Duan Lingtian? On the way here, he had learned the ins and outs of this matter from the hidden fog sect master Qian Yin. That Duan Lingtian, is he really someone from the Linghu family? Elder Cloud was a bit puzzled. He had long heard of Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian became a core disciple, he had even thought of accepting him as a disciple. But, because Elder Thunder had been rejected, he didn't ask for a rebuff. Today, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to kill Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, he was shocked. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would possess such strength right after breaking through to the lower God King realm. Even Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago couldn't accomplish this when he had just broken through to the lower God King realm. Now, he couldn't figure it out. If such a character was someone from the Linghu family, why would they come to their hidden fog sect? A spy? Was the Linghu family so bold as to send such a genius to be a spy? Moreover, Duan Lingtian didn't seem like a spy at all. If he was a spy, he could have pretended to be Elder Thunder's disciple. That would have made it easier for him to be a spy for the Linghu family. I don't think so. Elder Cloud shook his head. According to Sect Master, that Duan Lingtian once had a close relationship with a young girl, and according to Murong Suifeng, that young girl's God Emperor powerhouse shouldn't be any weaker than the four of us. In the Linghu family, apart from that mysterious second miss, there isn't a second female powerhouse whose strength can compare to ours. Moreover, the Murong family doesn't have a young girl of that age with such a noble status. Elder Cloud nodded his head at Elder Cloud's analysis. That young girl can't be someone from the Linghu family. As for Duan Lingtian, we can't be sure if he has a great background. We only know that he and the young girl are very close, as if they are siblings. The Hidden Fog Sect Master Qian Yin said in a deep voice, I will find Murong Suifeng to continue following up on this matter, but now that Duan Lingtian has gone to the Linghu family, it will be extremely difficult to dig out his background. He killed my disciple. Unless he has a background that can make me retreat, even the Linghu family won't be able to protect him. Elder Thunder's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. At this moment, Elder Feng's eyes gleamed coldly as well. We still have to find an opportunity to capture Duan Lingtian and imprison him. He'll tell us himself if he has any background or not. If he doesn't have a background, then we'll just kill him to comfort Xiongfeng's soul in heaven. Whether it was Elder Feng or Elder Lei, they couldn't be as calm and collected as Elder Cloud, Elder Wu, or Qian Yin. After all, the one who died this time was their disciple. Old Lei. Elder Feng looked at Elder Lei and said indifferently, if you want to avenge your disciple Long Shao, how about the two of us take turns going to Linghu City every once in a while? Elder Lei's eyes lit up. You mean, we will go to Linghu City and find an opportunity to capture that Duan Lingtian? That's right. Elder Feng nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I don't believe he can hide in the Linghu family's mansion forever. I also don't believe that the Linghu family's divine emperor can stay by his side and protect him forever. Ling Tian, War Sovereign. Chapter 3744. Is there any meaning in doing this? Elder Yun shook his head when he heard Elder Feng's words. You've captured Duan Lingtian because you can't stop him from sending messages. Once he sends a message to the Linghu clan, won't they know it's you who captured him? At that time, the Linghu family will definitely come knocking on our door. Elder Yun said. If they come looking for him, do we have to return him to them? Elder Win didn't comment. We just need to ignore them. Duan Lingtian can't see them and they can't save him. Do you think they can use our Hidden Fog Sect disciples to threaten us? If they really dare to touch our Hidden Fog Sect disciples, I don't mind paying a visit to the Linghu family. Elder Wind coldly sneered. That's right. Elder Thunder nodded. Moreover, we can renege on our debt and say we never saw Duan Lingtian. As for why Duan Lingtian said we captured him, perhaps he was threatened by someone? Perhaps he wants to slander us and incite conflict between our Hidden Fog Sect and the Linghu family? Hearing Elder Zephyr's words, whether it was Elder Yun, Elder Wu, or the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin, they all felt their obsession. It was clear they couldn't stop them. At this moment, Elder Wu, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He looked at Elder Feng and Elder Lei and said, I have to remind both of you. If you don't have absolute confidence, don't think about killing Duan Ling Tian. It's fine if this news doesn't spread out, but once it does, if there really is a colossus behind Duan Ling Tian, it won't just be you who will suffer a loss, but the entire Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, even if you have the confidence to kill him without exposing yourselves, you can't act rashly, otherwise, as long as you aren't an idiot, anyone will suspect you. As Elder Wu spoke to hear, his tone became heavier. If you want to act soon, find a chance to capture Duan Ling Tian. But, you absolutely cannot kill him. Old Wu, you aren't the only one who is worried about the Hidden Fog sect. Old Feng and I are too. Elder Lei glanced at Elder Wu and said, otherwise, do you think we wouldn't have attacked him today? The one who was killed by him was the disciple we doted on the most. Furthermore, didn't you hear me say that I would capture Duan Ling Tian and not kill him? If I were to make a move, as long as that Duan Ling Tian leaves the Linghu family mansion and doesn't have a god king by his side, I'm confident that I can kill him without anyone discovering that I'm the one who killed him. As he spoke, Elder Lei's tone was filled with pride and confidence. It's decided then. Seeing the elders arguing, Qian Yin, the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. We'll do as Elder Lei says and capture Duan Ling Tian, not kill him. If we can confirm that Duan Ling Tian has no other background besides the Linghu family, we'll kill him to comfort the souls of Elder Feng and Elder Lei's 2 disciples in heaven. Granduncle, where's Duan Ling Tian? Tang Wuyan was waiting outside the core disciples' cultivation area with the other inner sect disciples. When he saw the group of inner sect elders come out, he immediately looked for his granduncle, Tang Chun. Tang Chun looked at the worried Tang Wuyan and said, don't worry. Duan Ling Tian is fine. Then where is he? Tang Wuyan asked. He was taken away by the Linghu family. Tang Chun said. The Linghu family? Tang Wuyan was stunned. How did he get involved with the Linghu family again? Could it be that the sect master and the others asked the Linghu family to kill Duan Ling Tian? Tang Wuyan's expression changed again as she guessed. Tang Chun was speechless. Girl, didn't I tell you that Duan Ling Tian is fine? What are you thinking? The Linghu family took Duan Ling Tian away to save Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, even if Duan Ling Tian didn't die now, he would definitely be imprisoned until his elders came to save him. Now that the Linghu family took him away, there's no need to trouble his elders. Tang Chun was almost certain that Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background. It wasn't just because of the young girl who appeared at the Zhou family's auction in Wind City, but also because of the talent and comprehension that Duan Ling Tian had displayed. In his opinion, it was very normal for a monstrous genius like Duan Ling Tian to have an extraordinary background. Why would the Linghu family suddenly appear there? Tang Wuyan had too many questions in her mind. After Tang Chun told her the ins and outs of the matter, she finally understood. It was the Linghu family's elders Hang and Huan who took him away. But why would they say that Duan Ling Tian is a member of the Linghu family? When did Duan Ling Tian join the Linghu family? Tang Wuyan frowned. Tang Chun didn't say anything when he heard Tang Wuyan's words. He only had one guess in his mind, and it was inconvenient to tell Tang Wuyan about it. Could it be Linghu Chuyin? However, when Tang Wuyan spoke again, he was taken aback because Tang Wuyan had the same idea as him. After the Hang and Huan elders took Duan Ling Tian away, he had been racking his brains to think of the connection between Duan Ling Tian and the Linghu family. First of all, since Duan Ling Tian came to the Hidden Fog sect through Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, it meant that he didn't have any connection with the Linghu family. Otherwise, he could have just gone directly to the Linghu family. With his talent and comprehension, the Linghu family couldn't give him less than what the Hidden Fog sect could give him. Then, if he really wanted to talk about the connection between Duan Ling Tian and the Linghu family, it seemed that the only thing that happened in Junlin City was the incident that happened last time. Duan Lingtian publicly courted the Linghu family's #1 beauty, Linghu Chuyin. This time, he came back to kill Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. I'm afraid he planned it all out long ago. As for his escape route, he has already calculated it all. And his confidence comes from the Linghu family's Han and Huan elders. Him joining the Linghu family should be related to Linghu Chuyin. Of course, his willingness to join the Linghu family shouldn't be just because of Linghu Chuyin, but also because he wants to kill Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. If he is still a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, even if he doesn't die after killing Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, he will be imprisoned and wait for the elders of the faction behind him to come and save him. These were all Tang Chun's thoughts. Girl, forget about him. He is not suitable for you. When Tang Chun came back to his senses and saw the desolate expression on Tang Weiyan's face, he sighed and advised, you and he are not people of the same world. When Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect with the Linghu family's Han and Huan elders, he was naturally in a carefree mood. Whether it was Shengguan Xiongfeng or Long Shao, they were both like mountains that pressed down on his chest, often suffocating him. But now, they were both killed by him, so his mood was naturally smoothed out. Little fellow, you are truly ruthless. Not only did you kill that old madman's disciple, Shengguan Xiongfeng, but you also killed that Hidden Fog sect's elder Lei's disciple, Long Shao. Within the Divine Emperor-level flying ship, Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian. He clicked his tongue and said, I'm afraid your name will be recorded in the annals of the Hidden Fog sect. You will be known as unprecedented, unsurpassed. Killing one is the same as killing two. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. Moreover, is there a difference between killing one and killing two? Duan Lingtian's principle of conduct had always been that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. But if others offended him, he would return the favor 10-fold or 100-fold. In the past, Shengguan Xiongfeng had stolen 2 revival good fortune pills from him for no apparent reason, causing him to walk the path of becoming a divine king. But that was fine. But today, Shengguan Xiongfeng had exposed his past actions. Shengguan Xiongfeng flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill him. The moment Shengguan Xiongfeng attacked, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced him to death in his heart. As for Long Shao. Last time, when Duan Lingtian perfunctorily dealt with Long Shao, he knew that he had offended him. And today, as soon as he returned, Long Shao came knocking on his door, wanting to kill him. To him, this sort of person was a great hidden danger. You want to kill me? I'm sorry, but in order to protect myself, I can only make the first move. You are decisive. Little fellow, your future is limitless. As Linghu Huan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he didn't know how to respond for a long time. Finally, he lifted his fat right hand and gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. They don't dare to kill you. Suddenly, Linghu Heng, who had been silent all this while, looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke. That's right. At this time, Linghu Huan also remembered something. He revealed a curious expression and asked, Duan Lingtian, according to my understanding of the Hidden Fog sect's elders Wind and Thunder, they aren't good people. If it were an ordinary Hidden Fog sect disciple, no matter how high their talent or perception was, they would have killed their sect's disciple to avenge their disciple. But, they didn't kill you. Why? The curiosity in Linghu Huan's eyes became increasingly strong. Whether it was Linghu Huan or Linghu Heng, although they had been hiding in the dark since early on, they could only watch from afar. It was difficult for them to hear what was happening at the scene. Thus, they only saw that the Hidden Fog sect's elders Wind and Thunder didn't kill Duan Lingtian. They didn't hear the whispers of the Hidden Fog sect's elders and disciples. They didn't know that elders Wind and Thunder feared Duan Lingtian's background, and thus didn't dare to kill Duan Lingtian. Even later, when the Hidden Fog sect's elder Wind attacked Duan Lingtian, he did so in an extremely gentle manner. Let alone killing him, it was more like he didn't want to injure Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to capture Duan Lingtian. However, at that time, Linghu Huan couldn't help but appear. I'm afraid that my little sister will cause trouble for them after she dies. Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly in the face of Elder Heng and Elder Huan's curiosity. At the same time, the young girl named Duan Xiaoyu he met in Skywind City appeared in his mind once more. Who exactly was she? Not only did she have an older brother who looked like him, but she was also very friendly, as if she really treated him as her older brother. Chapter 3745. Duan Lingtian thought of Duan Xiaoyu and wondered about her background. Whether it was Linghu Heng or Linghu Huan, they were both stunned by Duan Lingtian's response. I'm afraid that my little sister will cause trouble for them after they kill me. They understood what Duan Lingtian meant. Duan Lingtian's meaning was that the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei didn't dare to kill him because they were afraid that his little sister would take revenge for him. From this, they understood the main point. The little sister Duan Lingtian spoke of wasn't an ordinary person. What a joke! How could someone who could make the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei feel fear and not even dare to take revenge on the people who killed their disciple right under their noses be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, who is your little sister? When Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian again, his fat face was solemn and serious. To be able to make the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei feel fear and forcefully suppress the hatred of their disciple, if it were him, he would also feel fear. Faced with Linghu Huan's question, Duan Lingtian only smiled. Elder Huan, you will know in the future. It wasn't hard for Linghu Huan to understand that Duan Lingtian was evading the question. But, he didn't point it out and didn't ask again. He could see that Duan Lingtian didn't plan on speaking. If he continued to ask, he would just be asking for a snub. However, whether it was Linghu Huan or Linghu Heng, when they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their gazes were very different from before. In the past, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a junior with astonishing talent and perception. But now, they realized that Duan Lingtian had a background that they didn't know about. Moreover, that background was something that even the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei feared. Junior apprentice brother Duan. When Duan Lingtian and Linghu Huan stopped talking and sat cross-legged on the side of the ship with their eyes closed to rest, a transmission entered his ears. The person who sent the message was none other than Wu Feng, who had entered the divine palace and divine treasury left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. After returning to the hidden fog sect, he had already met with Wu Feng. However, as he questioned the hidden fog sect master Qian Yin in front of the hidden fog sect disciples, Qian Yin didn't seem to want too many people to join in on the fun. He bluntly ordered the group of inner sect disciples to leave. At that time, Wu Feng stepped down. Therefore, Wu Feng wasn't too clear about what happened next. Only when Wu Feng knew that everyone had left did he send a message to Duan Lingtian. Are you okay? I'm fine. Duan Lingtian replied, thank you for your concern, senior brother Wu Feng. Are you okay? Wu Feng, on the other hand, was a little dumbfounded. Junior brother Duan, elder Feng and elder Lei let you go just like that? In Wu Feng's opinion, Duan Lingtian was almost certain to die this time. After killing a disciple of elder Feng and elder Lei, and one that they doted on the most, it would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian was still alive. Do you think that's possible? Hearing Wu Feng's message, Duan Lingtian smiled and asked in reply. Then, where are you now? Wu Feng asked, did they imprison you and then set a time to execute you? Junior brother Duan, how about I talk to Elder Tang Chun, and see if he can contact Elder Shui Haichuan. If Elder Shui Haichuan is willing to accept you as a disciple, he can definitely protect you. Wu Feng said. No need. Feeling Wu Feng's concern, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. Senior brother Wu Feng, after seeing you this time, your condition seems much better. It seems that divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul didn't affect you too much. My cultivation has recently made some progress. I am only a step away from the Middle God King realm. Wu Feng said, Junior brother Duan, let's talk about you. Where are you now? Is it convenient for me to find you? I left the hidden fog sect. Duan Lingtian said. You left the hidden fog sect? Where are you going? Are Elder Feng and Elder Lei willing to let you go? They want to make things difficult for me, but, when I return this time, I won't be going alone. There are 2 other people coming with me. With them here, Elder Feng and Elder Lei can only watch as they take me away. Who are they that even Elder Feng and Elder Lei fear? The Linghu family's Elder Hang and Elder Huan, that's right, senior apprentice brother Wu Feng. I have already declared in front of everyone today that I will leave the Hidden Fog sect. After leaving the Hidden Fog sect, I will join the Linghu family. Then, through the Linghu family, I will enter the Tianlong clan. The Linghu family? Wu Feng was silent for a moment. Then, he asked again, Junior brother Duan, have you confirmed that Linghu Chuyin is your wife? In his opinion, this could only be the reason why Duan Lingtian suddenly joined the Linghu family. I haven't seen her yet, so I can't confirm it. Duan Lingtian transmitted, I joined the Linghu family because I wanted to confirm this matter, but it was also because the Hidden Fog sect can't tolerate me. When you rejected Elder Lei, you shouldn't have done it in public. You should have done it in private, that way, Long Shao might not hate you. Wu Feng sighed. He naturally knew that when Duan Lingtian said the Hidden Fog sect couldn't tolerate him, it was because Long Shao was against Duan Lingtian. Even Shangguan Xiongfen was against Duan Lingtian because of Long Shao. If he didn't have a conflict with Long Shao, Duan Lingtian's life in the Hidden Fog sect would have been smooth sailing. Then, through the Hidden Fog sect, he could have entered the Tianlong clan. The Hidden Fog sect will regret it one day. Wu Feng thought about how Duan Lingtian would enter the Tianlong clan through the Linghu family in the future. He would become a member of the Linghu family within the Tianjin clan and compete with the Hidden Fog sect. It's all in the past. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, we'll meet in the Tianlong clan in the future, but you have to hurry. Otherwise, by the time you reach the Tianlong clan, I might have already left the Tianlong clan. As Duan Lingtian spoke with Wu Feng, he thought of the two friends he made at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Ding Yan and Ho Qingming. However, Ho Qingming had contacted him last time and said that Ding Yan had left without saying goodbye. Now, in Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, the only person who could be considered his friend was Ho Qingming. Whoosh! With the speed of the Divine Emperor-level flying ship, they soon returned to Linghu City. The Linghu family. After Linghu Huan bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left with his twin brother, Linghu Heng. After all, their mission could be considered complete. As soon as the two left, Duan Lingtian saw the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Linghu Renjie's gaze was clearly a bit complicated. Before Duan Lingtian returned, he had already received a message from Duan Lingtian. He learned of all the things that happened when Duan Lingtian went to the Hidden Fog sect. Among them, the most important was Duan Lingtian's mysterious background. Or, it could be said that she was the mysterious little sister that Duan Lingtian spoke of. Duan Lingtian, welcome to the Linghu family. Although his mood was complicated, in front of Duan Lingtian, Linghu Renjie acted as if nothing had happened. He was quite enthusiastic and didn't treat Duan Lingtian as a junior at all. The reason I was able to safely escape from the Hidden Fog sect is all thanks to the patriarch. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked Linghu Renjie. If it weren't for the Linghu family's Hang and Huan elders following him to the Hidden Fog sect, even if he hadn't died, he would have been imprisoned. And once he was imprisoned, he could only wait for death. In truth, he didn't have any background. Even when he met Duan Xiaoyu in the past, they had only met by chance. They hadn't even exchanged soul beads, so he couldn't contact Duan Xiaoyu for help. Once the Hidden Fog sect waited for a long time and no one came to save him, they would conclude that he had no background and then kill him. This can be considered the first thing the family will do for you. In the future, there will be many things the family will need to rely on you for. Linghu Renjie smiled. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse. Duan Lingtian responded with a serious expression. I believe you. Linghu Renjie smiled and nodded. Then, he called out to Duan Lingtian and personally led Duan Lingtian to the residence arranged for him. It was an independent mansion within the Linghu family mansion. The mansion was spacious and there were many maids and servants arranged inside. There was even a butler. It could be said that everything was taken care of. For the next period of time, you can peacefully cultivate in the family. If there is anything you need, you can look for the butler. If the butler can't solve it, you can look for me and I will arrange it for you. Linghu Renjie said to Duan Lingtian, as for entering the Tianlong clan, with your talent and perception, our Linghu family can recommend you to enter right now. But, I don't approve of this. While Duan Lingtian was still feeling puzzled, Linghu Renjie said with a burning gaze, 26 years later, the Heavenly Dragon sect will be recruiting disciples from the outside world once every 100 years. At that time, those who are under the age of 10,000 will be able to participate in the Heavenly Dragon sect's entrance examination. As long as you can smoothly pass the entrance examination, you will have the qualifications to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. At that time, the top 100 people will be able to obtain rewards from the Tianlong clan. Those in the top 10 will have even more generous rewards. Only the top 3, and the first place, will have even more generous rewards. The Hidden Dragon Grand Competition is only open to new disciples of the Tianlong clan who pass the entrance examination once every 100 years. Only the Tianlong clan's new disciples can participate. If you join now, 26 years from now, at the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, you can only be a spectator. When he spoke up to here, Linghu Renjie paused for a moment before continuing. During the last Hidden Dragon Competition, every single person that was ranked in the top 10 obtained an Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. And I've received news that, in this time's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, every one of the top 10 people will also receive an Emperor Ascension Elixir. This is only one of the rewards for the top 10 people. There are other rewards, and the higher the ranking, the more generous they are. Emperor Ascension Elixir. As soon as he heard Linghu Renjie mention the Emperor Ascension Elixir, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and even his breathing subconsciously became sluggish. It's precisely because of this that I think you can consider waiting until then to enter the Tianlong clan. Linghu Renjie said, of course, if you still want to enter now, I'll respect your decision. Chapter 3746. Although the Divine King realm didn't have a heaven-defying elixir like the Fortune elixir that the Divine Spirit realm took, there were still some elixirs that every Divine King would fight to get. The Emperor Ascension elixir was definitely one of the best elixirs. After all, the Emperor Ascension elixir wouldn't increase the cultivation of a Divine King. Even so, Divine Kings would still fight to get it. Why? Because the Emperor Ascension elixir could directly eliminate the bottleneck of a higher Divine King breaking through to a lower Divine Emperor. Even if the cultivation technique was only at the Divine King level, as long as the cultivation reached a certain level, the bottleneck could be ignored and the bottleneck could be broken through. To put it bluntly, the Emperor Ascension elixir was equivalent to a passport to the Divine Emperor realm. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the Emperor Ascension elixir was extremely difficult to refine. Even some Emperor God-level forces might not be able to produce one in 100 years. The Tianlong clan had produced 10 Emperor Ascension elixirs in the Hidden Dragon competition that was held once every 100 years. The Tianlong clan actually has a divine alchemist who could refine 10 Emperor Ascension elixirs in 100 years. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Renjie and asked in surprise. Linghu Renjie smiled and said, the Tianlong clan's old clan leader was extremely obsessed with alchemy when he was still the Tianlong clan's clan leader. Later, when he stepped down and became the Grand Elder of the Tianlong clan, he no longer had to deal with the trivial matters of the Tianlong clan and had more time to study the art of alchemy. 1,000 years ago, he had a great breakthrough in alchemy. Not only did his success rate of refining Emperor-grade divine elixirs is astonishing, but he even refined an Emperor-grade divine elixir. After that, he became famous in Tungleng province. Even the top Emperor God-level forces in Tungleng province sent people to invite him over many times and made all kinds of promises. The Emperor Ascension elixir is also an Emperor-grade divine elixir. For ordinary divine alchemists in Tungleng province, the success rate is pathetically low, but for him, it's not difficult. Hearing Linghu Renjie's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that there was such a reason. The reason why he was puzzled was because even though the Sky Dragon sect was a God Emperor level force, it was a force without a single God Emperor expert in the current generation. It was just that a God Emperor expert had appeared before. In Tungleng province, there were many god-level forces like the Tianlong clan. Was the Tianlong clan level god-level forces like the Tianlong clan's level forces like the Tianlong clan? T's level forces was. Moreover, it was also a god-level sect in Tungleng province. Under normal circumstances, a god-emperor level force like the Sky Dragon sect, which didn't have any god-emperor experts, wouldn't have any good god pill masters. A divine alchemist who could refine 10 Emperor Ascension elixirs in 100 years would be highly sought after by the top god-level forces in Tungleng province. If I'm a divine alchemist now, the top god-level forces in Tungleng province would definitely want me. No matter which god-level force wants me, they'll definitely treat me well. I'll also be able to obtain a better cultivation environment and resources. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly when he thought about this. When he was in the mundane realm, he was skilled in the Tao of alchemy. When he ascended to the Devata realms, he began to refine pills. However, as he was busy with his cultivation and had many things to do, he gradually put it aside. As for how to refine pills in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian did not know much about it. Perhaps, he could learn more about it and start a side business? If he wasn't careful, he might really be able to take a shortcut and head to those more powerful forces with a deeper foundation. Duan Lingtian, think about it and tell me what you think. No matter what you choose, I'll respect your decision. Linghu Renjie said with a smile, moreover, I believe with your innate talent and comprehension, you'll be able to enter the Divine Emperor stage even without the Emperor Ascension elixir. Moreover, even if you join the Tianlong clan now, you'll still have a chance to obtain the Emperor Ascension elixir through other channels in the Tianlong clan. It's just a matter of time, Linghu Renjie said. Sect leader, I think it's better for me to wait for another 20 years before I participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition held by the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian made his decision in front of Linghu Renjie. Have you made up your mind? Linghu Renjie asked as he heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. In fact, from his personal point of view, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would not be reckless. With such a good opportunity to obtain the Emperor Ascension elixir, it was best not to miss it. As for whether Duan Lingtian would be able to enter the top 10 in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, he did not doubt it at all. Not to mention that in 20 years, Duan Lingtian's strength would increase by another level. Even if Duan Lingtian participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, there was no doubt that he would enter the top 10. It had to be known that the two top 5 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect had died under Duan Lingtian's strength. If Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, they might not have had a chance to enter the top 10. However, if Shengguan Xiongfeng wanted to enter the top 30 and Long Xiao wanted to enter the top 50, it would not have been a problem. However, these two people had been killed by Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. Although there were suspicions that Duan Lingtian had relied on the advantage of the divine weapon, he had not used his full strength at that time. If Duan Lingtian had grasped the sword Dao, even if it was only a middle-grade divine sword, it would have been enough for him to display an even more powerful attack. I've made up my mind. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he took out the high-grade divine sword he had used to kill Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao from his storage ring and returned it to Linghu Renjie. Sect leader, it was thanks to your divine sword that we were able to kill them this time. Linghu Renjie took back the divine sword and shook his head with a smile. I lent you this divine sword in hopes that you would not expose your sword Dao. Even without this divine sword, your sword Dao would have been enough to easily kill them. If it were an ordinary divine weapon, Linghu Renjie would have definitely given it to Duan Lingtian. However, this was a high-grade divine weapon. Even their Linghu family only had a few, so it was naturally inconvenient for him to give it to Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know that Duan Lingtian did not lack high-grade divine weapons at all. There was even a high-grade divine weapon hidden within Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, it was a high-grade divine weapon with an artifact soul. Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Dragon Grand competition that is held every 100 years by the Tianlong clan. I have confidence in you, there is no doubt that you will enter the top 10. If you can enter the top 3, you might be able to obtain a high-grade divine weapon. After Linghu Renjie put away the high-grade divine sword in his hand, he said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile, "You won't feel any pressure from being in the top 10, but it won't be that easy to be in the top 3. With the strength you have displayed so far, even if you use your sword Dao, it is almost impossible for you to enter the top 3. In the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, one cannot use divine weapons or other external forces. Moreover, even if you can use divine weapons, I can lend you a high-grade divine weapon. Others can similarly borrow high-grade divine weapons from others. Therefore, you still have to work harder in your cultivation from now on and strive to enter the realm of Middle Divine King. You must not place too much importance on the improvement that divine weapons can bring you. That would instead fall into a disadvantageous position." As Linghu Renjie finished speaking, he had already intentionally reminded Duan Ling Tian. He was deeply afraid that Duan Ling Tian would always think of relying on divine weapons and thus affect his cultivation. "Patriarch, don't worry. I understand this principle." However, there was no need for Linghu Renjie to say these principles. Duan Ling Tian also understood in his heart. He was not some flower in a greenhouse. He had risen all the way from the mundane realm to here through his own efforts, one step at a time. Linghu Renjie nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Since you have made your choice, then in the next 20 years, our Linghu family will do our best to help you enter the realm of Middle Divine King. As for the laws of space, I will also think of a way for you." As Duan Ling Tian expressed his thanks, Linghu Renjie floated away. "Young master." After Linghu Renjie left, the elderly butler walked forward and respectfully bowed to Duan Ling Tian. "My name is Wang Fu. I am the butler that the Patriarch has arranged for you. In the next 20 years, I will be in charge of your meals and lodging. Then I will have to trouble Uncle Fu in the future." Duan Ling Tian smiled at Wang Fu. Then, he nodded to the servants behind Wang Fu. Finally, he called out to Wang Fu and had him lead him to his room. As the master of this mansion, Duan Lingtian's room took up almost half of the entire building. In addition to a large bed, there were many tables and pearls on the tables. "Young master, these are the floating image pearls that the Patriarch has prepared for you." Without exception, they have all recorded the battle between experts who are proficient in the laws of space and above. When Duan Ling Tian entered the room and his gaze was attracted by the pearls on the table, Wang Fu's voice sounded in a timely manner. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, his originally calm gaze trembled slightly. His heart was filled with gratitude. The Patriarch is very considerate. With a sigh, Duan Ling Tian took out Linghu Renjie's soul pearl and transmitted his thanks. "These floating image pearls are the collection of our Linghu family. I hope that they will be useful to you. Speaking of which, these things are far inferior to the divine fruits that allow one to comprehend the laws of space after consumption, as well as the law steels carved by experts who have comprehended the laws of space to a certain extent." Linghu Renjie transmitted, "Our Linghu family does have 2 law rooms that contain the laws of space. However, they are only ordinary law rooms. Given your comprehension of the laws of space, they will not be of any use to you. Given your current attainments in the laws of space, most of the law rooms in Tungleng province that are owned by god emperors will not be of any use to you. Next, I will keep an eye out for the divine fruits of the laws of space and law steels left behind by experts who have fused 4 or more profundities of the laws of space." Chapter 37-47. Since the Devata realms had their own secret chambers, it was only natural for the realms of gods to have them as well. Not long after arriving at the Mystic Handle land in the realms of gods, Duan Ling Tian learned that there were secret chambers of laws in the realms of gods. Moreover, the secret chambers were divided into several grades. The secret chambers of laws were formed by formations. Moreover, the formations were not difficult to set up. They were very basic formations. However, most of the secret chambers of laws had to be built on a divine stone mine. A certain amount of divine stones was required to use the secret chambers. The grade of the divine stone mine also determined the grade of the secret chamber. Naturally, there was another type of secret chamber that did not need to be built on a divine stone mine. It could be set up with divine stones. This sort of law chamber was also the lowest level law chamber. For example, the secret chamber of laws in the Tidal Temple's main temple that Duan Ling Tian had visited before he came to the realms of gods was one of these secret chambers. However, these secret chambers could only help a person comprehend all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage. Moreover, it required a lot of divine stones. Even an ordinary godly king-level faction could only allow their core members to use this sort of law chamber to increase their comprehension of laws. Only God-King forces with a strong foundation could allow most of their core members to enter these secret chambers. The secret chambers of laws that allowed one to comprehend the fusion of two profundities of a law could only be built on divine stone mines controlled by God-Emperor forces. Moreover, the price to pay was not small. Every time one stayed in the secret chambers, a certain amount of divine stones would be consumed. Therefore, in a God-Emperor force, very few people were allowed to enter the secret chambers to comprehend the profundities of a law. Those who were allowed to enter were those who were specially rewarded by the God-Emperor force. As for the core members of a God-Emperor force, they did not need to use these secret chambers. For example, the secret chambers of laws in the Linghu family, such as the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, and many other core members of the Linghu family were not allowed to use them. Whether it was the elders of the Linghu family or the disciples of the Linghu family, they had to obtain permission from the Linghu family before they could use the secret chambers. If one barged in without permission, they would be sentenced to death. And from what Linghu Renjia had said, as long as Duan Ling Tian needed the Linghu family's law chamber, the Linghu family could give it to Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. Thank you, sect leader. Through Linghu Renjia's tone, Duan Ling Tian could tell that Linghu Renjia wasn't just joking. Young master, if there's anything you need, just send me a message through my soul orb. I'll do it for you as soon as possible. After housekeeper Wang Fu gave his soul orb to Duan Ling Tian, he respectfully left the room. Young master, I won't disturb you any further. After Wang Fu left, he closed the door behind him. As for Duan Ling Tian, he didn't cultivate. Instead, he casually picked up the closest floating image pearl and poured his divine power into it. Immediately, a clear image appeared in front of him. Within the floating image pearl was a vast plain. Two figures were fighting, and one of them was skilled in the space laws. Moreover, this person's attainments in the space laws weren't low. He had comprehended the fusion of many different space laws' three profound meanings. Moreover, there were some fusion of three profound meanings that Duan Ling Tian hadn't fused. Thus, Duan Ling Tian watched with great interest. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the Linghu family with the Hang and Huan patriarchs, a piece of news spread through the Hidden Fog sect, alarming all the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Core disciple Duan Ling Tian had left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu family. As soon as this news spread out, it caused a great sensation. After all, it hadn't been too long since Duan Ling Tian was taken away by the Linghu family's Hang and Huan patriarchs. There weren't many people who knew about this yet. After this news spread, the entire Hidden Fog sect couldn't help but curse. That Duan Ling Tian is actually so ungrateful? I heard that after Duan Ling Tian killed fellow core disciples senior apprentice brother Shengguan Xiongfeng and senior apprentice brother Long Shao, because of his talent and perception, Elder Feng and Elder Lei cherished him and couldn't bear to kill him, but they never imagined that not only was he ungrateful, but he even betrayed the sect and joined the Linghu family. That Duan Ling Tian is too hateful. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability, otherwise I would have helped the sect eliminate this ungrateful brat. From top to bottom, the entire Hidden Fog sect was cursing Duan Ling Tian for being ungrateful. And the reason why they were cursing Duan Ling Tian was because someone was secretly adding fuel to the fire. Moreover, it was the Hidden Fog sect master, Qian Yin, who had personally issued the order. As the Hidden Fog sect master, he could only watch helplessly as the person who had killed two core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect came out unscathed and left the Hidden Fog sect to join another divine emperor-level influence. How could Qian Yin not be angry? However, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. It was only now that he vented it out in such a manner. The public news was that Duan Ling Tian had left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu family, but behind the scenes, Duan Ling Tian had been slandered. By doing this, even if Duan Lingtian had some great background in the future and wanted to settle accounts with him, he wouldn't be blamed on Qian Yin. Duan Lingtian actually left the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family. This matter must be reported immediately. After the spies the 10,000 Demon sect placed in the Hidden Fog sect learned of this news, they immediately sent a message back to the 10,000 Demon sect. For a time, the 10,000 Demon sect elders in charge of contacting them also received the news. Moreover, they immediately went to find the sect master of the 10,000 Demon sect, Lan Qing, and told him the news. After Lan Qing learned of this news, he was also stunned. Duan Lingtian betrayed the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family? However, after regaining his composure, he went to the cultivation area of the 10,000 Demon sect's highest elder, Kuang Tianzheng, and told the news to his martial uncle who had just returned from the Tianlong clan. Kuang Tianzheng was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, a middle divine emperor. The reason he returned this time was because of the death of his disciple, Chu Han. Until now, he suspected that the death of his disciple, Chu Han, was related to the Hidden Fog sect's disciples, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. He already knew that Wu Feng had returned to the Hidden Fog sect. He had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to return so that he could find them and catch them all in one fell swoop. Today, he finally received news that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect. But soon after, his eyes brightened a little. But, because of the following words of the 10,000 Demon sect master, they dimmed. Duan Lingtian betrayed the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family? Kuang Tianzheng's complexion wasn't too good. Because if this was the case, things would become complicated. He had to go to the Hidden Fog sect and also the Linghu family. But, the Hidden Fog sect's two elders Feng and Lei didn't kill Duan Lingtian after he killed their disciples. Moreover, Duan Lingtian already had a grudge with the disciples of two elders Feng and Lei. And he left the Hidden Fog sect in order to avoid them and didn't return? When he returned this time, Long Shao went to find him and he directly killed him? This Duan Lingtian must have returned to the Hidden Fog sect prepared. After speculating for a while, Kuang Tianzheng was almost certain of this. Perhaps the Linghu family followed him back to the Hidden Fog sect. To be able to bring someone back to the Hidden Fog sect with Duan Lingtian right under the noses of elders Feng and Lei who had just lost their beloved disciple, it's either the Linghu clan's second young miss or the Hang and Huan elders. Between them, the chances of the Linghu family's second miss going back with him are higher. After all, Duan Lingtian once pursued her daughter, Linghu Chuyin, in Monarch Descent City. Although she publicly stated that her daughter wouldn't marry, no one dares to say that she wouldn't change her mind because of Duan Lingtian's talent and perception. As Kuang Tianzheng spoke, whether it was the 10,000 Demon sect master Lan Qing or the 10,000 Demon sect's highest elder Du Zhan, both of them nodded. They felt that this deduction was reasonable and convincing. Of course, the reason why Kuang Tianzheng made such a guess was because he didn't know enough about the Linghu family's second Mississippi. He also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had never pursued Linghu Chuyin. However, his general guess was correct. Junior apprentice brother. After taking a deep breath, Kuang Tianzheng looked at Du Zhan and said in a deep voice, "Help me make a trip to the Hidden Fog sect and bring that Wu Feng back. Wait for me to deal with him when I return. Tell the Hidden Fog sect that he is someone that I, Kuang Tianzheng, want. I don't think they will stop a mere inner sect disciple. As for me, I will make a trip to the Linghu family. The Linghu family will definitely treat Duan Lingtian as a treasure. If I don't go there myself, they won't hand over Duan Lingtian." As Du Zhan responded, Kuang Tianzheng's figure flashed and he disappeared from Du Zhan and Lan Qing's sight. He was clearly heading straight for the Linghu family. Seeing this, Du Zhan didn't hesitate. He left the 10,000 Demon sect and headed for the Hidden Fog sect. Whoosh! Kuang Tianzheng used a Divine Emperor-level flying ship to rush over. He consumed a large number of divine stones and traveled at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Linghu City where the Linghu family was located. Who? A Divine Emperor-level flying ship appeared outside the Linghu family's mansion. This naturally alarmed the Linghu family members patrolling the perimeter of the Linghu family. Your Excellency is? Seeing the person who flew out of the Divine Emperor-level flying ship, the leader of the Linghu family's patrol team didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Someone who could own a Divine Emperor-level flying ship was definitely not an ordinary person. Even their Linghu family only had 2 Divine Emperor-level flying ships. One was controlled by the Linghu family's patriarch and the other was an elder. A Divine Emperor-level flying ship was extremely precious. At the same time, it also symbolized one's status. Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng. Facing the Linghu family's patrol elder's question, the old man who flew out of the flying ship indifferently stated his identity. Chapter 3748. The Linghu family's patrol elder had already guessed that Kuang Tianjing wasn't an ordinary person when he saw him arrive on a deity emperor-class spaceship. But when Kuang Tianjing revealed his identity, he couldn't help but be shocked. Tianlong clan? That was the god emperor-class clan that the Linghu family was indirectly attached to. And the person in front of him was actually the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder? Greetings, Lord Kuang Tianjing. The Linghu family's patrol elder led a group of Linghu family's patrol disciples behind him to salute Kuang Tianjing respectfully. He didn't suspect that the person in front of him was an imposter. No one dared to impersonate the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder because it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, the person in front of him had already used a deity emperor-class spaceship to prove his extraordinary identity. Lord Kuang Tianjing, why have you come to our Linghu family? The patrol elder asked curiously. I'm looking for your Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia. Kuang Tianjing said indifferently. Kuang Tianjing was the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder. His status was so high that even Linghu Renjia, the patriarch of the Linghu family, came out to greet him as soon as he heard that he had come. The minimum requirement to become an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan was a mid-level god emperor. Moreover, not every mid-level god emperor had the strength to become an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Such an existence was considered respectable even in the Tianlong clan, let alone in the Linghu family. Therefore, Linghu Renjia was very enthusiastic. Elder Tianjing, please come in. After Linghu Renjia came out, he didn't ask why Kuang Tianjing was looking for him. He immediately invited him into the Linghu family's residence. The patrol elder didn't know who Kuang Tianjing was, but he knew very well. He was an inner sect elder of the Thousand Demons sect in the Tianlong clan. Before he joined the Tianlong clan, he was a member of the Thousand Demons sect. Although he wasn't an enemy of the Linghu family, he was still a competitor in the Tianlong clan. Even so, he still didn't dare to be negligent. No matter what, he was a mid-level god emperor of the Linghu family. No. Linghu Renjia's residence. He looked directly at Linghu Renjia and said, Patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia's residence, Linghu Renjia's is here. Obviously, Kuang Tian was ready to get straight to the point. What is it? Linghu Renjia looked at Kuang Tianjing in confusion. To be honest, he was also very surprised by Kuang Tianjing's arrival. He didn't know why the other party had come. But he knew that the other party couldn't have come to the Linghu family for no reason. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. I'm here to borrow a person from patriarch of the Linghu family. Kuang Tianjing said to Linghu Renjia with a smile. Borrow a person? Linghu Renjia was stunned, then said with a wry smile, Elder Tianjing, if you have something to say, just say it. I want to take Duan Ling Tian with me. Kuang Tianjing looked at Linghu Renjia's eyes and said bluntly. Duan Ling Tian. If Kuang Tianjing had mentioned someone else's name, Linghu Renjia wouldn't have had much of a reaction. But now, Kuang Tianjing had mentioned Duan Ling Tian's name. Duan Ling Tian hadn't been in the Linghu family for long. It could be said that he hadn't even warmed up his seat yet. He had just arrived, and now this Kuang Tianjing was asking for him. Was he asking for the Hidden Fog sect? However, Linghu Renjia thought it was impossible. The Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demons sect had been enemies for a long time. Even within the Tianlong clan, the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demons sect were sworn enemies. It could be said that as long as there was a chance, they would fight to the death with each other. In this situation, as an elder of the Tianlong clan from the 10,000 Demon sect, it was impossible for Kuang Tianjing to help the Hidden Fog sect. Elder Kuang Tianjing, may I ask why? After Linghu Renjia's expression froze, he asked Kuang Tianjing curiously. At the same time, he didn't forget to send a message to Duan Lingtian. He also asked, Duan Lingtian, why would the 10,000 Demons sect's Tianlong clan elder Kuang Tianjing suddenly look for me and say that he wants to borrow you? After receiving Linghu Renjia's message, Duan Lingtian guessed Kuang Tianjing's intentions. This was because he knew who Kuang Tianjing was. He was Chu Han's honorable master, the one he had killed in the divine manner left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. He was also Du Qianjuan's grandfather and the senior apprentice brother of the 10,000 Demons sect's highest elder. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian didn't plan on hiding this matter from Linghu Renjia. After all, if he did, Linghu Renjia wouldn't take this matter seriously and would directly hand him over. Although Kuang Tianjing wasn't sure if he was the one who killed Chu Han, who knew if Kuang Tianjing wouldn't kill him with the thought of killing 1,000 by mistake is better than letting one? Therefore, Duan Lingtian told Linghu Renjia that he had killed Chu Han. What? You killed Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han. As far as I know, Chu Han was his youngest disciple. Moreover, it is said that he viewed Chu Han as his own grandson. Linghu Renjia was frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant. Not only did he kill the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Old Feng and Old Lei, but before that, he had even killed the most beloved disciple of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. This Kuang Tianjing wasn't someone that the Hidden Fog sect's Old Feng and Old Lei could compare with. He was a middle divine emperor. If he attacked alone, even if the Hidden Fog sect's 4 strongest highest elders attacked together, they still might not be his match. Even if the several elders of the Linghu family, including Old Heng and Old Feng and himself were added together, they would at most be able to fight to a draw with Kuang Tianjing. There was no other way. In that situation, either he died or we died. Duan Lingtian said. But after hearing Duan Lingtian say this, Linghu Renjia didn't ask any more questions. This was because he could understand. If he were in that situation, he would also kill Chu Han. You just stay here. I'll deal with him. As Linghu Renjia finished communicating with Duan Lingtian, Kuang Tianjing hesitated for a moment. Then, he finally answered Kuang Tianjing's question. I came to ask Patriarch Linghu for Duan Lingtian because he might be related to the death of my disciple, Chu Han. I looked for him because I wanted to know from him if he knew how my disciple died. Although this was what Kuang Tianjing said, an imperceptible cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. When he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, Kuang Tianjing was almost certain. His disciple, Chu Han, was most likely killed by Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he had come this time with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. As long as the Linghu family handed over Chu Han, he would leave the Linghu family with his men and kill Chu Han. If Linghu Renjia hadn't heard this from Duan Lingtian, he might not have noticed the cold light in the depths of Kuang Tianjing's eyes. But now, he clearly saw the cold light in Kuang Tianjing's eyes. Elder Tianjing, if you want to know, why don't I help you ask Duan Lingtian? Linghu Renjia smiled faintly. Without waiting for Kuang Tianjing's refusal, he pretended to be absent-minded, as if he were transmitting a message. At this time, he pretended not to hear anything Kuang Tianjing said. After a while, Linghu Renjia came back to his senses and said to Kuang Tianjing, Elder Tianjing, I asked Duan Lingtian, and he said he didn't know your disciple. Elder Tianjing, are you mistaken? Patriarch Linghu, you should call him out and talk to him face to face. As Kuang Tianjing spoke, he glanced at the Linghu family's residence. There was a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. The Linghu family had once produced an extremely monstrous array master. He had arranged a guardian array around the Linghu family, and by relying on the power of the array formation, he had killed 3 lower god emperors who had joined forces to attack them. Moreover, they hadn't been ordinary lower god emperors. It was said that once the Linghu family's guardian array formation was activated, even a middle god emperor would be severely wounded. It could even injure a higher god emperor. If it weren't for this, he would have already rushed into the Linghu family and forcefully captured Duan Lingtian. It had to be known that this was how he had planned to go to the Hidden Fog sect and capture Duan Lingtian. Even if the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demons sect were enemies, he didn't have any misgivings. This was because with his strength, he could disregard the several grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. At the same time, the Hidden Fog sect's guardian array formation wasn't enough to stop him. The Hidden Fog sect had never produced an existence skilled in array formations. In fact, array formations were their weakness. Even the 10,000 Demon sect's guardian array formation was stronger than the Hidden Fog sect's. Elder Tianjing, it hasn't been convenient for Duan Lingtian to leave recently. Linghu Renjie faintly smiled and said, I presume you know what happened to him in the Hidden Fog sect? I am worried that there are people from the Hidden Fog sect lurking outside our Linghu family's mansion. They might ambush him at any moment. Just as Kuang Tianjing was about to proudly say something, Linghu Renjie continued, moreover, before my second sister left, he made a heart demon blood oath in front of her. He said that before the Tianlong clan held the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, he would not take a single step out of the Linghu family. So, he can't come out. Elder Tianjing, if you really want to see him, how about following me into the mansion? Linghu Renjie asked with a smile. As Linghu Renjie's voice fell, Kuang Tianjing's complexion immediately turned ugly. He naturally didn't believe Linghu Renjie's words. But, what could he say? Could he say that Linghu Renjie had hurriedly made a heart demon blood oath and said that he wasn't lying to him? Although Linghu Renjie was only a lower divine emperor and he could easily kill him, behind Linghu Renjie was the Linghu family. He was part of the Tianlong clan's Linghu family. In the Tianlong clan, one of the best members of the Linghu family was Linghu Renjie's grandfather. That grandfather's status in the Tianlong clan was even higher than his own. Then I'll have to bother you. Although Kuang Tianjing dreaded the Linghu family's protective array formation, he still wanted to see Duan Lingtian. Even if he couldn't kill him today, he still wanted to confirm some things. Of course, in his heart, regardless of whether or not his disciple Chu Han's death was related to Duan Lingtian, he didn't plan on letting Duan Lingtian go. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng. As Kuang Tianjing followed Linghu Renjie into the Linghu family's mansion, Duan Lingtian had already sent a message to Wu Feng in the distant Hidden Fog sect. A moment ago, he was relieved to see that Wu Feng's soul bead was intact. Chapter 3749. Junior Apprentice Brother Duan. After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Wu Feng was a bit surprised. However, when Duan Lingtian told Wu Feng that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, had come looking for him, Wu Feng's complexion changed. Since they found me, they must have found you as well. I estimate that senior apprentice brother Wu Feng called me by my surname, so they guessed that the person with you was me. I have the protection of the Linghu family head, so there shouldn't be any problems, but, senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, the Hidden Fog sect might not be able to protect you. Before coming to the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian had heard Wu Feng mention many things about the Linghu family. Wu Feng had also compared the Linghu family with the Hidden Fog sect. Both had their own merits. However, in terms of sect protecting array formations, the Linghu family was stronger, and much stronger. The Hidden Fog sect couldn't stop a middle divine emperor. Let alone a middle divine emperor, even the last time Duan Lingtian left with the Linghu family's old men Hang and Huan, the Hidden Fog sect couldn't stop them. For instance, Wu Feng was only an inner sect disciple. In front of an inner sect elder like Kuang Tianjing of the Tianlong clan, it was hard to say whether or not the Hidden Fog sect would protect him. With the Hidden Fog sect's half-baked sect protecting array formations, even if they wanted to protect him, they wouldn't be able to. So, if possible, senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, I advise you to leave the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian advised Wu Feng as he said, how about you come to the Linghu family? I can ask the Linghu family head to recommend you. He had always been grateful to Wu Feng. After all, if it weren't for Wu Feng bringing him to the divine abode left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu, he wouldn't have obtained anything. Junior apprentice brother Duan, I appreciate your good intentions. And on Wu Feng's side, there was soon a response. I will immediately leave the Hidden Fog sect, but, after this, I cannot go to the Linghu family. I am a native of the Profound Handle land, and I have my own family. I plan to return to my family and lead them to move. If that Tianlong clan inner sect elder can't find me, he'll definitely follow the clues and find my clan. I have to take the first step and move with my clan. In the future, junior brother Duan, if you need my help, feel free to send me a message. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. After Wu Feng finished his transmission, there was no response. Clearly, he was busy. Duan Lingtian. Just as he ended his communication with Wu Feng, Duan Lingtian received another message. It was from the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Duan Lingtian, Kuang Tianjing insisted on seeing you. I brought him into the family mansion. Come to the main hall for a moment. Don't worry. I will control our Linghu family's great sect protecting array to protect you. Even if that Kuang Tianjing attacks you, he won't be able to kill you. As Linghu Renjia finished speaking, he deliberately comforted Duan Lingtian. Come here. Just give him a perfunctory reply. Linghu Renjia added. All right. Duan Lingtian responded. Then, he left the room, leaving the mansion that Linghu Renjia had arranged for him. Then, he went straight to the main hall. In the main hall, Linghu Renjia stood there. And not too far in front of Linghu Renjia was an old man. This old man had a medium build, white hair, and a ruddy complexion. He looked extremely ordinary, but Duan Lingtian knew that this was restraint. Moreover, this sort of restraint was rare for ordinary people. Only when one's cultivation reached a certain level could they achieve this. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian greeted Linghu Renjia as he walked into the main hall. In the blink of an eye, he was near Linghu Renjia and the old man in front of him. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjia returned the greeting with a smile. Then, he took a few steps forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. He stood between Duan Lingtian and the old man. Then, with his back facing the old man, he introduced, this is the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Elder Kuang Tianjing. Elder Kuang Tianjing used to be a disciple of the Thousand Demons sect. Later, he joined the Tianlong clan and rose through the ranks. He is a prominent figure of the Thousand Demons sect in the Tianlong clan. After Linghu Renjia finished his introduction, he turned to look at Kuang Tianjing. Elder Tianjing, I don't think I need to introduce Duan Lingtian, right? At the same time, Duan Lingtian nodded at the old man as a form of greeting. Duan Lingtian. Kuang Tianjing's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He asked in a deep voice, I heard my junior apprentice brother Du Zhan's grandson Du Qianjun say that before my disciple Chu Han died, the last people he came into contact with were you and that Hidden Fog sect disciple Wu Feng? Duan Lingtian heard this. Although he knew what was going on, his face was still filled with confusion. Elder Tianjing, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? Your disciple Chu Han. I've never heard of him, nor do I know him. Did you mistake him for someone else? The confusion on Duan Lingtian's face caused Kuang Tianjing to frown. If it weren't for the fact that he was 100% sure that the person beside Wu Feng was Duan Lingtian, then he might have been fooled by Duan Lingtian. He knew that it was impossible to see any clues from Duan Lingtian's expression. Duan Lingtian was clearly an expert in this field. Duan Lingtian, my disciple Chu Han, you were the one who killed him, right? Kuang Tianjing asked once more. Moreover, this was the most sensitive question. Even Linghu Renjia's expression changed drastically. Immediately, his right hand shook the void. Immediately, a layer of light appeared in front of him, Duan Lingtian, and Kuang Tianjing. The Linghu family's protective array formation formed a defensive barrier in front of Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjia, separating them from Kuang Tianjing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an absolute sense of security as he looked at the translucent light barrier in front of him. He had heard about the Linghu clan's Great Protective Array from Wu Feng. He knew how strong the Great Protective Array was. It could kill low-level divine emperors with the power of the Great Protective Array. Ordinary low-level divine emperors couldn't even break through the Great Protective Array. A mid-level divine emperor couldn't break through the Great Protective Array. Ordinary high-level divine emperors couldn't break through it. Linghu family head, you're too careful. Kuang Tianjing looked deeply at Linghu Renjia and said in a low voice. Although Kuang Tianjing looked calm on the surface, his heart was filled with anger and helplessness. He was angry at Linghu Renjia for being so careful and helpless against the protective array formation in front of him. Just now, as soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to kill Duan Lingtian. He didn't expect Linghu Renjia to react so quickly. When his consciousness probingly landed on the formation canopy in front of him, he discovered that with his strength, it would be impossible for him to completely break through the formation canopy. Therefore, he didn't make a move in the end. Elder Tianjing, you told me that you only came to ask Duan Lingtian a few questions. Linghu Renjia looked at Kuang Tianjing, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing in his eyes. His tone also became much lower. I believe in your sincerity, that's why I allowed you to see Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, but because I thought of my disciple Chu Han who died in vain, I couldn't help but be a bit agitated. Kuang Tianjing restrained the divine power he was accumulating. Although he was apologizing, his tone was frivolous and casual, without the slightest bit of sincerity. Then, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, it's best if you have nothing to do with the death of my disciple Chu Han. Otherwise, whether it is the Hidden Fog sect or the Linghu family behind you, none of them will be able to protect you. After leaving behind these ruthless words, Kuang Tianjing turned and left. When he turned and left, one could feel the divine power on his body surface again, like a surging flame that was constantly roaming on the surface of his body. I heard that you plan to participate in our Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition in 20 years. We will meet again at that time. These were the last words Kuang Tianjing said before he walked out of the main hall and flew away. However, from beginning to end, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. He was not affected by Kuang Tianjing's ruthless words at all. To him, Kuang Tianjing was just a small stumbling block on his path to the profound Handle land. If he couldn't even cross this small stumbling block, how could he talk about rescuing his wife Ker 300 years later? Of course, if Linghu Chuyin was Ker, he also needed to have enough strength to obtain the recognition of the Xia family behind Ker. Perhaps Ker didn't care about this. However, as a man, he cared a lot about this. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjia couldn't help but bitterly smile. Now, not only have you offended the Hidden Fog sect's elders Feng and Lei, but even this Kuang Tianjing wants to kill you. Before you go to the Tianlong clan, you have to be careful. It's best if you don't take half a step away from our Linghu family's residence. After saying this, Linghu Renjia's bitter smile disappeared and was replaced with a solemn and dignified expression. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He understood this principle, so he naturally wouldn't foolishly send himself to his death. He had already thought about it. If he were elders Feng and Lei, he definitely wouldn't be willing. He would definitely come to Linghu's city and wait for an opportunity to attack him. Of course, the possibility of elders Feng and Lei directly killing him was very low, unless they completely ignored the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, before they confirmed whether or not he had an amazing background, they absolutely wouldn't kill him. Just like in the Hidden Fog sect, elders Feng and Lei didn't attack him because they were afraid of the amazing background behind him. Otherwise, they would have killed him as soon as they saw him. As for that Kuang Tianjing, he clearly didn't have so many misgivings. As long as Kuang Tianjing found an opportunity, he would likely kill him directly. With Kuang Tianjing's attitude just now, it was clear that he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. I never thought that before I even entered the Tianlong clan, I would make such an enemy, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. However, even without such an enemy, the hidden fog sect of the Tianlong clan would still view me as a thorn in their side. Within the Tianlong clan, those from the Linghu family, the hidden fog sect, and the 10,000 demons sect had all gathered together. They were all on the same side as their previous families and sections. What? Wu Feng ran away. Not long after leaving the Linghu family and returning to the 10,000 demon sect, Kuang Tianjing received a message from Du Zhan. He was so angry that his face flushed red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his intestines turned green with regret. Damn it. It must have been that Duan Lingtian who leaked the information. Chapter 3750. Before Kuang Tianjing left, he went to the Linghu family and had his junior apprentice brother Du Zhan go to the hidden fog sect. Because he was so eager to take revenge for his disciple Mo Han, he didn't think too much about many things. Or, it could be said that at that time, all he thought about was how Duan Lingtian had killed the disciples of the hidden fog sect's Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei, Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Whether it was Shengguan Xiongfeng or Long Shao, they were top 5 core disciples of the hidden fog sect. Kuang Tianjing had more or less heard of them. He knew that they were middle god kings and their strength surpassed many high god kings. But Duan Lingtian had just become a lower god king and yet he was able to kill them. With Duan Lingtian's methods, even if he hadn't broken through to the god king realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill his disciple Chu Han. Thus, when he left the 10,000 demons sect and went to the Linghu family, all his thoughts were on Duan Lingtian. He didn't even think about how he was able to travel at the speed of a lower god emperor on a god emperor level flying ship. Compared to his junior apprentice brother Du Zhan, who was a lower god emperor, he was much faster. In fact, when he arrived at the Linghu family and Duan Lingtian saw him, his junior apprentice brother Du Zhan hadn't even arrived at the hidden fog sect. Senior apprentice brother, I was too slow. After Du Zhan returned to the 10,000 demon sect, his face was filled with regret. It has nothing to do with you. Although Kuang Tianjing was enraged, he didn't lose his reason. He waved his hand and said, I didn't calculate the time well and gave that Duan Lingtian a chance to inform Wu Feng. However, although Wu Feng ran away, we can confirm that the Wu Shan and the so-called junior apprentice brother Duan, that Xian Jun spoke of are the two of them. Duan Lingtian's strength is much stronger than what we knew. To be able to kill Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, disciples of the hidden fog sect's Old Man Wind and Thunder with a lower god king cultivation, that means he can jump 2 cultivation boundaries to fight and kill enemies. With his abilities, before he became a lower divine king, he could have easily killed my disciple, Chu Han. Chu Han was most likely killed by him. As he spoke, Kuang Tianjing took a deep breath and calmed down a little. However, there's no rush for now. According to what that Linghu Renjie said, that Duan Lingtian plans to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition that our Tianlong clan will hold in 20 years. And the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition is only open to new disciples who have just passed the test and entered the sect. Since he will enter the Tianlong clan sooner or later, then I will wait for him in the Tianlong clan. I won't wait for him to grow up. Once he reaches the Tianlong clan, I'll make arrangements to kill him. Kuang Tianjing's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time, there's no chance to kill him in the Linghu family? Du Zhan asked. Then, he added, that Duan Lingtian's talent and perception are too monstrous. I feel that if we can kill him as soon as possible, it's better to do so. Although he had never seen the Duan Lingtian before, he had heard of him. It was enough for him to know just how monstrous and heaven-defying the other party was. I do want to kill him, Kuang Tianjing said in a low voice. But that Linghu Renjie protected him to the death. In fact, when I wanted to kill him, that Linghu Renjie even activated the Linghu family's protective array. A defensive barrier fell from the sky, separating me from that Duan Lingtian. As Kuang Tianjing spoke, he gnashed his teeth. That Linghu Renjie is clearly relying on the fact that his grandfather is the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. That's why he dares to act so presumptuously in front of me. White Dragon Elder. Hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, Du Zhan couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. The Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder was almost equal to their Myriad Demon sect. There was also the Hidden Fog sect's core elder. They were all outstanding middle-level divine emperors, and their status in the Tianlong clan was also very high. As for their Myriad Demon sect, of all the people who had entered the Tianlong clan, the one who had done the best was the White Dragon Elder. Currently, their Myriad Demon sect had a senior who was the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. It was extremely difficult for them to advance any further. Junior brother. Kuang Tianzheng looked at Du Zhan and changed the topic. Previously, I heard from Lan Qing that Duan Lingtian came from a Devata realm and doesn't have any background in the Mystic Star Land. However, Wu Feng has a clan behind him. Based on the current situation, it's meaningless for me to stay here. I'll return to the sect and continue arranging the marriages of my disciples. Wu Feng's clan has most likely been moved away by him. However, it's best if you go and take a look. If he didn't manage to move his clan in time, you can use his clan to threaten him and kill him. Kuang Tianzheng said. Don't worry, senior brother. Du Zhan said confidently, even if he moved his clan away, I'll do my best to find them. If I capture him, I'll personally send him to the Tianlong clan for senior brother to deal with. Upon hearing Du Zhan's words, Kuang Tianzheng nodded and smiled. Then, I'll have to trouble you, junior brother. The marriage between my second disciple and vice sect leader Shue's daughter should be held within 3 years. At that time, I'll send you and Lan Qing an invitation in advance. At that time, you can bring Pa Jun and Qian Jun along. As soon as Kuang Tianzheng finished speaking, he left. After Kuang Tianzheng left, Du Zhan was still in a state of excitement. Vice sect leader Xue. He's the vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan. His position is so high that Elder Bai Long can't compare to him. It seems like our Myriad Demon sect strength has increased greatly in the Tianlong clan. We'll be able to suppress the Hidden Fog sect in one fell swoop. After a long while, Du Zhan finally calmed down. At the same time, he went to look for Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect, to ask him about Wu Feng's clan. The Linghu family. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia, took great care of him. As long as it was within Linghu Renjia's power, he would grant Duan Lingtian's request. Under these circumstances, not only did Duan Lingtian recognize Linghu Renjia as a person, but he also recognized Linghu Renjia as the leader of the Linghu family. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian stayed in his residence to cultivate. However, even with the help of various divine pills and spirit fruits, his progress was still slow. He felt that it was extremely difficult to increase his cultivation in the Divine King realm. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian, who was bored, continued to study the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. At the same time, he began to read books. The books were readily available in the Linghu family's library. Linghu Renjia had given Duan Lingtian a high level of clearance. As long as it was not a secret of the Linghu family, he could borrow it. There are so many things to pay attention to when refining divine pills. Duan Lingtian's main focus was on the pill refinement methods of divine alchemists in the realms of gods. What he had learned so far was only superficial. For example, when refining pills, divine pill masters had to rely on the law of fire to fuse their divine energy into the flames. Moreover, they had to control the intensity of the flames. This was similar to the alchemy methods in the Devata realms. However, as Duan Lingtian continued to read, he learned more. As it turned out, controlling the flames was only a part of the refining method. The other part relied on the law of wood. A divine alchemist with peerless talent in alchemy can even use the law of life to extract a trace of life energy from the divine tree of life in the realms of gods and infuse it into his divine pills to further purify them and increase the success rate and quality of his divine pills. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he read this. The divine tree of life? Naturally, he knew there was a divine tree of life in the realms of gods. However, he did not expect to be able to extract a trace of life energy from the divine tree of life in the realms of gods. Most importantly, he had the divine tree of life in his little world. He could have as much life energy as he wanted, In the realms of gods, one has to rely on the law of fire to gain basic mastery in alchemy, the law of wood to advance, and the law of life to perfect mastery. Powerful alchemists are usually skilled in controlling flames and using the law of wood to refine pills. Then, they can use the law of life to extract life energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy to refine the pills. Duan Lingtian discovered after reading about the law of alchemy. He had the basic qualifications to become a top divine pill master in the realms of gods. Moreover, his qualifications were far superior to other divine pill masters. He could be said to be blessed by heaven. Naturally, the stronger the law of fire and the more profundities one can fuse, the better. However, in alchemy, one can't use the law of fire's fused profundities. Moreover, if one uses the fused profundities, the temperature of the cauldron would become unstable and cause the refinement to fail. Of course, there are also some divine alchemists who use the law of fire to heat the cauldron before concocting pills, allowing the cauldron to heat up faster. It's the same for the law of wood. All one has to do is master all profundities to the mastery stage. It's the same for the law of life. In other words, if I want to become a qualified divine pill master in the realms of gods, I don't have to waste my time comprehending these three laws. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Currently, I'm qualified to master the law of fire. As for the law of life, I've mastered all the profundities to the initial stage. As for the law of wood, I've also comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage. When he was still in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage when he was in the Tidal Temple's secret chamber. As for the law of life and the law of wood, he did not really comprehend them. He had to rely on the divine tree of life and the clear heaven's divine wood to comprehend them. It seems like I'll have to use the Linghu family's secret chamber. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian contacted the clan leader of the Linghu family, Linghu Xianxia, and told him he wanted to use the Linghu family's secret chamber. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Xianxia responded quickly. With your current attainments in the law of space, the Linghu family's secret chamber won't be of any help to you. You'll only be wasting your time if you enter the secret chamber. As soon as Linghu Xianxia finished speaking, Duan Lingtian knew Linghu Xianxia had misunderstood him. Clan leader, you've misunderstood. I don't intend to enter the secret chamber to comprehend the law of space. I want to enter the secret chamber to comprehend the law of life and the law of wood. Chapter 3751. Comprehend the laws of life and the laws of wood? When Linghu Xianxia heard Duan Lingtian's words, he couldn't help but ask, Duan Lingtian, are you planning to learn alchemy? Alchemy requires a certain foundation. Moreover, even if you have a foundation, there are still many aspects that you need to pay attention to. If you need any divine pills, I'll help you find them. You don't need to learn alchemy by yourself. If you have the time, you might as well cultivate. Linghu Xianxia advised kindly. While Duan Lingtian appreciated Linghu Xianxia's kind advice, he sighed and said, Patriarch, my cultivation has entered a plateau and I need to rest. However, even if I stop cultivating, my mind will still be filled with cultivation. This situation is not good for my cultivation. I want to find something else to focus on and distract myself. In short, it's fine as long as you know what to do. Linghu Xianxia said, I'll ask Wang Fu to come over later and receive the token to enter the Law's secret room from me. Wang Fu will then take you to the Law's secret room. Wang Fu was the steward of the mansion where Duan Lingtian was currently living. He was Duan Lingtian's personal steward. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Whether it was Linghu Xianxia or Wang Fu, they were both very efficient. Only about a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian heard Wang Fu's voice from outside. Young master, I've already received the token to enter the Law's secret room from Patriarch. Whenever you want to go to the Law's secret room, you can call me at any time. Let's do it now. Almost as soon as Wang Fu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already pushed open the door and walked out. He was now eager to comprehend the laws of life and the laws of wood. His goal was to comprehend all the profundities of the laws of life and the laws of wood to the great accomplishment stage. As for fusing profundities, he wasn't interested. At least, he wasn't interested for the time being. Currently, he was most proficient in the law of space, and when facing an enemy, he could only use one law, so he wasn't in a hurry to use the other laws. Young master, please follow me. Under Wang Fu's guidance, Duan Lingtian made his way through the Linghu family mansion before finally arriving at a spacious area within the Linghu family mansion. In this open space, at first glance, one could see many people standing in groups of 3 to 5, looking around vigilantly. Young master, this is where our Linghu family's law room is located. The law room is underground. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Wang Fu entered, several people nearby came forward. They only let them pass when they saw the token that Wang Fu took out. After showing the token several times, Wang Fu led Duan Lingtian to a corner of the open space, behind a stone platform. There was also a flight of stairs leading underground. As Duan Lingtian followed Wang Fu down the stairs, he could see that the walls on both sides of the stairs were engraved with incomparably complex patterns and patterns. Even on the stairs, there were quite a few patterns and patterns. Duan Lingtian instinctively extended his consciousness, and it wasn't difficult to discover that the walls and stairs were covered with formations. The formations seemed to be on the verge of being activated at any time. After descending the stairs, Duan Lingtian was presented with a long passageway, and on both sides of the passageway were small cubicles. However, even the small cubicles were each more than 100 square meters in size. Elder. Wang Fu walked in front and handed the token in his hand to an old man who came forward to greet him. The old man glanced at the token and extended his consciousness into it. A humanoid figure appeared in a timely manner. It was Linghu Xianxia. Patriarch. The old man greeted Linghu Xianxia. Fourth Elder, you're on duty today. Linghu Xianxia's humanoid figure smiled faintly. Yes. The old man responded. As for his identity, it was also revealed when Linghu Xianxia spoke. He was the Linghu family's fourth elder. The Linghu family was divided into inner clan and outer clan. Outer clan elders corresponded to the Hidden Fog sect's outer sect elders. Inner clan elders corresponded to the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elders. Core elders were about the same. As the Linghu family's fourth elder, this old man was one of the Linghu family's core elders. He was an outstanding figure amongst the Linghu family's upper god kings. Duan Lingtian wants to enter the law chamber. He can stay as long as he wants. Don't rush him. Linghu Xianxia said to the old man. As his voice fell, Linghu Xianxia's humanoid figure completely vanished. As for the light that rose from the token, it was also completely restrained. Duan Lingtian? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian's attention was also drawn to the appearance of Linghu Xianxia's humanoid figure. It wasn't until he heard the old man's voice that he regained his composure. Duan Lingtian, I am the Linghu family's fourth elder, Linghu Hua. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a brilliant smile. I've long heard of your great name. You haven't even reached 3,000 years of age and yet you've become a lower god king. Moreover, you've killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Although those 2 core disciples were only middle god kings, they were stronger than ordinary upper god kings. As soon as Linghu Hua spoke, he mentioned that Duan Lingtian had killed the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. It was clear that this matter had already spread. Fourth elder overpraises me. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian, you don't need to be modest in front of me. Linghu Hua smiled. Speaking of which, I can be considered the patriarch's cousin. There are many things that others don't know, but I do. However, I still have to tell you something. Joining the Linghu family is absolutely your best choice. What the Hidden Fog sect can give you, the Linghu family can also give you. What the Hidden Fog sect can't give you, the Linghu family can still give you. Linghu Hua said, take this law chamber for example. You've seen it for yourself. Besides you, no one else has come here. This is because very few people come here. Every time the law chamber is used, it consumes a great deal of the divine stones in our Linghu family's divine stone mine. The consumption is enormous. Even the direct descendants can't come here whenever they want. As for the other juniors of our Linghu family, they all need to meet certain conditions before they have the chance to enter. Moreover, the time they can stay is limited. As for you, Duan Ling Tian, the Patriarch's order is that you can stay in the law chamber for as long as you want. There's no need to rush you. As Linghu Hua spoke, his gaze became particularly complex. Even now, as he recalled Linghu Renjia's words just now, Linghu Hua was shocked and filled with disbelief. This was the first time he had heard the Patriarch give such an order. I feel it. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. He would always remember the care that Linghu Renjia gave him. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay this kindness. Go. Choose the law chamber you want to enter. Although there are no words at the entrance of each law chamber, it won't be difficult for you to discover what laws those law chambers correspond to. As soon as Linghu Hua finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian found the law chamber of life and slowly walked in. He planned to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage before he entered the law chamber of wood to comprehend the law of wood. When Wang Fu saw Duan Ling Tian entering the law chamber, he turned around and left. The law chamber was an important place in the Linghu family. Unrelated people were not allowed to stay for long. This was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had seen a law chamber, so he was familiar with it. Back when Duan Ling Tian was still in the Devata realm, he had spent 3 months in the law chamber of the Tidal Temple to comprehend all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Of course, that was also because he had extraordinary attainments in those 2 laws to begin with. This time, he had comprehended a law that he was not good at in the past. For this reason, it took Duan Ling Tian 4 months to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life and the law of wood to the mastery stage. At this point, he had achieved all his goals. 4th Elder. After Duan Ling Tian left the law chamber, he looked for Linghu Hua, the 4th elder of the Linghu family, who was still on duty in the law chamber. There's no law chamber of the law of time in the law chamber of the Linghu family? Before Duan Ling Tian entered the law chamber of life, he had sensed various laws at the entrance of each law chamber. Apart from the 5 elemental laws, there was also the law of wind, the law of ice, and the law of thunder. There was also the law of darkness, the law of light, and the law of destruction. As for the 4 supreme laws, apart from the law of time, there was also the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. However, there was no law of time. At that time, his first thought was that he was not confident enough in his senses, so he did not think too much about it and entered the law chamber of life directly. When he came out of the law chamber of life and entered the law chamber of wood, he carefully probed around but still did not find the law chamber of time. Now that he had come out of the law chamber of wood, he could not help but ask Linghu Hua, the 4th elder of the Linghu family. Before coming to the law chamber of the Linghu family, Duan Ling Tian had not thought about the law of time. After coming here, he thought about how he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage in the land of inheritance that his master had obtained from the ultimate powerhouse. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to comprehend the fusion of 2 profundities from the law of time in the law chamber of the Linghu family. However, he could not find the law chamber of time even though he wanted to do so. Duan Ling Tian. Linghu Hua was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's question. However, when he regained his senses, he could not help but chuckle. Don't you know that only supreme powerhouses are capable of creating a secret chamber that contains the law of time? As long as it's not an ultimate powerhouse, no matter how good they are at setting up formations or even if they're a high-level supreme god, they can't set up the law of time. This is a public iron law in all the planes of gods. Chapter 3752. Only a supreme powerhouse could set it up. After listening to Linghu Hua's words, Duan Ling Tian recalled the secret chamber that contained the law of time he entered in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was the place where his master, Feng Qingyang, obtained the inheritance from a supreme powerhouse. It was left behind by a supreme powerhouse. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian at this moment. He was still thinking about improving his comprehension of the law of time in the Linghu family's secret chamber. Apart from the law of space, the law of time was the law of time that Duan Lingtian valued the most. The law of space was not weaker than any other law except for the law of time. As for the law of time, it was known as the strongest of the four supreme laws. It was the strongest of the four supreme laws, not to mention when compared to the other laws. Are you asking this because you still want to comprehend the law of time in our Linghu family's secret chamber? Linghu Hua shook his head. If the secret chamber in our Linghu family can allow one to comprehend the law of time, I'm afraid even the clan leader and the clan elders would want to enter it. Unfortunately, only a supreme powerhouse can set up a secret chamber that contains the law of time. In the Devata realms, only godly venerable rank forces that have a close relationship with a supreme powerhouse have a secret chamber that contains the law of time. Otherwise, it would be in the cultivation place of a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, the inheritance left behind by a supreme powerhouse might also have a secret chamber that contains the law of time, Linghu Hua said. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile awkwardly. At the same time, Linghu Hua continued to say, as one of the four supreme laws, the law of time is the most mysterious and the most difficult to comprehend. Take our Linghu family as an example. In the history of our Linghu family, no one has ever comprehended all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage, let alone comprehending the few profundities from the law of time. It's not that no one wants to focus on the temporal laws, but unless they never step into the divine king realm in their entire lives, there is no time for them to waste. In the plains of gods, apart from those who are naturally gifted with the law of time or those who are extremely lucky to obtain divine fruits or time tablets, it's very difficult for them to stay true to themselves and focus on the law of time. Many people will discover that the time spent comprehending the laws of time can also be used to comprehend other laws, resulting in twice the result with half the effort. After hearing Linghu Hua's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding. At the same time, he knew how lucky he was to be able to enter a secret chamber that contained the law of time left behind by a supreme expert. It was a privilege that most people in the realms of gods rarely had. As for what Linghu Hua said, he could understand. After all, in the realms of gods, one had to become a god king or they would not have much time to waste. Everyone was racing against time. Once they lost, they would be killed by the heavenly tribulation that existences above the level of God King would face once every 1,000 years, and their bodies and Tao would vanish. If one did not break through and become a God King, their soul would remain at the level of a god. It would not benefit them in comprehending the law of time. Although a stronger soul would not give them an advantage in comprehending the law of time, it would definitely be more advantageous than before. Young master. A voice rang from the staircase. It was none other than Wang Fu whom Duan Lingtian had summoned earlier when he learned that there was no secret chamber of time in the Linghu family's secret chamber. Since Wang Fu had the token to enter and exit the secret chamber, he would need Wang Fu to lead the way. Fourth Elder, thank you for clearing my doubts. Since I've achieved my goal, I'll take my leave first. Since Wang Fu had arrived, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Linghu Hua. All right. Linghu Hua smiled and nodded. He watched as Duan Lingtian brought Wang Fu away. A faint smile appeared on his face. Since the clan leader has recruited this young man into our Linghu family, it can be said that the Linghu family has picked up a treasure. Linghu Hua, naturally, knew that Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the law of life and the law of wood during the short time he had spent in the secret chamber. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the two profundities to the mastery stage before leaving the secret chamber. It seemed like he did not intend to continue using the secret chamber of the Linghu family. It was obvious he did not want to take advantage of the Linghu family. Such a person was worthy of recognition. He was not an ungrateful person. Moreover, his innate talent and comprehension ability were astounding. To the Linghu family, having a revered elder with a different surname was only beneficial. After Duan Lingtian left the secret chamber with Wang Fu, he returned to his room and took out a divine pill cauldron from his spatial ring. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Devata realms, he had obtained many divine artifacts in the ruins of the realms of gods, including 2 divine artifact pill cauldrons. In the realms of gods, divine pill cauldrons were not graded. It was even to the extent that powerhouses with high cultivations needed to suppress their divine power when refining pills. Otherwise, once the divine power fused with the law of fire became too rampant, it would destroy the herbs needed to refine pills and even the pills that had yet to take shape. In the realms of gods, pill refinement relied on experience, innate talent, and the ability to sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy. Many divine alchemists were experienced and talented. However, since they could not sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy, let alone extract the life energy to aid in pill refinement, their success rate was not high. Moreover, even if they succeeded, the quality of the pills would not be high. As for some divine pills that had no difference in quality, such as the Emperor Connecting Divine Pill that the Heavenly Dragon sect took out last time and this time in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, it was impossible to refine it without the purification of life force during the refining process. Even if the life energy was used to refine the pills, it was not guaranteed that the pills would be refined successfully. It also depended on whether the life energy came in time and the quantity was sufficient. Take the Tianlong clan's divine alchemist for example. He was able to refine more than 10 Emperor Ascension divine pills in 100 years. In terms of skill, he could be ranked second in the entire realms of gods. He was a divine alchemist that any Emperor God forces would kill to recruit. Such a divine alchemist was capable of refining Emperor-grade divine pills. Even if the success rate was not high, it was still possible. For a divine alchemist who did not have the ability to refine Emperor-grade divine pills, it would be a waste no matter how many materials were given to him. Let's try refining the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills first. Duanling Tian recalled the 3 divine pills he had obtained at the Heavenly Wind City's Zhou clan's auction after he arrived at the Profound Handle land. It was precisely those 3 divine pills that helped his cultivation base to improve in a short period of time. At that time, he had snatched the 3 divine pills from the 4th master of the Zhong clan in Heavenly Wind City. The spatial ring that Chu Han had left behind had a few sets of the herbs needed to refine the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills. In fact, there were many herbs needed to refine the divine pills. Is Chu Han a divine alchemist as well? Duan Lingtian guessed. In fact, Chu Han was a divine alchemist. The reason why Kuang Tianzheng, an inner sect elder of the Sky Dragon sect, chose Chu Han was not only because of Chu Han's martial talent, but also because of Chu Han's talent in alchemy. Although Chu Han had not broken through to the God King realm, he could refine spirit-grade divine pills. He could even refine ordinary king-grade divine pills. Divine pills of the same grade were divided into different grades. For example, the Emperor Ascension divine pill that could help a higher God King to break through to the lesser God Emperor realm was an Emperor-grade divine pill. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Emperor-grade divine pill. For this reason, the Emperor Ascension divine pill was one of the top Emperor-grade divine pills that could be used by God Kings. It could be said that it was a divine pill that every God King dreamed of. The old sect master of the Sky Dragon sect was able to refine Emperor-grade divine pills. He was already considered an Emperor-grade divine pill master. Of course, there's also a difference in strength between Emperor-grade divine pill masters. The weaker ones can barely refine Emperor-grade divine pills, but their success rate is pitifully low and their waste of materials is shocking. A strong Emperor-grade divine pill master has a stable success rate when refining Emperor-grade divine pills. They can refine ordinary Emperor-grade divine pills with ease, and the success rate of refining Emperor-grade divine pills is astonishing. If I'm not wrong, the old clan leader of the Tianlong clan is considered a strong Emperor-grade divine pill master. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that the Tianlong clan was able to produce so many Emperor Ascension divine pills in 100 years. In the realms of gods, the highest level of divine pill masters were venerable-grade divine pill masters. Below them were Emperor-grade divine pill masters, royal-grade divine pill masters, king-grade divine pill masters, and spirit-grade divine pill masters. For example, Chu Han, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, could be considered a king-grade divine pill master because he could refine king-grade divine pills. Let's practice first. In the realms of gods, most of the recipes for divine pills were no secret. After all, even if the recipes were leaked, not everyone could refine them. This was especially true for some pill formulas. Although the required medicinal ingredients were recorded, if the key points of the technique were not written, even the divine alchemist who had the ability to refine the divine pills recorded in the formula would often fail due to the lack of technique. The higher the grade of the divine pill, the more particular the recipe was. Naturally. For spirit-grade divine pills like the Jia Bing divine pill, the recipe had been improved many times over the long history of the realms of gods. Even the technique recorded in the recipe had been improved continuously. Therefore, any spirit-grade divine pill master with some skill would be able to refine it. Although there was a ready-made recipe, it was still difficult to put it into practice. Every step could not be wrong. Just like now. Duan Lingtian's first attempt at refining the Jia Bing divine pill had failed. In the process of refining the Jia Bing divine pill with the law of wood, the cauldron exploded and the incomplete Jia Bing divine pill was turned into useless dregs. I actually failed? Duan Lingtian felt a little disappointed when he saw the dregs pouring out of the cauldron. Am I not talented in this area? Am I not suitable to be a divine pill master? If other divine pill masters heard Duan Lingtian's words, they would definitely beat him to death. It was Duan Lingtian's first time refining a divine pill. Moreover, the Jia Bing divine pill was one of the top spirit-grade divine pills. Divine pill masters who could refine the Jia Bing divine pill were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the realms of gods. Chapter 3753. From Duan Lingtian's point of view, the Jia Bing 3 divine pill was only a spirit-level divine pill. Moreover, the recipe that he had memorized in the Linghu family's library was a refined version. Every step was very detailed, and even the strength of the technique was standardized. It was too much of a blow for him to fail under such circumstances. Let's try again. Just nice, there's still one more set of ingredients to refine the Jia Bing 3 divine pill. If I fail again, I'll stop studying pill refinement for the time being. Maybe I'm really not cut out to be a divine pill master. With a nervous heart, Duan Lingtian began refining the Jia Bing 3 divine pill again. This time, he was even more serious than before. Every step was done according to the description of the pill formula in his memory. Not a single mistake was made. Soon, it was time to refine. After failing once, Duan Lingtian was even more careful. Then, he successfully passed the refining stage. Normally, after refining, he could condense the pill. After all, it was only a spirit-level divine pill. Divine pill masters who refined this kind of divine pill basically did not have the ability to extract the life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to further refine the divine pill. Moreover, even if a spirit-level divine pill was not purified, the success rate was very high. It was not like a divine pill above the emperor level, which could not be formed without purification. Should I refine it? However, Duan Lingtian now wanted to refine the Jia Bing 3 divine pill that was about to condense. According to the recipe, a divine pill master who has the ability to refine the Jia Bing 3 divine pill will have a 100% success rate once the refinement is successful. If the refinement fails, this cauldron of Jia Bing 3 divine pill will be wasted. If I don't refine it and condense it directly, the success rate will be more than 60%. If I condense it directly now, whether or not it will be formed completely depends on the will of the heavens. Should I try refining it? It was not easy to get to this step. He had not made any mistakes before and was about to condense the pill. Duan Lingtian did not want to leave all this to the will of the heavens. Moreover, he did not need to extract the life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could just get it from the divine tree of life in his small world. To be precise, he just needed to let the life force in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that filled his small world. The small world in his body was completely under his control. With a single thought, the condensed life force gushed out from the small world in his body and entered the divine artifact pill cauldron before him. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped pouring in his divine power of life, because it was enough. He had even channeled the power of life to the limit that the Jia Yi Bing San divine pill could absorb. If there was an emperor-grade divine pill master or above, seeing Duan Lingtian obtain so much life force from refining pills, they would definitely be dumbfounded. If they saw Duan Lingtian injecting so much life force into the cauldron used to concoct spirit-grade divine pills, they would definitely scold Duan Lingtian for being a wastrel. One had to know that even the most outstanding emperor-grade divine pill alchemist wouldn't be able to extract even a tenth of what Duan Lingtian was injecting into his pill cauldron. Extravagant. It was too extravagant. Of course, the current Duan Lingtian didn't have any concept of this. He only knew that the first divine pill he had concocted was about to take shape. Moreover, it would definitely take shape. There was no need to worry about failure. It's done. As Duan Lingtian's consciousness trembled, he casually patted the divine artifact pill cauldron in front of him. Immediately, the lid of the pill cauldron folded up and 3 divine pills flew out at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian, who had been prepared for this, casually grabbed the 3 divine pills in his hand. The 3 divine pills shone brightly, just like the Jia Yi Bing San divine pills that Duan Lingtian had obtained before. However, the Jia Yi Bing San divine pills that he had obtained at the Zhou family's auction in Tianfeng City didn't smell as good as the ones he had concocted now. Moreover, there was a thick layer of light around the 3 divine pills. There are patterns on them? Soon after, the sharp-eyed Duan Lingtian clearly saw the obvious pill inscriptions on the first, second, and third divine pills in his hand. Moreover, the pill inscriptions were in the form of ancient words. Coincidentally, Duan Lingtian had read these ancient words when he was in the Devata realms. Jia Yi Bing. The pill veins on the 3 divine pills were formed from ancient characters. Pill patterns? Didn't they say that only supreme divine pills would have pill patterns on them? Why would the Jia Yi Bing San divine pills that I concocted for the first time have pill patterns on them? As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, a thunderous roar rang in the sky above his residence. Uncle Fu, what's going on? At the same time, in the front courtyard of Duan Lingtian's residence, a few maids were looking up at the sky as they asked Wang Fu, who was standing nearby with a confused expression on their faces. Wang Fu was also confused as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky. This looks like a heavenly tribulation. But none of us are undergoing a heavenly tribulation here. None of you are even God kings. I just passed my heavenly tribulation 300 years ago. As for young master's heavenly tribulation, I think he has already passed it. Wang Fu was still in a daze when the sound of wind whistling could be heard coming from the roof of one of the rooms in the residence. Uncle Fu, look. What's that? It seems like it came from young master's room. A few maids with sharp eyes said to Wang Fu one after another. Before Wang Fu could react, a loud bang rang in the air as a figure shot up into the sky above the room. Young master. Wang Fu could not help but fly up into the air when he saw the figure in front of him. His instincts told him this had something to do with his young master. Swoosh. 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 At some point in time, numerous figures had already gathered over from all directions. These people, without exception, were all elders and disciples of the Linghu family. What's going on? That residence seems to belong to Duan Lingtian, the new revered elder of the Linghu family. Revered elder Duan seems to have become a lesser god king some time ago. He should have passed his first heavenly tribulation a long time ago. Don't tell me it belongs to the steward beside him. I know the steward beside revered elder Duan. He passed his heavenly tribulation 300 years ago. That's strange. Before long, many figures had gathered in the sky above Duan Lingtian's residence. Without Duan Lingtian's permission, they did not dare to enter the sky above Duan Lingtian's residence. They could only watch from afar. Patriarch. 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 A corner of the crowd automatically opened up a path for a figure to step through the air. It was none other than the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Behind Linghu Renjia was a white-haired old man. At this moment, his eyes were shining as he looked at the dark clouds that were brewing above the residence. The lightning in the dark clouds was not purple. Instead, it was reddish-brown. It looked extremely strange. Revered Elder Wu, this tribulation cloud seems a little off. It doesn't look like the tribulation cloud of a god king. Linghu Renjia looked at the tribulation cloud above the residence and said to the old man behind him, "Patriarch, this is not the tribulation cloud of a human tribulation. It's the tribulation cloud of an elixir tribulation." The old man behind Linghu Renjia corrected Linghu Renjia after hearing Linghu Renjia's words. "This is the heavenly tribulation caused by an ultimate divine pill." An ultimate divine pill. When the old man said this, Linghu Renjia could not help but gasp. An ultimate divine pill? Although he was not a divine pill master, he knew what the words, ultimate divine pill, meant. It meant the pinnacle of a certain type of divine pill, the ultimate. The same type of divine pill could be refined by different divine pill masters. There would be differences in quality. Even if they were of the same grade, there would still be differences in quality. There was a limit to every type of divine pill. At that limit, there would be no more breakthroughs. This type of divine pill was also called an ultimate divine pill. Boom! Rumble. While Linghu Renjia was still in shock, the tribulation cloud above the residence finally struck down tribulation lightning. Bolts of lightning as thick as a baby's arm fell from the sky and struck the three little light spots in the void. In the next moment, a burst of light circulated above the three specks of light, and then they actually completely absorbed the lightning. Then, the second bolt of tribulation lightning fell. This time, it was much thicker than the previous one. However, it was still absorbed by the three little light spots. At the same time, the tribulation cloud dispersed and the sky returned to normal. It's the pill tribulation. Oh my God! Is this the legendary pill tribulation of an ultimate divine pill? This pill tribulation has a total of 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. This is the pill tribulation of an ultimate divine pill. Those 3 little light spots look like Jia Yi Bing Sen divine pills. Among the onlookers from the Linghu family, there was no lack of experienced and knowledgeable people. At this time, they also came back to their senses one after another. Each and every one of them stared at the 3 divine pellets that had fallen into the purple-clothed youth's hand. An ultimate divine pill. In the past, they had only heard of it but had never seen it before. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just put away the Jia Yi Bing Sen divine pills when a familiar voice entered his ears. He instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, walking over with an old man in tow. Head of the family. After greeting Linghu Renjia, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see the group of onlookers in the sky outside his mansion. He had only just realized that there were so many people here. Just now, his attention was focused on the pill tribulation of the divine pills. He was afraid that the pill tribulation would destroy the Jia Yi Bing Sen divine pills that he had just refined. If an ultimate divine pill could not withstand the pill tribulation and was destroyed by the pill tribulation, it could only be considered a flawed and imperfect ultimate divine pill. Only an ultimate divine pill that could withstand the pill tribulation could be considered a true ultimate divine pill. Of course, even an ultimate divine pill that could attract the pill tribulation and then be destroyed by the pill tribulation was not something that anyone could refine. Duan Lingtian, which senior refined the Jia Yi Bing Sen divine pills that you just put away? This was the first sentence Linghu Renjia asked as he approached. He was really too curious. At the same time, he looked left and right in an attempt to find the person who had refined the pills. He naturally did not dare to hope that such a heaven-defying person would stay in the Linghu family, but as long as he was lucky enough to meet him, it would be a blessing that he had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Chapter 3754. Even if it was only a spirit-grade divine pill, it was impossible for a divine pill master to refine a spirit-grade divine pill without the ability to extract life force from the world energy. Moreover, even if a divine pill master had the ability to extract life force from the world energy, not everyone could refine a spirit-grade divine pill, even if it was only a spirit-grade divine pill. Only those divine pill masters who could extract a certain amount of life force from the heaven and earth spiritual chi to refine pills could refine extreme spirit-grade divine pills. As for higher grades of spirit-grade divine pills, they required even more life force to support them. However, even if it was a spirit-grade divine pill master, one had to be at least an emperor-grade divine pill master to be able to refine a spirit-grade divine pill master. A god-emperor-grade force like the Linghu family would not be able to keep such a person because such a person would be an honored guest even in a god-emperor-grade force like the Tianlong clan. Which senior? Hearing Linghu Renjia's question, Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's the 3 divine pills that you just put away. Which senior refined them? Linghu Renjia saw that Duan Lingtian was stunned, as if he did not hear his question clearly, so he quickly repeated his question. You mean these 3 divine pills? This time, Duan Lingtian heard him clearly and took out the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills from his storage ring. After the baptism of the pill tribulation, the halo around the 3 divine pills seemed to have an additional strand of brownish-red lightning circling them. Moreover, there seemed to be brownish-red lightning energy flowing on the pill patterns on their surface, making them look extraordinary. That's right. Linghu Renjia nodded and said, normally speaking, a pill tribulation will be triggered after a peak-grade divine pill is refined. Didn't you go to the law chamber to comprehend the law of wood and law of life because you wanted to learn how to refine pills some time ago? After you came out today, you probably went to find a senior divine pill master and asked him to teach you how to refine pills, right? What about that senior? As Linghu Renjia asked, his tone couldn't help but become urgent. Duan Lingtian had heard the news from the Linghu family's 4th elder the moment he came out of the law chamber. There's no senior. Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the 3 elixir pills in his hand. I just made these Jia Yi Bing Sen elixir pills myself. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Linghu Renjia was stunned. Even the old man behind him and the nearby hungry Wang Fu were stunned. Even Wang Fu, after seeing the pill tribulation of the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pill, subconsciously thought that it was a divine pill refined by someone else. But now, after hearing the young master he served, he remembered that apart from bringing this young master into the law chamber, he was basically in this mansion all the time. If someone came in or out, he would definitely know. However, no outsiders had ever entered or exited. Young master, he's actually a divine pill master who can refine an ultimate divine pill? Wang Fu was shocked. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with reverence. At the same time, Linghu Renjia finally regained his senses. He stared at Duan Lingtian, dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian, you're not joking, are you? I'm not. Duan Lingtian shook his head seriously. I'm telling the truth. But, when Linghu Renjia spoke again, he couldn't help but stutter. What Duan Lingtian had just said was too shocking. But didn't you just comprehend the laws of life and the laws of wood and learn how to refine pills? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Today was my first attempt at refining a divine pill. However, I've refined 2 cauldrons of Jia Yi and Bing San divine pills. However, I failed in the first cauldron because I didn't refine the ingredients properly. At that time, I wondered if it was because I didn't have the talent to refine pills. After all, the formula for the Jia Yi and Bing San divine pills clearly stated the steps and details of the pill refinement. I shouldn't have messed it up. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjia studied Duan Lingtian a few times. When he was certain Duan Lingtian was not playing dumb, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Was it not normal for one to fail in their first attempt at refining pills? As far as Linghu Renjia knew, even if a divine pill master who had ascended to the realms of gods had a high level of attainment in pill refinement, he would be considered talented if he could succeed in refining spirit-grade divine pills in the realms of gods once out of 10 attempts. However, Duan Lingtian said he was not talented in pill refinement after failing in his first attempt at refining pills. At this moment, apart from Linghu Renjia, even the old man behind him could not help but feel his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Duan Lingtian did not notice the twitching of the two old men's mouths as he continued to speak. However, it just so happened that I had a set of ingredients to refine the Jia Yi and Bing San divine pills, so I tried to refine them a second time. At that time, I thought to myself that if I failed again, I would never touch a cauldron again. Finally, the second time, under my careful efforts, I finally succeeded. However, I didn't expect I would be able to refine a supreme-grade divine pill and even face a pill tribulation. Fortunately, it passed the pill tribulation. If it didn't, I would have suspected that I'm not suitable for pill refinement. After all, if it didn't pass the pill tribulation, it would have been destroyed. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression was still serious. However, when Linghu Renjie saw this, he felt an urge to beat him up. At this moment, the onlookers had also heard Duan Lingtian's words from beginning to end. When they heard this, they had the urge to rush up to Duan Lingtian and give him a good beating. Do you guys think this revered elder Duan really doesn't understand the logic behind this, or is he purposely trying to piss people off? I think he's trying to piss people off. This is so infuriating. I can barely be considered a king-grade pill refinement master. However, when I was refining pills, I wasted more than 20 cauldron divine pills before I successfully refined a divine pill. He's only done it twice, and he's saying he doesn't have the talent for pill refinement? I also think he's trying to piss people off. Moreover, he's showing off. However, I don't have any evidence. Why do I feel like this revered elder Duan deserves a beating? I really want to beat him up. I feel the same way. I think so too. The onlookers, elders, and disciples of the Linghu family looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility. When Duan Lingtian heard their discussion, realization dawned on him. It seemed like his second attempt at refining a divine pill was a sign of his innate talent. It did not mean he had failed to refine a divine pill or that he did not have the talent for pill refinement. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt much better. Fortunately, he did not give up just because of his first failure. Fortunately, he had tried a second time. Otherwise, he would have lost a genius like him in the realms of gods. Moreover, he would have missed the opportunity to become a divine pill refinement master. Fortunately, revered elder Duan. At this moment, the old man behind Linghu Renjie spoke up. He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief and asked, "Why you? Is this really your first time refining a divine pill?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Linghu Renjie in confusion and asked, "Clan leader, this is?" Linghu Renjie finally regained his senses. He quickly introduced the old man to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, this is the chief alchemist of the Linghu family, revered elder Lin Yan. Revered elder Lin is a good friend of mine. We've gone through thick and thin together in the past." Linghu Renjie introduced. Revered elder Lin. Duan Lingtian hurriedly greeted the old man when he heard Lin Yan's greeting. As for Lin Yan, his face and ears turned red when he heard Linghu Renjie's introduction. After greeting Duan Lingtian politely, he glared at Linghu Renjie and said, "Linghu Renjie, you're here to embarrass me, aren't you? What kind of chief alchemist am I in front of a divine pill refinement master like revered elder Duan who can refine a supreme grade divine pill?" When Lin Yan reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of bitterness and self-deprecation in his tone. Linghu Renjie smiled bitterly. "Old man, didn't you hear Duan Lingtian say today is his first time refining a divine pill?" "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded as well. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Yan. "Revered elder Lin, I refined the pills according to the pill formulas recorded in the Linghu clan's library today. The pill formula I used has your name on it. You must be the one who compiled it, right?" "Revered elder Lin, I've just started learning how to refine pills. There are still many things I don't understand. I hope you can guide me in the future." Duan Lingtian's enthusiasm did not seem fake at all. It made Lin Yan feel bitter in his heart. What kind of genius was this? How could he refine a supreme grade divine pill on his first day? Lin Yan took a deep breath before he shook his head and said, "Revered elder Duan, I don't dare to guide you. Let's learn from each other. What a joke. Duan Lingtian was someone who could refine a supreme-grade divine pill. Even if it was only a spirit-grade divine pill, it was not something Lin Yen could refine. Revered Elder Lin, you're too humble. You're the chief alchemist of the Linghu clan. How can I compare to you? Duan Lingtian said. Now, if not for Duan Lingtian's sincere tone and innocent eyes, Lin Yen might not have been able to hold himself back and beat him up. This was too infuriating. How could anyone be so infuriating? Lin Yen took a few deep breaths before he regained his senses. He asked curiously, Revered Elder Duan, even if it's a spirit-grade divine pill, it needs to be purified with life force during the refining process in order to make it into an supreme-grade divine pill. You're able to extract life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on your first day of refining pills? Lin Yen changed the topic. He was worried that if he continued to listen to Duan Lingtian, he would be so angry that he would not be able to hold himself back from beating Duan Lingtian up. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes, isn't it very simple? I followed some small techniques recorded in the Linghu clan's library. I merged my divine power with the Edict of Life and sensed the life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, I extracted the life force and used it to refine pills. Duan Lingtian said solemnly, I remember there's your signature next to the memory jade token as well. It must be the memory jade token you left behind. Revered Elder Lin, you're really amazing. The technique you left behind allowed me to extract life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in just one day. Chapter 3755. What? Lin Yen was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the serious expression on Duan Lingtian's face. You're extracting the life energy according to the technique I recorded in the library? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Without waiting for Lin Yan's reply, Duan Lingtian's divine energy flashed as the law of life merged with his divine energy. Then, under Lin Yan's horrified gaze, Duan Lingtian extracted a wisp of life energy from the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although it was not as much as the life energy he extracted from his little world, it was still a considerable amount. At the very least, Lin Yen was stunned. It was as if he had been scared silly. This was what Duan Lingtian discovered when he used the life energy from his little world. He discovered that after using the life force, even if it was not the life force of his miniature world, he could still clearly sense it and draw it away at will. Naturally, the amount and density of the life energy he extracted from the little world was far inferior to the life energy in his little world. This was because Duan Lingtian had a divine tree of life in his little world. He could extract the life energy from the air around the divine tree of life. It was the purest and densest life energy. It was only natural that he would be able to refine pills with half the effort. However, Duan Lingtian did not tell Lin Yen that he was holding back when he extracted the life energy from the air. If he unleashed his full strength, he was confident he could extract all the life energy from the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his surroundings. Due to the divine tree of life in his body, his little world was filled with rich life energy. In terms of sensitivity to the life energy emitted by the divine tree of life, apart from the supreme experts, only someone like Duan Lingtian who had a divine tree of life in his little world would be able to detect it. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy. Not only that, but he could also absorb it. In this regard, most divine alchemists in the realms of gods were no match for Duan Lingtian. When Linghu Renjie looked at Lin Yen finally recovered from his daze. He smiled bitterly and sighed. What you used was indeed a small technique that I used to extract the spirit energy of heaven and earth. However, even I could only extract a small amount of life force from the spirit energy of heaven and earth with this small technique. The amount of life force you're extracting right now is much greater than the amount I'm extracting. This little trick was indeed his. He also stayed with the Linghu family. However, even if many people knew his little trick, they still couldn't extract the life force from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This was because anyone who wanted to extract the life force needed to sense the life force in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. His little trick was to allow a person to extract as much life force as possible from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that they sensed. It's no wonder you're able to refine supreme spirit-grade divine pills. With this amount of life force, any spirit-grade divine pill would be able to be refined into a supreme spirit-grade divine pill. Putting everything else aside, your ability to extract the life force from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is already comparable to a top emperor-grade divine alchemist. In fact, it's comparable to an ordinary emperor-grade divine alchemist. Only Duan Ling Tian and Linghu Renjia, who were standing close to him, could hear the last part of his sentence. Even Wang Fu, who was standing nearby, could not hear him. Most of the onlookers were watching from afar. Naturally, the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fu was more than enough for the onlookers to find out what they wanted to know. Heavens! Revered Elder Duan learned this from Revered Elder Ling Yan? Is this considered as the student surpassing the master? I heard from Revered Elder Ling Yan that Duan Ling Tian extracted more life force from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth than he did. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the young Revered Elder Duan from the Linghu family is already an emperor-grade divine alchemist when he just learned how to refine pills? I can only say that he's at the level of an emperor-grade divine alchemist when it comes to extracting life force. In fact, he's even more skilled than most emperor-grade divine alchemists. But isn't this the most difficult step in refining a divine pill? That's right. Practice makes perfect with the other steps. Only this step requires one to be able to sense the life force from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It's also because of this that divine alchemists who are skilled in the law of life have a unique advantage in this aspect. Duan Ling Tian could not help but chuckle inwardly when he heard the discussions of the onlookers. It was true that divine alchemists who were skilled in the law of life had an advantage in extracting life force from spiritual weapons. However, that was all there was to it. Duan Ling Tian might not be skilled in the law of life, but because of the divine tree of life in his little world, he was far more sensitive to the life force from the heaven and earth spiritual chi than anyone else. Perhaps, only those who had realms of gods as little worlds in their bodies would be able to match him in this aspect. This was because every realm of gods had a divine tree of life. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had heard from the world-cleansing divine water in his body that every realm of gods required a divine tree of life to support it. Without a divine tree of life, his little world would not be able to develop into a realm of gods. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had wondered where the divine tree of life had come from. Then, he thought about his own situation. Although he was not a supreme expert, he had a divine tree of life in his little world. Would he be able to develop his little world with the help of the divine tree of life in the future? At that time, if he became a supreme expert, would he be able to kill a supreme expert from a realm of gods and replace that realm of gods with his little world to become a new realm of gods? At that time, one of the realms of gods would belong to Duan Ling Tian. After all, it was his little world. Let's disperse. Linghu Renjia looked at the onlookers and said in a clear voice. After listening to Ling Yan's words in a hushed tone, he had many questions to ask Duan Ling Tian and many things he wanted to say. With so many onlookers around, it was obviously inconvenient. After all, Linghu Renjia was the clan leader of the Linghu family. Although the onlookers were reluctant to leave, they still dispersed. During this time, Duan Ling Tian received many voice transmissions. Duan Ling Tian, I'm Yuan Yu, the clan leader of the Linghu family. My mansion is 2 blocks north of yours. If you have time, feel free to come and find me for tea or wine. Duan Ling Tian, I'm Duan Ling Tian, The voice transmissions were all directed at Duan Ling Tian. It was clear that Duan Ling Tian's ability to refine a supreme divine pill had made them realize Duan Ling Tian's potential. After all, Duan Ling Tian came to the Linghu family with the reputation of being a monstrous genius. However, he had the potential to become an emperor-grade divine pill master even though he had just started learning how to refine pills. Such an all-rounder talent would definitely soar to the sky in the future. If they did not take this opportunity to befriend him, they would not have the chance to do so in the future. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian found the person who sent the voice transmissions and exchanged pleasantries with him. However, in the end, he did not respond at all. In the end, he did not reply at all. After a few moments, the crowd around Duan Ling Tian's mansion dispersed. The originally noisy environment had completely returned to its original tranquility at this moment. Within the courtyard, Wang Fu led the others away, and Duan Ling Tian, Linghu Renjie, and Lin Yan sat around the wooden table in the pergola within the courtyard. Revered Elder Duan, you have a foundation in pill refinement, right? For example, before coming to the realms of gods, did you refine celestial pills in the Devata realms? Lin Yan asked as soon as he sat down. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. When I was in the Devata realms, I started to refine celestial pills, but I didn't really do much after that. However, before I ascended to the Devata realms, I did have some achievements in pill refinement when I was still in the mundane realms. If Duan Lingtian's peers who came from the mundane realms heard his words, they would definitely roll their eyes at him. In the mundane realms, if Duan Lingtian said he was second in pill refinement, who would dare to say they were first? As expected. Lin Yan sighed in relief. I was just thinking about how you managed to refine the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills on your second try. It's impossible that you're able to refine the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills on your second try. It's normal if you have a foundation in pill refinement. After all, the refinement of divine pills in the realms of gods isn't as complicated as the refinement of celestial pills in the Devata realms. The most important part is the purification process. Lin Yan stared at Duan Lingtian intently as he said, Revered Elder Duan, based on your performance today, I'm sure you have the potential to become an Emperor-grade Divine Pill Master or even a Supremacy-grade Divine Pill Master. A Supremacy-grade Divine Pill Master. Duan Lingtian was not surprised, but Linghu Renjie was shocked when he heard Lin Yan's words. One had to know that even the old ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon sect was only an ordinary Emperor-grade Divine Alchemist who was coveted by several peak Emperor-grade Divine Alchemists in the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. However, Ling Yan said Duan Ling Tian had the potential to become a revered grade Divine Alchemist, an Emperor-grade Divine Alchemist. Linghu Renjie knew his old friend very well. He was not one to speak without thinking. In other words, Lin Yan had high hopes for Duan Ling Tian. You're too kind, revered Elder Lin. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled wryly. I'm only a beginner now. I still have a long way to go before I can refine divine pills. I hope you'll be able to guide me in the future, revered Elder Lin. Duan Ling Tian was not trying to keep a low profile. He just felt he was lacking a lot in the Tao of alchemy in the realms of gods. Let's not talk about anything else. Take the king-grade divine pill formulas that he found in the Linghu family's library as an example. There were many things he could not understand. Theoretically, he could not understand those things. Only the pill formulas of spirit-level divine pills could be understood by him based on his past alchemy experience, because compared to the pill formulas of king-level divine pills, it was much simpler. Chapter 3756. When Duan Ling Tian saw the awkward expression on Lin Yan's face after listening to his words, he quickly explained his current situation to Lin Yan. The awkward expression on Lin Yan's face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Revered Elder Duan, the things you didn't understand are just the basics of a divine alchemist. If you're interested, I can teach you. At this moment, Lin Yan finally understood that the purple-clad young man before him was indeed a novice among divine alchemists in the realms of gods. He did not even know the basics. Naturally, these things were rarely recorded. Most of them were passed down by word of mouth since they were complicated and flexible. It was difficult to record them in words. Thank you, revered Elder Lin. Duan Ling Tian thanked Lin Yan profusely. At this moment, Lin Yan turned to look at Linghu Renjie and said, Linghu, you've really picked up a gem. With revered Elder Duan's foundation in pill refinement, he'll be able to become an outstanding Emperor-grade divine alchemist in a short time once he understands the basics. Previously, you asked me to help him refine divine pills. In my opinion, we should wait for him to master the basics before asking him to refine king-grade divine pills. Who knows? He might be able to refine 1 or 2 supreme divine pills. Lin Yan said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian learned from Lin Yan that Linghu Renjie had sought Lin Yan's help in pill refinement in order to improve his cultivation base as quickly as possible. In that case, we'll wait for Duan Lingtian to master the basics before I give him the materials to refine the divine pills. Linghu Renjie nodded. Then, he looked at Lin Yan and said, "It seems like before Duan Lingtian leaves the Linghu family, I can't let you refine the important divine pills. It'll be a waste of materials if I let you refine them. It's better to let Duan Lingtian refine them." Linghu Renjie smiled brightly when he finished speaking. "If that's the case, then I'll leave the Linghu family and continue to be a carefree wild crane." Linghu Renjie was not angry. Instead, he replied calmly to Linghu Renjie. The smile on Linghu Renjie's face instantly froze. After a while, he laughed awkwardly and said, "Just kidding, just kidding. Duan Lingtian might become an outstanding alchemist, but he couldn't stay in the Linghu family forever. Even if Duan Lingtian did not become an outstanding member of the Duan Lingtian family, he would leave the Linghu family and enter the Tianlong clan in 20 years. His talent was top-notch, and his comprehension was monstrous. Even if the Linghu family forced him to stay, it would only slow him down. Moreover, he couldn't stay in the Linghu family forever. In the next 20 years, he might be able to ask Duan Lingtian to refine some important alchemy pills. But in 20 years, when Duan Lingtian went to the Tianlong clan, he couldn't just ask Duan Lingtian to refine any alchemy pills. In the following period of time, either Linghu Renjie came to Duan Lingtian's residence, or Duan Lingtian went to Linghu Renjie's residence. Duan Lingtian also gradually grasped the basics of refining alchemy pills that he had not come into contact with in the past. During this period of time, the news of Duan Lingtian refining the ultimate Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pill also spread to the Linghu family. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the entire Linghu city, and it continued to spread to the surrounding areas. Ultimate divine pill. In the history of the Linghu family, no one had ever refined an ultimate divine pill. Even if it was a spirit-level divine pill that was even more ordinary than the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pill, no one had ever refined an ultimate divine pill. Thus, once this news spread through Linghu city, it caused a great sensation. Heavens, is that Duan Lingtian an all-around talent? Not only does he have monstrous talent and perception, but he also became a lower god king at such a young age. Moreover, he has the strength to defeat an ordinary upper god king, and he is also a divine alchemist. He can even refine an ultimate divine pill? What kind of genius did the Hidden Fog sect miss out on? The Linghu family has really picked up a treasure this time. The Hidden Fog sect is probably regretting this so much that their intestines are turning green. If I were a member of the Hidden Fog sect, I would want to bang my head against a wall and die. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Linghu family, the fame he had created in the Hidden Fog sect had already spread far and wide. He wasn't even 3,000 years old, but with a divine spirit realm cultivation, he had become the first divine spirit realm core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. He was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hidden Fog sect's former core disciple, Shui Haichuan. Later, when news of Duan Lingtian killing the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao spread out, it caused an even greater sensation. If one said that the two inner sect disciples that Duan Lingtian killed on the Hidden Fog sect's extreme martial arena weren't well known outside, then Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. But, Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect that everyone knew of. Moreover, they knew that their strength ranked in the top 5 of the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples. However, these two middle god kings were existences that could defeat the majority of the Hidden Fog sect's upper god king realm inner sect elders. Yet, they were killed by Duan Lingtian, who had just broken through to the lower god king realm. When this news spread to Linghu city, the entire city was stirred up. Many people even doubted the veracity of this news. However, as Duan Lingtian came to Linghu city and joined the Linghu family, those people who doubted the veracity of this news no longer dared to doubt it. The facts were placed in front of them. If this news wasn't true, then why would Duan Lingtian leave the Hidden Fog sect and join the Linghu family? As for the news of Duan Lingtian betraying the Hidden Fog sect, this news filled the Hidden Fog sect's disciples with righteous indignation. As for those outside, they didn't think much of it. They even thought that Duan Lingtian's choice was the best choice. Otherwise, would he have continued to stay in the Hidden Fog sect and waited for Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei to find him for revenge? Duan Lingtian's name had spread through Linghu city for a long time. It wasn't until recently that the rumors stopped a little, but at this time, the Linghu family sent out news that caused Duan Lingtian's name to become the focus of everyone's attention once more. He refined the limit divine pill? In a private room of a restaurant in Linghu city, an old man sat at a table with an ugly expression on his face. He crushed the teacup in his hand, but the teacup did not splatter. Instead, there was a faintly discernible bolt of lightning wrapped around his hand. With a wave of his hand, the teacup fragments turned into arrows that shot out, piercing through the wall and flying away. Honorable Master, please calm your anger. Beside the old man, a young man who was originally sitting there felt the old man's anger. He hurriedly stood up and looked at the old man with a nervous expression. If Duan Ling Tian was here and saw this young man, he would be able to recognize him with just a glance. This young man was none other than Shi Tongming, the core disciple who invited him to become Elder Lei's disciple after his battle with Tu Feng on the Hidden Fog sect's ultimate martial platform. At that time, he had rejected Shi Tongming. He thought that this matter would end like this, but he never imagined that this was only the beginning. Later, another disciple of Elder Lei, who was also Shi Tongming's senior apprentice brother, Long Shao, harbored a grudge because of this. He joined forces with Shangguan Xiongfeng to bully Shi Tongming and even forcefully took away the 2 revival good fortune pills Shi Tongming had just obtained from Wu Feng. However, not long after, the 2 of them died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, becoming the perfect example of, if you don't do something, you won't die. Tongming. The old man was Elder Lei. He looked at the young man with a gloomy expression and asked, if I give up on avenging your senior apprentice brother, do you think he will blame me? Honorable Master. Shi Tongming bitterly smiled and said, senior apprentice brother definitely won't blame you. Honorable Master, I have always advised you not to make an enemy out of that Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian is too monstrous, so monstrous that he doesn't seem like a normal person. Based on this news, if he really has a powerful background, I'm afraid he's from a divine emperor force at the very least. Moreover, it's not an ordinary divine emperor force. Rumor has it that he's from a Devata realm, but can there be such a monstrous genius in a Devata realm? He's not even 3,000 years old, and his cultivation base is only at the primitive divine king stage. He's able to kill ordinary superior divine kings and emperor-grade divine alchemists. Even the most outstanding prodigies from the top divine emperor forces in Tungleng province can't compare to him at his age. Honorable Master, I know you're angry about senior brother's death, but think about it from another perspective. If senior brother didn't target Duan Lingtian wouldn't have made a move on senior brother. Shi Tongming persuaded his master. Shi Tongming persuaded his master. He really didn't want his master to become enemies with Duan Lingtian. When he first saw Duan Lingtian, he felt like he couldn't see through Duan Lingtian. Because of this, even when Duan Lingtian rejected him, he didn't say anything. This was because he could see that Duan Lingtian was a person with a firm will. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change it easily. Later, when Duan Lingtian returned to the Hidden Fog sect as a primitive divine king, he killed his senior brother, Long Shao, and Shangguan Xiongfeng. This made him realize how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Now, after learning that Duan Lingtian was able to refine an ultimate divine pill at such a young age, he was shocked. Even if the first, second, and third divine pills were only spirit-grade divine pills, one needed to be at least an emperor-grade divine pill master to refine them into an ultimate divine pill. Moreover, ordinary emperor-grade divine pill masters might not be able to do it. At the very least, the emperor-grade divine pill masters in the Hidden Fog sect were far from being able to do it. Elder Thunder sighed. In an instant, he seemed to age a great deal. He looked at Shi Tongming and said, Tongming, go to the Linghu family in my place and look for that Duan Lingtian. Tell him that my disciple Long Shao provoked him and he killed Long Shao. Long Shao brought this upon himself and I will not pursue the matter any further. From now on, the debt between us is settled. Elder Lei had compromised. Whether it was because of the monstrous talent Duan Lingtian displayed or the unknown background of Duan Lingtian, Elder Thunder retreated. The reason he appeared in Linghu City was to find a chance to capture Duan Lingtian and bring him back to the Hidden Fog sect. All of this was because of the death of his disciple Long Shao. But now, he let it go. He had a strong premonition that if he continued to be enemies with Duan Lingtian, not only would he and his other disciples be implicated, but even the Hidden Fog sect might be implicated. Chapter 3757. Long Shao was only one of Elder Lei's many disciples. Although he was one of his favorite disciples, to Elder Lei who had lived for tens of thousands of years, losing this disciple wouldn't affect him too much. And the reason he wanted to take revenge for Long Shao was because of their relationship as master and disciple. But, it was more for his face. His Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei's disciple had been killed and he couldn't take revenge? If news of this were to spread out, it would be shameful. And now, the more he understood Duan Lingtian, the more terrified he became. He no longer wanted to be enemies with the Duan Lingtian. Even if it was shameful, he would accept it. The unknown was always the most terrifying. Yes, honorable master. Hearing Elder Lei's words, Shi Tongming's eyes brightened. At the same time, he secretly relaxed. He was also worried that his honorable master would continue to oppose the Duan Lingtian. If that happened, he didn't know when he would be targeted by the Duan Lingtian. Even his senior apprentice brother Long Shao, who was much stronger than him, had died at the hands of the Duan Lingtian. If he were targeted by the Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't have a good ending. I will wait here for you to return. Once you return, we will return to the sect. Elder Lei said. Yes. Shi Tongming respectfully responded once more. Then, he left the restaurant and went straight to the Linghu family. I am looking for your Linghu family's exalted, Duan Lingtian. My name is Shi Tongming. I am a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei. I have no ill intentions. After being stopped by a patrolling disciple of the Linghu family, Shi Tongming quickly spoke. When he said that he was a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, he could see that the patrolling disciple of the Linghu family had an unfriendly look in his eyes. Wait here, I will report to Exalted Duan. When the patrolling disciple of the Linghu family mentioned Exalted Duan, his eyes revealed a look of respect. Exalted Duan was publicly recognized as the #1 genius of the Linghu family's younger generation. In addition to his achievements in alchemy, all the younger disciples of the Linghu family viewed him as an idol. And this patrolling disciple was one of them. Shi Tongming. As for Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle of refining a king-level divine pill, when he heard the report from the housekeeper, Wang Fu, outside the door, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he directly said, Uncle Fu, tell that brother to bring him over. Yes, young master. Under Wang Fu's instructions, the patrolling disciple returned to the Linghu family's residence and personally brought Shi Tongming to Duan Lingtian's residence. At this time, Duan Lingtian had also walked out of the room and saw Shi Tongming in the courtyard. We meet again. Seeing Shi Tongming again, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. The last time he saw Shi Tongming was after he killed the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng. At that time, Shi Tongming had come on behalf of his honorable master, wanting to accept him as a disciple. But, he had been rejected. However, Shi Tongming was not angry. After receiving his reply, he left. At that time, Shi Tongming was a core disciple. Although he was polite when facing Duan Lingtian, the invisible arrogance he exuded was clearly visible. And now, after Shi Tongming saw him, he bowed and respectfully said, Foreign Elder Duan. Is there something you need from me? Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Tongming and bluntly asked. Shi Tongming nodded. Foreign Elder Duan, my honorable master asked me to come. He is in Linghu City. Elder Lei came to Linghu City? Duan Lingtian smiled, not at all surprised. Why did Elder Lei ask you to look for me? Could it be that he wants you to lure me out so that he can capture me and bring me back to the Hidden Fog sect? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shi Tongming immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Honorable Master came to Linghu City because he wanted to find a chance to capture you and bring you back to the Hidden Fog sect. He and Elder Feng agreed that they would each take turns coming to Linghu City for a year. Recently, he has been in Linghu City. But, speaking to here, Shi Tongming paused for a moment before continuing. Today, after learning that you refined the limit divine pill, Honorable Master thought for a moment and finally came to a decision. He asked me to tell you that Long Shao provoked you first and was killed by you. He deserved it. From now on, he will no longer think of taking revenge for Long Shao. You and him are even. Shi Tongming's words left Duan Lingtian a bit surprised. He never thought that after news of him refining the limit divine pill spread out, it would cause the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei to have such thoughts. Elder Lei couldn't be deliberately lowering my guard so that he can attack me, right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Shi Tongming and asked with a smile. And Shi Tongming's response to Duan Lingtian was to directly swear a heart demon blood oath in front of Duan Lingtian. He said that Elder Lei didn't want to be enemies with Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he couldn't see through Elder Lei's lies. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Go back and tell Elder Lei. I have no enmity with him to begin with. It was his disciple, Long Shao, who provoked me first. Now that Long Shao is dead, it can be considered retribution. In the future, as long as Elder Lei doesn't become enemies with me, I won't regard him as an enemy. And the reason Shi Tongming came here was to hear these words from Duan Lingtian. After hearing these words, he revealed a smile. He bowed and cupped his hands together. Then I thank Exalted Duan on behalf of my honorable master. Exalted Duan, my goal has been achieved. I will take my leave first. Shi Tongming left the Linghu family and returned to the restaurant to meet up with Elder Lei. Then, Elder Lei brought him out of Linghu City and returned to the Hidden Fog sect. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Lei immediately sought out the Hidden Fog sect master, Qian Yin. He told Qian Yin everything he heard in Linghu City as well as his final decision. I don't recommend becoming enemies with Duan Lingtian, even if we disregard his background. With his personal ability, his rise is just around the corner. In a few more years, he might be able to deal with our Hidden Fog sect by himself. You should know what it means to be a divine alchemist who can refine the limit of divine pills. Elder Lei said in a low voice. Qian Yin's expression changed when he heard this. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded and said, You're right to be concerned. Since you're willing to let go of Long Zhao's hatred, why can't I let go? From now on, the Hidden Fog sect will no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian. Qian Yin also made his decision. There is one more thing. As Elder Lei spoke, he looked deeply at Qian Yin. Regarding the Hidden Fog sect's disciples believing Duan Lingtian to be ungrateful. I hope you can refute these rumors. Sometimes, when you plant your own seed, you have to eat the fruit you bear. Qian Yin couldn't help but bitterly smile at Elder Lei's words. So you know everything. Do you think I don't understand your personality? After Elder Lei spoke these words, he turned and prepared to leave. But as Qian Yin saw Elder Lei step away and leave, he quickly said to him, As for Elder Feng, please help me pass on a message. He might not listen to me. I know. Elder Lei lightly responded. I will go find him now. And when Elder Lei found Elder Feng and told him everything he heard in Linghu City, Elder Feng fell silent. Then, Elder Lei said that he didn't want to be enemies with Duan Lingtian and that the Hidden Fog sect also didn't have any plans to be enemies with Duan Lingtian. I understand. Elder Feng nodded. From start to finish, his expression was calm, without any joy or sorrow. Old Feng. Elder Lei sighed. Look on the bright side, live a few more years and be killed by heavenly tribulation. That is our final destination. Do you want to be killed in advance? Although my words are a bit groundless, it isn't completely impossible. Elder Lei advised. I know. Elder Feng's lips finally curved up in a smile. Seeing this, Elder Lei felt relieved and left. However, after Elder Lei left, the smile on Elder Feng's face turned into a cold smile in an instant. His originally calm eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light. Long Shao isn't related to you by blood, so you can naturally forget about it. But Xiong Feng is my grandson. He is also the only bloodline I have left. The enmity of killing my grandson is absolutely irreconcilable. Elder Feng took a deep breath. After that instant of eruption, he restrained his emotions once more. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. That Duan Lingtian was in Skywind City. After Elder Feng regained his composure, he left the Hidden Fog sect like a wild crane and soon arrived at Skywind City. Skywind City was a small city near the Hidden Fog sect. The most powerful force here was the Hidden Fog Academy under the Hidden Fog sect. And now, Elder Feng had come to Skywind City without going to the Hidden Fog Academy. He didn't even alarm anyone there. It was as if he was an outsider who had come to Skywind City. After staying in Heavenly Wind City for a month, he left and returned to the Hidden Fog sect. During this month, although he didn't go to the Hidden Mist Academy and didn't alert anyone there, he still secretly inquired about a lot of things. Duan Ling Tian has two close friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Ling Tian said. One is called Ding Yan. He has already left the Hidden Fog Academy. The other is called Ho Qingning. He is the young sect master of a God King level sect. I'll wait for a while and try to use that Ho Qingning to threaten that Duan Ling Tian to leave the Linghu family. When that time comes, I'll find someone to kill that Duan Ling Tian. With a plan in mind, Elder Feng returned to the Hidden Fog sect and calmed down. Whether it was the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin or Elder Lei, they naturally believed that Elder Feng had already let go of his hatred for Duan Ling Tian. And in the following period of time, Qian Yin ordered people to refute the rumors within the Hidden Fog sect. They said that Duan Ling Tian hadn't betrayed the Hidden Fog sect, and that Duan Ling Tian had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao because they had tried to kill him first. He had only killed them in self-defense. The sect ruled that he wasn't guilty. In addition, the Hidden Fog sect also wished him well in the Linghu family. Chapter 3758. As the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin personally issued an order to refute the rumors, the entire Hidden Fog sect was in an uproar. It was impossible for a normal person to believe these words. Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Everyone in the Hidden Fog sect knew of this. Even so, Duan Ling Tian killing two people couldn't be considered self-defense. It was impossible for him to be innocent. After all, Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao weren't ordinary core disciples. They were disciples of Elder Wind and Elder Thunder, two of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 highest elders. Normally speaking, it was impossible for Elder Wind and Elder Thunder to give up on this matter. But now, it was clear that Elder Wind and Elder Thunder didn't plan on pursuing this matter. What is this situation? Is this a smokescreen? A smokescreen? That's right. Perhaps the sect intentionally released such news in order to make Duan Ling Tian lower his guard before making a move against him. I don't think that's possible. There's no need for that. In any case, Duan Ling Tian's matter has come to an end. At the very least, it seems the sect master doesn't plan on pursuing this matter. I'm really curious. What happened after this? As everyone in the Hidden Fog sect was discussing this, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, also received news. His complexion changed. Last time, when news of Duan Ling Tian being an ungrateful traitor spread through the Hidden Fog sect, he had a feeling that the entire Hidden Fog sect was hostile to Duan Ling Tian. Thus, he wasn't worried that Duan Ling Tian would hold a grudge against him because his disciple was Tu Feng. But now, after learning the sect master's attitude, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Now, should I leave the sect or ask the sect master why the sect doesn't care about Duan Ling Tian killing Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? Thoughts raced through Wu Fengyin's mind. He soon made a decision. He would go find the sect master. Sect master. Wu Fengyin was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. If he wanted to find the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin, he just needed to greet him. Second elder? Do you need something? Qian Yin asked doubtfully. Sect leader, why did the sect suddenly stop targeting Duan Lingtian? He killed Elder Feng and Elder Lei's beloved disciple. Could it be that Elder Feng and Elder Lei are not going to pursue this matter? Wu Fengyin asked straightforwardly. Yes. Qian Yin nodded. I won't pursue the matter. Second elder, you came here just to ask me this? Qian Yin became even more puzzled. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Wu Fengyin with vigilance. Second elder, don't tell me that you did something to Duan Lingtian before he left the sect? No. Wu Fengyin quickly shook his head. I wanted to do something to him, but I couldn't find an opportunity. However, my first disciple, Tu Feng, was killed by him, so I'm worried that he will be afraid that I will seek revenge in the future, so he will act against me in advance. I see. Qian Yin nodded and said indifferently, don't worry, as long as you don't provoke him, he probably won't do anything to you. Perhaps, by now, he has already forgotten about you. You might think that you are the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but in his eyes, I'm afraid he really doesn't care about you. Qian Yin spoke in a roundabout manner. In truth, what he wanted to say was, Duan Lingtian simply doesn't place you, Wu Fengyin, in his eyes. Of course, Wu Fengyin definitely understood Qian Yin's words. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Sect leader, you still haven't told me, why did Elder Feng and Elder Lei not pursue this matter? Could it be that they have already confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity and background? Who is he? Someone from a god-emperor level influence? Wu Fengyin asked again. We don't know his identity yet. Qian Yin shook his head. We don't know his identity? Wu Fengyin was stunned. Then, he asked in confusion, since we haven't confirmed that his identity isn't to be trifled with, Elder Feng and Elder Lei won't pursue this matter? That shouldn't be possible, right? In Wu Fengyin's opinion, those two weren't easy to deal with. They were existences that wouldn't act until they saw a rabbit. It wouldn't be easy for them to compromise. In any case, you'll find out in the future. It doesn't matter if I tell you in advance. Qian Yin's eyes flashed. This decision was made by Elder Lei from the very beginning. Elder Lei went to Linghu City and has been waiting there all this time. He was waiting for Duan Lingtian to leave the Linghu family mansion so that he could catch him off guard and bring him back to our Hidden Fog sect. If he really has a background, we will naturally let him go. If he doesn't, we will kill him to avenge Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Speaking of this, Qian Yin paused for a moment before continuing. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Some time ago, Elder Lei, after Qian Yin spoke of the news that their Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei heard in Linghu City, Wu Fengyin was naturally shocked. That Duan Lingtian refined a peak divine pill? Although he wasn't a divine alchemist, he still knew what a peak divine pill was and what it meant. Besides his heaven-defying talent and perception, he even has such attainments in alchemy? Is he even human? Wu Fengyin found this inconceivable. And now, he finally understood why Elder Lei didn't pursue the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Long Shao, even if he wasn't sure if Duan Lingtian had some great background behind him. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't have any background, just from what he had shown so far, it was enough to see that he had a boundless future. For such a character, unless one really offended him and had no choice but to eliminate him by the roots, no one would be willing to become enemies with him as long as there was a chance. Putting himself in Elder Lei's shoes, he might have made the same decision if he stood in Elder Lei's shoes. Sect Master is right. Perhaps he doesn't care about me at all. Wu Fengyin bitterly smiled. He felt that he was overthinking things. That Duan Lingtian had killed his disciple and Elder Lei's disciple. But since he didn't plan to bother with Elder Lei, how could he remember him, Wu Fengyin? Duan Lingtian only heard about the Hidden Fog sect 2 months later. The Hidden Fog sect no longer viewed him as a traitor. Moreover, they publicly blessed him as a member of the Linghu family. The change in attitude was like the difference between heaven and earth. I never thought that just refining a peak spirit level divine pill would cause Elder Lei and even the Hidden Fog sect to cower in fear. This was something Duan Lingtian never imagined. Of course, now that he thought about it, it wasn't hard for him to imagine the stakes involved. The alchemy prowess he displayed was far more intimidating than his personal strength. In terms of strength, he was comparable to an outstanding upper god king. And in a god emperor level influence like the Hidden Fog sect, his strength wasn't considered much. Any random god emperor could suppress him. But, in terms of alchemy prowess, no one in the entire Hidden Fog sect could compare with him. Even if it was just refining a peak spirit level divine pill, no one in the Hidden Fog sect could do it. This time, it can be said that I unintentionally planted a willow and the willow became a shade. Duan Lingtian wasn't too happy about the Hidden Fog sect taking the initiative to reconcile. But, to have one less enemy was still a good thing. After all, the Hidden Fog sect didn't have any deep enmity with him. Everything was because of Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. After killing Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, there wasn't a single person in the Hidden Fog sect that he viewed as an enemy. This was because there wasn't a third person who had provoked him. Speaking of alchemy, when I return, I should find a chance to try and see if I can really refine a peak king level divine pill. Recently, Duan Lingtian had been wholeheartedly researching alchemy in the Linghu family. When he wasn't refining pills, he would discuss alchemy with the Linghu family's chief alchemist, Lin Yan. From Lin Yan, he had gradually laid down the foundation for refining higher-grade divine pills. At the very least, he could now refine an ordinary king-level divine pill. Of course, in the process of refining a king-level divine pill, he didn't pour in too much life force. This was because he was worried that he would refine another peak divine pill. A peak spirit-level divine pill was fine. But if it was a peak king-level divine pill, once news spread out, even God-Emperor-level influences, bandits, and wandering cultivator powerhouses wouldn't be able to sit still. If it was a God-Emperor-level influence that wanted him to be a consecrator or something, that would be fine. But, he was afraid that the wandering cultivators and bandits would take action. They would kidnap him and force him to refine divine pills. If he didn't comply, they would torture him or kill him. Thus, Duan Lingtian kept a low profile this time. However, his heart was still in turmoil. He was prepared to find a chance to go outside and refine a king-level divine pill. But, I can't go out for now, even if the Hidden Fog sect doesn't attack me. Who knows if the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng is still in Linghu City. Once Kuang Tianzheng makes a move, as long as he isn't in the Linghu family mansion, even if the Linghu family's Heng and Huan elders are there, it will be difficult for them to protect me. Duan Lingtian had already learned about Kuang Tianzheng's cultivation from the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia. He also knew that Kuang Tianzheng was a middle god emperor. Moreover, he was much stronger than an ordinary middle god emperor. I'll think about going out after some time, even if Kuang Tianzheng is still in Linghu City, waiting for me to come out of the Linghu family mansion, waiting for me to come out. He will definitely be impatient after waiting for several years. When cultivating, one had no concept of time. However, if one were to concentrate and wait for a person to come out from a certain place, it would be equivalent to counting down the seconds. Even a god-emperor powerhouse like Kuang Tianzheng wouldn't be able to endure this torment after several years. Time flew by. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A figure flew out from the Hidden Fog sect station and headed towards Skywind City. It was one of the 4 grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Feng. However, when this Elder Feng left the Hidden Fog sect and headed to Skywind City, he had changed his clothes. His entire body was shrouded in black robes and a hood. Unless one was extremely close, it was impossible to see his appearance. After entering Skywind City, he went straight to the Hidden Fog Academy. But no one in the huge Hidden Fog Academy noticed him entering. Who are you? The door to his personal dormitory was suddenly kicked open. The 10-star student, Ho Qingming, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the black-robed person in front of him, his expression changed. Chapter 3759. Who are you? Almost as soon as Ho Qingming's expression changed, he saw the black-robed man who had broken through the door in front of him waving his hand casually. A terrifying force swept over and bound his entire body. Want, free, to, see, the, whole, version, please, Baidu, search, product equals book equals network. His restless divine power was instantly suppressed and calmed down. It was as if a raging sea was suddenly stopped by a needle. The powerful force that enveloped him not only suppressed his divine power, but also made it difficult for him to breathe. He opened his mouth to ask for help, but found that he couldn't make a sound. Even his eyelids were forcefully closed by the pressure. Who? 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 A slight wind blew past his ears. Ho Qingming knew that he had been taken out of the dormitory, and possibly even out of the Hidden Fog Academy. At this moment, he felt a chill all over his body. Who was this person? Was he an enemy of the 10,000 Leaves sect? But when did the 10,000 Leaves sect have such a powerful enemy? Even the strongest person in the 10,000 Leaves sect, his uncle, didn't have the ability to take him out of the dormitory without alerting the dean of the Hidden Fog sect. It had to be known that the 10-star academy dormitory he lived in was the one closest to the Hidden Fog sect's dean and teachers. Usually, no matter what happened there, it wouldn't escape the eyes of the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Even if the teachers couldn't find it, the dean would. After all, the dean was a divine emperor powerhouse. Who is he? Our 10,000 Leaves sect would never provoke such a powerful existence. A high divine king. Or, a divine emperor powerhouse. At this moment, Ho Qingming's heart was filled with apprehension. At the same time, his mind began to work quickly. Such a powerhouse could kill me as easily as killing a chicken. But he didn't kill me. Instead, he took me away. In other words, he might not want to kill me. Or, in his eyes, I have no value. Now, Ho Qingming was both anxious and confused. He didn't know what had happened and why this powerhouse took him away from the Hidden Fog Academy. Who did he offend? Or rather, had the 10,000 Leaves sect offended someone? He couldn't figure it out at all. Bang! Just as Ho Qingming was still at a loss, he suddenly heard a loud noise, and then he felt a sharp pain in his back. It was obvious that he had knocked over something. When his body landed on the ground, he realized that the powerful force that had enveloped him had faded away. The divine power in his body was no longer suppressed, and he could finally open his eyes. However, even though his divine power was no longer suppressed, Ho Qingming did not have the courage to use his divine power. This was because his opponent was much stronger than him. Perhaps, the other party only needed a finger to crush him to death. However, Ho Qingming still opened his eyes. He wanted to see who had kidnapped him. Was it someone he had inadvertently offended, or was it someone the 10,000 Leaves sect had offended? Senior, may I know, why have you brought me here? The moment he opened his eyes, Ho Qingming found that he had been brought to a wasteland. At this moment, he was sitting with his back against a tree. Just now, the black-robed man in front of him had obviously thrown him onto the tree trunk. At this moment, Ho Qingming looked at the black-robed man whose back was facing him. His face was filled with confusion and confusion. Do you see the city in front? However, the black-robed man did not reply to Ho Qingming. He looked ahead and asked in a hoarse voice. Although the voice was hoarse, Ho Qingming could tell that it was an old man's voice. However, Ho Qingming could not help but follow the other party's gaze. With just one glance, he was stunned. This is 10,000 Leaves City. 10,000 Leaves City was not unfamiliar to Ho Qingming. In fact, he was very familiar with it because he had grown up in 10,000 Leaves City. 10,000 Leaves City was completely controlled by the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him. Although it was not as big as Tianfeng City, it was still a bustling city. From Tianfeng City to 10,000 Leaves City, suddenly, Ho Qingming felt his scalp go numb because he thought of the distance between Tianfeng City and 10,000 Leaves City. To be able to bring him here at such a fast speed, even a powerful higher divine king would not be able to do that. Unless it was a divine emperor expert. A divine Divine Emperor expert? When Ho Qingming looked at the black-robed man again, his heart twitched. It was hard to imagine why such an existence would target him and kidnap him from the Hidden Fog Academy. Moreover, he was bringing him back to 10,000 Leaves City. He did not think that the other party was kind enough to bring him home. The other party must have a reason for bringing him here. Senior, Ho Qingming asked in a trembling voice, You brought me here. Is there a reason? I, and the 10,000 Leaves sect, should not offend you, senior? At this moment, Ho Qingming's heart was as anxious as it could be. With the strength of this expert in front of him, killing him or even destroying the 10,000 Leaves sect would be as easy as blowing off dust. You, and the 10,000 Leaves sect, have not offended me. The black-robed man's back was facing Ho Qingming as he spoke slowly. Then, senior, this is, hearing this, Ho Qingming breathed a sigh of relief and could not resist the temptation. You are friends with Duan Lingtian? Ho Qingming, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, heard the black-robed man's words and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the person in front of him had come for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. To be able to meet Duan Lingtian and become friends with him was something that Ho Qingming had always been proud of. Even after Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family, the entire Hidden Fog sect scolded Duan Lingtian for being ungrateful and the entire Hidden Fog Academy questioned Duan Lingtian's character. Even so, Ho Qingming's confidence in Duan Lingtian never wavered. Although he hadn't known Duan Lingtian for long, he knew that Duan Lingtian was not an ungrateful person. Moreover, Ho Qingming's family background was extraordinary, so he was well aware of some matters within the sect. Duan Lingtian had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. The two grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Feng and Elder Lei, would never let this matter go. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to smoothly go to the Linghu family was definitely because Elder Feng and Elder Lei didn't stop him. Afterwards, the Hidden Fog sect released news that sect master Qian Yin personally refuted the rumors. He said that Duan Lingtian was not an ungrateful person and that the Hidden Fog sect blessed Duan Lingtian with a bright future in the Linghu family. At that time, Ho Qingming knew that the grudges between Duan Lingtian and the Hidden Fog sect had come to an end. At the very least, the Hidden Fog sect would no longer openly be enemies with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is awesome. At that time, this was his only thought. At the same time, he was also puzzled. He didn't know why the Hidden Fog sect suddenly changed their attitude towards Duan Lingtian. It wasn't until several months later that he received news from Linghu City that he was completely enlightened. Duan Lingtian had refined a peak-grade divine pill. Although it was only a peak-grade spirit-level divine pill, his alchemy skills were something that even the divine alchemists of a divine emperor-level influence like the Hidden Fog sect couldn't compare with. At the very least, one needs to be an outstanding emperor-level divine alchemist to be able to refine a peak-grade spirit-level divine pill. Ho Qingming was well aware of this point. It was also because of this that he understood why the Hidden Fog sect had backed down. They didn't want to drift further and further away from Duan Lingtian and even become enemies with him. To put it bluntly, the Hidden Fog sect was terrified. When he learned of this, he was happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. This was because after Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family, he had been worried about Duan Lingtian. He originally wanted to send a message to Duan Lingtian to ask about his current situation. But as he thought of Duan Lingtian's current achievements and status, and as he looked at himself, he finally dispelled the idea of sending a message. If he sent a message, he would only be able to chat a bit. He, Ho Qingming, wouldn't be able to help much. Unknowingly, the friend he once felt wasn't too far away from had already left him in the dust, leaving him in the dust. He can't be considered a friend. Facing the black-robed man's question, Ho Qingming was vigilant. He shook his head and said, before he went to the Hidden Fog sect, he was also a 10-star student of my Hidden Fog Academy. I just got along well with him. Is that so? The black-robed man's tone suddenly changed, becoming a bit unfriendly. Then, do you have his soul bead? I don't. Ho Qingming shook his head. Now that he could see that this black-robed man was targeting Duan Lingtian, he naturally had to be cautious. This black-robed man clearly wanted him to be an accomplice in dealing with Duan Lingtian. I'll give you one more chance. The black-robed man spoke again, his voice cold and gloomy. This time, if you don't answer truthfully, in a quarter of an hour, I will let you see the head of your father, the 10,000 Leaves sect master. As soon as the black-robed man said this, Ho Qingning's complexion changed. He never imagined that this divine emperor powerhouse would be so despicable as to use his father to threaten him. He didn't doubt this black-robed man's strength. This black-robed man had the ability to kill his father and even exterminate the entire 10,000 Leaves sect. Speak. The black-robed man urged. Yes. In the end, no matter how unwilling Ho Qingning was in his heart, he still spoke the truth. At some unknown time, his fists were tightly clenched together. He felt incomparably guilty. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Very good. The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said, now, follow me to Linghu's city. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee that I won't touch a single hair on your 10,000 Leaves sect, but if you don't cooperate, I don't mind exterminating your entire 10,000 Leaves sect. As he spoke, the black-robed man's tones suddenly turned cold, giving people the feeling that they had fallen into an ice cellar. This caused Ho Qingning's face to tremble, his pupils constricted, and his hair to stand on end. You, who are you? What do you want? Ho Qingning asked coldly as he looked at the black-robed man with a gloomy expression. Ling Tian, War Reverend. Chapter 3760. Duan Lingtian had been very anxious and conflicted lately. It had been 2 years since he was able to officially refine a king-level divine pill. He had always wanted to try refining a king-level divine pill, but he didn't want to do so as long as he didn't leave the Linghu clan. He was afraid that he would encounter some trouble later on. Ordinary troubles were one thing, but he was afraid of encountering crazy, loose cultivators and bandits who would directly attack and kidnap him. Even the Linghu family couldn't resist some of these people. But for now, he was fine. True experts wouldn't bother with him, and the Linghu family had the ability to defend against those who weren't that strong. They could protect him. Logically speaking, now that I can even refine royal-grade divine pills, with my ability to sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spiritual energy, I should be able to extract it. It shouldn't be a problem for me to refine king-grade divine pills. Over the past 2 years, I've been using ordinary king-grade divine pills to aid my cultivation, but my cultivation progress has been minimal. Moreover, I've been using the same type of divine pill for a long time, so it's inevitable that I'll develop a resistance to it. If I can concoct a few king-grade divine pills that can aid in cultivation and turn them into ultimate-grade divine pills, it will be a great help to my cultivation. Over the past 2 years, even the Linghu family's chief divine pill master, Lin Yan, had frequently visited Duan Lingtian to see if Duan Lingtian could refine a supreme king-grade divine pill. However, Duan Lingtian had always held back, so Lin Yan had always returned disappointed. Recently, he hadn't even come to see Duan Lingtian. According to his original words, Consecrator Duan, I'm asking too much of you. The peak spirit-grade divine pill is something that many emperor-grade divine pill refiners can refine. However, even an emperor-grade divine pill master might not be able to refine a supreme king-grade divine pill. Take the old clan leader of the Tianlong clan for example. He's someone that all the top emperor-grade forces in Tungleng province want to invite, but I've never heard of him being able to refine a supreme king-grade divine pill. Every time, Lin Yan was afraid that Duan Lingtian would be discouraged, so he patiently comforted Duan Lingtian. Little did he know that Duan Lingtian had been holding back all along. Let's wait for a few more months. Normally speaking, the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianzheng, can't stay in Linghu city forever. If I were him, I would have lost my patience long ago. Now, Duan Lingtian desperately needed a peak-level king-grade divine pellet to aid his cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how hard he worked, his progress would be limited. Of course, in the eyes of others, that little bit of progress was already considered extremely fast. However, in his opinion, it was extremely slow. This was because he couldn't possibly take the normal path like a normal person. He had to take a shortcut, otherwise, there was no way he could bring Ke back from the world of divine remains. Even if Linghu Chuyin was Ke, he still had to obtain the approval of the family behind Ke. Even if Ke didn't care, this was something that he had to do. All in all, there was not much time left for him. In just over 300 years, if he took the normal path, he might not even be able to enter the Celestial Lord realm, let alone the Celestial Emperor realm or the Godly Venerable realm. The Xia clan of the world of divine remains is a Godly Venerable realm clan. Duan Lingtian did not know about this in the past. However, after coming to the Linghu family and spending some time in the Linghu family's library, he read about the records of the top forces in the various planes of gods in an ancient book in the library. The Xia clan of the world of divine remains was included in the book. According to the ancient book, there were less than 10 forces in each plane of gods. There were more than a dozen planes of gods, but there were only slightly more than 100 forces recorded in the book. These slightly more than 100 godly venerable realm forces basically represented the top forces in the various planes of gods. Apart from the Xia clan of the world of divine remains, the Yun clan of the world of divine remains is also a godly venerable realm force. According to the ancient book, the Yun clan is one of the 8 godly venerable realm forces in the world of divine remains. Duan Lingtian's main goal was to save Ke and obtain the Xia clan's approval. In that case, killing Yun Qin Yen would be Duan Lingtian's secondary goal. In the past, that face that looked down on him and despised him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. There would come a day when he would trample that arrogant youth under his feet and let him experience what it was like to look up at someone. All of these were the motivation for Duan Lingtian to move forward. Duan Lingtian did not expect to receive a message about Kuang Tianjing from the clan leader of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, a few days later. However, Linghu Renjie's tone betrayed his fear. Duan Lingtian, I've received an invitation from the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. The invitation clearly states that his second disciple will be marrying the daughter of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader Shui. He's invited me to attend the ceremony. The invitation specifically stated that I had to bring you along. Toward the end of Linghu Renjie's message, the tone of his voice gradually turned serious. After he finished speaking, Linghu Renjie continued, I definitely won't bring you along. If I bring you along, even if you can successfully attend the ceremony, it'll be very difficult for you to come back with me alive. I'm sending you this message so that you can be mentally prepared. That Kuang Tianjing is related to the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader Shui. Things are different now. In the future, if he wants to deal with you, he'll be able to mobilize even more power. Linghu Renjie said. Of course, our Linghu family has been in the Tianlong clan for many years. Even if Kuang Tianjing suddenly has such a connection, we don't fear him. Our Linghu family is also related to the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader by marriage. Moreover, it's an elder of our Linghu family who married the son of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader. That vice sect leader's son is now the Tianlong clan's white dragon elder. Linghu Renjie continued. The status of the Tianlong clan's white dragon elder was above that of the inner sect elders. Duan Lingtian had heard this from Linghu Renjie in the past. Patriarch, I understand. Duan Lingtian responded. At the same time, he was somewhat happy because this meant that Kuang Tianjing was no longer waiting for him in Linghu city. He could leave the Linghu family. As for the Kuang Tianjing's relationship with the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader, Duan Lingtian began to feel somewhat apprehensive. However, after hearing from Linghu Renjie that the Linghu family also had another vice sect leader in the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian didn't care as much. At the very least, he could guarantee that when he entered the Tianlong clan and joined the Linghu family in the future, he wouldn't be suppressed by the Kuang Tianjing's forces to the point where he couldn't raise his head. In the next period of time, I'll prepare the herbs needed to refine the king-grade divine pills. In addition, I'll also prepare the herbs needed to refine the emperor-grade divine pills. If I'm lucky, it'll be great if I can refine 1 or 2 emperor-grade divine pills. Over the next few days, Duan Ling Tian looked forward to his trip to the celestial realm and hoped that he would be able to refine a supreme royal divine pill. 3 days later, after bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian, Linghu Renjie left the Linghu family and headed to the Tianlong clan to attend the wedding of the Kuang Tianjing's second disciple. If it was only the wedding of the Kuang Tianjing's second disciple and an ordinary woman, he could politely decline the invitation even if he received the invitation. However, the bride of the Kuang Tianjing's second disciple wasn't an ordinary woman, but the biological daughter of one of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leaders. If he declined, the Kuang Tianjing would casually mention it in front of the vice sect leader, and the vice sect leader would definitely remember him. This wouldn't be good for him or the Linghu family. Perhaps it was because of this that the originally neutral vice sect leader was willing to openly side with the myriad demon sect and oppose the Linghu family. After Linghu Renjie's departure, Duan Lingtian prepared for a few more days before leaving the Linghu family as well. However, he didn't alert anyone when he left the Linghu family. Even the steward, Wang Fu, and the group of servant girls and servants in his mansion didn't notice that he had left. He'd teleported away. Because he had the Linghu family's identity medallion, the Linghu family's protective formation didn't target or reject Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could teleport anywhere he wanted. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian left the Linghu family and appeared in a remote alley in the eastern district of Linghu City. After arriving in this small alley, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stopped and waited for a while. Although it was impossible for the Tianlong clan's clan master, Kuang Tianjing, to guard him here, he still had to be wary of the Hidden Fog sect's people nearby. Although the Hidden Fog sect had publicly stated that they wouldn't oppose him anymore, as the saying went, caution is the parent of safety. Being a little more careful wasn't a bad thing. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour and confirming that no one was spying on him, Duan Lingtian teleported again and left, appearing in another part of Linghu City. Then, after several more teleportations, he left Linghu City. And after Duan Lingtian left the city, within the Linghu family's mansion, the Linghu family's elder who was in charge of overseeing one of the protective formations discovered the fluctuations caused by Duan Lingtian's teleportation. For a time, he abided by the Linghu family's rules and glanced at the mirror image that caused the array formation to fluctuate. He saw a purple-clothed youth appear in the mirror image. Isn't that exalted elder Duan? The Linghu family elder's expression changed slightly. He immediately sent a message to the person in charge above him, a core elder of the Linghu family, informing him of this matter. As early as Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Linghu family, the head of the Linghu family had told him that he had to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's whereabouts at all times. He couldn't allow Duan Lingtian to leave the Linghu family mansion alone for fear of danger. He had always kept this in mind and even ordered the elders on duty to pay attention to this point. However, for over 2 years, exalted elder Duan had allowed them to be at ease. He had never left the Linghu family mansion. Until today. Exalted elder Duan teleported away from the Linghu family. When the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, received the message, he was sitting on a flying ship heading towards the Tianlong temple. He was almost there. Chapter 3761. After Linghu Renjie received the news, he immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian, asking him why he left the family mansion. Didn't he know that it was dangerous outside? Have you forgotten the killing intent that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing displayed in front of you? What if he had someone in Linghu City waiting for you to come out of the mansion? Moreover, although the Hidden Fog sect has stated that they will no longer oppose you, who knows whether or not Old Man Wind and Old Man Thunder will act against you in secret? Linghu Renjie's message expressed his concern for Duan Lingtian. And far away in Linghu City, Duan Lingtian received a series of messages from Linghu Renjie. He was naturally moved. Patriarch, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Nothing will happen. Once Patriarch returns, I might be able to give you a pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian replied with a sound transmission. In truth, when Linghu Renjie saw that Duan Lingtian's soul bead was safe and sound, he knew that Duan Lingtian was safe for the time being. After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, he confirmed that Duan Lingtian hadn't been ambushed. For a time, Linghu Renjie relaxed. Don't do it again. Linghu Renjie pretended to be solemn as he warned Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He had placed great hopes on Duan Ling Tian. He was absolutely unwilling to see anything happen to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, even if he didn't care about this, after interacting with Duan Ling Tian for over 2 years, he had a good impression of this young man who clearly distinguished kindness and grudges. If it weren't for the fact that Duan Ling Tian's talent was so amazing that he felt he couldn't compare to him, he would have even considered adopting him as his adopted son. If your so-called pleasant surprise is something you risked leaving the mansion to bring back for me, then I, Linghu Renjie, would rather not have it. Finally, Linghu Renjie added another sentence. Hearing Linghu Renjie's words, Duan Ling Tian was moved once more. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. He could hear that the Linghu family's patriarch truly cared about him. Linghu family, today, you took me, Duan Ling Tian, into your humble days. In the future, when I, Duan Ling Tian, shine, I will not let you down. This was the promise that Duan Ling Tian made to the entire Linghu family. On the other hand, after Linghu Renjie greeted Duan Ling Tian, he also sent a message back to the Linghu clan. He told the core elder who sent the message to him to ignore this matter. Duan Ling Tian would return by himself. At the same time, Linghu Renjie hesitated for a moment. Then, he sent a message to Linghu Huan of the Linghu family. Elder Huan, do you plan on going into seclusion soon? No. Linghu Huan quickly responded. What is it? Is something the matter? Actually, it's nothing much. Linghu Renjie said. Duan Ling Tian ran out by himself. He didn't even tell me, who is it? Before Linghu Renjie could continue, Linghu Huan interrupted Linghu Renjie's message. His tone was urgent. That brat ran out? Didn't my brother and I waste our efforts in bringing him back from the Hidden Fog sect? How can he face my brother and me by doing this? Where is he now? Is he still alive? If he's dead, then wouldn't my brother and I have wasted our efforts? Linghu Huan's words were filled with excitement and disappointment. If someone could see him now, they would see that his chubby face was constantly twitching and his small eyes were narrowed so much that they couldn't be seen. Elder Huan, don't be so excited. Linghu Renjie quickly said, I just sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. He's fine right now. I send you a message mainly because I hope that you can help him when he returns. You don't have his soul bead so you can't contact him. You can contact him through me. I'll give him a heads up as well. Linghu Renjie spoke of his plans. Now, since Duan Ling Tian was still fine even after leaving the Linghu family's mansion, it meant that he had left in secret and no one was watching him. Of course, it was also possible that no one was watching Duan Ling Tian. However, just in case, he still planned to contact Linghu Huan and have Linghu Huan meet Duan Ling Tian outside Linghu City in advance when Duan Ling Tian returned. Hurry up and ask him where he is. Tell him to wait for me there. My brother and I will go find him. What a troublesome little bastard. Linghu Huan simply sent a message. I'll ask him. When Linghu Renjie sent another message to Duan Ling Tian and explained the situation, Duan Ling Tian's first reaction was to refuse. Patriarch, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can return safely. There's really no need to trouble Grand Elders Heng and Huan. What a joke. He had left his home in order to deceive others and find a secluded place to refine his Limit King level divine pill. That way, even if the pill tribulation appeared, no one would know. If the Heng and Huan elders followed him, wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? Although it wasn't that he didn't trust them, he still felt that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. At the very least, he didn't plan to let anyone else know about this. However, his refusal didn't have much of an effect in the end. Linghu Renjie had his own bottom line. When you return, just before you reach Linghu City, send me a message and I'll have the 2 Grand Elders come out to pick you up. Don't come back alone. You might have been careless when you went out, so no one noticed you. There's still a certain amount of risk when you come back. Duan Lingtian thought about Linghu Renjie's bottom line for a moment. It wouldn't affect what he was going to do this time, so he agreed. It could be said that he had accepted Linghu Renjie's favor. Be careful. Send me a message if anything happens. Linghu Renjie reminded him one last time before putting away the message. Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled, but his heart felt even warmer. This was the first time someone cared about him like this since he came to the Mystic Handle land. Perhaps he could add another sentence, besides the hidden fog sect's inner sect disciple, Tang Wuyan. In the past 2 years, Wu Feng had sent him messages from time to time. Most of the time, Wu Feng talked to him about what the hidden fog sect's inner sect elder, Elder Tang Chun, said. From Elder Tang Chun's chatter, Wu Feng heard a lot about how Tang Wuyan cared about him before and after he left. When he left the hidden fog sect and was deemed a traitor by the sect, Tang Wuyan was so angry that she shut herself in. It wasn't until the hidden fog sect master personally issued an order to refute the rumors that Tang Wuyan walked out of her room under Tang Chun's comfort. She had lost a lot of weight. I can't see her again in the future. At that time, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He couldn't let Tang Wuyan sink deeper and deeper. Now, in addition to his 2 wives, Ke and Li Fei, he also had 2 close female friends, Feng Tianwu and Huan Er. In addition, Murong Bing was still in the spirit overarching heaven, waiting for him to pick her up a few hundred years later. I'd better find a place to refine pills quickly. Because of Linghu Renjie's concern for him, Duan Lingtian thought of Tang Wuyan. However, he quickly came back to his senses and began to leave Linghu City, looking for a secluded place in the surrounding area. In the end, he entered a desolate mountain range. Not only was there no one, but there weren't even many demon beasts. Let's do it here. Duan Lingtian circled around. After confirming that no one would notice anything strange about this place, he went to a canyon in the mountain range and took out the divine artifact pill cauldron to refine pills. Earth King Divine Pill. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to refine a divine pill called the Earth King Divine Pill. This divine pill was one of the king-grade pills he had taken to raise his cultivation base in the Linghu family. However, a normal Earth King Dan was no longer of any help to his cultivation. Because he had eaten too much, his body had developed a resistance to the medicine. Back when he was in the Linghu family, he was already very proficient in refining Earth King divine pills. He even dared to say that his success rate was 100%. However, since he wanted to keep a low profile, he did not dare to infuse too much life energy into the last step of the purification process. However, he no longer had to worry about that now. I'll try not using the life energy from my little world. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to extract life energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, he soon discovered that the amount of life energy he could extract from the heaven and earth spirit energy was very little. Even if he extracted all of it, it would not be as much as the life energy he extracted from the Linghu family. It's because of the heaven and earth spirit energy. Duan Lingtian quickly thought of this problem. It was precisely because the heaven and earth spirit energy here was not as good as the Linghu families that the amount of life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy was very little. Beneath the Linghu family's residence was a rich vein of divine stones. Coupled with the spirit gathering formation, the heaven and earth spirit energy here was far from what this desolate wilderness could compare to. It seems that I can only use the life energy from my little world. With a thought, Duan Lingtian began to mobilize the life energy in his little world. He could even directly mobilize it from the tree of life without drawing from the heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, the life energy directly mobilized from the tree of life was much purer. Purification. Duan Lingtian began to use the life energy to carry out the last step of refining pills, purification. The life energy poured into the cauldron as if it was free. When it reached the limit, Duan Lingtian withdrew the life energy. With the tree of life, he could do whatever he wanted. He did not lack life energy at all. The divine pill is about to come out of the furnace. I wonder if it's an ultimate divine pill. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, he slapped the cauldron, and a divine pill flew out and into his hand. Most of the divine pills above the king grade could only produce 1 pill per cauldron. This was the case for the Earth King Divine Pill. It's different. Duan Lingtian took a look at the Divine Pill in his hand and realized that it was different from the Earth King Divine Pills he usually refined. There was a strange light surrounding it. Boom. Rumble. When the pill tribulation appeared, the Earth King Divine Pill in his hand soared into the sky. Duan Lingtian smiled. Another ultimate divine pill had come from his hands. Moreover, it was an ultimate king-grade divine pill this time. However, Duan Lingtian's smile didn't last long before it collapsed. This was because the ultimate Earth King divine pill could not even withstand the first pill tribulation and was blasted into powder. Chapter 3762. Crippled. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded as he watched the ultimate Earth King divine pill being destroyed by the tribulation. However, his face was immediately filled with confusion. When the tribulation clouds dispersed, he started to refine the Earth King divine pill again. This time, he was even more careful, afraid that the pill would be destroyed again. This time, it was still the ultimate Earth King divine pill. However, it was still destroyed when the tribulation descended. Then, a third time. It was still destroyed by the tribulation. What's going on? What went wrong? After racking his brains, Duan Lingtian felt that there was no problem with his alchemy steps and techniques. Normally speaking, it was impossible for the Earth King divine pill to not be able to withstand the tribulation. Ask revered elder Lin Yan. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a message to the chief alchemist of the Linghu family, Lin Yan, and asked directly, revered elder Lin Yan, I've refined a few ultimate spirit-level divine pills outside, but they all failed to pass the tribulation. What's going on? There can't be a mistake in the alchemy process and steps. Duan Lingtian added as he reached the end of his sentence. You left the Linghu family mansion? After knowing that Duan Lingtian was outside, Lin Yan was worried about his safety. As a good friend of Linghu Renjia, he had long heard about Duan Lingtian's current situation from Linghu Renjia. However, after hearing Duan Lingtian say that he was safe, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he expressed his opinion, I'm very clear about your alchemy skills. There shouldn't be a mistake in refining the king-level divine pill. And you said it yourself, there's no problem with the alchemy process and steps. Could there be some external reason? Lin Yan guessed. What external reason? Duan Lingtian asked. The so-called external factors are whether or not the divine artifact pill cauldron is in good condition, and whether or not there will be any problems. Then, it's nothing more than your state of mind, whether or not you can calm down to concoct pills. If your state of mind is different, there may be a trace of distraction that you don't even notice, which will affect your concoction. Of course, it's impossible to have a big impact, but there are still subtle effects. That kind of effect is often something that you can't even notice yourself. However, just because you can't detect it doesn't mean that the pill tribulation can't detect it either. Lin Yan reminded him, think about it carefully. Is there something wrong with the cauldron? Or is it because of your state of mind? Upon hearing Lin Yan's reminder, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. However, he was still a little unwilling to give up as he inspected the divine artifact pill cauldron before him. However, after a round of inspection, the pill cauldron was safe and sound. It seems that there is indeed a problem with my mental state. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and sighed. Just now, when he thought of Tang Wuyan, his wife, and his lover, he subconsciously thought of the two of them. However, he suppressed the thought after a flash of inspiration. After all, he wanted to avoid this matter. Previously, when they were still in the mundane realm, before Yunqin Yan, Ker's cousin from her past life, appeared, Duan Lingtian and Ker had been searching for his parents, wife, and children. Halfway through their search, Yunqin Yan had appeared and used a spatial celestial weapon to imprison his parents, wife, and children. Yunqin Yan had found his parents, wife, and children first. At that time, 2 people were missing from the group of people Yunqin Yan had imprisoned. Lin Lan and Princess Baiyao. When Duan Lingtian met his parents in the Devata realm, he had secretly learned from them that Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao were out patrolling the area, so they were not captured by Yunqin Yen. In other words, Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao were still in the Devata realm and the Saint Province realm. As for the Saint Province realm, it was once massacred by the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhuqing. At that time, Duan Lingtian had searched everywhere for Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, but he could not find them. Since they were always by his mother's side and rarely went out, they did not leave their soul pearls behind. He did not know if they were still alive. There was no trace of them at all. Under such circumstances, even the most optimistic person could not help but think about them. I hope they're still alive, Duan Lingtian sighed. Earlier, he had thought of the two women, but he had forcefully stopped himself from thinking about them. Due to this reason, it had affected his state of mind to a certain extent. This was most likely the reason the Earth King's supreme pills had failed to overcome the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the time when he had reunited with the two women in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Saint Province realm. That was the last time he had seen the two women. Before he left the Saint Province realm, he had visited various powerful forces in the Saint Province realm and asked them to help him find the two women. If they found the two women, he would give them a fortuitous encounter. For this reason, the powerful forces in the Saint Province realm that were not annihilated by the powerhouses of the Luo River sect had sent people to search for Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao's whereabouts. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had also asked Hualao to arrange for someone to guard the Saint Province realm. As long as there was news about the two women, that person would immediately send a message to Hualao in the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, Hualao would go and pick them up and settle them down. As long as they're still alive and in the Saint Province realm, I'll definitely be able to find them. After a few hundred years, when the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods opens, I'll return to the Devata realms and ask Hualao about this matter. Perhaps, Hualao would have already found them by then. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his restless emotions began to calm down. After a long while, his heart finally calmed down. Again. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to refine the Earth King Divine Pill again. He was very careful throughout the entire process. He did not dare to be careless. In the end, he refined the Limit Earth King Divine Pill again. Boom! The pill tribulation descended. This time, the Earth King Divine Pill successfully passed the pill tribulation. Its body shone brightly, and the inscriptions on its body shone brightly. It's done. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the Limit Earth King Divine Pill was successfully refined. Following that, Duan Lingtian refined a few other King Grade Divine Pills that were helpful to his cultivation. All of them were refined to the Limit Earth King Divine Pill, and he successfully passed the pill tribulation. Fortunately, he was the only one who saw his heaven-defying performance. Otherwise, everyone in Tung Leng province would have been shocked. A Limit King Grade Divine Pill. Other than those outstanding Emperor Grade Divine Pill masters, it was basically impossible to refine such a divine pill in an environment rich in heaven and earth spirit qi. Just like Duan Lingtian's current environment, not to mention the outstanding Emperor Grade Divine Pill masters, even if a venerable Grade Divine Pill master came, it would be useless. It was impossible for them to refine a Limit King Grade Divine Pill. They couldn't even refine a Limit Spirit Grade Divine Pill. This was because the heaven and earth spirit qi here was too thin, and the heaven and earth spirit qi contained more life force that could be extracted by divine pill masters in places with more abundant heaven and earth spirit qi. The reason why Duan Lingtian was able to refine a Limit King Grade Divine Pill here was because of the life force that originated from the Tree of Life in his small world. Otherwise, no matter how astonishing his perception of the life force in the heaven and earth spirit qi was, it would be difficult for him to extract enough life force. There was only a little bit in total. Even if he extracted all of it, it wouldn't be enough. As for the Emperor Grade Divine Pill, let's forget about it for now. For a moment, Duan Lingtian even had the thought of refining a Limit King Grade Divine Pill, but he quickly dismissed the idea. This was because he couldn't even refine an ordinary Emperor Grade Divine Pill with a 100% success rate. There were still some flaws in the refining process. Even if he didn't lack life force, it would be difficult to refine a Limit King grade divine pill. I'll refine a few more Limit King grade divine pills. The medicinal efficacy of a Limit King grade divine pill is far beyond that of an ordinary divine pill. This was also the reason why Duan Lingtian felt that a Limit King grade divine pill could assist his current cultivation. The medicinal efficacy of a Limit King grade divine pill was not something an ordinary divine pill could compare to. If they were to really compare, it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. Take the Limit King grade Jia, E, and Bing grade 3 divine pill that Duan Lingtian had refined previously. If it was an ordinary Jia, E, and Bing grade 3 divine pill, it would be very difficult for a lesser deity to directly ascend to become an intermediate deity just by relying on the medicinal efficacy of the King grade 3 divine pill. However, the Limit King grade Jia, E, and Bing grade 3 divine pill that Duan Lingtian had refined allowed a disciple who had only cultivated the Linghu family's godly emperor-level cultivation method to break through to become a higher deity from the realm of an intermediate deity. Moreover, there was still a lot of medicinal efficacy left for him to continue cultivating. One must know that an intermediate deity who consumed an ordinary Jia, E, and Bing grade 3 divine pill would not be able to break through to become a higher deity just by relying on the medicinal efficacy of the pill, unless they cultivated a godly emperor-level cultivation method. Even if a lesser deity who had just become an intermediate deity consumed the pill, they would need to cultivate at least an emperor-level cultivation method to break through to become an intermediate deity just by relying on the medicinal efficacy. A godly emperor-level cultivation method? It did not show the astonishing medicinal efficacy of an ordinary Jia, E, and Bing grade 3 divine pill. However, the Limit King grade Jia, E, and Bing grade 3 divine pill that Duan Lingtian had refined allowed a person who had only just become an intermediate deity to break through to become a higher deity. According to the disciple of the Linghu family, almost half of the medicinal efficacy had not been digested after the breakthrough. This showed how heaven-defying the medicinal efficacy of the Limit King grade divine pill was. After I'm done refining the Limit King grade divine pill that I need, I'll refine a few more emperor-level divine pills. I'll give them to the patriarch when he returns. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he immersed himself in pill refinement again. After all, there were only 18 realms of gods in this world. Both the Divine Offering Land and the Mystic Gang Land were among them. Among the 18 realms of gods, there was a realm of gods called the Heavenly Clear Land. The two women that Duan Lingtian had been searching for in the Saint Province realm, Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, were among them. As for why they were here, it had something to do with an old friend of theirs. That old friend was also Duan Lingtian's old friend, Jingru. She was the housekeeper that Duan Lingtian had recruited in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's royal city before he left the 10 great dynasties in the Saint Province realm. Later on, Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom and brought Li Ro with him. Apart from Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, Jingru was also brought along. However, when Duan Lingtian reunited with his parents, Lin Lan, and Princess Bai Yao, he did not see Jingru. It was as though Jingru had vanished from the face of the earth. He could not find her anywhere. Chapter 3763. Jingru was originally a waitress in a shop in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a small kingdom in the 10 great dynasties in the Saint Province realm. See Chapter 136. Recruiting Jingru for details. On Earth, Jingru's job was to sell real estate. Back then, when Duan Lingtian arrived in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's royal city, he had bought a mansion from Jingru. At that time, he had taught a good-for-nothing rich kid from the Duan clan a lesson because of Jingru. Out of respect for Jingru's character, coupled with the fact that he was worried that the good-for-nothing rich kid from the Duan clan would cause trouble for Jingru, he had recruited her to be the housekeeper of his newly bought mansion. From then on, Jingru began to take care of him and his mother, Li Ro. She was conscientious and conscientious. Later on, when he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Jingru stayed by his mother's side and continued to serve his mother. Duan Lingtian and his mother, Li Ro, had never treated Jingru as a servant. Duan Lingtian treated her like an elder sister while Li Ro treated her like a daughter. Later on, Duan Rufeng returned and brought Li Ro and Jingru, who was an orphan, with him to the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao had also left with them. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Jianghu continued to take care of Li Rou's daily life. She had never forgotten her roots. There was once when Jianghu went out to pick Li Rou's favorite vegetables in the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, since then, she had never returned and had completely disappeared. For this reason, Li Rou did not eat or drink for a period of time. Duan Ruffing had even ordered his subordinates to look for her everywhere. However, their efforts were in vain. It was also at that time that Jianghu disappeared from Li Rou's life. Duan Lingtian only found out about this after he reunited with his parents in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He had been depressed for many days because of this. Why did Jianghu disappear? What happened to her? All of this was a mystery to Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. A living person had disappeared just like that. In fact, Jianghu was also anxious. She even regretted poking her nose into other people's business and touching that disheveled woman whose mental state was sometimes normal and sometimes abnormal. That year, when Jianghu went out to pick vegetables for Li Rou, she happened to see a woman fainted on the ground. She kindly helped her up and woke her up. After the woman woke up, she grinned at her like a fool. Then, with a wave of her hand, she tore open space and grabbed her into the spatial tunnel. She fainted as well. When she woke up again, she found herself in another place. This place was filled with heaven and earth spirit chi. It was frighteningly dense. She cultivated here and broke through several realms in less than a month. Then, she saw the crazy woman she had met before. This time, she wasn't crazy. She found Jianghu and apologized to her. Then Jianghu asked her to send her back, but she said she couldn't do anything. Her power was sealed. She could only use her powers when she was in a state of mental disorder. In order to apologize to Jianghu, she taught her a cultivation method and gave her a fortuitous encounter. Then, she told Jianghu that not only was she not in the mundane realm, but she was in a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. This realm of gods was called the Land of Sanctions. 2 days later, the woman fell into a state of insanity again. However, since Jianghu was with her, she did not run away. Many years later, Jianghu's cultivation had improved. After spending some time together and taking care of her, the woman gradually regained her senses, and the seal in her body gradually disappeared. Soon after, the woman regained her consciousness and was able to use her power. At this time, Jianghu said she wanted to go back. The woman sent her back. After Jianghu was sent back to the Azure Cloud Mansion by the woman, she discovered the Azure Cloud Mansion had fallen into the hands of the devil clans. Then, she went around looking for Li Rou with the woman. Finally, with the woman's help, she found the new place where Li Rou and the others were staying. She even met Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao who were patrolling the area. Sister Jianghu. Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao were, naturally, overjoyed when they saw Jianghu whom they had not seen for many years. Sister Jianghu, where have you been all these years? Yes, Sister Jianghu, where have you been all those years ago? Do you know that Aunt Rou lost her appetite for a long time because of your disappearance? Let's go. I'll bring you to see Aunt Rou. She'll be happy to see you. As Lin Lan spoke, she wanted to bring Jianghu to see Li Rou. At this moment, an invisible energy suddenly spread out and shrouded Lin Lan, Princess Bai Yao, and Jianghu. It was the woman next to Jianghu. She looked at the sky and frowned. Someone from the realm of gods actually came to this small mundane realm? Then, the woman took Lin Lan, Princess Bai Yao, and Jianghu and approached. When the woman saw the appearance of the young man who had descended from the sky, she was stunned. It was as though she had seen a ghost. She muttered to herself, "Why is it him? Why is it him?" At the same time, Lin Lan, Princess Bai Yao, and Jianghu saw the young man who had descended from the sky and bound Duan Ruffing, Li Rou, and the others with just a wave of his hand. Princess Bai Yao and Lin Lan's expressions changed drastically. They instinctively rushed forward, but they were stopped by the woman's invisible energy. Jianghu's expression changed as well. She quickly asked the woman to save them. Who knew the woman would fall into a state of madness again? She casually tore open space and brought the 3 women away. This time, the woman did not bring the 3 women to the land of punishment where she had brought Jianghu to previously. It was another realm of gods, the heavenly clear land. When the woman returned to her normal state, the realms of gods had collided and formed the realm of gods. At the same time, the space tunnels leading to the Devata realms and realms of gods had been sealed. As a result, Baiyao, Linlan, and Jingru could no longer return to the Saint Province realm. The woman seemed to have returned to her normal state. She felt guilty for what she had done to the 3 women. Therefore, she began to teach them the cultivation methods of the realms of gods. She spared no effort in teaching them cultivation methods. Later on, Baiyao inadvertently asked the woman if she knew the young man who had kidnapped her Aunt Ro, Uncle Ru Feng, and the others. The woman fell into a state of madness again. It took a few years for her to return to her normal state. From then on, Baiyao, Linlan, and Jingru did not dare to bring up the matter again. After some hesitation, the woman brought Baiyao, Linlan, and Jingru to a sect in the heavenly clear land. The sect was a godly venerable rank sect. It was one of the top godly venerable rank sects in the heavenly clear land. The woman brought Baiyao, Linlan, and Jingru to one of the branches of the sect. The woman then handed them over to the person in charge of the branch, a female powerhouse. After that, she left the sect. She was my junior sister. She fell in love with someone she shouldn't have and was cheated of her feelings. She did something that brought shame to the sect and went insane. Then, she left the sect. Baiyao, Linlan, and Jingru learned about this from their master. Their master was the person whom the woman had handed them over to. She was the person in charge of the branch they were in. Moreover, during a conversation with their master, they learned that the person who had cheated on their junior sister was from another realm of gods, the Divine Offering Land. Currently, that person was the leader of one of the strongest godly venerable rank forces in the Divine Offering Land. The clan leader of the Yin clan. In the heavenly clear land. In a secluded courtyard on the side of a perilous peak that pierced through the clouds, 3 beautiful women sat around a table. One of the women was extremely beautiful. Her face was so beautiful that it was difficult to find any flaw in it. Most men would take a second look at her after just one glance. The other woman was almost as beautiful as the former. However, she was of a different type. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, and her lips were like cherries. The last woman was slightly less beautiful, but she was still considered pretty. If she was placed on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life, she would not be one of those A-list actresses who debuted with her looks. Most importantly, her temperament was not something those A-list actresses could compare to. She was extraordinary and did not seem like an ordinary person. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize the 3 women at a glance. They were Baiyao, Linlan, and Jingru. Princess, I feel that your aura has changed. Did you have a breakthrough again? Jingru looked at Baiyao with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Sister Jingru. Baiyao smiled bitterly. How many times have I told you in the past hundreds of years? You don't have to call me princess anymore. This is no longer the Crimson Sky Kingdom. You can call me Baiyao like Little Lan. Yes, princess. Jingru's reply made Baiyao feel completely helpless. Baiyao, Sister Jingru hasn't changed the way she calls you in the past hundreds of years. Don't ask her to change it again. To be honest, if I didn't hear her calling you princess so often, I might even think that our experiences in the past hundreds of years were not a dream. Could it be that everything in the mundane realm was a dream? Lin Lan sighed. The mundane realm. Baiyao muttered. Baiyao murmured softly. Her pair of beautiful watery eyes flashed with a touch of gentleness. I don't know how he is now. At this moment, not only Baiyao, but even Lin Lan could not help but think of a purple figure. He wasn't with Aunt Ro and Uncle Feng at that time. I'm sure he'll be fine. Lin Lan's voice was slightly heavy. I wonder how Aunt Ro and Uncle Feng are doing. Before Junior Uncle met the person who kidnapped the old master and madam, he said that person was also from the realm of gods. Jianghu frowned slightly. Why would someone from the realm of gods make a move on the old master and madam? These are all mysteries that we haven't been able to solve in the past hundreds of years. Bai Yao shook her head lightly. We can only wait 300 years until the spatial tunnel between the realm of gods, the Devata realms, and the mundane realm opens. At that time, we'll be able to find the answers on our own. For now, I can only hope that Aunt Ro and Uncle Feng are safe. Otherwise, I can't imagine how much pain he must be in. Lin Lan muttered in a low voice with a worried expression on her face. Bai Yao's beautiful face tensed up when she heard Lin Lan's words. The worry in her eyes deepened. Chapter 3764. Profound Handle Land. Tungleng Province. Near Linghu City. Within the lofty mountain range, after Duan Lingtian finished refining the Limit King level divine pills he needed, he began to refine the Emperor level divine pills he had been preparing for a long time. Some of them would be of great use to him. Some of them were for the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Xianxia. The Emperor level divine pills for Linghu Xianxia were the ones that even the Linghu family's chief alchemist, Lin Yan, had trouble refining. The success rate was extremely low. Duan Lingtian was refining seriously. Although he wasn't too familiar with the process, because he could inject a large amount of life force into the pill furnace to purify the pills, his success rate was still higher than Lin Yan's. I'll refine 2 more Emperor-level divine pills for the Patriarch. That should be enough. After spending a few days, Duan Lingtian refined 3 Emperor-level divine pills for Linghu Xianxia. He failed several times, but overall, it could be said that everything went smoothly. He planned to refine 2 more Emperor-level divine pills before returning to the Linghu family. But just as he was about to open the furnace again, a message suddenly came, abruptly interrupting him. Duan Lingtian. The person who sent the message surprised Duan Lingtian. It was the 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy, Ho Qingning, who he hadn't contacted for a long time. Why did you suddenly send me a message? Is something the matter? Or, were you also recommended to enter the Hidden Fog sect by the Dean? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Ho Qingning and Ding Yan were friends he made at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Now that Ding Yan had left without saying goodbye, only Ho Qingning was left at the Hidden Fog Academy. Are you kidding me? Ho Qingning sighed and said, do you think everyone is Duan Lingtian? If it weren't for the fact that the 10,000 Leaves sect sent me to Linghu City, I wouldn't have dared to send you a message. You're standing so high up now that I can't even breathe when I look up at you. Ha! You, Ho Qingning, when did you become so self-abased? I remember that you still owe me a spar. Duan Lingtian laughed and then asked in surprise, you came to Linghu City? Yes. Ho Qingning nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, back then, before the 10-star student trial began, you said that you would treat me and my 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal, but you never did. This time, I'm already in Linghu City, so you won't be stingy, right? In Linghu City, Ho Qingning stood in a guest room of an inn. Beside him stood a person covered in a black robe. Ho Qingning's message was made public at the black-robed person's request. Duan Lingtian's soul orb was also in the black-robed person's hands. Whether it was Ho Qingning's voice or Duan Lingtian's voice, he could hear them clearly. However, the black-robed person did not suspect Ho Qingning when he heard these words. After all, in his opinion, Ho Qingning had the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him. The entire sect was under his threat, so Ho Qingning definitely would not dare to act rashly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who received Ho Qingning's message, was stunned. Back then, during the 10-star student trial, he did not say that he would treat Ho Qingning to a meal. Could this guy have remembered wrongly? However, on second thought, he felt that Ho Qingning should not have remembered something like this wrongly. Moreover, Ho Qingning said that he would not only treat him to a meal, but also treat the people of their 10,000 Leaves sect. 10,000 Leaves sect. The 10-star student trial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally reacted. Back then, during the 10-star student trial, Ho Qingning had asked him if he needed help. The people of their 10,000 Leaves sect were nearby, ready to act at any time. The reason Ho Qingning said that he would help him was because there would definitely be people from Tianfeng City's God King level clans targeting him in the trial. At that time, he had rejected Ho Qingning's good intentions. It looks like he's reminding me of something. Moreover, the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him is only a God King level sect. What is it that would require a young sect master like him to travel so far to Linghu City? Duan Lingtian's mind flashed, and he quickly thought of a possibility. Ho Qingning had become a tool in someone else's hands. Someone wanted to lure him away from the Linghu family. Patriarch left the Linghu family a few days ago. After Patriarch left, Ho Qingning came, and it seems like he was coerced by someone to lure him away. It looks like the person who coerced Ho Qingning is very likely someone that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing found. Kuang Tianjing definitely can't be here recently, but he can definitely find someone. In an instant, Duan Lingtian understood everything. As for why Ho Qingning was coerced, it was not difficult for him to guess. It was most likely because the other party had used the 10,000 Leaves sect as an excuse. Although the 10,000 Leaves sect was a God King level sect, the strongest person in the sect was only a God King. Moreover, there had never been a God King level expert in the history of the 10,000 Leaves sect. For a sect like the 10,000 Leaves sect, as long as a lower God King level expert wasn't ridiculously weak, it would be enough to topple and even destroy the sect. He's already fallen into such a dangerous situation, and he's still thinking of ways to hint at me, this guy. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart, but at the same time, he felt somewhat guilty. After all, if it weren't for him, Ho Qingning wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Let's set a place. Just as Ho Qingning's side quieted down because Duan Lingtian had not replied for a long time, and the black-robed man's body moved slightly, as if he was getting impatient, Duan Lingtian's voice finally rang out once more. You can decide on the place. As for the time. For the next 2 days, a grand elder of the Linghu family asked me to help him refine a few divine pills, so I can't leave. 2 days later. When will you be free? Duan Lingtian asked. After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Ho Qingning didn't immediately reply. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man and asked, when do you want to meet him? 3 days from now, in the evening. Let's meet for dinner. The black-robed man's hoarse voice sounded in Ho Qingning's ears, and Ho Qingning also responded to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, let's meet 3 days from now. We'll have dinner together then. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave during the day. As for the location, when you come out, ask me again, and I'll tell you. Right now, I don't know where to meet. Under the black-robed man's reminder, Ho Qingning said according to his words. Okay. Duan Lingtian replied, then sent a message to the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Xianxia, and told him what he had encountered. Someone threatened your friend and asked your friend to lure you out? After Linghu Xianxia learned of this matter, his expression changed. After asking about the ins and outs of the matter, Linghu Xianxia said in a deep voice, 10,000 Leaves sect, I've heard of it before. The 10,000 Leaves sect is located between the God Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect, and the Murong family, the Murong family. It just so happens that the patriarch of the Murong family has some friendship with me, so I asked him to invite the strongest elders of the Murong family to the 10,000 Leaves sect to take a look at the situation. Many thanks, patriarch. After receiving Linghu Xianxia's message, Duan Lingtian repeatedly expressed his thanks. At the same time, he thought that the favor Linghu Xianxia owed the Murong family could be repaid with ultimate god pills. Patriarch, you can promise the Murong family to give them a batch of ultimate god pills. I'm sure they know how important these pills are to their juniors. You can tell them about the effects of our Linghu family's juniors taking the ultimate god pills. Duan Lingtian said. Are you confident that you can refine more Jia E Bing Sen divine pills? Linghu Xianxia asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied, it's only because I've been busy refining king-grade divine pills and royal-grade divine pills. Otherwise, I would have refined a lot of extreme first, second, and third divine pills for the clan leader and the juniors in the clan. Good. With this trump card, I'm sure that Murong Yunlu fellow will work hard for us. Linghu Renjie laughed, I'll contact him right away. Murong Yunlu was the current patriarch of the Murong family. He and Linghu Renjie were both patriarchs of God Emperor level families, and the two had a good relationship. Good. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Murong family, a God Emperor level family? At this moment, he thought of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who was also the Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, Murong Suifeng. Could that Dean Murong also be related to the Murong family? Of course, this was only Duan Lingtian's first guess. Soon, Linghu Renjie sent a message, I spoke to Murong Yunlu and he agreed. Now, he has personally left for the 10,000 Leaves sect. There are also 2 Murong family elders accompanying him. Their strength is not below any of the 4 grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. As for how many extreme Jia Yi Bing San divine pills I want, I've already told him clearly. We'll see how much effort they put in when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. I won't give him the chance to ask for too much. Linghu Renjie said. Thank you, Patriarch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally let out a sigh of relief. Ho Qingning had risked his life to warn him. Not only had he put his own life on the line, but he had also put the 10,000 Leaves sect behind him in danger. He naturally couldn't allow anything to happen to Ho Qingning and the 10,000 Leaves sect. But, Linghu Renjie said with some worry, if the person threatening your friend was sent by Kuang Tianzheng, and there's more than one person, the one following your friend now must be the strongest one. If it's just the elders of our Linghu family, I'm still worried. How about this? I'll have the elders contact their friends. As long as they can reach Linghu City within 2 days, they can come over. When the time comes, we'll see how much effort they've put in. We'll use the ultimate Jia, Yi, and Bing 3 divine pills to return the favor. It doesn't matter if there are any juniors. Even if they can't use the Jia, Yi, and Bing 3 divine pills, they'll definitely be interested. Linghu Renjie said. That's for the best. In truth, Duan Lingtian was also worried about what Linghu Renjie was worried about. If the people Kuang Tianzheng found to deal with him were mid-level divine emperors on the same level as him, then, once he left the Linghu family mansion, he wouldn't have the protection of the Linghu family's great array. Even if the elders of the Linghu family protected him, they might not be able to save his life. Chapter 3765. After hearing about Linghu Renjie's arrangements, Duan Lingtian finally felt relieved. In the next 2 days, while Duan Lingtian calmly refined the emperor-grade divine pills, he couldn't help but sigh. First of all, he didn't expect to become a divine alchemist so soon. Second, he didn't expect that the most important step to becoming a divine alchemist was to extract life energy. For someone like him who had the divine tree of life in his body, this was a piece of cake. Under such circumstances, as soon as he came into contact with the Tao of divine pills, he refined the ultimate Jia Yi Bing divine pill on his second try. According to Linghu Renjie, the clan leader of the Linghu family, the limit Jia Yi Bing divine pill he refined was something even god emperors would be interested in. This time, he could even use the limit Jia Yi Bing divine pill to repay the favor. Initially, Duan Lingtian was worried that the Linghu family would owe those experts a favor. If that happened, he would owe the Linghu family even more. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Being a divine alchemist is a good job in the plains of gods. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could hear his exclamation. If anyone else heard it, they would definitely roll their eyes at him. Do you think every divine alchemist can refine a limit spirit grade divine pill as easily as you? 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The day passed quickly. In the evening, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to send a message to Ho Qingning. Are you done with your work? Have you decided on a place to eat? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The best restaurants in Linghu City were owned by the Linghu family. If Ho Qingning wasn't held hostage, he would have invited him to one of the restaurants owned by the Linghu family. Now that he suspected that Ho Qingning was being held hostage, he was certain that Ho Qingning wouldn't choose those restaurants. Duan Lingtian sent a message, but there was no reply from Ho Qingming. For a moment, he was even more certain that Ho Qingming was being held hostage. My soul orbs are probably in the hands of whoever is holding him hostage. Normally, a soul orb's transmission was done through one's mind. However, it was also possible to speak and transmit the message. Furthermore, the content of the message could also be transmitted outwards. It was just like the hands-free phone on Earth. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Ho Qingming didn't receive his message, but the black-robed man beside Ho Qingming did. The black-robed man immediately took out a soul bead and handed it to Ho Qingming. Tell him to meet me in Spring House's Sky Room 2 in 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Ho Qingming promptly informed Duan Lingtian of the location of the meal through the soul orb. Spring House. After receiving the message, the corners of Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. Just as he had thought, it wasn't one of the restaurants under the Linghu family. Although Duan Lingtian hadn't left the Linghu family since joining them, he often chatted with Linghu Yun, the fourth son of Linghu Renjia, the head of the Linghu family. Linghu Yun had already finished reading the story that he had given to Duan Lingtian. After that, he often asked Duan Lingtian for other stories. At the same time, because he got along well with Duan Lingtian, he often talked about anything under the sun with Duan Lingtian. Because of this, although Duan Lingtian had never strolled around Linghu City, he knew how many decent restaurants there were in Linghu City. Spring House could only be considered an ordinary restaurant. It was a subsidiary property of a God King class family in Linghu City. That God King class family was a subsidiary of the Linghu family. Spring House? Duan Lingtian transmitted with a smile. Say, Ho Qingming, are you trying to save money for me? Spring House isn't a particularly good restaurant in Linghu City. The best restaurants are those under the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian replied. When Ho Qingming received Duan Lingtian's message, he paused and looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a puzzled expression. This was his first time in Linghu City, so he didn't know what good restaurants there were in the city. However, the black-robed man's reaction was quick. Ho Qingming transmitted to Duan Lingtian with a smile, I know that you're an honored guest of the Linghu family, and a very popular one at that. Would they dare to charge you for a meal at one of the Linghu family's restaurants? That's why I purposely chose a restaurant that isn't under the Linghu family. The black-robed man had taught Ho Qingming to say all this. Haha, Duan Lingtian's response was a hearty laugh. Looks like you really want to see me bleed. Alright, let's go to Spring House, Tianzi Private Room 2, right? I'll be there in 2 hours. After transmitting to Ho Qingming, Duan Lingtian contacted the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Under Linghu Renjia's guidance, Duan Lingtian met up with elders Heng and Huan in the air above a forest north of Linghu City. When Duan Lingtian saw elders Heng and Huan again, he discovered that there were 7 other people with them. He was no stranger to one of them. It was Linghu Xianxia, the god emperor of the Linghu family, whom he had met in the monarch descent city. You brat, why are you running outside for no reason? Aren't you afraid of death? When Linghu Huan saw Duan Lingtian, he immediately rushed forward and scolded him as if he was an elder lecturing a junior. Feeling the concern in Linghu Huan's tone, Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly and didn't speak. At this time, not speaking was undoubtedly a good choice. Sure enough, when Linghu Huan saw that Duan Lingtian didn't speak, he didn't continue to scold him. He called out to Duan Lingtian and went to the rest of the people. Then, he introduced the other 7 people besides his twin brother Linghu Heng. Qingzai girl, I don't need to introduce you. I heard from her that you have already met in the past. Linghu Huan glanced at the only old woman among the other 7 people and said to Duan Lingtian. Elder Qingzai. Duan Lingtian greeted the old woman with a smile as if he had completely forgotten what happened in the past. However, Linghu Qingzai's expression was a little unnatural. She never expected that the junior she had taught a lesson in Junlin City would actually join the Linghu family and become the Linghu family's consecrator. Moreover, he was a divine alchemist who could refine ultimate spiritual divine pills. At this time, in terms of status in the Linghu family, she might not be comparable to him. Consecrator Duan. Linghu Xianxia squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and greeted Duan Lingtian. I have offended you in the past. I hope you don't blame me. I have already forgotten. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, Linghu Huan introduced the remaining 6 people to Duan Lingtian. 2 of them were also divine emperors of the Linghu family. One of them was another elder of the Linghu family and the only one in the current generation of the Linghu family who was on par with the 2 elders Hang and Huan in terms of seniority. In fact, in the Linghu family, if the 2 old men, Hang and Hang, did not join hands, and fought one-on-one, his strength would surpass either of Linghu Hang or Linghu Hang. He was called Linghu Xianxia. Linghu Xianxia didn't look old. He was a middle-aged man wearing a loose green robe. He was tall and sturdy and had a dignified appearance. His eyebrows reached his temples and he looked a little serious. Elder Xianxia. Duan Lingtian greeted him respectfully. A rare smile appeared on the other party's serious face. It was a forced smile. However, the other party's eyes were still filled with friendliness. As for the remaining 4 people, they were all external reinforcements that Linghu Huan had found. They were the brothers' close friends in their early years. As for their specific origins, Linghu Huan didn't say much. He only mentioned their names. However, the 4 of them were all lower-level divine emperors. Spring House. After Duan Lingtian and the 9 divine emperors confirmed the location they had agreed to meet with Ho Qingming, Linghu Xianxia led Linghu Xianxia and the other 5 to the vicinity of the Spring House. The 2 elders Hang and Huan secretly followed Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian. So far, no one knew how many people the other party had. As for Duan Lingtian, he stopped and waited for over an hour after Linghu Xianxia and the others left. Then, he unhurriedly stepped into the air and entered Linghu's city from the eastern side of the city. The eastern gate of Linghu's city was actually one of the main gates of the Linghu family's mansion. Duan Lingtian was able to enter without any hindrance. Then, he passed through the Linghu family's mansion and flew out from another gate. It was as if he had just left the Linghu family's mansion. This little guy is quite cautious. Hiding behind Duan Lingtian, Linghu Huan sent a voice transmission to his twin brother Linghu Hang. He's very talented and cautious. His future is limitless. Linghu Hang replied. Hearing his twin brother's words, Linghu Huan was somewhat surprised. The reason for that was because it was the first time he had heard his twin brother praise someone in such a manner. However, when he thought of Duan Lingtian's performance, talent, and comprehension ability, he felt relieved. As long as Duan Lingtian did not die prematurely, in the future, not to mention the Linghu family, even the Tianlong clan, or the several peak god emperor level forces in Tungleng province would find it difficult to tolerate him. His stage should be even wider. Tungleng province was too small. Spring Gazing House. The reason why Duan Lingtian chose to pass through the Linghu family's mansion was because he was worried that there would be people guarding the Linghu family's mansion and watching the people who came out from it. If he directly returned from outside Linghu's city and was discovered by the enemy's people, it would inevitably arouse their suspicions. After all, he did not tell Ho Qingming that he was not in the Linghu family. We're here. Under Linghu Huan's secret instructions, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the entrance of a restaurant called Spring Gazing House. The door was wide open, and many customers were coming in and out. The lobby inside was almost full, and there were even people sitting in a row of seats at the side of the lobby, waiting for a seat. Business was booming. Dear customer, are you here to eat? As soon as Duan Lingtian entered, a waiter came up to him and asked. My friend has booked a private room, number 2 of heaven. Duan Lingtian replied. Dear customer, may I know your name? The waiter's tone became much more respectful. The heaven tier private room was the best private room in Spring Gazing House. The lowest cost of a single meal was equivalent to 10 years of working in Spring Gazing House. Chapter 3766. Spring House's heavenly dining room charged a high price, but the service was also very good. For example, if someone arrived at the heavenly dining room first, the person who arrived earlier would tell the restaurant the surname of the person who arrived later. If the person who arrived later didn't have the right surname, the restaurant wouldn't let him in. Duan. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the waiter confirmed it and looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Young Master Duan, young Master Ho is already waiting for you in Heavenly Dining Room 2. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the waiter all the way to the top floor of the restaurant and arrived in front of a dining room. There's only one person in the dining room. Before the waiter opened the door, Duan Lingtian heard Linghu Huan's voice. The person hiding in the dark hasn't shown himself yet, but we don't dare to use our divine sense to check as it will alert the enemy. Next, we'll hide in the dark. If you sense the aura of a divine emperor, we'll attack immediately. What you need to do is to stall for time as much as possible so that you won't be killed by the enemy before we arrive. Linghu Huan's tone became more and more serious as he spoke. Guest, please come in. After the attendant opened the door, Duan Lingtian walked in, then he noticed Ho Qingning who sat within with a single glance, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Only you? I thought you called the others from the Thousand Leaves sect. I was worried that you'd spend too much money, so I didn't call them. Ho Qingning smiled. Have you ordered? Duan Lingtian sat down and asked immediately. Not yet. Aren't I waiting for you? Waiter, order. As Ho Qingning spoke, the waiter who had been waiting outside the door came in and introduced the dishes of the restaurant to Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Is there anything you want to eat? Ho Qingning asked Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. For us, eating is all about taste. Why don't we ask him to serve all of his signature dishes? Sure. Ho Qingning nodded and asked the waiter to place the order. However, the door to the private room closed once again. Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian with a sigh. Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you would come this far in just a few years. Not only has he become a deity king, but he's also an emperor-level divine alchemist. Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Although the conversation between him and Duan Lingtian would be transmitted to the ears of the black-robed man through the array disc that he had brought with him, which had already been activated. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian again, he could not help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. How is it? How have you been at the Hidden Fog Academy recently? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. It's just like that. It's very boring. Ho Qingning shook his head. If I knew it would be so boring, I wouldn't have gone to the Hidden Fog Academy. I should have gone straight to the Hidden Fog sect. Ho Qingning was the young sect master of a God-King level sect, the 10,000 Leaves sect. Although the 10,000 Leaves sect didn't develop any influence in the God Emperor level Hidden Fog sect, they still had some necessary connections. In addition, Ho Qingning's talent and perception weren't bad. It wouldn't be difficult for him to directly enter the Hidden Fog sect and become an inner sect disciple. However, now that you've left the Hidden Fog sect, even I want to enter the Hidden Fog sect. Ho Qingning said with a sigh. Duan Lingtian smiled. Why don't you come to the Linghu family as well? Forget it. Ho Qingning shook his head. You probably won't stay in the Linghu family for long. Are you going to the Tianlong clan next? How do you know? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. It's not hard to guess. Ho Qingning smiled. With your talent and perception, in addition to your achievements in alchemy, even the Tianlong clan won't be able to keep you for long. I never thought that I, Ho Qingning, would one day be able to make such an amazing friend like you. As Ho Qingning spoke, there was a bit of worry in the depths of his eyes. He had reminded Duan Lingtian before. But he didn't know if Duan Lingtian had reacted or if he had made any preparations. At this moment, he was completely a puppet of the black-robed man. He had to act according to the black-robed man's instructions. Moreover, his conversation with Duan Lingtian was displayed to the black-robed man through the formation. The black-robed man was very cautious and didn't plan to make a move here. Moreover, he didn't dare to send any sound transmissions because the black-robed man had told him that if he dared to send any sound transmissions and Duan Lingtian's expression became unnatural, the black-robed man would immediately go to 10,000 Leaves City and destroy the entire 10,000 Leaves sect behind him. Duan Lingtian, if you really didn't hear my reminder, I hope you won't blame me. That's already the limit of what I can do. Ho Qingming looked normal on the surface, but he was sighing in his heart. After all, behind me are the lives of thousands of people in the 10,000 Leaves sect. Earlier, when he had warned Duan Lingtian, it could be said that he hadn't left any traces, and the black-robed man wouldn't have noticed. However, that reminder was very obvious to Duan Lingtian. Unless Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten that he hadn't said those words to him back then. This was also what he was worried about. If Duan Lingtian clearly remembered that he hadn't said those words to him back then, he would definitely be able to react. However, even if Duan Lingtian had a stunned expression at that time, the black-robed man wouldn't have been able to see it. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's behavior had been normal after that, so he guessed that Duan Lingtian might have already known that he was in danger and had probably made arrangements for him to appear here now. However, he couldn't rule out the second possibility. Duan Lingtian had forgotten that he hadn't said those words to him back then and had come here alone. However, no matter which possibility it was, he couldn't do anything now and could only rely on Duan Lingtian himself. While Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingming were chatting, the dishes were quickly served in the restaurant. The two ate normally and naturally, as if it was an ordinary meal between good friends. Of course, the cost was also extremely expensive. One had to pay with divine stones, and it was more than 10 taels of divine stones. Let's go. After Duan Lingtian paid the bill, Ho Qingming called out to Duan Lingtian and then asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian, I've bought a mansion in Jianghu City this time. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Is it your mansion or the 10,000 Leaves sects? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, but then asked with a smile. Ahem, the 10,000 Leaves sect. Ho Qingming awkwardly coughed twice, how about it? Do you want to go take a look? At this moment, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would refuse, because the black-robed man had set up an inescapable net in that mansion. Once Duan Lingtian entered, even if Duan Lingtian had a god emperor from the Jianghu family secretly protecting him, it would be too late to save him. Next time. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I'm in a hurry to go back to the Jianghu family to refine a few divine pills. One of the patriarchs of the Jianghu family asked me to refine them, and it's urgent. Okay, next time then. Ho Qingming nodded with some disappointment. Then let's part here. If I have time, I'll go to the Hidden Fog Academy to see you. Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked Ho Qingming. Okay. Ho Qingming squeezed out a smile and nodded. Then, the two separated with their backs facing each other. When the two had just walked a dozen steps, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, a ghostly black figure instantly landed in Duan Lingtian's path. The bricks on the street where the figure landed shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. In the center of the spiderweb, where the black figure landed, the whole ground caved in. It was a person shrouded in a hooded black robe. It was impossible to see his face or figure, but his appearance shocked the surrounding people and made them retreat. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and the figure were left. Who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed figure and his face suddenly changed. At the same time, he asked with fear in his eyes, why are you blocking my path? The person who will kill you. A hoarse voice sounded, and then the black-robed figure released his divine power. Rolling power swept out like a stormy sea. Then, as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast, it charged madly at Duan Lingtian. Bang! Another loud noise rang in the air. The gigantic beast formed from the divine monarch's energy that was about to land on Duan Lingtian was destroyed by the attack from the sky. Then, two figures, like ghosts, appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and protected Duan Lingtian behind them. Henghuan elders? The black-robed figure's hoarse voice changed at this moment. Then, before the surrounding people could react, his figure flashed and he was ready to leave. However, at this moment, 7 other forces swept out from the dark and blocked his path of retreat from all directions, leaving him with no way to retreat. This was the ambush from all sides. Then, the masters of the 7 forces, Linghu Xianxia and the others, appeared one after another. Linghu Xianxia? The black-robed figure seemed to recognize Linghu Xianxia. When he saw Linghu Xianxia, his body trembled violently. Then, he looked at Ho Qingning, who had come to Duan Lingtian's side at some point in time. Under the hood, his face could not be seen clearly, but 2 terrifying rays of light shot out. Ho Qingning, how dare you warn Duan Lingtian? Aren't you afraid that I will send a message and destroy your entire 10,000 Leaves sect? I believe in Duan Lingtian. Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed figure indifferently and said coldly. The reason why he dared to say this was because he knew that Linghu Renjia, the head of the Linghu family, and Murong Yunlu, the head of the Murong family, were very close. They were like brothers of the opposite sex. The Murong family was not far from 10,000 Leaves City, where the 10,000 Leaves sect was located. This was also one of the main reasons why he took the risk to warn Duan Lingtian. If he warned Duan Lingtian, it would directly cut off the 10,000 Leaves sect's survival. Even if he wanted to warn Duan Lingtian, he did not have the courage to say it. After all, on one side was a person, and on the other side was a sect with thousands of people. Moreover, it was a sect that had nurtured him. Chapter 3767. Although Ho Qingning hadn't known Duan Lingtian for a long time, from their previous interactions and what he heard afterwards, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Duan Lingtian was a cautious person. When Duan Lingtian was still at the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian had refused his help in the 10-star student trial. Ho Qingning thought that Duan Lingtian would have met with an accident because of his arrogance, but in the end, Duan Lingtian had survived. Later, through some rumors, he heard that the various God King level family clans of Skywind City had all sent death knights to kill Duan Lingtian. But, without exception, all of them were either annihilated or only a few were left alive. Whether Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength or external forces, it was enough to see how cautious Duan Lingtian was. Later on, while he was at the Hidden Fog Academy, he heard that Duan Lingtian had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao in the Hidden Fog sect and had smoothly escaped. He had also smoothly entered the Linghu family. From this, Ho Qingning saw just how cautious Duan Lingtian was. Who were Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? They were 2 of the 4 highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They were disciples of Elder Wind and Elder Thunder. If someone dared to kill them in the Hidden Fog sect, it would be difficult for them to survive. But Duan Lingtian had survived. It seemed reckless, but he had still managed to escape unscathed. If someone said that Duan Lingtian hadn't made preparations beforehand, Ho Qingning wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was because of this that Ho Qingning had dared to send a message to Duan Lingtian. He believed that as long as Duan Lingtian discovered some clues and knew that he was being coerced, he would definitely arrange everything. With Duan Lingtian's current status in the Linghu family, it was enough for the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, to go to great lengths to help him. I've already asked our Linghu family's patriarch to send a message to the Murong family to help look after the 10,000 Leaves sect. However, he should be alone and has no accomplices. Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed man and said indifferently, the divine emperors of the Murong family have been patrolling around Wuxia City for 2 days and have not found anyone suspicious. Thank you. Although he was mentally prepared, Ho Qingning was still very excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. And now, the onlookers standing in the distance gradually guessed the sequence of events after hearing the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the black-robed man. Duan Lingtian? Is this young man the Duan Lingtian of the Linghu family? He looks so young. So he's the one who refined the ultimate Jia Yi Bing divine pill? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Many of the onlookers were in an uproar when they guessed Duan Lingtian's identity. Many of them also looked at Linghu Huan, Linghu Heng, and Linghu Xianxia. They're the 3 elders of the Linghu family and the 3 strongest people in the Linghu family. I didn't expect them to appear together in Linghu City today. It's obvious they're here to protect revered elder Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect revered elder Duan Ling Tian to have such a high position in the Linghu clan after just 2 years. The others seem to be divine emperors as well. That's Linghu Qingzai, that's Linghu, Duan Ling Tian, Ho Qingning, and the black-robed man stood facing each other. Elders Heng and Heng stood side by side between them. Around the black-robed man were 7 divine emperors, led by Linghu Xianxia. They were all glaring at the black-robed man. The latter was obviously a trapped beast. From the moment I saw you, I used my consciousness to guard against you and send a message to Duan Ling Tian to warn him. The black-robed man stared at Ho Qingning and asked in a low voice. Later on, even when Duan Ling Tian's soul orb was in my hands, I still kept my guard up against you so that you wouldn't send a message to the others to warn Duan Ling Tian. How did you notify him? I thought everything was under my control. As the black-robed man spoke, there was a hint of unwillingness in his hoarse voice. You told me to contact Duan Ling Tian and tell him that when I was in Linghu City, I notified him right in front of you. Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed man with a mocking smile and said, at that time, I told him that he said he would treat me and the people of the 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal and that he owed us a meal. However, in reality, he didn't mention this at all. In fact, we never even talked about this. As long as Duan Ling Tian can confirm that we didn't talk about this, he will naturally start guessing. Coupled with his current situation, it's not difficult for him to guess that I wanted to lure him out. More accurately, I wanted to lure him out by threatening my people. Ho Qingning said. Aren't you afraid that your warning to him will cause the deaths of thousands of people in your 10,000 Leaves sect? The black-robed man asked in a low voice. You, for one person, are willing to drag down the entire sect behind you? I already said that. Ho Qingning said indifferently, I believe in Duan Ling Tian. I believe that he can guess my situation and the 10,000 Leaves sect situation. I also believe that he can take care of everything. Of course, the reason why I'm willing to gamble like this is also because of the good relationship between the Murong family and the Linghu family. In front of Duan Ling Tian, Ho Qingning didn't plan to hide anything and spoke openly. You really dare to gamble, the black-robed man said coldly. The black-robed man said coldly before he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you really have a good friend. For you, he's willing to gamble with the lives of thousands of people. I'm also very honored to have such a friend. Duan Ling Tian faintly smiled and looked at the black-robed man as if he was looking at a dead person. Whoosh! Just as the black-robed man's voice fell, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flash, a deep blue wind blade condensed and spread out in all directions. Wind Shadow Lightning Sword. As the high-grade divine sword appeared in the black-robed man's hand, Linghu Huan's small eyes suddenly narrowed. I knew that when you attacked just now, it felt a little familiar, so it's the hidden fog sect's elder Feng. As his voice fell, Linghu Huan unhurriedly followed after Linghu Xianxia and the others and attacked. As for the surrounding crowd, they were in an uproar. The black-robed man who wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian was actually one of the hidden fog sect's 4 grand elders, Elder Feng. At the same time, Linghu Xianxia and the others all took out their own divine artifacts. Even though they were able to gain the upper hand by striking later, they were able to block the black-gowned man's sudden sword strike by relying on their superior numbers. At the same time, the black-robed man also took off his hood, revealing a face that Duan Ling Tian wasn't unfamiliar with. I thought it was flawless, but I never imagined that this brat Ho Qingning would have such a blind trust in Duan Ling Tian. Elder Feng said with a sigh. Elder Feng, what you did this time, was it your own doing, or was it the hidden fog sect's covert opposition? At this time, Linghu Huan spoke up, his tone incomparably gloomy. It was my own doing. Elder Feng lightly said, the hidden fog sect and even Elder Thunder feared Duan Ling Tian's future achievements, so they weren't willing to be enemies with Duan Ling Tian. What a pity, what a pity. Just a little more, when Elder Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian once more, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Killing intent also rose on his face. Shangguan Xiongfeng, I'm afraid he isn't as simple as being Elder Feng's disciple, right? At this time, Linghu Huan looked deeply at Elder Feng and asked. If Shangguan Xiongfeng was only a disciple, he didn't believe that Elder Feng would have taken this step. This was equivalent to making an enemy of their Linghu family with his own strength. Rumor has it that Shengguan Xiongfeng is your illegitimate son, your grandson. Could this rumor be true? Linghu Huan asked. Yes, he is my grandson. Elder Feng nodded. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, most of the people around him were subconsciously stunned by his response. He moved. Puchi. The sword in Elder Feng's right hand slashed across the palm of his left hand. Following that, blood splattered out and fused with his wind power. In an instant, an extremely strange and sharp aura erupted. In the next moment, whoosh! Elder Feng's entire body was covered in a layer of blood-colored astral energy. It was as if he had turned into a giant blood sword as he shot straight towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was ridiculously fast. Not good. At this moment, the expressions of the 9 divine emperors, including Linghu Huan and his brother, changed drastically. It should be noted that when they heard that Shengguan Xiongfeng was Elder Feng's grandson, their hearts skipped a beat and they were slightly distracted. It was only when Elder Feng made his move that they came back to their senses. They all made their moves and charged towards Elder Feng. However, they were still a step too late. Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning, with the two of you dying with me, I can answer to Xiongfeng when I meet him. The blood sword suddenly bypassed the Linghu family's elders Hang and Huan and charged towards Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning's expression changed drastically. Earlier, even he was shocked by Elder Feng's words. He didn't expect the rumor that Shengguan Xiongfeng was Elder Feng's grandson to be true. This was a human's instinctive reaction. The sword light on the giant sword was like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open. It was about to swallow Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning whole. The several divine emperors of the Linghu family revealed looks of regret. They regretted being distracted. Although it was impossible for Elder Feng of the Hidden Fog sect to escape from under their noses. However, it was already too late to stop him from killing Duan Lingtian. Elder Feng's strength was no weaker than theirs. Now, Elder Feng had made his move while they were distracted. They had no way of stopping Elder Feng's attack. As for the other 4 divine emperors that Linghu Huan had brought over, their expressions were ugly. After all, they had come this time to ensure the safety of the Linghu family's consecrator, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the Linghu family had promised them the limit Jia Yi Bing divine pill. If Duan Lingtian died, the Linghu family wouldn't be able to take out the reward. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had been killed right under their noses. Even if the Linghu family was willing to take out something else for revenge, they wouldn't have the face to take it. Was he going to make a wasted trip this time? Thinking of this, they were filled with hatred for Elder Feng. They attacked Elder Feng's back with killing moves. Chapter 3768. Elder Feng originally thought that he would not have the chance to avenge his grandson, Shengguan Xiongfeng. It was only when Linghu Huan asked if Shengguan Xiongfeng was his grandson that he saw an opportunity. In the past, although there were similar rumors in the outside world, he did not admit it personally. Therefore, no one dared to be 100% sure. However, once he admitted it personally, those who knew him would be shocked. Once a person was shocked, they would fall into a momentary daze. I specialize in the law of wind, so I specialize in speed. In addition, my bloodline power can increase my speed. As long as they are distracted, I will have the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Everything was as Elder Feng had expected. He had taken them by surprise and attacked at lightning speed. The 9 divine emperors present could not react in time. Although they attacked one after another, they were all aiming for his back. However, the distance between his attack and Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning was much greater than the distance between him and the 9 divine emperors. Die! Elder Feng, who was enveloped by the sword ray of the blood-red greatsword, could not help but feel excited when he saw that Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning were right in front of him. He was about to kill them with his sword. His eyes were filled with excitement. Whoosh! The blood-red greatsword pierced through the air and penetrated Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning's bodies in the blink of an eye under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, the expression on Elder Feng's face changed drastically at this moment. How is this possible? At this moment, the crowd realized that Elder Feng's attack had only penetrated the afterimages of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingming. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, many people realized that Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingming had appeared behind Linghu Jingxing and teleported away at the critical moment. That was close. At this moment, even the crowd of onlookers subconsciously had such a thought. Whoosh! At the same time, that Elder Feng managed to dodge in time. However, there were still several attacks that ruthlessly landed on his body. Boom! Rumble! The 9 godly emperors attacked at the same time. Their terrifying power fell on the ground and destroyed the entire street in the blink of an eye. Even the main door of the spring gazebo and half of the floor had been reduced to dust. Some people who didn't manage to dodge in time were caught in the crossfire and died. At this moment, the originally complete street had turned into a bottomless pit, like a bottomless abyss. Of those onlookers, other than some of the stronger ones, the weaker ones were all sent flying by the shockwaves of the terrifying explosion. Some were lightly injured, some were seriously injured, and some were even killed by the shockwaves of the shockwaves. That was because the 9 godly emperors' strength had fallen from the sky. Otherwise, the destruction would have been much greater than that. Well, the realms of gods are much tougher than the Devata realms. If it were a Devata realm, 9 divine emperors would be able to destroy a city with ease. Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Linghu Jingxing, clicked his tongue when he saw the destructive power of the 9 godly emperors' attacks. Let alone the mundane realms. Even in a Devata realm, the attack of a godly emperor could easily destroy a towering mountain. Elder Feng, who was heavily injured, hovered in the air. His aura was slightly weakened. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, apart from Linghu Jingxing, the other 8 godly emperors, including the old men Heng and Huan, had surrounded Elder Feng. You're not distracted? Elder Feng ignored the 8 godly emperors as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with reluctance when he spoke again. How would I dare to be distracted in a moment of life and death? Duan Lingtian glanced at Elder Feng indifferently and said, Moreover, you've gone to such lengths for Shengguan Xiong Feng. I'm certain the rumors are true. Although it's surprising that you've admitted it, it's not enough to distract me in a moment of life and death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Qingming, who was standing at the side, felt embarrassed. He had indeed been distracted earlier. What a pity. What a pity, Elder Feng's eyes dimmed slightly. Then, his divine energy surged as a powerful aura spread out from his body. At the same time, a green flame appeared on Elder Feng's body. It was a flame formed by the law of wind. Then, the flames continued to grow. He's going to self-destruct his little world. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw Elder Feng's condition. Moreover, it's already begun. Experts who were godly kings and above could self-destruct their little worlds and display a terrifying destructive power. Of course, after self-destructing their little worlds, their bodies would shatter and their souls would be burned and destroyed. They would suffer the pain of having their souls refined. Because of this, very few people would choose to self-destruct their little worlds. Even if death was certain, they would not choose to do so. Generally speaking, only a madman would do such a thing. Madman. At this moment, Linghu Jingxing and the others regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, Linghu Jingxing shouted, "Return to the mansion." In the next instant, Linghu Jingxing raised his hand and a godly emperor-grade spaceship appeared. He then brought Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingming, elders Heng Huan, and the other godly emperors into the spaceship. Whoosh! The godly emperor-grade spaceship started moving instantly. With the speed of a high-level godly emperor, it sped towards the Linghu family mansion. As soon as the divine emperor-grade flying ship was activated, Duan Lingtian saw the green flames on Elder Feng's body explode after he was engulfed in flames through the formation mirror image on the side of the flying ship's inner cabin. Then, a terrifying force spread out in all directions like a mushroom cloud. As the mushroom cloud exploded, everything around it turned into dust. Moreover, the force that exploded was like a galloping army that chased after the spaceship. At first, it seemed to be able to keep up with the speed of the spaceship. Later on, the distance between them widened. Then, the speed of the spaceship was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not see what was happening outside. However, after a while, a deafening sound could be heard clearly from outside. Whoosh! When the spaceship stopped, Duan Lingtian found himself back in the Linghu family mansion. At the same time, a layer of translucent light shield appeared above the Linghu family mansion. Waves of terrifying power swept over from the direction they had come from. Even if it was just the aftermath of the power, it was still ferocious and powerful when it slammed against the translucent light shield that rose around the Linghu family mansion. At least, it was not weaker than the attack that Linghu Xianxia and the others had made previously. Lunatic! Lunatic! Linghu Huan opened his mouth and cursed. It was unknown when, but his fat face was covered with cold sweat. On the other hand, the other godly emperors, including Linghu Xianxia, did not look too good. Their eyes flashed with the lingering fear of surviving a disaster. A low-level godly emperor's self-destruction of his small world is so terrifying. Duan Lingtian looked at the power that was gradually disappearing in front of him. His pupils shrank sharply. Just like that. I'm afraid half of Linghu's city has been destroyed. On the other hand, Ho Qingning, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was so frightened that his face was ghastly pale. Even a high-level godly emperor's self-destruction of his small world is probably this powerful. At this time, Linghu Huan cursed, "That guy is a lunatic." If a low-level godly emperor wants to self-destruct his small world to display this kind of power, he has to at least set up a variety of killing formations in his small world. It requires a large amount of godstones to display this kind of explosive power. The price of doing this is that he has to suffer the pain of having his soul refined. It's worse than a normal person who self-destructs his small world. I've only heard of such lunatics before, but I didn't expect to meet one. Fortunately, we have a godly emperor-level spaceship, so we can escape with the speed of a high-level godly emperor. Otherwise, we would have been seriously injured, if not dead. As for you two little guys, you'll definitely die. As soon as Linghu Heng finished speaking, the smoke and dust before Duan Lingtian's eyes dispersed, and a stretch of ruins that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before his eyes. There were broken walls everywhere, and it was impossible to find a complete piece. However, the Linghu family's mansion did not suffer any damage because the Linghu family's protective formation was activated in time. However, near the Linghu family's mansion, there were still a few blood-red areas. Blood was still flowing, and there were broken footsteps everywhere. Obviously, they were left behind by the Linghu family's patrolling elders and disciples who were killed by the explosion just now. Duan Lingtian's face instantly became serious. This time, fortunately, he had a godly emperor-level spaceship. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive. At the same time, he also learned from Linghu Huan that the explosion of an ordinary low-level godly emperor's small world wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying destructive force. The reason why the hidden fog sect's elder Fang's self-detonation was able to display such destructive power was because he had laid down a serial killing array in his inner small world. Once he detonated his inner small world, the killing array would also activate. Otherwise, even the explosion of a high-level godly emperor wouldn't be this powerful. Lunatic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also agreed with Linghu Huan's words. What's going on? Heavens! What happened? Linghu's city, what kind of attack did it encounter? It turned into such a large stretch of ruins. At some unknown time, a group of Linghu family elders and disciples had appeared. They all looked at the ruins in front of them, dumbfounded. They had also been attracted by the earth-shattering sound that had just come from this side. Elder Xianxia, what's going on? Lin Yan, the chief alchemist of the Linghu family, also arrived at this time. He nodded at Duan Lingtian and then walked towards Linghu Xianxia. It's old ancestor Xianxia. There's also Elder Heng and Elder Huan. Elder Qingzai is also here. At this time, several of the Linghu family's immortal emperors were recognized one after another. Facing Lin Yan's question, Linghu Xianxia said, "It's the hidden fog sect's elder Feng. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, but he failed and was surrounded by us. In the end, he was driven to desperation and self-detonated his small world." Chapter 3769. Exploding one's own small world? Hearing Linghu Xianxia's words, it wasn't just Lin Yan's complexion that changed. Even the surrounding Linghu family members' complexions changed. That hidden fog sect's elder Feng is so ruthless. Is he crazy? That's not right. A lower god king exploding their own small world shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Just now, I stepped into the air and looked down at Linghu City. Apart from our Linghu family mansion, which is still intact, most of the other areas of Linghu City have been destroyed. Rivers of blood are flowing everywhere. When some of the people from the Linghu family were puzzled by the might of a low-level god king's self-detonation, Linghu Qingzai spoke with a deep voice. That madman set up multiple killing arrays in his low-level god king's self-detonation. That's why his self-detonation was so powerful. This strength is no weaker than a normal upper god sovereign's self-detonation of their small world. As Linghu Qingzai's voice fell, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, there was the sound of people sucking in a cold breath. He really is a madman. According to what I know, if one explodes their small world like this, the pain of having their soul refined should be far greater than a normal explosion of their small world, right? Ruthless. Truly ruthless. As many Linghu family members were sighing, a Linghu family member suddenly said, "Investigate with your divine sense. Is that the screams of that hidden fog sect madman's soul refined?" Immediately, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, subconsciously extended their divine senses, approaching the ruins. And just as their divine senses entered the ruins, they heard waves of mournful cries. These cries were so terrifying that even their divine senses trembled. Even as a bystander, I feel my hair stand on end when I hear these cries with my divine sense. It's hard to imagine what sort of pain that hidden fog sect madman's soul is enduring. If one explodes their small world, they will have to endure the pain of having their soul refined for a quarter of an hour before their soul disappears. It is said that if one explodes their small world, the pain their soul will have to withstand is terrifying. It is 10 times or 100 times worse than the pain of having their body cut into pieces. After today, that hidden fog sect madman will become famous in Tungleng province. The last time someone exploded their small world with killing arrays superimposed on it in Tungleng province was tens of thousands of years ago. The hidden fog sect's elder Feng had become famous. He had become famous in a single battle. No. It was more accurate to say that he became famous in a single moment. After the hidden fog sect's elder Feng blew himself up, besides the Linghu family mansion that remained intact, most of the other areas in Linghu City were destroyed. Most of the people in Linghu City had also perished. Rivers of blood flowed everywhere, and wails were everywhere. Because of this matter, many friends and family members of those who were caught in the disaster in Linghu City began to hate the hidden fog sect. Because of the hidden fog sect's power and influence, they didn't dare to clash with the hidden fog sect. Even so, they still formed many assassination squads and went around killing hidden fog sect disciples. It could be said that the death of the hidden fog sect's elder Feng not only ruined the hidden fog sect's reputation but also dragged them down. Of course, this was all for later. Duan Lingtian stepped into the air. As he looked at the mess in front of him, his expression was complex. It could be said that all of this had started because of him. How many innocent people had been caught in the crossfire? There was also the ruined buildings in Linghu City. Even if the Linghu family tried their best to rebuild them, they wouldn't be able to restore them to their original state without at least 8 to 10 years. Of course, he also knew this. This shouldn't require the Linghu family to rebuild. The hidden fog sect would take responsibility. As a divine emperor-level influence, the Linghu family didn't fear the hidden fog sect. In addition, the hidden fog sect was in the wrong this time. The Linghu family definitely wouldn't let this go. Who? At some unknown time, Ho Qingming arrived at Duan Lingtian's side. He bitterly smiled and sighed. After the hidden fog sect's elder Feng blew himself up today, I suddenly feel that anyone below the divine emperor level is nothing more than an ant. Even a higher god king, unless they were at the edge of Linghu city, would have died if he blew himself up like that. Hearing Ho Qingming's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. This was only the self-detonation of a lower god king who went crazy. What if it was a god emperor who blew himself up? Should I say that anyone below the god emperor level is nothing more than an ant? Above the god emperor level is the reverend god. Perhaps, only by becoming a powerhouse can one not have to consider these potential threats that can occur at any time. Duan Lingtian said. When Ho Qingming heard this, he fell silent again. Stay with the Linghu family for a while before you go. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to think of something. He looked at Ho Qingming and said, as for the 10,000 Leaves sect, you can keep in touch with your father and the others. This time, it's clear that the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng did it alone. It doesn't involve the Hidden Fog sect. So, your 10,000 Leaves sect is safe. Ho Qingming nodded in agreement at Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have gone to the banquet alone and been killed by that elder Feng. To be honest, you're my savior. Ho Qingming bitterly smiled. But, that elder Feng only had the chance to kill you because of me. You're wrong. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. His eyes flashed. For someone who wants to kill me, as long as he wants to find an opportunity, he will find it sooner or later. Even if he doesn't use you, he will still find an opportunity. It's just a matter of time. At the very least, the reason he left the Linghu family mansion this time wasn't because of Ho Qingming. When he received Ho Qingming's message, he was no longer in the Linghu family mansion. Instead, he was in the wilderness outside Linghu city. If the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng arrived there, he would undoubtedly die. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian began to get busy. He devoted himself to refining the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Moreover, they were all peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Because of this, the thunder of the pill tribulation rang out in the sky above Duan Lingtian's residence in the Linghu family mansion every day without stopping. At the beginning, there were still many people who came to watch the show. But as the days passed, fewer and fewer people came. This was because they had all become accustomed to it. Of course, at this time, the Linghu family members also confirmed one thing. For spirit-level divine pills like the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills, their exalted elder Duan could refine peak divine pills as he wished. There was no such thing as failure. Exalted elder Duan, are you confident you can refine a king-level divine pill into a peak divine pill? A god emperor powerhouse smiled as he received several peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills as a reward. Before he left, he asked Duan Lingtian with an expectant look. I haven't succeeded yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. One had to keep a low profile when they needed to. Duan Lingtian even hid this from the Linghu family patriarch, Linghu Xianxia. It was naturally impossible for him to tell this to these foreign helpers. After the 4 god emperors received the peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills refined by Duan Lingtian, they left with satisfaction. As for the 5 god emperors of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian gave each of them 3 sets of peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. The 5 of them didn't refuse and directly accepted them. They all had juniors. These peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills could help their juniors avoid many detours. They naturally wouldn't refuse. After dealing with all the god emperors that saved his life, Duan Lingtian refined several more sets of peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills as well as some king-level divine pills and even several emperor-level divine pills. All of these were given to Ho Qingming. Originally, Ho Qingming wasn't willing to accept these gifts. But, Duan Lingtian insisted. He had no choice but to accept them. Duan Lingtian, what are your plans? Are you going to the Tianlong clan? Ho Qingming asked. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's talent, perception, and achievements in alchemy, staying in the Linghu family was far too much of a waste of talent. 20 years from now, I will enter the Tianlong clan and participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Duan Lingtian stated his plans. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Ho Qingming and smiled. According to what I know, as long as a higher deity under 5,000 years of age has decent potential, they can also become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan if they pass the test. How about it? Are you interested in joining the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian had only casually asked with a smile. But, he didn't expect that after hearing this, Ho Qingming would agree. All right. 20 years from now, I will also enter the Tianlong clan and participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. If it was in the past, Ho Qingming wouldn't have the confidence to say this. But now, he had Duan Lingtian's limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. According to Duan Lingtian, although he had consumed ordinary alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills in the past, he was still able to consume the limit alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills. His resistance to ordinary alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills was only effective against ordinary alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills. He couldn't resist the medicinal power of limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Of course, limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills could only be taken once. Taking it a second time would have no effect. However, it was enough for Ho Qingming. Duan Lingtian, see you at the Tianlong clan in 20 years. A few days later, Ho Qingming bid farewell and left. In order to let him safely return to the Hidden Fog Academy and the 10,000 Leaves sect, Linghu Renjia, who had just returned 2 days ago, personally ordered a core elder to send Ho Qingming back. This was naturally for Duan Lingtian's sake. Otherwise, Linghu Renjia, the head of the Linghu family, wouldn't take a mere young sect master of the Divine King sect seriously. Duan Lingtian, you weren't scared last time, were you? After Ho Qingming left, Linghu Renjia came to Duan Lingtian. As soon as he saw him, he smiled and asked about what happened last time. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard this. If I really died last time, the Murong family's favor will have to be repaid by you, Patriarch. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he handed over 10 pill bottles and asked, is 10 sets of limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills enough? It's enough. Linghu Renjia said with a smile, I only promised Murong Yunlu 6 sets of first, second, and third divine pellets. However, since you've taken out 10 sets, I'll take the other 4 sets. Linghu Renjia wasn't polite at all. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Chapter 3770. Clan Leader, these Jia Yi Bing San divine pills were refined using the clan's own materials. How many do you need? I'll refine them for you as soon as the materials arrive. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. He did not mind Linghu Renjia's casual attitude. In fact, he felt that it was only natural for him to do so. Ever since he joined the Linghu family, he had been indebted to Linghu Renjia for taking care of him. He felt that he owed Linghu Renjia a lot of favors, and he wanted to return the favor before he went to the Tianlong clan. As expected, a hint of gratitude flashed in Linghu Renjia's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You should focus on your cultivation instead of wasting too much time on the Tao of alchemy. In the realms of gods, strength is the most important thing. Although a venerable grade divine pill master has a high status in the realms of gods, unless he's protected at all times, he'll definitely die if a godly venerable expert attacks him. Unless he's a godly venerable himself. However, it's extremely difficult to enter the godly venerable realm. In all the realms of gods, there are less than 100 people who are both godly venerable and venerable grade divine pill masters. After all, there were a total of 18 realms of gods. In all 18 realms of gods, there were less than 100 venerable grade divine pill masters with godly venerable cultivation base. On average, there were only 5 venerable grade divine pill masters with godly venerable cultivation base in each realms of gods. The reason for this was that one could not multitask. If one wanted to achieve something in alchemy, they would have to put in a lot of effort. If one spent time on alchemy, they would have less time to cultivate. There were gains and losses. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he took out a few pill bottles and handed them to Linghu Renjie. Sect leader, I've recently refined these divine pills for you. You've refined them for me? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjie took the pill bottles curiously and looked at the divine pills inside. After a while, Linghu Renjie's breathing quickened. The divine pellets in those bottles were all emperor-level divine pellets that were good for godly emperor's cultivation. If he consumed those divine pellets and consumed all their medicinal efficacy, even if he couldn't break through to the medium-level godly emperor realm, he would be able to reach the level of the elders. Of course, this didn't mean that Linghu Renjie's strength would be on par with the elders of the Linghu family after taking these divine pills. Linghu Renjie was inferior to them in terms of comprehension of laws and profundities. His strength was still lacking. However, his advantage was that he was young. He was younger than the elders. Because of their old age, it was difficult for the elders to advance their cultivation base. It was like ants trying to shake a tree. Their meridians had already solidified. Even if they consumed the emperor-level divine pellets in Linghu Renjie's hand, they still couldn't absorb the medicinal efficacy. At their age, if they wanted to take another step forward, they would have to find an opportunity under the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was a life or death tribulation, but it was also a turning point. If one could make good use of the heavenly tribulation, one's cultivation base would definitely improve. In the plains of gods, there were many experts who were mediocre in terms of talent and comprehension. The reason why their cultivation base was high was because they were good at using the heavenly tribulation. They could always find an opportunity to break through during the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Linghu Renjie kept the pill bottle as though he had just obtained a precious treasure. He thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. These few emperor-grade divine pills were something he yearned for even in his dreams. However, his old friend, Ling Yan, could not refine them successfully. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian would succeed in refining them for him. These are all medicinal herbs I took from the clan's storehouse. I only refined them as a gift. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled in response to Linghu Renjie's gratitude. Patriarch, you've helped me much more than what I've done. What I've given you now is insignificant. Linghu Renjie sighed inwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If only one of my sons is as good as Duan Lingtian, I won't have to worry about them anymore. With such a son, what more could a father ask for? I'm really envious of Duan Lingtian's father. With this thought in mind, Linghu Renjie asked with a smile on his face, Duan Lingtian, I heard you said you came from a Devata realm. Is your father in a Devata realm? Or did he come to the realms of gods before you? My father? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then, he smiled and said, my father was in a Devata realm. However, before I came to the realms of gods, I sent him, my mother, my wife, and my children to a mundane realm. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and said, speaking of which, I've made many enemies in the Devata realms, including many god kings. Whether it was Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, or the clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan, both of them were god kings. You made enemies with god kings in the Devata realms? Linghu Renjie couldn't help but be shocked. At that time, you had already become a god? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I only became a god after I came to the profound gangland. Linghu Renjie nodded. Then, he smiled and said, when the space tunnel between the realms of gods and Devata realms opens in 300 years, you can go back and play with your enemies. At that time, with your talent, it's not impossible for you to become a divine emperor. From a primitive god king to a divine emperor in 300 years? Linghu Renjie thought this was an exaggeration. In fact, he thought it was impossible. However, he still wanted to encourage Duan Lingtian. Those enemies are only a small matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head indifferently. Perhaps, there's no need to wait for 300 years. My master would have already killed them. Duan Lingtian was very confident in his master, Feng Qingyang. He believed it would not take long for his master to be strong enough to kill Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, and Mi Xian, the clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan. Your master? Linghu Renjie was surprised. You rejected Elder Lei's offer to take you as a disciple because of him? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Although Master told me he doesn't mind if I find another master who can help me, I have no other choice. I have no intention of finding a second master. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. This was a rare display of determination. Back then, if Duan Lingtian had been willing to become Elder Lei's disciple, many things wouldn't have happened. Duan Lingtian wouldn't have stood on the opposite side of the Hidden Fog sect. Do you regret it? Linghu Renjie asked. After all, if you had become Elder Lei's disciple, you could have avoided all the dangers you encountered later. I don't regret it. Duan Lingtian shook his head without any hesitation. If it happened again, I would have rejected him the same way. Even if the consequences of this matter aren't over yet. Linghu Renjie chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while longer before saying his goodbyes and leaving. Several days later, he informed Duan Lingtian that in the future, he could use the highest authority to take herbs from the Linghu family storehouse. Of course, in return, Duan Lingtian would have to refine some peak divine pills for the Linghu family on a regular basis. These were all spirit-level divine pills. This was because in the eyes of Linghu Renjie and even the high-level figures of the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian wasn't capable of refining a peak king-level divine pill. However, Linghu Renjie didn't spread the news that Duan Lingtian could refine an emperor-level divine pill that even the head alchemist of the Linghu family, Lin Yan, couldn't refine. The reason he did this was to avoid making things difficult for Duan Lingtian. This was because he didn't know what Duan Lingtian's success rate was. If the success rate was low, it meant that Duan Lingtian would be wasting a lot of time. And he didn't want Duan Lingtian to waste too much time on alchemy. Duan Lingtian's days in the Linghu family were comfortable. As for the days in the Hidden Fog sect, they weren't doing so well. Ever since the news of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Feng blowing up the city spread, the Hidden Fog sect was pushed into the limelight. Even the Tianlong clan declared that the Hidden Fog sect had to take responsibility and rebuild Linghu city. And all of this was because of the Linghu family's influence in the Tianlong clan. If this were an ordinary matter, the Hidden Fog sect had many people in the Tianlong clan and they would definitely stop them. But in this matter, the Hidden Fog sect was in the wrong, so there was nothing they could say. Although the loss of a divine sovereign powerhouse like Elder Feng was a great loss to the Hidden Fog sect. But, in the entire Hidden Fog sect, very few people felt it was a pity. After Elder Feng died, what he left behind was more infamy. Because of him, the Hidden Fog sect disciples and even the Hidden Fog sect fell into an extremely passive situation. While the Hidden Fog sect helped the Linghu family rebuild Linghu city, they also suffered the revenge of mysterious people from all over. Many of the sect disciples that went out were killed. Afterwards, the Hidden Fog sect disciples no longer dared to reveal their identity tokens when they went out. After Ho Qingming left the Linghu family in the past, after returning to Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, he dropped out and returned to the 10,000 Leaves sect. At that time, news of Linghu city's destruction hadn't reached Skywind City yet. After returning to the 10,000 Leaves sect, Ho Qingming entered the Murong family. This was naturally arranged by the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie. Of course, it was also because Ho Qingming's talent and perception weren't bad. In addition, Duan Lingtian had given him the Limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pill. Although his talent and perception couldn't be considered top-notch amongst the Murong family's younger generation, he could still be ranked in the upper middle. In the blink of an eye, 12 years passed. In the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian, with the help of the Limit King-level divine pill he refined and his own hard work, finally stepped into the final bottleneck between the lower God King and middle God King realms. Although he hadn't broken through yet, his strength had increased a step further. It was worth mentioning that, with the Supreme Godhead and the floating image pearl provided by the Linghu family, which recorded the battles between powerhouses skilled in the law of space. His comprehension of the law of space had also improved greatly. His overall strength couldn't be compared to 10 years ago. The hidden fog sect's efficiency is really high. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian rose into the air and looked down at Linghu City. It had been 8 years since then, and Linghu City had returned to its original state. In fact, it looked like a brand new city, and it was even more prosperous than before. The incident 12 years ago made Linghu City famous in Tungleng province. Many people deliberately traveled thousands of miles just to see Linghu City, which had been destroyed by the hidden fog sect's elder Feng. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall that in his previous life on Earth, the holy lands of internet celebrities were all hyped up. The unforeseen event 12 years ago was undoubtedly a successful attempt by Linghu Qing to create hype. Chapter 3771. Within Linghu City, everything was peaceful. However, in these past 12 years, Duan Ling Tian hadn't left the Linghu family's mansion. No one knew whether or not the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng was lurking outside or not. Of course, this possibility wasn't high. Although the possibility wasn't high, Duan Ling Tian didn't plan on taking any risks. Moreover, there wasn't much in Linghu City that could attract him. If he wanted something, he only needed to speak to the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Xianxia, and he would immediately send someone to deliver it to him. I have no idea when I'll be able to break through the bottleneck of my cultivation. As he thought of his current cultivation, Duan Ling Tian sighed. He sat in the void, overlooking Linghu City. A trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. It's too difficult. From becoming a divinity to breaking through to the lower God-King realm, it didn't take long, but now, I've been stuck at the lower God-King realm for over a dozen years. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian's mutterings weren't heard by anyone. Otherwise, they would have been angered by him. Being stuck at the lower God-King realm for over a dozen years, was that a long time? Right now, the King-level divine pills and Emperor-level divine pills that can be refined aren't able to help me break through the bottleneck, but there are several Emperor-level divine pills that can help me break through the bottleneck after being refined into the limit of divine pills. But, I don't have enough materials for those divine pills. Moreover, with my current ability, I can't refine the limit of Emperor-level divine pills. Forget it, for the next period of time, I'll continue studying alchemy. Perhaps I'll find a turning point and make a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian didn't dwell on his cultivation that hadn't made a breakthrough. He shifted his focus to alchemy. Hidden Fog Sect. Outside the station. A figure in snow-white clothes seemed to appear out of thin air. He stood outside the Hidden Fog Sect station, behind the thick fog. This was a tall young man. He was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His temperament was outstanding. As he stood there, he was like a mountain, towering and unmoving. Suddenly, his brows raised as if he had noticed something. Immediately after, he suddenly raised his right hand and reached into the void beside him. The next moment, whoosh! A figure flew out from behind the white mist. To be precise, it was bound by an invisible force and brought to the white-robed young man. The person who was caught was an old man. When he looked at the young man in white, his eyes were filled with fear. No matter what, he was still a high god king with extraordinary strength. However, before the other party, he was no different from a 3-year-old child, completely unable to retaliate at all. The other party's divine power fell on him like a mountain, suppressing his divine power to the point that he was unable to move in the slightest. Even a lower divine emperor couldn't possibly have such strength, right? Even the 3 highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect don't have this level of strength. Just who is he? Why would you appear outside the Hidden Fog sect station? The old man's heart was filled with nervousness and unease. He excelled in the water laws. When he concealed himself, even a lower divine emperor wouldn't be able to discover him unless they swept their divine sense around. However, even if a lower divine emperor swept out with their divine sense, he would still be able to detect a trace of him. But, he didn't know if this white-robed young man in front of him used his divine sense to discover him. If he didn't use his divine sense, then one could imagine how terrifying this person was. If he did use his divine sense, then this person's cultivation was at least that of a middle divine emperor. Middle divine emperor, thinking of this, the old man's heart trembled. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around outside the hidden fog sect? After capturing the old man, the white-robed young man glanced over him and asked in an indifferent tone. The indifferent tone seemed to contain pressure, causing the old man's complexion to change. The old man's eyes flashed several times. Then, he said with a guilty conscience, "My lord, I am just passing by." The hidden fog sect shouldn't have this person in front of him. But, who knew if this person in front of him was a powerhouse from the hidden fog sect that was stationed in the heavenly dragon sect? The strongest person in the hidden fog sect was a lower divine emperor, but the powerhouses that the hidden fog sect sent to the heavenly dragon sect were all middle divine emperors and above. I will give you one more chance. The white-robed young man stared at the old man. His indifferent tone suddenly turned heavy. If you dare to bully me again, I will immediately cut you down. The white-robed young man's tone caused the old man's pupils to shrink. His complexion instantly paled. He could tell that this young man wasn't joking. My lord. The old man panicked. Even if he was a higher divine king, in front of this powerhouse that was like a mountain pressing down on him, he couldn't maintain his calm. He didn't dare to lie. I am here because I want to hide in the shadows and wait for the hidden fog sect disciple to come out. Then, I will follow him and kill him from afar. Why? The white-robed young man's eyes sharpened. He deeply looked at the old man and asked, "Do you have enmity with the hidden fog sect? You actually dared to take the risk of lurking outside the hidden fog sect and attack their disciples. A blood feud." The old man seemed to recall something. His face revealed a pained expression and a terrifying hatred burst out from his eyes. My only son and my 2 grandsons went to Jianghu city to handle some matters. They just so happened to encounter the hidden fog sect's elder Feng attacking the Jianghu family's foreign elder Duan Lingtian. That elder Feng's attack failed. Facing the siege of 9 divine emperor powerhouses, he chose to detonate the small world within his body. He nearly destroyed the entire Jianghu city and caused countless casualties. My son and my 2 grandsons were among them. The old man's tone was incomparably cold. Elder Feng? He detonated the small world within his body. He destroyed Jianghu city. The white-robed young man's originally calm and indifferent expression finally changed. Are you sure what you said is true? My lord. The old man bitterly smiled. Everything I said is true. Who in Tonglang province doesn't know of this matter? Now, many people from distant lands have come to Jianghu city, all to see with their own eyes the city that was once destroyed by the hidden fog sect's elder Feng. However, Jianghu city has already been rebuilt by the hidden fog sect. It is said that this was an order directly passed down from the Tianlong clan. As the old man spoke to hear, he cautiously looked at the white-robed young man in front of him. My lord, you don't know about this? I just left seclusion. After leaving seclusion, I directly came to the hidden fog sect. The white-robed young man lightly said. My lord, you aren't from the hidden fog sect? The old man let out a breath of relief. Looking at the current situation, this person didn't seem like someone from the hidden fog sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so clueless. My name is Shui Haichuan. What do you think? The white-robed young man deeply looked at the old man and asked. Shui Haichuan. The moment the white-robed young man's voice fell, the old man's originally calm complexion suddenly changed. His eyes revealed waves of panic and fear. Shui Haichuan, he naturally knew who he was. 10,000 years ago, the hidden fog sect relied on a divine spirit realm cultivation to become a core disciple. Afterwards, he went to the Tianlong clan and rapidly rose up. Many years ago, it was said that Shui Haichuan had already become a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he was one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. So far, how many people from the hidden fog sect have you killed? A rare smile appeared on Shui Haichuan's face as he asked the old man in front of him. No. I haven't killed. The old man opened his mouth, wanting to deny that he had killed anyone from the Hidden Fog sect. But as he sensed Shui Haichuan's cold gaze, he hurriedly said, "I haven't killed many. Really, I haven't killed many. Lord Shui Haichuan, please spare my life. I promise I won't attack the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect in the future. Even if a Hidden Fog sect disciple attacks someone, I will help him." The old man tried his best to survive. However, his struggle for survival was quickly futile. Bang! Shui Haichuan casually pushed out a palm and the old man was sent flying away. After flying 100 meters away, he exploded into a bloody mist that filled the skies. He couldn't be any more dead. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I pity your children and grandchildren for dying in vain, but you shouldn't have attacked the innocent people of the Hidden Fog sect. Shui Haichuan glanced at the direction where the old man died and muttered to himself. Then, his figure flickered and he entered the Hidden Fog sect. Just as Shui Haichuan appeared in the Hidden Fog sect station, a Hidden Fog sect elder leading the patrol team recognized him. He immediately rushed forwards with excitement. Elder Shui Haichuan. It's Elder Shui Haichuan. Heavens! It's actually Elder Shui Haichuan. Behind the Hidden Fog sect's patrol elder, a group of patrol disciples discovered the identity of the white-clothed youth. Their eyes shined with excitement. In the Hidden Fog sect, Shui Haichuan could be called a legendary character. He was also the idol of the Hidden Fog sect's young disciples. In the past, they had only heard of this elder Shui Haichuan. At the same time, they yearned to meet him one day. Now that they finally saw him, how could they not be excited? I never thought that after not returning to the sect for a long time, there would still be people who would recognize me. Shui Haichuan faintly smiled. And just as Shui Haichuan's voice fell, ghost-like figures flew out from the depths of the Hidden Fog sect station. When they found out about Shui Haichuan's identity, the patrolling elders and a group of patrolling disciples immediately sent out messages to spread the news. The nearby Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples all heard the news and rushed over. For the last dozen-some years, the Hidden Fog sect could be said to have been shrouded in dark clouds. In the past, Elder Feng had blown up Linghu City. It could be said that he had made countless enemies for the Hidden Fog sect and had caused the deaths of many Hidden Fog sect disciples. Now, with the return of a legendary character like Shui Haichuan, the Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples immediately saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Perhaps this legendary character had returned to help the Hidden Fog sect resolve this matter? A hearty laugh echoed through the air. Then, a purple-robed old man's figure flickered. He carried with him surging thunder as he passed through the crowd and arrived in front of Shui Haichuan. "Brat Haichuan, you're still willing to come back? I thought you forgot about the sect." Elder Thunder. Seeing the purple-robed old man, Shui Haichuan's eyes brightened. He immediately bowed. Chapter 3772. Elder Shui Haichuan. Senior Apprentice Brother Shui Haichuan. After Elder Thunder arrived, a group of Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples also approached, warmly greeting Shui Haichuan. Not long after, the Hidden Fog sect master Qian also arrived. He smiled at Shui Haichuan and said, "Junior Apprentice Brother Haichuan, welcome back to the sect." Shui Haichuan and Qian could be considered fellow apprentice brothers of the same generation. Even so, Qian was several thousand years older than him. After Shui Haichuan greeted many acquaintances, he left with the Hidden Fog sect master Qian and Elder Thunder. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, the Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples couldn't help but speculate once more. Elder Shui Haichuan should have returned this time to solve the problem our Hidden Fog sect is facing, right? Elder Shui Haichuan's strength is astonishing, but it will be extremely difficult for him to solve the problem of our Hidden Fog sect. I think so too. The people who attacked our Hidden Fog sect disciples might not be as strong as the sect's core elders and protectors. But they hid in the shadows and launched sneak attacks. They didn't attack the strong and only attacked the weak. Moreover, as soon as they attacked, they killed. No matter how strong Elder Shui Haichuan is, he is only one person. He is powerless to reverse the situation. Many people were wondering if Shui Haichuan had returned this time because of the repeated sneak attacks on the Hidden Fog sect disciples in the last 12 years. However, some of the older people present could faintly guess why Shui Haichuan had returned to the sect. If I remember correctly, it has been 10,000 years since Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairway space, right? An older Hidden Fog sect elder asked a familiar Hidden Fog sect elder beside him. The latter's pupils shrank as he heard this. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about Shui Haishan. It has indeed been 10,000 years since Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairway space. Back then, Shui Haishan made a big mistake and was punished to be imprisoned in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years. Later, Shui Haichuan's performance was outstanding. With his contributions to the Tianlong clan, his elder brother Shui Haishan should have been pardoned long ago. However, because people who enter the stairway to heaven cannot come out until the time is up, they can only wait for 10,000 years. Elder Shui Haichuan must have returned to pick up his brother, Shui Haishan. Speaking of which, Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years because of Shui Haichuan. At that time, Shui Haichuan was almost killed by the former sect leader's only son. In a fit of anger, Shui Haishan killed the former sect leader's only son. Originally, Shui Haichuan was supposed to die, but many of the higher-ups in the sect had different opinions. In the end, they voted to imprison Shui Haichuan in the stairway heaven prison for 10,000 years. After that, the previous sect master refused to accept this judgment and left the sect in a rage. At the same time, he announced that he was leaving our Hidden Fog sect and even joined our Hidden Fog sect's enemy, the 10,000 Demon sect. Afterwards, he even went to the Tianlong clan through the 10,000 Demon sect. As they talked about the past, the two elders of the Hidden Fog sect glanced at each other. They could see the dignified look in each other's eyes. The previous sect master is also in the Tianlong clan. Elder Shui Haichuan brought Shui Haishan to the Tianlong clan. Isn't he afraid that the previous sect master will attack Shui Haishan? Perhaps this is what it means to be bold. After 10,000 years, Shui Haishan, whose talent wasn't much worse than Shui Haichuan's in the past, has been completely crippled. After all, in the stairway heaven prison, there is no way to further comprehend the laws or increase one's cultivation. If I remember correctly, when Shui Haishan was hung in there, he was only a higher deity. That's right. 10,000 years have passed, but he is still a higher deity in the stairway heaven prison. Meanwhile, Shui Haichuan, the Hidden Fog sect master, Qian Yin, and Elder Thunder returned to their former residence, a mansion that occupied a vast area. When they arrived, there were already two people waiting for them in the front yard of the mansion. They were the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Yun and Elder Wu. Besides Elder Feng, who had died in Linghu City 12 years ago, the remaining three grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect were gathered here once more. Haichuan. Junior nephew Haichuan. Elder Yun and Elder Wu smiled as they greeted Shui Haichuan. Elder Yun. Martial Uncle Wu. As for Shui Haichuan, he quickly returned the greeting. The two people in front of him were his elders. In particular, Elder Wu was the junior apprentice brother of his master who had died beneath heavenly tribulation. Haichuan, you came back this time to pick up your big brother, right? Elder Yun asked with a smile. Yes. Shui Haichuan nodded. I was originally in seclusion. It wasn't until I sensed that it was about time that I left seclusion and came to the Hidden Fog sect. I was prepared to wait for my big brother to come out and bring him to the Tianlong clan. You were in seclusion? Elder Wu was suddenly enlightened. No wonder you didn't respond when I sent you a message. Martial Uncle Wu, are you looking for me because of Elder Feng? Shui Haichuan asked. You know about it? Elder Wu was stunned. I just heard about it outside. Shui Haichuan nodded. When I returned to the sect station, I discovered someone hiding in the shadows. After I pulled him out, I found out that he had been lurking outside, waiting for our Hidden Fog sect disciples to leave so that he could kill them. Then, he told me the reason for his actions. It was because his only son and grandson died in Linghu City. They were killed by the strength of Elder Feng's self-detonating small world. Shui Haichuan said. That fellow old Feng didn't rest in peace even after he died. He even brought so much trouble to the sect. Elder Lei sighed. I shouldn't have believed his perfunctory words. I should have kept an eye on him, perhaps then I could have stopped him. Elder Lei. At this time, the Hidden Fog sect master Qian Yin shook his head and said, if Elder Feng insists on killing that Duan Lingtian, then even if you keep an eye on him, I fear it will be useless. As for his self-detonating small world, I think it was because he was in a desperate situation and wanted to drag Duan Lingtian down with him. I believe that he didn't mean to cause trouble for the sect. Otherwise, when he saw Duan Lingtian who killed Shengguan Xiongfeng, he could have directly attacked him. But, he didn't do anything. It's clear that he was worried about the sect. Qian Yin said. Humph. At this time, Elder Yun coldly snorted. Who knows if he did that for the sect or for himself? If Duan Lingtian really does have an amazing background and he kills Duan Lingtian, then not only will the sect suffer, but he won't be able to escape either. Elder Yun's words caused Elder Wu to nod in agreement. I still insist on my previous solution, announce to the public that everyone in Elder Feng's lineage will be expelled from the Hidden Fog sect. We will draw a clear line between our Hidden Fog sect and Elder Feng in order to appease the anger of the friends and family of those who died in Linghu City. Elder Yun, Elder Wu. Elder Lei's complexion darkened. He's already dead. Is there a need to hit him while he's down like this? This isn't hitting him while he's down. Elder Yun shook his head. This is the truth. Senior apprentice brother Qian Yin, what is going on? On the side, Shui Haichuan heard the first part of the Hidden Fog sect's 3 highest elders' words. But when he heard the second part, he couldn't help but frown. Duan Lingtian? Is that the Linghu family's exalted elder? Shui Haichuan had heard of Duan Lingtian before, but that was limited to what he heard from the old man outside the Hidden Fog sect station. He killed Shengguan Xiongfeng, so Elder Feng insisted on killing him? Shui Haichuan asked. Junior apprentice brother Haichuan, the situation is like this. Facing Shui Haichuan's doubts, Qian Yin patiently explained everything. He started from Duan Lingtian's arrival at the Hidden Fog sect from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He talked about how Duan Lingtian switched allegiance to the Linghu family. Then, he talked about how Elder Feng tried to kill Duan Lingtian but failed. Instead, he stirred up trouble for the Hidden Fog sect. At this time, Shui Haichuan finally understood what the Hidden Fog sect had experienced in the last dozen years. Everything had started because of a single person. That person was called Duan Lingtian. He was the first person in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years to pass the Divine Spirit Realm assessment and become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Many people said that Duan Lingtian was Shui Haichuan's second. However, after hearing Qian Yin's words, Shui Haichuan was well aware that when he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he was inferior to him. What a genius! It is a pity that the sect lost him. Shui Haichuan sighed. Shui Haichuan already knew the ins and outs of this matter. As for Duan Lingtian killing Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, he didn't think it was Duan Lingtian's fault. Rather, he felt that Duan Lingtian's decisiveness was admirable. If it were him, he didn't think he would have such courage. Of course, although he thought this in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. Elder Feng was dead but Elder Thunder was still alive. I can only say that our Hidden Fog sect is not fated to be with him. Elder Yun bitterly smiled. Brat Haichuan, what do you think we should do about this matter? Up until now, it wasn't just the sect. Even senior apprentice brother Qian Quan and the others from the Tianlong clan had different opinions. One side supported expelling Elder Feng's lineage from the Hidden Fog sect and announced to the public that they were drawing a clear line with Elder Feng. Another side felt that it was a person's fault and shouldn't implicate innocent people. Moreover, they felt that Elder Feng had made great contributions to the sect. Since he is dead, there is no need for his soul to return to the outside world. Elder Thunder looked at Shui Haichuan, asking for his opinion. Shui Haichuan shook his head. Elder Thunder, you shouldn't ask me for my opinion on this matter. You can decide for yourselves. If you really can't make up your mind, then think about it. If this matter isn't resolved, how many more sect disciples will meet a calamity in the outside world? After that, will anyone still dare to enter the Hidden Fog sect? 12 years isn't a long time. But what if this situation continues for 100 years, 1,000 years? Also, that myriad demon sect, can they rely on this matter to send out powerhouses and pretend to be the friends and family of the victims in Linghu City to kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples? This is an open and above-board opportunity to strike at the Hidden Fog sect. I don't think they will miss it, right? As Shui Haichuan spoke, he looked deeply at Elder Thunder. Chapter 3773. Shui Haichuan's words caused Elder Lei's complexion to change. How come I didn't even think of this? Elder Wu's face was filled with regret. No wonder I felt that so many people were trying to kill our Hidden Fog sect disciples. Even if all the people in Linghu City were killed, our Hidden Fog sect shouldn't have received such revenge. Now, it seems that the 10,000 demon sect must be involved. Sect Master, we can't waver anymore. There must be a result. Elder Yun also looked at the Hidden Fog sect master with a dignified expression. Qian Yin, although these old fellows had transcendent statuses in the Hidden Fog sect, the one who made the decisions was still this sect master. Now, Qian Yin's complexion wasn't too good. As the master of a sect, he was actually confused by the situation. He was so anxious that he didn't even think about the 10,000 demon sect. Now, with Shui Haichuan's reminder, his mind was in a mess. He felt that he wasn't qualified to be the sect master. I've already had several core elders in charge of external affairs issue a statement to the outside world. Moreover, I've already had the enforcement elders expel everyone from Elder Feng's lineage and expel them from the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect will never accept their descendants again. Qian Yin made a prompt decision. He was full of courage and didn't even ask for the opinions of others. This was because Elder Lei was the one who had opposed this before. But now, Elder Lei didn't stop him. Instead, he stood there in a daze, his complexion changing. It just so happens that I need to wait for my big brother for some time. For the next period of time, send some Hidden Fog sect disciples out. I will follow and protect him. If there are people from the 10,000 demon sect, I will make a trip to the 10,000 demon sect and ask them for an explanation. Shui Haichuan said. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, the eyes of Qian Yin and the others brightened. Now, Shui Haichuan wasn't just someone from the Hidden Fog sect. Shui Haichuan was also the Tianlong clan's elder white dragon. If he went to the 10,000 demon sect, it would be much better than all of them going together. After all, his status was there. As the Hidden Fog sect issued a statement and expelled everyone from Elder Feng's lineage, everyone in the Hidden Fog sect was shocked. Although they had already hoped for this to happen. However, when they were truly faced with this order, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness when they saw their former fellow disciples being banished. Elder Feng is really a sinner. Even if Shengguan Xiongfeng is his grandson, there is no need to implicate everyone in the sect in order to avenge him, right? Among Elder Feng's people, there are still his son and grandson. I really don't know what he's thinking. For the sake of his illegitimate grandson, he actually dragged down the legitimate descendants. Elder Feng, whether it is in the eyes of our Hidden Fog sect or those of their bloodline, you are destined to go down in history and infamy for 10,000 years. Elder Win's bloodline was expelled from the Hidden Fog sect. Then, the Hidden Fog sect released a statement in a timely manner, stating that what Elder Win did 12 years ago was purely his doing. Now, all of his bloodline had been expelled from the Hidden Fog sect. From now on, Elder Feng and his bloodline would have nothing to do with the Hidden Fog sect. When this voice spread out, everyone was shocked. He never imagined that the Hidden Fog sect would make such a great decision. For a time, those people who wanted to take revenge on Elder Feng and kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples all changed their targets. They began to search everywhere for Elder Feng's bloodline. Soon, those with bad luck in Elder Feng's bloodline were all killed. Without the protection of the Hidden Fog sect, they were placed in a passive and dangerous situation. Those with Elder Feng's bloodline were forced to scatter and hide their identities. At the same time, they also secretly hated Elder Feng. They felt that if Elder Feng hadn't detonated his inner small world, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Gradually, fewer and fewer people attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples. They weren't targeting the Hidden Fog sect to begin with, but Elder Feng. It was just that the Hidden Fog sect hadn't made a statement before, so they vented their anger on the Hidden Fog sect. Now, the Hidden Fog sect had expelled Elder Feng's bloodline from the sect and expressed their determination. They naturally had no reason to continue attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples. They weren't worried that the Hidden Fog sect would lie or anything, because if the Hidden Fog sect lied, they would quickly learn of this news. At that time, their revenge would be even crazier. Among them, there were many friends and family members of the Hidden Fog sect who were either elders or disciples. The Hidden Fog sect is actually so ruthless. Then, should we continue waiting nearby and continue attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples? The 10,000 Demons sect had indeed sent out many people to attack the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Moreover, those that were sent out were all high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect. At the very least, they were inner sect deacons. There were also many inner sect elders. Even the weakest were middle god kings. Moreover, they weren't alone. As for inner sect deacons, there were at least 3 of them. As for inner sect elders, they usually brought 1 or 2 inner sect deacons with them. This was done to ensure their safety and to avoid being killed instead. If their identities were exposed, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't let this go. This time, they were ordered to attack the Hidden Fog sect disciples. The 10,000 Demon sect masters' orders were to fish in troubled waters and not reveal their identities. How about we send a message back and ask? Messages were sent back to the 10,000 Demons sect from around the Hidden Fog sect station. Soon, the 10,000 Demons sect master Lan Qing learned of the Hidden Fog sect's actions. That Qian Yin, when did he become so bold? Lan Qing was the sect master of the 10,000 Demons sect. The 10,000 Demons sect and the Hidden Fog sect were enemies. The Hidden Fog sect master, Qian Yin, was destined to be his opponent. In fact, Lan Qing had a deep understanding of this opponent of his. It was also because of this that he was a bit surprised. Perhaps too many people from the Hidden Fog sect have died. After all, we aren't the only ones attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples. The Hidden Fog sect inner sect elder who came to report said. That's true. Lan Qing nodded and immediately gave the order, tell all the inner sect deacons outside to come back. There are small groups of inner sect elders. Patrol for a period of time. 3 months. After 3 months, have them return. Thinking about it, in these 3 months, many Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples that didn't dare to go out will come out. With Lan Qing's order, the 10,000 Demon sect inner sect deacons that were attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples all returned. Only the 10,000 Demon sect inner sect disciples and 1 or 2 inner sect deacons needed to stay outside for another 3 months. However, this sort of stay made them feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. It's a good thing I'm with Elder Wang, otherwise I would have been called back this time. A 10,000 Demon sect inner sect deacon laughed as he spoke to the 10,000 Demon sect inner sect elder beside him. In these 3 months, only a small number of people will go out in the first month. As long as they are safe, there will definitely be a large number of Hidden Fog sect disciples coming out in the next 2 months. After all, they are all bored to death. The 10,000 Demon sect inner sect elder said, so, for the next month, we won't make a move. Let's conserve our strength and wait for a month before we attack again. I will contact the other dozen or so elders. Let's agree that we won't make a move for the next month. In this situation, after returning to the Hidden Fog sect from the Tianlong clan, Shui Haichuan followed the inner sect disciples out. But in this month, he didn't have any harvests. In another half a month, my big brother will come out from the old woman on the stairway to heaven. Thinking that his big brother Shui Haishan would soon come out, Shui Haichuan was in a good mood. At the same time, he didn't plan on staying idle for the next half month. After a month passed, Shui Haichuan, who had been following behind the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples in the dark, suddenly froze. In the next moment, an old man appeared in front of the two hidden fog sect disciples, blocking their path. Behind them were two middle-aged men. It's the hidden fog sect disciples. Attack! With the old man's order, the two hidden fog sect disciples didn't even have a chance to respond. The middle-aged men behind the two hidden fog sect disciples all attacked. The strength of a middle god king was revealed. In the blink of an eye, the two hidden fog sect disciples were suppressed to the point where they couldn't breathe. Just as the two hidden fog sect disciples' divine strength fused with the laws passed through their bodies, they were directly crushed. The two hidden fog sect disciples were about to die. Bang! With a loud explosion, the attacks of the two middle god kings were blocked by a wall of divine strength that appeared out of thin air. Divine strength seemed to fall from the heavens, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Soon after, a white-clothed youth stepped down from the wall of divine strength. Elder Shui Haichuan. Elder Shui Haichuan. The two hidden fog sect disciples who had just survived respectfully bowed to the newcomer. Even though they knew they had this person protecting them, the other party's attack just now still caused them to break out in a cold sweat. Shui Haichuan. And as the two hidden fog sect disciples heard the white-clothed youth's name, it wasn't just the old man who hadn't attacked, but also the two middle-aged men who attacked. Their complexions changed. Shui Haichuan. 10,000 years ago, he was a genius disciple of the hidden fog sect. After entering the Tianlong clan, his strength soared at an exaggerated speed. Now, he had broken through to become a middle god emperor. He was one of the three youngest white dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. At this time, whether it was the old man or the two middle-aged men, their complexions paled. They didn't run. Because they knew that it was useless even if they did. In front of a mid-level divine emperor, not to mention that they were only an ordinary high-level divine king and two mid-level divine kings, even if the three of them were outstanding high-level divine kings, they still wouldn't be able to escape from the eyes of the mid-level divine emperor. 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder? 10,000 demon sect inner sect deacon? Shui Haichuan's eyes cut through the void and fell on the identity tokens hanging from their waists. He softly muttered these words. As the three people heard Shui Haichuan's words, their complexions changed once more. It had to be known that they had never thought of putting away their identity tokens. This was because with their strength, it was impossible for them to leave anyone alive after killing the hidden fog sect disciples. That way, their identities wouldn't be exposed. It was just that they never dreamed that they would run into Shui Haichuan. Your 10,000 demon sect sovereign sent you out to fish in troubled waters and kill my hidden fog sect disciples. Isn't that satisfying? Shui Haichuan looked at the only 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder and asked with a mocking expression. Elder Shui Haichuan. The old man's complexion changed several times. Then, he decisively said, the reason the three of us attacked the hidden fog sect disciples was not because of the sovereign's orders, but because we did it in private. It was all because of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family. We couldn't kill him, so we could only kill his former fellow disciples to vent our anger. Chapter 3774. As soon as Shui Haichuan appeared, the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder and the two inner sect deacons nearly lost their courage. They didn't even dare to think of running away. This was because if they tried to run away, Shui Haichuan would most likely impatiently attack them and kill them. And if they didn't run away, they might still have a chance to live. Because of Duan Lingtian? Hearing the old man, the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder's words, Shui Haichuan was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. This excuse doesn't seem too good, right? At the very least, Duan Lingtian must have offended you in order for you to have a motive, right? When Shui Haichuan returned to the hidden fog sect this time, he had heard the name Duan Lingtian many times. Even the hidden fog sect disciples he followed often mentioned this name. He had heard so much that his ears were about to grow calluses. However, what he didn't expect was that when he caught the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder who wanted to kill the hidden fog sect disciples, the other party actually said that killing the hidden fog sect disciples wasn't the 10,000 demon sect's idea, but their own. Was it because of Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Shui Haichuan wanted to see this Duan Lingtian with his own eyes. Just what kind of person was he that so many people would mention him? Even this 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder was able to shift the blame onto him. Elder Shui Haichuan, although Duan Lingtian hasn't offended us, he has offended our 10,000 demon sect's elder Kuang Tianzheng. The 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder said with a serious expression. Kuang Tianzheng? Shui Haichuan looked deeply at the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder. Are you talking about Kuang Tianzheng, the one who is now an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan? He naturally wasn't unfamiliar with the name Kuang Tianzheng. He was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan who had entered the Tianlong clan before him. Moreover, during his growth, Kuang Tianzheng had caused many obstacles for him. Of course, after he grew up, he made Kuang Tianzheng fall even more often. Now, whenever Kuang Tianzheng saw him, they would take a detour. Exactly. The expression of the 1,000 demon sect's inner sect elder turned increasingly serious. How did Duan Lingtian offend him? Shui Haichuan asked calmly. The latter immediately replied, Duan Lingtian killed elder Kuang Tianzheng's disciple, Chu Han. Finally, Shui Haichuan's calm expression changed slightly. Chu Han. The next moment, he sent a message back to the Tianlong clan for the sake of a good friend in the Tianlong clan. The latter quickly replied, Chu Han is indeed dead. He died 12 years ago. At that time, Kuang Tianzheng was still looking for the murderer everywhere. After that, Kuang Tianzheng left the sect. No one knows where he went, but he didn't return until his second disciple got married. The message from his good friend caused Shui Haichuan to be even more surprised. Kuang Tianzheng's disciple, Chu Han, was actually dead? Since Duan Lingtian killed Chu Han and elder Kuang Tianzheng returned to your 1,000 demon sect, why didn't he personally take revenge for Chu Han and kill Duan Lingtian? Shui Haichuan looked meaningfully at the old man in front of him and asked mockingly. The old man was stunned for a moment before replying. When elder Kuang Tianzheng learned that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian had already killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Then, he left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu family. Then, elder Kuang Tianzheng personally went to the Linghu family. And the Linghu family relied on their family protecting array to protect Duan Lingtian. After that, elder Kuang Tianzheng returned to our 1,000 demon sect. Then, he angrily returned to the Tianlong clan. Elder Kuang Tianzheng once saved my life. I saw his anger with my own eyes, so I wanted to do something for him. It was basically impossible for me to kill Duan Lingtian. So, I never thought of doing anything to him. Like this, I suppressed my anger and went into seclusion to cultivate. When I came out some time ago, I heard that the Hidden Fog sect's disciples had been attacked. So, I wanted to bring 2 of my junior apprentice brothers and follow the trend and kill the Hidden Fog sect's disciples. But, I never thought that the first time we made a move, we would meet Elder Shui Haichuan. As the old man spoke, his expression became increasingly serious. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, they lowered their heads. They looked like children who had been caught stealing candy and were waiting to be scolded. It had to be said that the old man's words could be said to be watertight. He explained the reason why he attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples. He also said that this was the first time he attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples. He had never killed a Hidden Fog sect disciple before, so he hadn't committed any crimes yet. He said this in order to not anger Shui Haichuan. Hearing the old man's words, the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples' complexions changed. They subconsciously wanted to remind Shui Haichuan that the old man was lying. But, Shui Haichuan spoke first. Is that so? Shui Haichuan looked at the old man with interest. Why don't you make a heart demon blood oath and repeat what you just said, and then say, if you are lying, you are willing to die. What do you think? If you make a heart demon blood oath, I will immediately let you leave. The 2 of you are the same. As Shui Haichuan spoke, he looked at the other 2 middle-aged men. For a time, whether it was the old man or the 2 middle-aged men, all of their complexions changed. As Shui Haichuan saw this, his eyes turned cold. If you don't make a heart demon blood oath, then the three of you can stay here forever. As his voice fell, divine strength appeared from Shui Haichuan's body. Even if the divine strength of a middle divine emperor didn't contain any laws, it still caused the three of them to tremble in fear. Elder Shui Haichuan, please spare us. One of the middle-aged men fell to his knees in front of Shui Haichuan. I was only following orders. I admit that I killed many hidden fog sect disciples, a total of 13, but I was only following orders. Elder Shui Haichuan, as long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to immediately announce that I am leaving the 10,000 Demons sect and never return. I can join the Hidden Fog sect and help them kill the 10,000 Demon sect disciples. I am familiar with the terrain around the 10,000 Demon sect station. I guarantee that within a year, I will kill no less than 10,000 Demon sect disciples. In order to survive, it could be said that the middle-aged man was going all out. And the reason he was like this was partly because the pressure Shui Haichuan placed on him was too great. Shui Haichuan was extremely famous to begin with. Now that Shui Haichuan wanted to kill him, how could he not be afraid? Elder Shui Haichuan, please spare us. The other middle-aged man fell to his knees. I can do what he said, I can do it too. Elder Shui Haichuan, please spare us. After the two middle-aged men fell to their knees, the old man finally couldn't withstand the great pressure in his heart. He fell to his knees as well. I can join forces with the three of them to kill the 10,000 Demon sect disciples. Within a year, if we don't kill 110,000 Demon sect disciples, I will commit suicide in front of Elder Shui Haichuan. I can make a heart demon blood oath. A 10,000 Demon sect inner sect elder and two 10,000 Demon sect inner sect deacons suddenly changed their attitudes. This left the two Hidden Fog sect disciples dumbfounded. After a moment, they regained their composure. As they looked at Shui Haichuan once more, their eyes were filled with worship. Elder Shui Haichuan hadn't even attacked yet, but these three people from the 10,000 Demon sect were already frightened to such an extent. He was truly worthy of being the idol they worshipped ever since they joined the Hidden Fog sect. If I want to kill the 10,000 Demon sect disciples, why would I need you to help me? Shui Haichuan coldly smiled. Then, as the three people's complexions changed, he casually waved his hand and the three of them were sent flying away as if they had been struck by a giant hammer. Then, they exploded into three clouds of blood in the distance. Then, they drifted away, vanishing without a trace. After killing the three people, Shui Haichuan looked at the two Hidden Fog sect disciples who had paled in fright. He said, "Return to the sect on your own." Now, those people from the 10,000 Demon sect should have already left the sect and returned to the 10,000 Demon sect. If you return to the sect on your own, there won't be any danger. I will make a trip to the 10,000 Demon sect. As his voice fell, Shui Haichuan didn't wait for the two to respond. His figure flickered and he vanished in front of them, as if he had teleported. It was as Shui Haichuan had guessed. After the 10,000 Demon sect received a message from the three 10,000 Demon sect disciples he had just killed, they recalled all the 10,000 Demon sect disciples that were still outside attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples. As for the 10,000 Demon sect's inner sect elders and inner sect deacons, when they learned that Shui Haichuan had appeared, their complexions changed. They immediately rushed back. What a joke! This was Shui Haichuan. If they encountered him, they would die. However, before they could rush back to the 10,000 Demon sect, Shui Haichuan had already arrived on their way back. Moreover, he spent less than 2 hours to completely wipe them out. Then, Shui Haichuan went to the 10,000 Demon sect. In front of the 10,000 Demon sect master, Lan Qing, he killed 3 core elders and 12 inner sect elders. These were all people from the 10,000 Demon sect who were responsible for giving the order to kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Even the 10,000 Demon sect master, Lan Qing, was severely wounded by Shui Haichuan. I'll spare your life. You can send a message to those old fellows of the 10,000 Demon sect in the Tianlong clan. Tell them what the 10,000 Demon sect has done and what I, Shui Haichuan, have done. if they aren't convinced, tell them to come find me. These were Shui Haichuan's last words before he left after severely wounding Lan Qing. They contained a deep divine strength that spread throughout the 10,000 demon sect. Half a month later. Hidden Fog Sect. Outside the stairway to heaven, a figure appeared. It was a tall middle-aged man. His face was firm, his eyebrows were cold, and his eyes were like lightning. Big brother. Before he could regain his senses, a figure had already appeared in front of him in an instant, looking at him with an excited expression. When the middle-aged man regained his composure, he saw the youth in front of him whose temperament had completely changed from 10,000 years ago. His eyes instantly turned red. Hi. Haichuan. In the next moment, the two brothers hugged each other. It was a long time before they separated. Big brother, you've been trapped in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years. Now that you've come out, what do you want to do the most? No matter what you want to do, I will help you achieve it. Shui Haichuan looked at Shui Haishan, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Let's drink. Shui Haishan laughed. Because he was so excited to see his little brother he hadn't seen in 10,000 years, he laughed so hard that tears splashed out. Good. Let us brothers go drink. We won't return until we're drunk. Shui Haichuan agreed. Bring another person with you. He is also a disciple of our Hidden Fog sect. Over 10 years ago in the stairway to heaven, he encountered me. If he hadn't shown mercy, I would have died and I wouldn't have been able to see you again. In Shui Haishan's mind, that elegant purple figure of the past appeared. Who? Shui Haichuan's complexion changed. He felt a chill run down his spine. His big brother's words scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. His big brother had nearly died in the stairway to heaven. His name is Duan Lingtian. Shui Haishan said. Duan Lingtian? Chapter 3775. What is it? Seeing his little brother lose his composure like this, Shui Haishan couldn't help but be startled. His eyes filled with curiosity. Big brother. Shui Haichuan bitterly smiled. The Duan Lingtian you speak of is no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. No longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? Shui Haishan frowned. What's going on? He still remembered the young man who had shown mercy and didn't kill him in the heavenly stairway prison. He was filled with gratitude towards this person. He always thought that once he was released, he would repay this person's favor. He, Shui Haishan, was someone who would repay any kindness. It's like this, even though Shui Haichuan was now the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder and was strong enough to sweep away an entire region, in front of this big brother of his, he was still nothing more than a little brother. He was incomparably patient. Shui Haichuan explained everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. He also mentioned how, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Feng had detonated his inner world that was layered with multiple killing arrays, destroying Linghu's city and slaughtering countless lives. After listening to Shui Haichuan's story, Shui Haishan was stunned. If he didn't remember wrong, when he first met that little fellow in the heavenly stairway prison, he had only been a higher deity. In just a dozen some years, not only had he broken through to become a lower god king, but he had also done so many things that even Shui Haishan found inconceivable. I knew he wasn't simple, but I never imagined he would stir up such a storm. Shui Haishan couldn't help but sigh. Then, he seemed to think of something. He frowned and said, however, Elder Feng did go a bit too far. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he placed the Hidden Fog sect in such a situation. However, it was fortunate that the sect reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff and decisively cut off their losses, otherwise, the Hidden Fog sect would have continued to be in chaos in the future. Shui Haishan looked at his younger brother with a complicated expression. Haichuan, when we were in the stairway to heaven, I predicted that even if you didn't become a divine emperor, you would be one of the best among the superior divine kings. It seems that I underestimated you. Just now, when Shui Haichuan spoke of Duan Lingtian's actions and his influence on the Hidden Fog sect, he also spoke of his actions after returning this time. At the same time, he also mentioned his current strength and status in the Tianlong clan. Big brother, it's also because you were imprisoned in the heavenly stairway prison. Otherwise, your achievements today would definitely not be lower than mine. After all, you're skilled in the law of time, the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. Back then, when you entered, I was only on par with you in terms of comprehension of laws and profundity. Shui Haichuan said, however, it's not too late now. With Big Brother's talent and perception, you won't need 10,000 years to catch up with me. At most 20,000 years. You'll definitely catch up to me. Shui Haishan sighed and said, fortunately, when I was imprisoned in the stairway prison, I hadn't become a divine king yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to cultivate or comprehend laws in there. I wouldn't be able to increase my strength. Even if I could withstand the first few divine king heavenly tribulations, I wouldn't be able to withstand the later ones. Existences above the divine king realm had to face heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even if they were trapped in the stairway prison, the divine king heavenly tribulation would still chase after them. This was the law of heaven and earth. No matter where you were, no matter what plane you were on, you couldn't avoid it. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation came once every 1,000 years, and each time it was stronger than the last. It wouldn't consider whether or not your strength had increased in the past 1,000 years, nor would it pity you if you were imprisoned in the stairway prison, a plane where you couldn't increase your strength for 10,000 years. Because Shui Haishan wasn't a divine king before he entered the stairway prison, he didn't need to worry about facing heavenly tribulation. Now, when he broke through to the divine king realm, the first heavenly tribulation would come. Even though he had wasted 10,000 years, he knew that his talent and perception were still there. Even if his achievements after 10,000 years couldn't compare to his little brother Shui Haichuan, they wouldn't be too far off. After all, they were brothers from the same father and mother. Even if there was a difference, it wouldn't be too far off. Haichuan, let's go to the Linghu family and find little brother Duan to drink, then, I'll follow you back to the Tianlong clan. Shui Haishan looked at Shui Haichuan and said. Shui Haichuan smiled and nodded. Good. I also want to see that Duan Lingtian who has stirred up so many storms in the Hidden Fog sect. I'll also thank him in person for not killing you in the past. Big brother, before leaving the Hidden Fog sect, I need to go to Marshal Uncle Wu's side. Do you want to come with me or what? Shui Haichuan asked. Let's go together. Shui Haishan said, it just so happens that I haven't seen Marshal Uncle Wu in 10,000 years. In the past, Shui Haishan and Shui Haichuan had been apprenticed to the same venerable master. During the 10,000 years in the Stairway to Heaven prison, Shui Haishan often inquired about news from the sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven trial. Thus, although he was in the Stairway to Heaven prison, he knew that his little brother had entered the Tianlong clan and that his venerable master had been killed by heavenly tribulation. In the following several thousand years, he didn't encounter any sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven trial, so he didn't know where to start. The events of the last several thousand years were nothing but a blank slate for him. Linghu City. Linghu family. Because his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he was unable to make any further breakthroughs, Duan Lingtian had temporarily shifted his focus to alchemy. Gradually, he became more proficient and mature in refining emperor-level divine pills. However, there were still some flaws and he needed time to accumulate experience. Since it's difficult for my cultivation to make any progress and my comprehension of laws and profound meanings has entered a slow phase, it's not a waste to spend some time on the path of divine pills. It had been half a year since he last came out of his closed-door cultivation. In the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian who was engrossed in alchemy had led a fulfilling life. If there was anything he regretted, it would be that he was unable to make any breakthroughs in his cultivation base even after a long time. As he became more familiar with the path of divine pills, he was not far from being able to perfectly refine ordinary emperor-level divine pills. Once he could perfectly refine ordinary emperor-level divine pills, it would mean that he would be able to refine supreme emperor-level divine pills. In the realms of gods, refining supreme emperor-level divine pills was the mark of a top Empyrean divine alchemist. In fact, there were even some venerable grade divine alchemists who found it difficult to refine supreme emperor-level divine pills. Duan Lingtian. One day, Duan Lingtian was in the middle of refining pills when he was suddenly awakened by a message from the clan leader of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Clan leader? What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There are 2 guests. One of them is a distinguished guest. I'm waiting for you in the main hall with them. Linghu Renjia replied. Who is it? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The other guest said that you'll recognize him when you arrive. Linghu Renjia replied. It was obvious that he was helping the other party keep Duan Lingtian in suspense. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. However, he was also curious about the distinguished guest that Linghu Renjia mentioned. Moreover, the other party wanted to meet him. Could it be an elder of the Linghu family in the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate. Due to his curiosity and Linghu Renjia's urgency, Duan Lingtian put down the things in his hands and walked out of his room. He left his mansion and went to the main hall. In the main hall, other than Linghu Renjia, there were 2 other people. One was a handsome young man dressed in a snow-white robe with an outstanding temperament. The other was a tall young man with a resolute face and eyes like lightning. The 2 of them stood side by side. There were some similarities between their eyebrows, and the shape of their faces were also similar. There was no difference in height. This person, after Duan Lingtian walked in, his eyes fell on the tall middle-aged man in front of him. He felt that this face was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Elder Shui Haichuan, this is Duan Lingtian, a guest of the Linghu family. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Linghu Renjia introduce him to the white-clothed young man beside the tall middle-aged man with a smile. Following Linghu Renjia's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly shifted from the tall middle-aged man to the white-clothed young man beside him. Shui Haichuan. He was Shui Haichuan. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the name Shui Haichuan. Not long after he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect, many people said that he was the second Shui Haichuan of the Hidden Fog sect. Later, many people compared him to Shui Haichuan. In fact, after he killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, the surrounding Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples whispered amongst themselves. They felt that Shui Haichuan's achievements at his age were far inferior to his own. In short, before he met Shui Haichuan, he had heard the name Shui Haichuan so many times that his ears were growing calluses. Of course, this was also because Shui Haichuan did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, he might have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and said, Shui Haichuan, have heard the name Duan Lingtian so many times that my ears are growing calluses. Duan Lingtian. After introducing Duan Lingtian to Shui Haichuan, Linghu Renjia introduced Shui Haichuan to Duan Lingtian. This is one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, Elder Shui Haichuan. Elder Shui Haichuan used to be a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. I'm sure you've heard of him when you were in the Hidden Fog sect. Foreign Elder Duan, I've heard a lot about you. Shui Haichuan smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the friendliness in his eyes was a bit too much. Shui Haichuan was a former disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Even though he was now in the Tianlong clan, he still belonged to the Hidden Fog sect. Logically speaking, even if he didn't hate him, he shouldn't be so friendly. Elder Shui Haichuan, I've heard a lot about you. Duan Lingtian secretly raised his guard. He felt that this Shui Haichuan should also be a smiling tiger type character. Otherwise, why would he be so friendly in front of him? As the saying went, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. After Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan greeted each other, the tall middle-aged man beside Shui Haichuan laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little brother Duan, it's only been a dozen some years and you've already forgotten about me? Chapter 3776. The tall middle-aged man suddenly spoke. A familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of a figure. It was the figure he had seen in the Hidden Fog sect's Sky Stairway prison. It was the blood-robed middle-aged man who guarded the 8th step of the Sky Stairway. The blood-robed middle-aged man was a higher deity. He was skilled in the time laws and had even comprehended the fusion of 3 mysteries of the time laws. His strength was astonishing. However, Lin Ming's attainments in the space laws far surpassed his opponent's. Thus, he was able to defeat his opponent and smoothly pass. "You are that Shui Haishan from the Sky Stairway prison?" Duan Lingtian recalled. The person in front of him was the Shui Haishan he had fought in the Sky Stairway prison. At that time, because Shui Haishan didn't kill him, although he defeated Shui Haishan, he didn't kill him. Shui Haishan even said that he would find him for a drink in the future. "Huh, that's me." Shui Haishan laughed. "Shui Haishan, Shui Haichuan, you are?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Shui Haishan and then at Shui Haichuan. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He also had a faint guess in his heart. No wonder Shui Haishan was only a higher deity, but he could comprehend the fusion of 3 mysteries of the time laws. It turned out that his bloodline talent and perception were transcendent. "Haichuan is my younger brother from the same father and mother." Shui Haishan grinned as he said. Then, he proudly said, "During the 10,000 years I was trapped in the hidden fog sect Sky Stairway prison, this little brother of mine also entered the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he became the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. I just came out of the hidden fog sect Sky Stairway prison a few days ago. Haichuan returned to the hidden fog sect this time specifically to bring me to the Tianlong clan." The elder brother was like a father. The current Shui Haishan gave off the feeling of a father who was proud of his son's achievements. "Congratulations on breaking free." Duan Lingtian laughed. Now, he finally understood why Shui Haishan was so polite and friendly to him. He had thought that there was some sort of trick to it. Now, it seemed that he had been overthinking things. The reason why Shui Haichuan was so friendly to him was because he had defeated Shui Haishan, but did not kill him. Even if he had killed Shui Haishan back then, no one would have known because that was the Stairway Heaven prison. Even if it was Shui Haichuan, he would only know that his brother had died in the Stairway Heaven prison when he didn't see his brother. As for how he died and who killed him, it was impossible for him to know. "Brother Duan, I told you that I wanted to drink with you. This time, I didn't even go to the Tianlong clan before I dragged my brother Haichuan here to drink with you." Shui Haishan grinned and said, "If it's convenient for you, we can go to your place to drink. If it's not convenient, we can go to a restaurant in Linghu City to drink. Come to think of it, there should be quite a few restaurants under the Linghu family. We can ask Patriarch Linghu to arrange a private room in one of those restaurants for us." Shui Haishan seemed very enthusiastic. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Shui Haichuan had already spoken. "Brother Duan, you didn't kill my big brother back then. To me, that is a great favor. Although you have some grudges with the Hidden Fog sect, I won't use that to attack you." Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Shui Haichuan had already made a heart demon blood oath in front of Duan Lingtian. "I, Shui Haichuan, hereby make a heart demon blood oath. As long as Duan Lingtian doesn't take the initiative to become enemies with me, Shui Haichuan, will never do anything to harm Brother Duan. Otherwise, I am willing to be sentenced to death by the strongest powerhouse." When Shui Haichuan made this heart demon blood oath, it meant that as long as Duan Lingtian didn't provoke him, he couldn't do anything to Duan Lingtian. No matter what method he used. Even if Shui Haichuan didn't make a heart demon blood oath, Duan Lingtian didn't think that Shui Haichuan would do anything to him, the benefactor who had once spared Shui Haichuan's life. But, when he heard Shui Haichuan make a heart demon blood oath, his heart calmed down. "Let's go out and drink. That way, the atmosphere will be more lively." Duan Lingtian smiled. A moment later, under the arrangements of Linghu Xianxia, the patriarch of the Linghu family, the manager of a high-end restaurant in Linghu City personally came to lead Duan Lingtian and the other two there. Duan Lingtian and the other two were directly arranged in the best private room in the restaurant. This private room was called Dragon Soars the Four Seas. Normally, it wasn't used to receive guests. It was a private room used by the core elders of the Linghu family and above to receive guests. "Brother Duan, I, Shui Haichuan, am rarely impressed by others, but I have to say that I am truly impressed by you." After drinking, the distance between Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan was further closed. Shui Haichuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with admiration, "Even if it's my own brother, I've never been impressed by him." Shui Haichuan heard this and smiled awkwardly. At the same time, Shui Haichuan began to count in detail the things that he knew Duan Lingtian had done and gave him a thumbs up every time. In the end, he was drunk and only then did he calm down. Of course, the reason why Shui Haichuan was drunk was because he didn't use his divine power to sober himself up. Otherwise, with his cultivation as a higher deity, he wouldn't get drunk no matter how much he drank. Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan, on the other hand, immediately used their divine power to wake them up after seeing that they were drunk. Then, they smiled knowingly. "Brother Duan, this is my big brother's temper. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him," Shui Haichuan said to Duan Lingtian with an apologetic look. Duan Lingtian heard this and shook his head with a smile. "Brother Haichuan is just being honest. How can I offend him? Brother Duan." Shui Haichuan took out a pill bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "There's a quenching yang divine pill in here. It should be able to help you break through the bottleneck of your cultivation." When Shui Haichuan said this, it was obvious that he had used his divine consciousness to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Of course, he was a middle deity emperor and his divine consciousness was powerful. As long as he didn't check Duan Lingtian's soul, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to detect it. Quenching yang divine pill? When Duan Lingtian heard Shui Haichuan's words, his eyes narrowed. The quenching yang divine pill was one of the few emperor-grade divine pills that he knew could help him break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Although he knew the recipe, he didn't have the ability to refine it. Of course, the most important thing was that the herbs needed to refine the quenching yang divine pill were extremely rare. Even if he could refine it, he wouldn't be able to do it. If he only wanted to refine the quenching yang divine pill, he was confident that he could refine it after a few more years of study. However, he would need to have sufficient materials. Although Duan Lingtian was excited and looked at the pill bottle in Shui Haichuan's hand with a burning gaze, he resisted the urge to take it. Duan Lingtian looked at Shui Haichuan seriously and said, "Brother Haichuan, this quenching yang divine pill is something that I desperately want, so I don't want to reject it. However, if I accept this divine pill, I will definitely give you a more valuable one in the future. That's my promise to you." The quenching yang divine pill could break through the bottleneck of Duan Lingtian's cultivation. It was extremely important to Duan Lingtian. It should be known that it was meaningless for him to continue cultivating as long as he did not break through the bottleneck. No matter how many divine pills and miraculous medicines he consumed, there would not be any improvement. No matter how many divine pills and miraculous medicines he consumed, they would only be effective after he broke through the bottleneck and became a middle celestial king. Otherwise, the medicinal effect would only accumulate in his body, and it would be drained away with every passing moment until the time was up and it was all drained away. "Brother Duan, you don't have to do this." A hint of gentleness flashed in Shui Haichuan's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. At the same time, he shook his head and said, "You did me a huge favor by not killing my brother back then. This quenching yang divine pill is nothing." "You can't say that." Duan Lingtian shook his head firmly. "Brother Haishan didn't kill me back then, that's why I didn't kill him. If he wanted to kill me, there's no way I wouldn't have killed him. Brother Haishan is only alive because of his own efforts. I don't dare to claim the credit." Duan Lingtian's words were so direct that Shui Haichuan had a whole new level of respect for him. At this moment, Shui Haichuan could see that if he did not accept Duan Lingtian's kindness, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to accept the divine pill in his hand. "All right, I'll wait for you to give me a better divine pill." "Brother Duan, I heard that your alchemy skills are comparable to the best emperor-grade divine pill masters," Shui Haichuan said with a smile. At the same time, he passed the pill bottle that contained the quenching yang divine pill to Duan Lingtian. "I won't keep you waiting for too long, Brother Haichuan." Duan Lingtian solemnly reached out to take the pill bottle and said to Shui Haichuan solemnly, "After I join the Tianlong clan, I'll give you a divine pill that will greatly benefit you within 3 years. Join the Tianlong clan? Shui Haichuan was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, Brother Duan, if you want to join the Tianlong clan, I can recommend you now. Your talent and comprehension aside, your achievements in alchemy are enough for the Tianlong clan to accept you into the inner sect. Shui Haichuan's words were filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Brother Haichuan, I plan to participate in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition in 10 years. Duan Lingtian carefully put away the pill bottle in his hand and smiled at Shui Haichuan. I see. Shui Haichuan came to a sudden realization. He smiled and said, I forgot. If you enter the Sky Dragon sect before the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, as long as you rank in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, you will be able to obtain a divine elixir. This is indeed the best choice for you, Li Tianlan said. It seems that we won't have to wait too long for the next time we meet. You'll see each other in 10 years. Shui Haichuan smiled. Then we'll find you and Brother Haishan to drink in 10 years. At that time, we'll drink with Brother Haishan to our heart's content and not go home until we're drunk. Duan Lingtian also smiled. After chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Shui Haichuan and left. Brother Haichuan, when you go back, apologize to Brother Haishan for not being able to see you off. Now, Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home and take the Quenching Yang divine pill to break through his cultivation. Breaking through your cultivation is more important. Shui Haichuan smiled understandingly. Chapter 3777. His acquaintance with Shui Haichuan was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectations. He had never imagined that his mistake in the stairway to heaven would earn him a favor from Shui Haichuan's brother. Shui Haichuan also felt that he owed him a favor and even gave him the Quenching Yang divine pill, which was very important to him now. If I were a bloodthirsty person, even if Shui Haishan didn't want to kill me, I definitely wouldn't have held back when I defeated him. I would most likely have killed him. If I had killed him then, I wouldn't have met Shui Haishan today, and Shui Haishan wouldn't have given me the Quenching Yang divine pill. After leaving the restaurant and returning to the Linghu family's mansion, Duan Lingtian looked at the pill bottle that appeared in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. This was what it meant by unintentional success. With this Quenching Yang divine pill, I'm confident that I can break through to the intermediate divine king realm in a short time. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian took a while to suppress his restless emotions and began to cultivate. He also consumed the Quenching Yang divine pill before closing his eyes to cultivate. The Quenching Yang divine pill was a divine pill used by divine kings to help them break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Although it was not as valuable as the Emperor Ascension divine pill, it was not far off. If a lesser divine king used the Quenching Yang divine pill to break through their bottlenecks, as long as their talent wasn't too bad, the probability of breaking through was close to 100%. However, if a middle divine king used it, the probability of breaking through was much lower. Moreover, the difficulty of refining the Quenching Yang divine pill was almost equal to the difficulty of refining the Emperor Ascension divine pill. The Emperor Ascension divine pill was considered a top-tier emperor-grade divine pill. It might not be the most difficult to concoct, but it was definitely the most difficult to find materials to concoct. For a divine pill like the Quenching Yang divine pill, even the Linghu family could not gather the ingredients, let alone the Emperor Ascension divine pill. Sometimes, Duan Lingtian felt that it was inconceivable that the Tianlong clan was able to take out so many Emperor Ascension divine pills in 2 consecutive hidden dragon competitions. This was because even for a god emperor level force, unless they were extremely lucky, it would be difficult for them to gather all the ingredients needed to refine Emperor Ascension divine pills. What Duan Lingtian didn't know was that the reason why the Tianlong clan was able to come up with so many materials to refine Emperor divine pills in the past few hundred years was because of their good luck. Moreover, the previous clan master of the Tianlong clan had also helped others refine Emperor divine pills and obtain some of the materials. It had to be said that the Quenching Sun divine pill was very powerful. After it entered Duan Lingtian's body, it merged with his divine power and broke through the bottleneck. The bottleneck that had remained unshaken for so long began to tremble. The second impact caused even more tremors. The effect of the third attack was even better. Duan Ling Tian had to circulate his cultivation method for a great cycle in his body every time he charged. Due to this reason, there was a period of time between each charge. About half a month later, after several hundred attempts, the firm bottleneck finally began to crumble. Let's do it in one go. Then, Duan Ling Tian calmed himself down and made another breakthrough. Finally, after 11 attempts, he successfully broke through the bottleneck that was as firm as a wall. Since then, his cultivation had finally entered the realm of a middle celestial king. Is this the divine power of a middle celestial king? After the breakthrough, Duan Ling Tian could feel that the divine power in his body had transformed. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as when he broke through from a higher celestial king to a lower celestial king, it was still a huge transformation. If I had been a middle celestial king when I killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, even without the superior divine weapon that the clan master lent me, I could have easily killed them with the mediocre divine weapon and the techniques that I revealed at that time. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. Translucent divine power flowed around the surface of his body. As he patted his body casually, strong gusts of wind blew, causing the tightly shut doors and windows in the room to sway and creak. Young master, are you all right? After a while, Butler Wang Fu's voice came from outside and asked Duan Ling Tian. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian replied. Because he was in the Linghu family's mansion and because no one would disturb him directly, Duan Ling Tian did not set up any formation in his room. With my current cultivation, I might be able to fight for first place in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition 10 years from now. As the saying went, a soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't miss the chance to fight for first place. Moreover, the reward for first place in the hidden dragon competition, other than the Emperor Ascension elixir, would definitely be some other good stuff. Its value would probably not be lower than the Emperor Ascension elixir. After all, even the 10th place would receive an Emperor Ascension elixir. Next, I'll continue to raise my cultivation. However, it's not realistic to break through to the realm of a higher celestial king. I'll try to get as close to breaking through the bottleneck as possible. The difficulty of raising one's cultivation in the lower celestial king realm was far greater than the difficulty of raising one's cultivation in the divine spirit realm. The difficulty of breaking through from the middle celestial king realm to the upper celestial king realm was more than twice as difficult as breaking through from the lower celestial king realm to the middle celestial king realm. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian didn't expect to make another breakthrough before the hidden dragon competition. Moreover, he had already taken most of the elixirs that could assist in his cultivation. Even if it was an ultimate king-grade divine elixir, taking it too many times would cause him to develop a resistance to its effects. Now, there weren't many elixirs that he could rely on. He couldn't rely solely on elixirs to raise his cultivation like he did in the past 12 years. At most, he could only use it for 3 years. In the next 10 years, when there aren't any elixirs to use, I'll use the remaining time to study the art of alchemy. I'll strive to refine an ultimate king-grade divine elixir before I go to the Tianlong clan. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally had a plan for the next 10 years. Tungleng Province. In an incomparably vast city, in the front yard of a spacious mansion, a young girl with a beautiful appearance placed her hands on the stone table. She supported her head with her hands, and her eyes were lifeless, as if her soul had left her body. Behind the young girl stood 2 maids, and they were silent. Young Mississippi, as a voice sounded from within the mansion, a graceful figure walked out from within. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely recognize the young girl walking out slowly from the mansion. She was Yu Qiushuan, the girl beside Duan Xiaoyu, whom he had met at the Zhou clan's trading house in Tianfeng City. The young girl sitting in front of the stone table in the courtyard was also Duan Xiaoyu. Aunt Xian, what's the matter? Didn't I say that I don't like to hear about anything other than my brother's news? Hearing Yu Qiushuan's voice, Duan Xiaoyu frowned slightly and said reluctantly. Young miss, I didn't come looking for you for anything else. Yu Qiushuan smiled. As for Duan Xiaoyu, when she heard Yu Qiushuan's words, her eyes lit up. She immediately stood up and rushed to Yu Qiushuan. Aunt Xian, is it news about my brother? Yes. Yu Qiushuan smiled and nodded. Duan Xiaoyu impatiently urged, Aunt Xian, quickly tell me. Facing the anxious Duan Xiaoyu, Yu Qiushuan didn't keep her in suspense. She slowly said, I just received news that young Master Duan has left Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy and went to the Linghu family. Moreover, he has become a consecrator of the Linghu family and is treated as an honored guest by the Linghu family. Linghu family? Duan Xiaoyu frowned. Is that the Divine Emperor family near the Hidden Fog sect that is equally famous as the Hidden Fog sect? Why did my brother go there? He is at Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy. After graduating, shouldn't he go to the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Xiaoyu was puzzled. Young Master Duan did go to the Hidden Fog sect at the beginning. Yu Qiushuan said, after experiencing some things, he went to the Linghu family. Following that, Yu Qiushuan told Duan Xiaoyu in detail about the news she received. She started from Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance at Hidden Fog Academy. Then, she talked about how Duan Lingtian was recommended by the Hidden Fog Academy's dean to enter the Hidden Fog sect in advance. Then, he stood out in the Hidden Fog sect and left the Hidden Fog sect for a period of time. When he returned, he forcefully killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who wanted to kill him. She talked about how Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family and how that elder Feng from Hidden Fog Academy didn't even injure Duan Lingtian in the slightest when he detonated his inner small world. So, my brother is already a lower god king? Duan Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. I never thought that my brother's cultivation would advance so quickly. At this speed, it won't be long before I can meet him. Seeing Duan Xiaoyu's excited appearance, Yu Qiushuan didn't say anything to discourage her. She only sighed inwardly. Cultivation after the God King realm was much more difficult than when one was at the God Spirit realm. Aunt Xian, when my brother goes to the Tianlong clan, can we sneak over to see him? Duan Xiaoyu looked at Yu Qiushuan with eager eyes. I promise I won't appear in front of him. I'll just hide in the shadows and watch him, just like last time at Wine City's Hidden Fog Academy. That will depend on your performance. Yu Qiushuan looked deeply at Duan Xiaoyu and then smiled dotingly. When you break through to the next realm, I will go with you to the Tianlong clan to see young Master Duan. Aunt Xian, you said it yourself. Hearing Yu Qiushuan's words, Duan Xiaoyu excitedly ran into the mansion. I will go into closed-door cultivation now and strive to break through as soon as possible. The Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was held once every 100 years. Before the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, the Tianlong clan would hold an entrance examination. Anyone who passed the examination would be able to become a member of the Tianlong clan. Unless they were very talented and had a very good comprehension ability, they could only get the chance to enter the Tianlong clan through the entrance examination held once every 100 years. As the Tianlong clan's entrance examination approached, the juniors of various God Emperor and God King forces in the area around the Tianlong clan began to cultivate in full swing. Many elixirs that could assist in cultivation became scarce, and the materials used to refine elixirs were almost out of stock. In order to let their juniors enter the Tianlong clan, some rogue cultivators didn't hesitate to take risks and kidnap the juniors of God King forces. They didn't want any more God stones. They only wanted elixirs or materials that could help their juniors cultivate. Chapter 3778. Under everyone's anticipation, the day of the Tianlong clan's entrance examination was getting closer and closer. When there was still half a year before the entrance examination of Heavenly Dragon Sect, some people who lived far away from Heavenly Dragon Sect started to rush over. These people didn't have any background, they were either rogue cultivators or the younger generation of some rogue cultivator expert. As sectless cultivators, they enjoyed freedom, but they had to pay the price of lacking cultivation resources. Many sectless cultivators felt free when they first became sectless cultivators. However, when their descendants followed them and they were unable to provide them with better conditions, they would feel guilty and regretful. For this reason, they did not want to miss out on the opportunity to recruit new disciples from the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan was a God Emperor level sect. It was the overlord of the eastern district of Tungleng province. A bunch of God King level forces surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon, treating it as their leader. The Sky Dragon sect's encampment was located at the intersection of 9 mountain ranges. It was also known as the intersection of 9 dragons. Most importantly, there was a very rich vein of divine stones buried here. It could even produce divine crystals. The divine crystals were the divine crystals that Huan had given to Duan Lingtian when he was in the Devata realm. Even in the realms of gods, divine crystals were extremely precious. One divine crystal could be exchanged for 100 divine stones. Divine stone veins and mines that could produce divine crystals were usually in the hands of God Emperor level forces. If one was not a God Emperor level force, it would be difficult for one to keep such a vein or mine. The Tianlong Temple occupies a vast area. Look at the 9 mountain ranges in front of you. The Tianlong Temple is located at the end of the mountain ranges. The Tianlong clan's sect protection grand formation covers such a vast area as well. An old man hovered in the air near the Tianlong Temple. He pointed to the front as he spoke to a young man standing next to him. In front of them was a vast expanse of land. 9 continuous mountain ranges were like 9 giant dragons crawling there, and they intersected with each other. Looking from afar, it gave people a strong visual impact. I'm going to cultivate in there in the future. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but his brows were filled with confidence. With Chang Er's talent and comprehension, it won't be difficult for you to enter the Tianlong clan. Once you're in the Tianlong clan, you'll first become an outer sect disciple. Then, you'll work hard to cultivate and strive to become an inner sect disciple as soon as possible. The old man said to the young man with a kind expression, in half a year, the Tianlong clan's entrance examination will be held. Apart from recruiting inner sect disciples under 10,000 years old and outer sect disciples under 5,000 years old, it will also recruit outer sect elders, outer sect deacons, and inner sect elders of all ages. With grandfather's strength, you should be able to become an outer sect elder. The young man sighed. Grandpa, if you had entered the Tianlong clan when you were young, you might have been an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan by now. There's no medicine for regret in this world. The old man shook his head and said, even if Grandpa regrets it now, it's too late. I only hope that you won't follow in Grandpa's footsteps. Moreover, Grandpa also gained some and lost some. Now that I've obtained so many years of freedom, I don't need to be bound by the rules and regulations of the sect. The old man sighed. In truth, there was one more thing that the old man did not tell his grandson. That was, he had no confidence in surviving the impending heavenly tribulation in 300 years. At that time, he would most likely die. He only hoped that he could find a home for his grandson while he was still alive. The Tianlong clan was a very good choice. Father, we don't have to be in such a hurry, do we? Isn't there still half a year until the Tianlong clan's entrance examination? A young man in a luxurious brocade robe was frowning as he spoke to a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged not too far away from him on a god-king ship. Hearing this, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and smiled. Chonger, since you have nothing to do at home, why don't you come over earlier? Besides, there are benefits to coming over earlier. Benefits? What benefits? The young man in the brocade robe asked. The middle-aged man smiled. The Tianlong clan's entrance examination, whether it's for inner or outer disciples, requires a group of people to go through the first few steps. I'll bring you over first so that you can get to know a few more people. At that time, you'll be able to work together to pass the examination. Although you'll be able to pass the examination easily with your strength, if you have a few more people working together, it'll undoubtedly be easier and more effortless. In this way, the examination later on won't be difficult for you. The young man's eyes brightened. Father, you're so considerate. Now, you won't complain, right? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. The young man smiled awkwardly. I was short-sighted. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. This time, Father doesn't have any other requirements for you. As long as you can pass the Tianlong clan's inner disciple entrance examination. As for the Hidden Dragon tournament, Father doesn't expect you to get any ranking. The middle-aged man said. Father, aren't you looking down on me too much? The young man said with a frown. In any case, I'm still the number one person among the younger generation of the clan. Even if I have no hope of entering the top 10 in the Hidden Dragon tournament, entering the top 100 shouldn't be a problem. Top 100? The middle-aged man shook his head. You brat, let alone the top 100, as long as you can enter the top 500, I'll be able to brag about it for a while when I get back. The middle-aged man was speechless about his son's ignorance, but he also knew that his son didn't know who was participating in the Hidden Dragon competition of the Sky Dragon sect. The Hidden Dragon competition of the Sky Dragon sect was a stage where all the young geniuses of God Emperor level forces gathered. There were even more young geniuses from God King level forces. Moreover, the God King forces they belonged to were at the bottom of the God King forces in the vicinity of the Tianlong clan. Father, just you wait. I'll definitely enter the top 100. The young man said confidently. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else at this moment, because as far as he was concerned, this son of his was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Only after experiencing the cruelty of the Hidden Dragon competition would he realize that he was only considered to be outstanding within his own clan, and when he went out, he could only be considered average amongst his peers. In the Thousand Devils sect, 3 figures stood at the peak of a mountain. They were 3 young men. 2 of the young men looked similar. At this moment, they were looking at another young man standing in front of them. The young man wore a long black robe. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulders without a hairband. It fluttered in the wind, making him look extremely elegant. He was tall and sturdy, and his appearance was cold. The invisible coldness between his brows made it seem as though he was 1,000 miles away. Brother Xianxia, why are you in such a hurry? The younger of the 2 young men standing side by side looked at the black-robed young man in front of him reluctantly. Qianjun, the black-robed young man, was the number 1 person in the Thousand Devils sect's younger generation, Yang Xinya. He was also the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Devils sect, Lan Qing. The reason he didn't take Lan Qing's surname was because his mother had died to save Lan Qing. Therefore, in order to commemorate his wife, Lan Qing let his only son take his wife's surname. Yang Xinya smiled at the young man who spoke. He was the second grandson of the Thousand Devils sect's supreme elder Du Qianjun. In half a year, you'll be going to the Tianlong clan with your brother. The Tianlong clan isn't like the Thousand Devils sect. You can do whatever you want in the Thousand Devils sect, but in the Tianlong clan, there are iron plates everywhere. Don't act recklessly. When you go to the Tianlong clan, listen to your brother. When Yang Xinya looked at Du Qianjun, his eyes were filled with gentleness. He had watched Du Qianjun grow up and treated him like his own younger brother. Some time ago, on Du Qianjun's birthday, he had even given Du Qianjun his only God King class ship. It was clear how much he doted on Du Qianjun. I know, brother Xinya. Du Qianjun was like a well-behaved child in front of Yang Xinya. If Duan Lingtian were to see Du Qianjun now, he would definitely think that Du Qianjun was a completely different person compared to the Du Qianjun he had met once because of the divine treasury left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. Brother Xinya. Du Qianjun's eyes flashed with anticipation. Why don't you tell the emissary that we'll depart in half a year? You'll be able to see my performance in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon tournament. I'm sure I'll make it into the top 100. Qianjun, don't mess around. This time, the young man beside Du Qianjun shouted before Yang Xinya could speak. That emissary is of noble status. Do you think he'll do whatever you want him to do? What you need to do now is to bless your brother Xinya and make a name for himself in the top 5 God Emperor grade sects in Tungleng province. He'll spread the name of our myriad demon sect. The young man was Du Qianjun's older brother, Du Pejuan. Du Pejuan was also a genius among the younger generation of the myriad demon sect, second only to Yang Xinya. If not for Yang Xinya, he would be the number 1 disciple of the younger generation. It could be said that he was born in the wrong era and was suppressed by Yang Xinya in every aspect. However, he didn't hold any grudges. That was because Yang Xinya had grown up with him. They were like brothers, and there was no need to be calculative between brothers. Qianjun. Yang Xianxia smiled. When I've gained a firm foothold there, I'll find time to visit you at the Tianlong clan. At that time, Brother Xianxia will give me a gift that won't be any worse than the God King grade spaceship. The sect that Yang Xianxia was about to enter was one of the strongest God Emperor grade sects in Tungleng province. After receiving invitations from those top God Emperor grade sects, he finally chose this sect. In Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, Yang Xianxia was equivalent to a specially recruited disciple. Chapter 3779. Then I can only wish Big Brother Xianxia a safe journey. Du Qianjun bitterly smiled. Yang Xianxia nodded. Then, as if he thought of something, he looked at Du Qianjun and said, Qianjun, I heard from my father that the Linghu family spies sent back news that Duan Lingtian, who is suspected to have killed Elder Kuang Tianjing's disciple Chu Han, will also enter the Tianlong clan and participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Hearing Yang Xianxia mention Duan Lingtian, Du Qianjun's complexion turned ugly. In the past, Duan Lingtian had followed Wu Feng, who went by the pseudonym Wuishan, into the divine manor and divine treasury left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. Du Qianjun had underestimated and disregarded Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian was only a higher god. But he never imagined that Duan Lingtian was actually the strongest existence. Duan Lingtian had played the pig to eat the tiger and killed Chu Han. Perhaps others would think that Chu Han was only suspected to have been killed by Duan Lingtian. But he knew that Chu Han was 100% killed by Duan Lingtian. This was because he was most aware of the situation in the divine manor and divine treasury left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. But, because of the restrictions of the Heart Demon Blood Oath, he couldn't tell others the details. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to break through to the lower God King realm in such a short period of time and also possess the strength to kill the hidden fog sects Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao must be because he obtained the inheritance left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. After learning that Duan Lingtian had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, Du Qianjun had thought this. At the same time, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had been busy for so long and had even thought of ways to cooperate with Chu Han to kill many competitors. But in the end, he had helped Duan Lingtian and made a wedding dress for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, after you go to the Tianlong clan, don't provoke him. You are not his match. Yang Xianxia said, let Elder Kuang Tianjing deal with him. Yang Xianxia paused for a moment before he looked at Du Pejuan and said, Du Pejuan, although the strength Duan Lingtian displayed when he killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao is slightly inferior to yours, it's not much different from yours. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, I'm sure he's much stronger now that more than 20 years have passed. Now, even you may not be able to defeat him. Therefore, I also suggest that you don't have to deliberately target him. Just let Elder Kuang Tianjing deal with him. He had heard from Duan Lingtian that Du Qianjun had obtained some benefits from the ruins, so he was afraid that Du Qianjun and Du Qianjun would go find trouble with that Duan Lingtian. Although he had never seen that Duan Lingtian before. But from what he had heard about Duan Lingtian's deeds, that Duan Lingtian was definitely not someone easy to deal with. It was best not to make an enemy out of him. If he really wanted to make an enemy out of him, he had to have the confidence to kill him as soon as possible. I understand. Du Pejuan nodded. You can rest assured about this. Even if it's Qianjun, I will still think highly of him. That's good. Yang Xianxia nodded. Then I'll leave first. When I leave tomorrow, I will send you a message to say goodbye. In the future, if you encounter any problems in the Tianlong clan, you can look for me. As long as it's within my power, I will help you. After saying this, Yang Xianxia turned into a black wind and left. Only Du Pejuan and Du Qianjun were left standing there side by side. Brother. Du Qianjun looked at Du Pejuan, his eyes flashing with a strong sense of unwillingness. That Duan Lingtian snatched away a good fortune from me, that's why his strength increased so much. I think that I can't accept it if I can't kill him with my own hands. If you want to kill him with your own hands, you just have to say a word to Marshal Granduncle Tianjing. Isn't that simple? Du Pejuan smiled. I think that at Marshal Granduncle Tianjing's age, he shouldn't care much about whether or not he kills his enemies with his own hands. He's more concerned about whether or not his enemy is dead. It doesn't matter who killed him. All right. Du Qianjun nodded, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. When we reach the Tianlong clan, I'll go talk to Marshal Granduncle. Du Qianjun still felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat when he thought about it. Linghu family. I've finally comprehended all the profundities I wanted to comprehend, and I've fused at least one type of dual profundities. After Duan Lingtian left the secret room of laws, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. This was the second time he had entered the Linghu family's secret room of laws. Previously, he had entered the secret room of laws to comprehend the laws of life and wood for alchemy. This time, he had not only comprehended the fusion of the two profundities from the law of life and the law of wood, but he had also comprehended the fusion of the profundities from the other four profundities of the five elemental laws to the mastery stage. Moreover, he had also comprehended the fusion of the profundities from the law of death that he had never come into contact with before. At this point, Duan Lingtian had completely grasped the four supreme laws. In addition to the five elemental laws, he had grasped a total of 9 types of laws. Sister Shui is really something. She didn't tell me about this in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only started to pay attention to the other laws now. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head and smile wryly when he thought about what he had learned before he entered the secret room. Perhaps, Sister Shui thinks my master will tell me about this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, I always thought that the law avatar would affect the main body's strength to a certain extent after it leaves the main body. On top of that, I've never seen anyone form a law avatar in the mystic astral land of the realms of gods. That's why I've never thought of forming a law avatar before. As it turns out, the reason why I haven't seen anyone form a law avatar in the mystic astral land is because most of the people I've met are natives of the realms of gods. About 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian had a casual conversation with Linghu Renjia. It was during this time that he began to pay attention to the other laws apart from the law of space. Duan Lingtian, since you're from the Devata realms and not a native of the realms of gods, why don't you leave your main body in the clan's estate when you're out? Why don't you leave your main body in the clan's estate instead of your clone? These were Linghu Renjia's original words. At that time, Linghu Renjia had asked Duan Lingtian in confusion. Duan Lingtian's reply was that he did not form a law avatar. When Duan Lingtian had voiced his concern, Linghu Renjia was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing and explained to Duan Lingtian that the law avatar was a special feature of the natives of the realms of gods. Even after becoming gods, the natives of the realms of gods could not form a law avatar. This was a restriction imposed by the laws of heaven and earth. The natives of the realms of gods who had a slightly stronger supreme powerhouse's bloodline would be able to awaken the power of their bloodline. On the other hand, those with a weaker supreme powerhouse's bloodline would not be able to awaken the power of their bloodline unless they were lucky enough. However, since they had a supreme powerhouse's bloodline, they would not be able to form a law avatar after they became gods. In this world, only those who did not have a supreme powerhouse's bloodline could form a law avatar after they became gods. The laws of heaven and earth were fair. Those who were not natives of the realms of gods and descendants of the supreme powerhouses could form a law avatar after they became gods. A law avatar was formed by merging one's divine energy with the laws of heaven and earth. It took time to form, and if it was destroyed, it would affect the main body to a certain extent. However, the main body would only suffer minor injuries at most. Minor injuries could be healed by divine pills, and the main body would recover in no time. The disadvantage of a law avatar was that it took time to form. It could not be formed in the middle of a battle. If one wanted to use a law avatar on the battlefield, one would have to prepare and form it in advance. The law doppelganger can be very effective even when your original body is fighting. Of course, the prerequisite is that your law doppelganger cannot be too weak. If you can comprehend the other laws to a high level, your law avatar will definitely be of great help. As for weak law doppelgangers, it's best not to reveal them so easily to fight others. For example, if you were to fight someone who was on par with you, and it was originally destined to end in a draw, you would release a weak law doppelganger and your opponent would casually destroy it. This would also cause your original body to be injured. Although it would only be a light injury and you would be able to recover very quickly after consuming a divine pill, would your opponent give you the time to recover? He'll only take advantage of your injury to defeat or even kill you in one go. Therefore, a strong law avatar is of help. A weak law avatar is a burden. Don't release it unless absolutely necessary. Of course, no matter how strong or weak the law avatar is, it can replace your main body to do whatever you want. Even if the law avatar is killed outside, it won't affect your main body much and you'll be able to avoid disaster. After listening to Linghu Renjia's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately asked him for permission to enter the secret chamber. Then, he stayed in the secret chamber for 3 years. In 3 years, Duan Ling Tian had used up nearly a third of the divine stones in the Linghu family's divine stone mine. Of course, Duan Ling Tian did not know this for the time being. He did not notice that when he walked up the stairs to leave the secret chamber, the smile on the core elder's face instantly turned into a bitter smile. I'm afraid we won't be able to hide the fact that we've used up nearly a third of the family's divine stone mine for much longer. Once the elders of the family find out about this, they'll definitely gang up on Patriarch and even remove him from his position. Patriarch still doesn't want me to tell Reverend Duan about this, but I'm afraid it won't be long before Reverend Duan finds out. After all, it'll be a few months before Reverend Duan goes to the Tianlong clan to participate in the sect entrance examination and the hidden dragon competition. Even if it's the elders, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to help Patriarch retain his position. After all, the family has its rules. They were set by the ancestors, and even if the elders are of high seniority, they can't go against them. Chapter 3780. The Linghu family, as a divine emperor clan with a long history, naturally had strict rules. Even the current head of the family was restricted by the clan's rules. If the head of the family wasn't restricted, if the head of the family was muddle-headed and incompetent, wouldn't that ruin the future of the Linghu family? The Linghu family's council of elders was made up of a group of core elders and grand elders. If it came to a critical moment, they could issue a request to remove the head of the family. If half of the elders agreed, the head of the family would be removed. The new head of the family would be voted on by the council of elders again. Elder Xianxia. In a secluded and remote residence of the Linghu family, not a trace of human habitation could be seen. However, the residence was spotless. At this moment, the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, was standing in the front courtyard of the residence, bowing as he looked at a middle-aged man who was carving something on a pillar at the side of a pavilion. The middle-aged man wore a loose green robe. He was tall and sturdy, and his brows were sharp and dignified. He looked rather serious. As for him, he was the clan elder with the strongest individual battle strength in the Linghu family. Was it worth it? After about a dozen breaths of time, Linghu Xianxia stopped what he was doing. He took a deep look at Linghu Renjia and asked. It was worth it. Linghu Renjia said with a serious face. Linghu Xianxia nodded. Since Linghu Heng and Linghu Huan have agreed to help you, I naturally have no reason not to. Moreover, I also feel that this Duan Ling Tian is worthy of our Linghu family's investment. He doesn't seem like someone who forgets his roots. I don't miss the position of head of the family. Linghu Renjia shook his head and said, compared to the position of head of the Linghu family, I want to see how far he can go. Moreover, I also believe that since the Linghu family has treated him like this today, he won't let the Linghu family down in the future. This time, I'll ask a few elders to help me. I only hope that you can help me cover up the fact that the divine stone mine has been greatly consumed. I don't want the elders to make a fuss before Duan Ling Tian leaves the Linghu family and goes to the Tianlong clan to participate in the sect entrance examination and the hidden dragon competition. That will definitely affect him. Now, in my eyes, he's a perfect work of art, and I, Linghu Renjia, am fortunate enough to leave a mark on this work. In the future, when this work becomes famous, Linghu Renjia, it can be said that my life was not in vain. A smile appeared on Linghu Renjia's face, and his gaze was as firm as before. As long as you've decided. Linghu Xianxia nodded. I'll help you with this matter. Many thanks, Elder Xianxia. Linghu Renjia bowed respectfully before taking his leave. After Linghu Renjia left, Linghu Xianxia shook his head. That little fellow named Duan Lingtian is really charming. Linghu Renjia was so decisive when he fought for the position of head of the family back then, but today, he's willing to give up the position of head of the family that he fought so hard for back then. In his days, Linghu Xianxia seemed to have seen that high-spirited, decisive, and straightforward young man again. He seemed to have seen the persistence of that young man when he fought for the position of the Linghu family's patriarch. Now, the same person was willing to give up the position of head of the family for someone with a different surname. After leaving the secret room of laws and returning to his residence, apart from sending a message to Linghu Renjia to thank him, Duan Lingtian had been concentrating on condensing a law clone. Condensing a law clone was not complicated. However, it required the accumulation of time. For example, condensing a law clone required a large amount of divine power. Then, one had to integrate one's comprehension of the profundity of the law into it. Finally, one had to split a soul from one's soul and control it until one could control it like one's own arm. The deeper one's comprehension of the law, the more difficult it is to condense a law clone. For example, if I want to infuse all my divine power into the law of space to condense a law clone, I'm afraid that it will take longer than condensing the other 8 law clones combined. The use of the profundity of the law by one's original body was not affected by the law clone. For example, if Duan Lingtian condensed a law clone to fight alongside his original body would still be able to use the law. Of all the law clones I can condense, the strongest one is naturally the law of space clone. Only the law of space clone will be able to help me in a fight. Next, I'll condense the law of space clone. If I can condense it before the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, I'll be able to obtain a good ranking in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition while concealing my strength. Duan Lingtian's goal was to obtain first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. However, a goal was only a goal. It was not that he was not confident in himself, but he needed to wait until then to weigh his gains and losses. He needed to see if obtaining first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was worth revealing his strength. The realms of gods were too dangerous. He was alone in the realms of gods, so it was better for him to keep as many trump cards as possible. If he had a law of space clone, he would be able to raise his strength without revealing his true strength. It would be equivalent to 2 of him joining forces. Let's begin. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian concentrated on condensing the law of space clone. He paid no attention to what was happening outside. He wholeheartedly wanted to condense his law of space clone before the Tianlong clan's sect entrance examination began. Murong family. As the Tianlong clan's sect entrance examination and the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition approached, the Murong family's younger generation usually gathered together to talk about the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. I hope I can enter the Tianlong clan this time. Even if I can only enter the Tianlong clan's outer sect and become an outer sect disciple, the clan will still reward my bloodline generously. A Murong family's disciple said with an expectant expression. With my strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to pass the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment. I failed again 100 years ago. However, I still plan to try my luck this time. Another Murong family's disciple said with a burning gaze. Say. How many people from our Murong family will be able to pass the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciple assessment this time and become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? I think it'll definitely not be more than 5. Moreover, 2 of our clan's direct descendants missed the opportunity to enter the Tianlong clan this year and become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan because they were in closed-door cultivation 100 years ago. In the Murong family's inner sect's trading plaza, a young man stood there and listened to the discussions around him. His eyes were filled with anticipation. In another month, I'll be heading to the Tianlong clan to participate in the Tianlong clan's sect entrance examination. At that time, I'll be able to see Duan Lingtian again. Calculating the time, I haven't seen Duan Lingtian for more than 20 years. This young man was none other than the young sect leader of the 10,000 Leaves sect, Ho Qingning. Back then, after Ho Qingning left the Linghu family and returned to the Hidden Fog Academy in Tianfeng City, he applied to withdraw from the academy and returned to the 10,000 Leaves sect before joining the Murong family. Ho Qingning. At some point, a beautiful figure walked to Ho Qingning's side amidst the crowd's exclamations. Immediately, Ho Qingning was stared at like daggers. Ho Qingning seemed to be used to this scene. After a bitter smile, he looked at the woman in front of him. Third Mississippi, the beautiful, tall, and charming woman standing in front of Ho Qingning was the only daughter of the current patriarch of the Murong family, Murong Yunlu. She was also the youngest of the 3 children of Murong Yunlu. She was deeply loved by Murong Yunlu and was known as the Third Mississippi. Even Ho Qingning himself was a little depressed. Why did the Murong family's third miss, Murong Inua, suddenly have her eyes on him? Ever since he joined the Murong family, she would come looking for him every 2 to 3 days. Not only did it affect his cultivation, but it also made him a thorn in the eyes of the Murong family's younger disciples. After all, Murong Inua was the dream lover of the Murong family's younger disciples. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also the daughter of the patriarch. Whoever married her would have to struggle for at least 3,000 years less. Ho Qingning, this time you are participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance exam. Are you preparing to participate in the inner sex entrance exam or the outer sex entrance exam? Murong Inua knitted her beautiful eyebrows and asked with a smile on her face. Murong Inua had a baby face. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared, making her exceptionally charming. Many of the surrounding inner sect disciples stared at her. At the same time, when these people looked at Ho Qingning again, their gazes were like daggers. It was as if they couldn't wait to cut Ho Qingning into pieces and replace him. I am participating in the inner sex entrance exam. Although he didn't know why Murong Inua suddenly asked him this, Ho Qingning still answered truthfully, if I fail, I will apply to participate in the outer sex entrance exam. That means, you are determined to enter the Tianlong clan? Murong Inua frowned slightly and asked, if that's the case, then if I don't pass the inner sex entrance exam and stay in the Tianlong clan, I won't be able to see you in the future. The Murong family had a rule. Any direct descendant, male or female, could only stay in the family and cultivate unless they could become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. The reason for this rule was firstly because the direct descendant of the Murong family had a noble status. If they became an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, it was inevitable that people would ridicule and belittle them behind their backs. Secondly, if a direct descendant of the Murong family stayed in the Murong family, it would be much better than being an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. They would also be able to obtain more cultivation resources. If a direct descendant of a God Emperor ranked clan were to become an outer sect disciple of a God Emperor ranked clan, they would definitely be crippled after a long time. It's better if I don't see her, of course, this was what Ho Qingning thought in his heart. He definitely didn't dare to say it out loud in front of Murong Inua. This was because he didn't know why Murong Inua had her eyes on him. He didn't seem like he had anything that she could get from him. In terms of status, he was only the young sect leader of a God Emperor ranked clan. Within the Murong family, there were at least 80 people with his status, if not 100. Chapter 3781. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. Linghu family. Duan Lingtian's residence. Young master, Elder Hang and Elder Huan are waiting for you outside. They said it's time to depart. Housekeeper Wang Fu's voice came from outside the room, waking Duan Lingtian, who was still condensing his avatar. Time passed so quickly. Fortunately, it's almost done. I'll complete the remaining steps on the flying ship. With a thought, Duan Lingtian stopped condensing his avatar, jumped off the bed, and walked out of the room. Then, followed by Wang Fu, he came to the front yard of the residence and saw the 2 elders of the Linghu family, the 2 brothers Linghu Hang and Linghu Huan. Elder Huan, Elder Hang. Duan Lingtian greeted the 2 with a smile. I'll have to trouble you for the rest of the journey. Linghu Hang was still half as silent as before. He only responded with a faint then. As for Linghu Huan, his fat face was full of smiles as he walked over. Ling Tian boy, I heard from the patriarch that you've already broken through and become a medium divine king? It seems that you can fight for the top 3 positions in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition this time. Elder Cheng Huan's words are auspicious. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, when they were about to depart, Duan Ling Tian saw that there was only himself, Linghu Huan, and Linghu Heng. He couldn't help but be startled. The patriarch and the others aren't going with us? The patriarch has already left with the others. Linghu Huan said. However, a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Because Duan Ling Tian didn't pay attention to the change in his eyes, he didn't notice it. Hearing Linghu Huan's words, Duan Ling Tian suddenly understood and didn't suspect anything. This time, he wasn't the only one preparing to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination and the hidden dragon competition. Even within the Linghu family, there were quite a few outstanding family members who also planned to participate. Some of them wanted to become outer sect disciples of the Tianlong clan, while others wanted to become inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan. Let's go. When Duan Ling Tian boarded the God Emperor's ship with the 2 elders, Duan Ling Tian said goodbye to Duan Ling Tian. Then, he took control of the ship and left the Linghu family mansion at an extremely fast speed. He left Linghu's city and headed towards the Tianlong clan. Because they weren't in a hurry, the godly emperor-level ship traveled at the speed of a low-level godly emperor. At this speed, it would still take some time to reach the Tianlong clan. After saying goodbye to the 2 elders, Duan Ling Tian continued to condense his avatar of the law of space inside the ship. Because all of this was happening inside his body, there was only the law of space and divine power moving around his body. Nothing could be seen, so Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of condensing his avatar of the law of space in front of the 2 elders. This little guy is condensing his avatar of the law of space. Linghu Huan looked at Linghu Heng and said, Big brother, do you think he has a chance to win first place in the hidden dragon competition this time? In the history of our Linghu family, no one has ever won first place in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition. The best results were only in the top 3. The Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition was held once every 100 years. However, in the history of the Linghu family, no one had ever won first place in the hidden dragon competition. One could imagine the difficulty of the hidden dragon competition. Difficult. Linghu Heng shook his head. It was obvious that he didn't think highly of Duan Ling Tian. If he was a high-level divine king, I believe that with his methods, there would be no suspense in winning first place, but he is only a middle-level divine king. Don't forget, in the hidden dragon competition, those who participate are all young people under 10,000 years old. Among them, there is no lack of outstanding high-level divine kings, and there are even existences whose strength is comparable to low-level divine emperors. When Linghu Heng transmitted his voice to his younger brother, Linghu Huan, he was obviously more talkative. That's true, Linghu Huan nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at the purple figure sitting cross-legged in the corner of the ship's cabin with a complicated gaze. This little guy is not even 3,000 years old. Participating in the hidden dragon competition, his age is too disadvantageous. Even in our Linghu family, among the young people under 10,000 years old, there are 3 people who are not weaker than the strength he showed when he killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, but, after 20 years, his strength is definitely stronger. He should be stronger than those 3 brats. Linghu Huan muttered. Of course, even if Linghu Huan's words were said in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian, who was wholeheartedly immersed in condensing the spatial law doppelganger, did not hear it at all. The current Duan Ling Tian was wholeheartedly thinking of condensing the spatial law doppelganger before the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition began. Duan Ling Tian did not know that the Linghu family's outstanding disciples participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination and the hidden dragon competition had indeed left a while ago. However, the person leading the team was not the Linghu family's patriarch, but another Linghu family elder, Linghu Xianxia. Linghu Xianxia personally led the team. This was also what Linghu Xianxia had requested. Several days after Duan Lingtian left the Linghu family with the Hang and Huan elders, Linghu Renjie called a group of elders from the Linghu family together. This included Duan Lingtian, who had protected Duan Lingtian from the hidden fog sect's elder Feng, as well as another Linghu family's god emperor powerhouse. In the Linghu family, the inner elders were equivalent to the inner elders of the hidden fog sect and the 10,000 demon sect. The hidden fog sect and the 10,000 demon sect had core elders. The Linghu family also had core elders. They were all outstanding upper-level god kings. The Linghu family also had grand elders. Without exception, all of them were god king powerhouses. And now, the Linghu family's elders, from the core elders to the grand elders, were all gathered by Linghu Renjie in the Linghu family's ancestral hall. That's right, the ancestral hall. Under normal circumstances, family meetings were usually held in a special meeting hall. But today, Linghu Renjie had called everyone to the ancestral hall. For a time, the Linghu family's ancestral hall was no longer as cold and cheerless as before. Instead, it became lively. Why did the patriarch call us here? Did something happen? A core elder asked, somewhat puzzled. I don't know, even if there is something, it shouldn't be discussed here. It should be discussed in the meeting hall. Another core elder frowned. Elder Qing Zhe is here. As an aged figure walked into the ancestral shrine, the several core elders that had arrived first immediately greeted the old woman respectfully. The old woman was none other than the Linghu family's supreme elder, Linghu Qingze. He was also the person who had protected Linghu Chuyin when Duan Lingtian had met her in Monarch Descent City. Elder Tang Ping is here too. Soon, another elderly figure stepped into the ancestral hall. This time, it was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. This old man was called Linghu Tangping. He was another grand elder of the Linghu family. He was also a god emperor powerhouse. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize this old man at a glance. He was the other god emperor powerhouse of the Linghu family who had protected Linghu Qingze, Linghu Jingxing, and Elder Heng Huan from the hidden fog sect's elder Feng. Of course, they weren't the only god emperor powerhouses of the Linghu family. Soon, another dozen or so people arrived. They were all grand elders of the Linghu family. Every one of them was a god emperor powerhouse. However, their strength was inferior to the Linghu family's grand elders, Linghu Jingxing and Elder Heng Huan. The three of them represented the strongest force of the Linghu family. Their status in the Linghu family was equal to the hidden fog sect's grand elders, Yun, Wu, and Lei. Ever since the hidden fog sect's elder Feng died, when the hidden fog sect's strongest force was mentioned, they no longer called it Yun Wu or Yun Wu. Instead, they called it Yun Wu and Lei. About an hour later, all the core elders and grand elders of the Linghu family near Linghu City had arrived at the Linghu family's ancestral hall. However, apart from a few people, most people didn't know why the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie, had summoned them here. Why isn't the patriarch here yet? Just as some people were frowning and impatiently waiting, a figure walked in from outside the ancestral hall. Patriarch. Patriarch. This person was Linghu Renjie. As soon as he arrived, all the elders in the ancestral hall bowed and greeted him. However, as the people in the ancestral hall looked at Linghu Renjie, their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know why Linghu Renjie had called them here. Just as many people were about to open their mouths to ask, they saw Linghu Renjie walking into the ancestral hall with a solemn expression. Then, under the gazes of a group of people, he walked to the rows of memorial tablets in the ancestral hall. These spirit tablets were the spirit tablets of the ancestors of the Linghu family who hadn't crossed heavenly tribulation. Put on. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Linghu Renjie knelt in front of the spirit tablets. Under everyone's stunned gazes, he kowtowed 3 times. When the crowd came back to their senses, even those who didn't know what had happened couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Although they still didn't know what had happened, the scene before their eyes was enough to make their imaginations roam. With the ancestors present, this unfilial descendant Linghu Renjie will resign from the position of the Linghu family's patriarch today. The new patriarch will be chosen by the elders. When Linghu Renjia's sonorous words echoed in the ancestral hall, the expressions of the elders present changed. Their Linghu family's patriarch actually took the initiative to resign from the position of the Linghu family's patriarch. Patriarch, what's happened? Linghu Xianxia asked with a frown. He wasn't the only one. Over 90% of the elders present also didn't know what had happened. All of them looked at Linghu Renjia in astonishment. At that moment, Linghu Renjia said in a clear voice, Linghu Renjia, as the patriarch of the Linghu family, abused his power for personal gain. He made consecrated Duan Lingtian stay in the law chamber for 3 consecutive years, consuming nearly a third of the divine stones in the family's divine stone mine. After that, he intentionally concealed this matter that harmed the interests of the family. Now, in front of the ancestors, I hereby resign from the position of patriarch. As for the other punishments, no matter what the elders decide, Linghu Renjia is willing to bear them alone. Chapter 3782. Duan Lingtian. He was an honored guest of the Linghu family, and his talent and comprehension were both outstanding, surpassing any member of the Linghu family's younger generation. He could even refine ultimate spirit-level divine pills. As the head of the Linghu family, if Duan Lingtian were to spend a few months or even a year in the Linghu family's secret chamber of laws, no one in the Linghu family would object. After all, such a talent was worthy of such preferential treatment from the Linghu family. However, to make Duan Lingtian stay in the secret chamber of laws for 3 whole years and use up a third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine, this was something that most of the Linghu family members could not accept. It was too much of a price to pay, and no matter how they looked at it, Duan Lingtian wasn't worthy of such a price. Therefore, when they heard Linghu Renjia's words, most of the elders looked at Linghu Renjia with cold eyes. Some even sneered. So it's because of this, you're smart to resign yourself. Did you know that we would remove you from your position as head of the family after learning of this matter? Linghu Renjia, you've gone too far in this matter. The family's resources should not be wasted on you like this. Linghu Renjia, we admit that honored guest Duan's talent and comprehension are not bad, and his skill in Pill Dao is also very high, but I'm afraid this isn't enough for the Linghu family to do all we can to curry favor with him, right? Now, apart from the Linghu family elders who'd already known about this matter, as well as those who were on good terms with Linghu Renjia, the rest of the elders looked at Linghu Renjia with righteous indignation, their words full of reprimand. Linghu Renjia calmly took in all that was before him. He'd long expected this to happen. Elders. Linghu Renjia said with a serious expression, regardless of whether the elders believe me or not, I am doing this for the sake of the Linghu family. I believe that if we do this for Consecrator Duan, in the future, Consecrator Duan will be able to give our Linghu family more than we give him, and not less than what we give him. Linghu Renjia trusted Duan Lingtian almost blindly. However, the majority of the elders scoffed at Linghu Renjia's words. Linghu Renjia, if Duan Lingtian was willing to stay in our Linghu family for the rest of his life and contribute to our Linghu family, it would have been fine even if our Linghu family had sacrificed so much. But now, he has already gone to the Tianlong clan to participate in the Tianjin clan's entrance examination and will soon become a disciple of the Tianjin clan. What you're doing is making a wedding dress for the Tianlong clan. That's right. Although we are indirectly subordinates of the Tianlong clan, there's no need to cultivate talents for the sake of the Tianjin clan. Forgive me for not agreeing with your way of doing things. As long as Duan Lingtian doesn't die prematurely, it won't be a problem for him to soar into the sky in the future. But how can you be sure that he won't forget his roots in the future? The elders in the Council of Elders' rebuke of Linghu Renjia became more and more vicious. Even the elders who were on good terms with Linghu Renjia couldn't get a word in edgewise. Of course, at this time, Linghu Renjia also transmitted his voice to them not to interfere. This matter was done by me alone. I was the one who insisted on going my own way. It has nothing to do with you all, so there's no need for you all to interfere. I don't want to drag you all down. I am in the wrong regarding this matter. Let them vent their anger. Linghu Renjia had long been prepared to be reprimanded. He humbly listened to the elders' reprimand and didn't complain from beginning to end. Even if the Council of Elders wanted to punish him further, he wouldn't complain. He always believed that everything he did was right. Duan Lingtian wouldn't let him down. Duan Lingtian didn't know about Linghu Renjia's misfortune in the Linghu family. From beginning to end, Linghu Renjia's responses had been normal. Duan Lingtian had continued to work hard on forming a doppelganger of space on the way to the Tianlong Temple. Not long before arriving at the Tianlong Temple, he had successfully formed a doppelganger of space and was now able to use all of the profundities of space he had mastered. Now, the strength of his doppelganger of space wasn't inferior to his as long as he didn't use any of his other techniques. I wonder if my doppelganger can use the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth that I've comprehended. With this thought, Duan Lingtian summoned his doppelganger of space. A Duan Lingtian, who looked exactly like him, appeared in front of him. He wore an illusory purple robe that was identical to the one Duan Lingtian was currently wearing. It was as if he was Duan Lingtian's twin brother. However, at first, this Duan Lingtian had lifeless eyes and appeared dull. However, when Duan Lingtian tried to control him with his doppelganger, his originally lifeless eyes lit up and his entire demeanor changed drastically. It was as if he was no different from Duan Lingtian's original body. Of course, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that there were some differences between him and Duan Lingtian's original body. After all, it was only a doppelganger of space and didn't possess many of the inconspicuous characteristics of the original body. Only those who were very familiar with Duan Lingtian would be able to notice these differences. Let's try it. Duan Lingtian's original body sat cross-legged on the spot and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the doppelganger of space began to attack in front of Hang and Huan. At first, it was just the fusion of the profundities of space with divine power. Then, it pointed out with his sword and with a whoosh, Duan Lingtian, who was controlling the doppelganger of space, discovered that he could use the sword Dao of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth. Of course, what he displayed in front of Hang and Huan was only the embryonic form of the sword Dao. Until now, in the entire profound Handle land, only the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, knew the true level of his sword Dao. Moreover, the other party had been helping him to keep it a secret so that he wouldn't easily reveal it in front of outsiders, lest he attract the jealousy of others and bring about a fatal disaster. In fact, part of the reason why Linghu Renjia was willing to give up the position of head of the Linghu family to help Duan Lingtian was also because of this. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian had the potential to become a supreme expert. It could be said that he was taking a huge gamble. And he believed that he wouldn't lose. Of course, he couldn't expect everyone to understand his actions, so he didn't say anything when faced with the reprimanding and questioning of the Linghu family's elders, and silently endured everything. Duan Lingtian, your doppelganger of space has been completely condensed? Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian's doppelganger of space in surprise and asked. Yes. And Duan Lingtian's doppelganger of space also nodded at Linghu Huan in a timely manner, and responded with a yes. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Linghu Huan seemed to have thought of something, and casually took out a sword that was completely covered in flowing light from his storage ring. The body of the sword was clear and cold, like a cold pond, frightening one's mind. I accidentally obtained this sword back then. It's a high-grade divine sword. You'll definitely be at a disadvantage when you participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament this time. If you don't have a high-grade divine sword, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. I'll be lending this sword to you for now. If you can kill your way into the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament, I'll give this sword to you. Linghu Huan smiled as he spoke, and raised his hand, using invisible divine energy to guide the high-grade divine sword in his hand, and sent it in front of Duan Lingtian's main body. Elder Huan. At this time, Duan Lingtian withdrew his doppelganger of space, and casually put away the high-grade divine sword that was floating in front of him. What you said is equivalent to directly giving this sword to me. So confident? Linghu Huan's eyes lit up, and then he said mockingly, you should know that the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament gathers heroes from all over. As long as anyone under 10,000 years old is willing, as long as they're not a disciple of the Tianlong clan before, they can participate. Among them, there's no lack of top geniuses from various great divine emperor forces. And those top geniuses are mostly high divine kings, and their cultivation surpasses yours by a level. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, and only smiled slightly, but the confidence in his smile was engraved in Ling Huan's heart, and he couldn't forget it for a long time. We're here. About 4 hours later, Ling Huan's eyes flashed, and then he stood up and put away the Divine Emperor spaceship. At this time, Duan Lingtian stood in the air, and looked around. He could see many figures gathered in the air around him, and they were all in groups of people. Some were alone, and some were even in groups of 2s and 3s. From afar, these people seemed to have gathered into a dark cloud that covered the sky and covered the sun. They're all here to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Duan Lingtian was surprised, and at the same time, he could see from the vast crowd that in front of him that the Tianlong clan, a God-Emperor-level sect, was far more attractive than a God-Emperor-level sect. It had to be known that this was only a God-Emperor-level sect that didn't have a single God-Emperor-level expert. If it were a sect that had a God-Emperor-level expert, or more than one God-Emperor-level expert, what kind of scene would it be? It wasn't hard to imagine that it would be even more spectacular. That's the Tianlong Temple, Ling Huan said. Under Ling Huan's guidance, Duan Lingtian looked down ahead and saw 9 magnificent continuous mountain ranges. The 9 continuous mountain ranges were like 9 enormous dragons that crisscrossed and shuttled back and forth. Through the sunlight, Duan Lingtian could vaguely see lights flowing around the outer area of the 9 continuous mountain ranges. Clearly, it was a light screen that announced that the area within the light screen was covered by a formation. That should be the Tianlong clan's Great Sect Protection Formation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although the Linghu family once had an outstanding formation master, so the Linghu family's Great Sect Protection Formation is considered the best among all the God-Emperor level sect's Great Sect Protection Formations, it still can't compare to the Tianlong clan's Great Sect Protection Formation. Duan Lingtian. A voice came to Duan Lingtian's ears. Only then did he realize that a familiar figure had appeared in front of him. It was a tall and imposing middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man were hundreds of people. Among them were many familiar faces. They were all inner clan disciples of the Linghu family. Chapter 3783. The middle-aged man was the elder of the Linghu family, Shengguan. He was as famous as the Hang and Huan elders. In terms of individual battle prowess, even the Hang and Huan elders were no match for him. Elder Jingxing? Duan Lingtian glanced behind Shengguan Jingxing and frowned slightly. Didn't you say that the patriarch would personally lead a team here? Why are you here? Before they had set off, Duan Lingtian had learned from Elder Huan, who had brought him here, that the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, had brought the Linghu family's descendants to the Tianlong clan ahead of them. He had thought that he would see Linghu Renjia when he arrived at the Tianlong clan, but he had not expected to see Linghu Jingxing instead. Patriarch? Linghu Jingxing shook his head. If the patriarch you speak of is Linghu Jingxing, I'm afraid you'll have to change the way you address him in the future, because he is no longer the patriarch of the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian was naturally stunned by Linghu Jingxing's words. After a moment, he regained his senses and frowned. Elder Jingxing, what do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian did not understand at all. At the same time, he sensed that many of the Linghu family's descendants behind Linghu Jingxing were looking at him with jealousy and hostility. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Linghu Jingxing looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you know that you stayed in our Linghu family's secret chamber of laws for 3 years? You used up a whole 1/3 of our Linghu family's divine stone mine. Do you know what this means? Duan Lingtian was first stunned by Linghu Jingxing's words, then his expression changed. He knew that he had been in the law chamber for 3 years. However, he did not know that he had used up so many of the Linghu family's spirit stones. 1/3 of the Linghu family's divine stone mine was worth at least a few dozen million liang of divine stones. Even though he had a lot of divine stones in his possession, at least 1 million liang, it was not worth mentioning in front of 1/3 of the Linghu family's divine stone mine. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jingxing with an apologetic expression. Elder Jingxing, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that my trip to the law chamber would cost the Linghu family so much. However, this matter started because of me, so I hope that the clan will take the blame on me. This matter has nothing to do with the patriarch. Duan Lingtian never would have thought that this matter would cause Linghu Renjie to lose his position as the patriarch of the Linghu family. When he thought of how casually Linghu Renjie had communicated with him after he had left the law chamber, he felt a wave of guilt in his heart. From start to finish, Linghu Renjie had never mentioned any difficulties to him. You can't take the blame. Linghu Xianxia shook his head and said, right now, Linghu Renjie has already been removed from his position as the patriarch, and there will be some punishment for him in the future. If you really want to do something for him, then perform well in the Hidden Dragon competition, and perform well after you enter the Tianlong clan. Don't waste his efforts for you. Elder Xianxia. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. He looked at Linghu Xianxia and asked with a serious expression, approximately how many divine stones would a third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine be worth? Although he guessed that a third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine would be worth at least several tens of millions of divine stones, he didn't know the exact number. Why are you asking this? Linghu Xianxia asked. I would like to request Elder Xianxia that for the next 100 years, the Linghu family won't choose a new patriarch for the time being. Within the next 100 years, Duan Lingtian will definitely return the divine stones that the Linghu family has spent on me in double. Duan Lingtian looked resolutely at Linghu Xianxia and said in a low voice. Linghu Xianxia was stunned at Duan Lingtian's words, but he couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian, do you know how many divine stones a third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine is worth? I don't know the exact number, but if I think about it, it shouldn't be less than several tens of millions of divine stones. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. Since you know, why do you dare to make such a promise? Linghu Xianxia shook his head. A third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine is worth no less than 40 million divine stones. All right. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said seriously, within the next 100 years, I will return 100 million divine stones to the Linghu family. 100 years, 100 million divine stones. Duan Lingtian set a small goal for himself in his heart. At the very least, it was a small goal in his opinion. Otherwise, how was he going to obtain the approval of the ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, the Xia clan, who was backing Kerr? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, before Linghu Xianxia could say anything, the group of Linghu family's disciples standing behind Linghu Xianxia could not help but laugh. 100 million divine stones. Our revered elder Duan is really ignorant. Does he know what 100 million divine stones is? 100 million divine stones within 100 years? Let alone 100 million divine stones, even if he were to fork out 50 million divine stones within 100 years, the elders of the clan would agree to his request. Do you think the elders will agree to such a ridiculous request? Of course not. What a joke. When he can refine a limited king-grade divine pill, he might be able to collect 100 million divine stones by helping people refine pills for a few hundred years. However, he can't do that now. The group of Linghu clan disciples seemed to feel that Duan Lingtian was talking nonsense and indulging in wild fantasies. Are you serious? Linghu Xianxia asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lingtian boy. At this moment, Linghu Huan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. His chubby face trembled as he narrowed his eyes. Although I don't think it's realistic, I'm still willing to believe you. I support you in this matter. I will express my support for your decision to the Elder Council. All right, my big brother supports you as well. Upon hearing Linghu Huan's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Huan and Linghu Huan gratefully. I support you as well. At this moment, Linghu Xianxia also spoke. Now, I've already sent a message to the elders to gather for a discussion. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any accidents. Our Linghu family can afford to wait for 100 years. At most, we'll let the elders manage the family for the next 100 years. Moreover, the elders are usually the ones managing the family. The patriarch only has to make decisions. Upon hearing Linghu Jingxing's words, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him profusely. At this moment, the group of Linghu clan disciples that were still making sarcastic remarks didn't make another sound. Even their Linghu clan's patriarch had spoken, so they naturally didn't dare continue making sarcastic remarks. But in their hearts, all of them were waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself in 100 years. Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be like this. Before the Linghu family elders had finished their discussion, Duan Lingtian received a message from Linghu Renjie. I've long since grown tired of being the patriarch of the Linghu family. Now that I'm finally free, there's no need for you to burden me. Duan Lingtian immediately replied to Linghu Renjie. Patriarch, you lost your position because of me. Within 100 years, I'll fight for it back for you. As for after that, after I help you fight for the position of patriarch, you can decide for yourself whether you want to continue being the patriarch of the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian's words left Linghu Renjie speechless for a long time. Thank you. After a long time, Linghu Renjie sighed and thanked him. I should be the one thanking you. I'm indebted to the patriarch for taking care of me all this time. In the future, when I achieve anything, I definitely won't forget the patriarch. Duan Lingtian didn't forget to make this promise when he sent another message. At this moment, Linghu Renjie didn't know how heavy Duan Lingtian's promise was. Approximately 2 hours later, there was a response from the Linghu family's elder council. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jingxing once again sought out Duan Lingtian. The elders have agreed to your request. However, the Linghu family won't take advantage of you. As long as you can return 50 million spirit stones to the Linghu family within 100 years, the Linghu family will allow Linghu Renjie to continue being the patriarch. For the next 100 years, the Linghu family won't appoint a new patriarch. The elders will directly manage the family. Linghu Jingxing said. Duan Lingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but at the same time, his gaze was resolute as he said, then I will return 50 million spirit stones to the family within 100 years. The remaining 50 million spirit stones will be given to the patriarch to use. Thus, the storm in the Linghu family was temporarily settled. A group of people from the Linghu family, including Duan Lingtian, hovered in the air outside the Tianlong temple, waiting for the Tianlong clan's entrance examination to begin in 3 days. Some of the Linghu family members simply sat cross-legged in the air and closed their eyes to cultivate. With the 3 elders of the Linghu family present, they weren't worried that someone would attack them or interrupt their cultivation. As for sound, they had all activated a soundproof formation disc, so they couldn't hear anything from the outside world. However, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate like the Linghu family members. His attention was focused on the recently formed avatar of the Edict of Space in his body. Even though the avatar of the Edict of Space hadn't appeared, he could still clearly sense its existence. Elder Jingxing. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked toward the owner of the voice. It was a tall young man dressed in a brocade robe who was walking in the air from afar. Beside him, there was an old man with a medium build who looked very inconspicuous. Behind them were over 100 people. Their numbers were no less than the number of people from the Linghu family. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar face in the crowd. Almost at the same time, he guessed the origins of this group of people in front of him. People from the Murong family. The familiar face he saw was none other than Ho Qingming. Duan Lingtian. Moments after Duan Lingtian saw Ho Qingming's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 3784. Elder Jingxing, why are you personally leading the Linghu family this time? With Ho Qingming's reminder, Duan Lingtian already knew that the person leading the Murong family was the current head of the Murong family, Murong Yunlu. Murong Yunlu was a tall young man. He looked like he was in his 30s, but his actual age was close to 20,000 years old. He was one of the youngest divine emperors in the Murong family. Linghu Renjie has been stripped of his position as the head of the Murong family. He is currently being punished by the family. I am temporarily leading the team. Linghu Jingxing said to Murong Yunlu after greeting the old man beside Murong Yunlu, who was one of the strongest supreme elders of the Murong family. He knew about the relationship between Murong Yunlu and Linghu Renjia, so he didn't hide anything. As expected, Murong Yunlu's expression changed slightly when he heard Linghu Jingxing's words. He even subconsciously exclaimed. What? He has been stripped of his position as the head of the Murong family? I didn't hear anything from that guy. Elder Jingxing, what is going on? Murong Yunlu asked as he transmitted a message to Linghu Renjia, who was far away in the Linghu family, while looking at Linghu Jingxing. Even the old man beside Murong Yunlu couldn't help but look at Linghu Jingxing. Linghu Jingxing explained the whole story once again. He let Murong Yunlu and the Murong family know what the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, had done for Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the Murong family looked at Duan Lingtian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Consecrated Duan. After knowing the whole story, Murong Yunlu's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. He asked in a deep voice, Linghu Renjia, that guy, ended up like this because of you. Don't you have anything to say? Facing Murong Yunlu's questioning gaze, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, I have already made a 100-year agreement with the Linghu family. Within 100 years, I will let him reclaim his position as the head of the Murong family. 100 years agreement? Murong Yunlu frowned. He only understood what Duan Lingtian meant when Linghu Jingxing explained it to him. Within 100 years, 50 million divine stones to return to the Linghu family? Duan Lingtian personally said that he would return 100 million divine stones to the Linghu family. If the Linghu family only took 50 million, would he give the other 50 million to Linghu Renjia? Although he knew that Duan Lingtian could refine a large amount of extreme Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills, he still felt that Duan Lingtian was dreaming after hearing Duan Lingtian's boast. 100 million divine stones wasn't that easy to earn. Even the Murong family only had about 10 million divine stones in their inventory. However, there were more than 100 million divine stones in the divine stone mine. However, the divine stone mine couldn't be completely mined at once. If it wasn't necessary, the Murong family wouldn't excavate the divine stone mine. This was because the more divine stones there were in the divine stone mine, the faster the mine would grow. If the divine stone mine was completely depleted, it would be equivalent to killing a hen that could lay eggs. As time passed, the divine stone mine would continue to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the divine stones it contained would increase. The richer the divine stone mine, the faster it would grow. He's the Linghu clan's revered elder with another surname, Duan Lingtian? The one who can refine extreme spirit divine pills at will? Earning 100 million divine stones in 100 years. Even an ordinary emperor-level divine pill refiner wouldn't dare make such a boast, right? It's said that this Duan Lingtian isn't even 3,000 years old. He's younger than us. He's clearly ignorant and fearless. It's normal for young people to be arrogant. 100 years later, he will know just how laughable and overconfident the 100-year agreement he made with the Linghu family was. When the Murong family heard Linghu Jingxing's words, other than Ho Qingning, everyone looked at Duan Lingtian with disbelief. They felt that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to fulfill the promise. Ho Qingning, I heard from my father that this Duan Lingtian is your friend? A beautiful young lady stood beside Ho Qingning. She retracted her questioning gaze from Duan Lingtian and looked at Ho Qingning. Yes, 3rd Mississippi, Ho Qingning nodded. The beautiful young lady standing beside Ho Qingning was the youngest daughter of the current head of the Murong family, Murong Yinue. Murong Yinue had been by Ho Qingning's side the entire time. Ho Qingning also endured the sharp gazes of the Murong family's male disciples. However, he was already immune to it. He was used to it when he was in the Murong family. Your friend doesn't seem to be a good person. How can he say such big words? It's hard for my father to praise him like that. Murong Yinue frowned slightly and said, stay away from him in the future. Don't be led astray by him. Hearing Murong Yinue's words, Ho Qingning subconsciously wanted to retort, even if he leads me astray, it has nothing to do with you. However, he didn't say it in the end. Instead, he replied indifferently, since Duan Lingtian said it, I believe that he can do it. Ho Qingning also felt that the 100-year agreement between Duan Lingtian and the Linghu family elders was a little exaggerated. However, when he thought of the miracles that Duan Lingtian had created along the way, he believed that Duan Lingtian could create another miracle. Moreover, after spending some time with Duan Lingtian, he knew that Duan Lingtian wasn't the kind of person who would make empty promises. You still believe him? Murong Inue's frown deepened. Then, she reached out and touched Ho Qingning's forehead. Ho Qingning, do you have a fever? Third miss, please have some self-respect. Men and women shouldn't be separated. As Ho Qingning avoided her, he repeatedly reminded Murong Inue. However, the latter was so angry that she puffed up her cute face. At this time, the male members of the Murong family looked at Ho Qingning even more fiercely. Ho Qingning, who is this person beside you? Among the members of the Murong family, Duan Lingtian only knew Ho Qingning. Therefore, he paid more attention to him. Now that he saw the interaction between him and the woman beside him, or more accurately, the woman taking the initiative to interact with him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask through telepathy. It seemed that not only did Ho Qingning have a better starting point after joining the Murong family, but he was also not far from being single. This is the third miss of the Murong family, Murong Inue. She's also the youngest daughter of the head of the Murong family. Ho Qingning replied through telepathy. It seems that you have a good chance of becoming the ideal son-in-law of the Murong family. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. I don't have that intention. Ho Qingning said, my goal is to become a divine emperor and lead the 10,000 Leaves sect to become a divine emperor. Before I become a divine emperor, I won't consider marriage. Ho Qingning spoke very seriously. However, when he said this, he inadvertently glanced at Murong Inue. The gentleness in his eyes was short-lived, and it was captured by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian saw through it. This was what it meant to be affectionate. However, Ho Qingning restrained himself. At the same time, some of the Murong family members who heard Ho Qingning say that he had confidence in Duan Lingtian could not help but mock Ho Qingning. However, when Murong Inue looked at them and glared at them, they immediately shut their mouths. A wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw this scene. Looks like this Murong clan's third young miss really cares about Ho Qingning, otherwise, she wouldn't protect him like this. Third miss? Duan Lingtian looked at Murong Inue and transmitted his voice to her. When Murong Inue received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, she was stunned at first. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, are you the one who transmitted your voice to me? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. At the same time, he asked with a smile, Third miss, if I'm not wrong. You must have fallen in love with my friend Ho Qingning, right? You. What nonsense are you talking about? Murong Inue's pretty face blushed imperceptibly. Then, she transmitted her voice in annoyance, Duan Lingtian, I've realized that not only do you like to talk big, you also like to talk nonsense. Third miss, if you don't want to admit it, I can't help you. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice, this friend of mine is stubborn. If you wait for him to confess to you, you'll have to wait for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. He wants to break through and become a godly emperor. He wants to lead the 10,000 Leaves sect from a godly king sect to a godly emperor sect. He also told me that before the 10,000 Leaves sect becomes a godly emperor sect, he won't consider marriage. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Murong Inue's gaze immediately became somewhat anxious. He really said that? Murong Inue was currently flustered. She really did like Ho Qingning. Even she herself did not know why, but when she first saw Ho Qingning, she felt her heart beat faster. It was the rumored feeling of love at first sight. Moreover, every time she saw Ho Qingning, she liked Ho Qingning even more. She knew that girls should be reserved and should not be too proactive. However, every time she saw Ho Qingning, she just could not help it. Why would I lie to you? Otherwise, why do you think he's so cold to you? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. So that's how it is, Murong Inue inwardly sighed in relief. It turned out that he did not distance himself from her because he did not like her. Instead, it was because he had great ambitions and did not want to be affected by feelings. Do you want to marry him? When he saw that Ho Qingming was also interested in Murong Inue, Duan Lingtian decided to help him. Now that he had communicated with Murong Inue through sound transmission, he felt that Murong Inue cared about Ho Qingming. He knew that this matter was in the bag. You have a way. Sure enough, Murong Inue's eyes lit up. At this moment, she seemed to not know what was reserved. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that the fish had taken the bait. Chapter 3785. I do have a method, but it's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Murong Inue. What method? Murong Inue asked. Right now, she seemed to have lost her rationality. She didn't know that she was being led by Duan Lingtian. Of course, even if she came to her senses, she would at most feel that she wasn't reserved enough. She wouldn't regret it. Murong family head should love you very much, right? Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice while looking at Murong Yunlu, who was chatting with Linghu Jingxing. It wasn't hard to notice that Murong Yunlu would turn back to look at Murong Inue every once in a while. Ho Qingming had told him that Murong Inue was Murong Yunlio's youngest daughter. His knowledge of Murong Yunlio's sons was limited to his 2 sons. As the saying goes, a tiger father will not beget a dog son. Both of Murong Yunlio's sons were extraordinary. His eldest son had entered the Tianlong clan 10,000 years ago. Now, he was already the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. As for his second son, his talent was also extraordinary. Before he was 10,000 years old, he was already an outstanding figure among the high-level god kings. This son was being nurtured to be the next family head of the Murong family. Therefore, he wouldn't enter the Tianlong clan. Murong Inue was his youngest daughter and was also called Third Miss. As Murong Yunlio's only daughter and the youngest, it was hard for Murong Yunlu to not dote on her. Of course. Although she didn't know why Duan Lingtian suddenly asked this, Murong Inue still raised her head like a proud peacock spreading its tail. You still haven't told me what to do? Murong Inue asked. It's actually very simple. Duan Lingtian smiled and looked at Murong Inue. Third Miss, you must have experts from the Murong family protecting you, right? Yes. Murong Inue replied, Father is with me this time, so Granny Cicada didn't come with me. Usually, when I go out, Granny Cicada will follow me. Granny Cicada is a godly emperor. Murong Inue's last sentence directly pointed out her status in the Murong family. For a direct descendant of a god king level family like the Murong family, not everyone could be protected by a god king expert. After this hidden dragon competition ends and we return to the Murong family, look for your Granny Cicada and ask her to find the sect master of the 10,000 Leaves sect, who is also Ho Qingming's father. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, let him go to the Murong family to propose marriage for his son. But, before Ho Qingming's father goes to the Murong family to ask for her hand in marriage, we can't let Ho Qingming know about this. We'll let him know when the marriage proposal is successful. At that time, he'll belong to you. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Murong Inue looked at him with widened eyes. Clearly, she did not expect him to come up with such a plan. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Murong Inue was shocked by Duan Lingtian's bold plan. However, she was not stupid. She knew that once this plan was carried out, unless she personally rejected it, it would definitely succeed. Won't he be unhappy? Murong Inue asked. He won't be unhappy. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, do you think he's not interested in you? If he's really not interested in you, do you think I'll think of a way to harm my friend for you? I'm Ho Qingming's friend. Naturally, I want the best for him. Ho Qingming was one of Duan Lingtian's few friends in the realms of gods. Just as he said, he would not harm Ho Qingming. He was trying to matchmake Ho Qingming and Murong Inue because Ho Qingming liked her. Secondly, if Ho Qingming and Murong Inue tied the knot, it would only benefit Ho Qingming. Even if Ho Qingming stayed in the Tianlong clan after today, as long as he was the son-in-law of the Murong family's current patriarch, he would be well taken care of by the Murong family. He would be like a fish in water. Everything else aside. In the Tianlong clan, the two most successful members of the Murong family were the two white dragon elders. Among them, the one who had the highest chance of rising up the ranks was Murong Inue's elder brother. If Ho Qingming and Murong Inue became a couple, would Murong Inue's elder brother, Duan Lingtian's brother-in-law, not take care of him? It could be said that Duan Lingtian had put a lot of thought into this. As for whether Ho Qingming would understand his good intentions, he did not know. However, he knew that Ho Qingming needed him to give him a push. I hope he'll understand my good intentions in the future. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. 3rd Mississippi, Duan Lingtian added, in the future, if Ho Qingming asks you why you did what you did, just say it was my idea. This way, it won't affect your relationship as husband and wife. When Duan Lingtian said this, even Murong Inue was stunned. She never thought that Duan Lingtian would be willing to take the blame. Duan Lingtian, I didn't have a good impression of you when I found out that you were bragging, but now I know that you're a good person. Murong Inue said emotionally. Although I feel that you won't be able to fulfill your promise with the Linghu family in 100 years, but don't worry, I'll do my best to help you and see if I can gather 1 million divine stones for you. Any more than that will be a little difficult. Murong Inue promised Duan Lingtian 1 million divine stones as she spoke. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue. As expected of the daughter of a god-emperor family, she was so generous. Even a god-king level faction would find it difficult to take out so many divine stones in one go. Thank you for your kind intentions, 3rd Miss, but I believe that I can fulfill my promise with the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with immense confidence. Duan Lingtian, are you talking to the 3rd Miss? Ho Qingming wasn't blind. He saw Duan Lingtian and Murong Inue exchange flirtatious glances. He couldn't help but frown slightly as he transmitted a question to Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of wariness in his tone. Yes, can't I? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. I think the 3rd Miss of the Murong family is quite pretty. If I can get together with her, I'll have to struggle less for at least 3,000 years. Although she seems to like you, you don't seem to have any feelings for her. If that's the case, you won't mind if I make a move, right? Duan Lingtian's voice had a hint of mockery in it. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. Ho Qingming didn't know that Duan Lingtian was joking with him. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he immediately panicked. She's still a little girl. She's as pure as a piece of white paper. Don't harm her. Didn't you say that you already have a wife and children? Ho Qingming asked. Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines as long as he's capable enough? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Ho Qingming fell silent when he heard this. It was obvious that he didn't know how to continue the conversation. However, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Of course. At this moment, Duan Lingtian added, if you're interested in her, I'll definitely not snatch her away. This time, before Duan Lingtian could finish, Ho Qingming had already replied via voice transmission, yes. I'm interested in her. When I lead the 10,000 Leaves sect to become a godly emperor sect, I'll personally go to the Murong family to propose marriage and marry her in a grand manner. Ho Qingming vowed solemnly. In the beginning, when Murong Inue approached him, he only felt that she was a hot potato. However, after getting close to her again and again, he felt Murong Inue's innocence. Her stubbornness that ignored others gradually softened his heart. Then, unknowingly, he developed feelings for this innocent girl. However, the difference in their status made him feel ashamed of his inferiority and unwilling to take the next step. However, today, Duan Lingtian's aggressiveness forced him to reveal his feelings in front of Duan Lingtian. Alright, since you like her, I won't do anything to her. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from Murong Inue and didn't forget to tell Murong Inue about his conversation with Ho Qingming. For a moment, Murong Inue's eyes lit up and her expression became even more resolute. While Duan Lingtian and Murong Inue were conversing, the the Linghu family had unknowingly gathered together with the Murong family. Besides those who were sitting cross-legged and cultivating, most of them were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Some talked about local customs, some talked about women, some talked about each other's family background, but most of them were talking about cultivation and the Tao of laws. There were also some people who were discussing him. It's the Hidden Fog sect. Several more hours passed. A Murong family disciple cried out in alarm, drawing the attention of everyone, including Duan Lingtian. Everyone looked over and saw a group of people walking through the air in a grandiose manner. The ones in the lead were a middle-aged man and an old man. They could be considered acquaintances of Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog sect sovereign, Qian Yin. One of the strongest grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Lei. Of the several people following behind them, Duan Lingtian also recognized one of them. It was the Dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. Dean. Seeing Murong Suifeng, Duan Lingtian immediately greeted him with a sound transmission. He had always been grateful to this Dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Even though he was no longer in the Hidden Fog sect, he still remembered how Murong Suifeng took care of him in the past. Duan Lingtian, it's been almost 30 years since we last met, right? Murong Suifeng's gaze followed Duan Lingtian's voice transmission and landed on Duan Lingtian from afar. A faint smile appeared on his face that was originally as calm as an ancient well. That's right, it's been almost 30 years. Duan Lingtian sighed. He also felt that time had passed too quickly. The conversation he had with Murong Suifeng at Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy seemed like just yesterday. Unfortunately, I failed to live up to the Dean's painstaking efforts and wasn't able to shine brightly in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian said apologetically, Dean, I'm sorry. I've heard about what happened to you. Murong Suifeng shook his head and said, from start to finish, you were the passive party, you didn't do anything wrong, so there is no need to apologize to me. I can only say that the Hidden Fog sect is not fated with you.